Other transmigrators all become champions singing triumphant songs. But his transmigration was extremely unlucky. His meridians were blocked. And for his entire life, countless demons and monsters would want to capture him. Because he possessed an immortal body. At the moment he felt most desperate. His domain system awakened. Within the range of this system, he was invincible. With one punch, he could pierce through the heavens of the immortal realm, charging into the immortal realm and collapsing its entire domain. The entire immortal realm crumbled and fell to the mortal realm. He could casually control the heavenly Tao of the 10,000 realms and fight against God-level beings. He could even make angels kneel and beg for mercy. Meeting a god, he'd slay a god. Meeting a demon, he'd return a demon. NONVK. Enough rambling, let's begin. Our story starts in a dilapidated temple. At this moment, a young woman caught a whiff of a foul smell and started muttering. Meng, Chola. So hungry, so desperate for views, so desperate for likes. Why is it so fragrant though? This smell. It's like an immortal body. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up. The scent seems to be coming from this direction. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. I must find this extremely rare immortal body and eat it. Then I can instantly ascend to immortality. Meanwhile, inside the immortal temple, a young man dressed in rags sat with his stomach growling, too weak to stand. This was one of the unluckiest transmigrators. His name was Tran Trong Min. Other transmigrators always became invincible. But I transmigrated to the cultivation world, only to find my meridians blocked, with no way to cultivate. Fine, I can't cultivate, so be it. Damn you, heaven. You even gave me the Tang Sanzang attribute as a bonus. For the past 3 years, you've made me. He recalled his master's words. Trong Nin, you're not hopeless. You are the legendary immortal body. You can instantly ascend. Aren't you happy? Yes, happy to suffer and be hunted by countless demons. Happy to be repeatedly injured. Happy that our sect was attacked. Old Master couldn't stand it anymore. So he hastily tore through space and brought me to this place to hide. Damn it, my life sucks. I've had enough. Why can other transmigrators rise to such prominence, while I'm stuck as a lamb, waiting to be slaughtered? Damn you, heaven, you heartless, twisted freak. Why are you tormenting me like this? If you have the guts, let the lightning strike me dead. Take it back. Immediately, a bolt of lightning strikes right next to the main character. The main character nearly shits himself. He bows 90 degrees, textbook perfect, and hastily apologizes. Chill, bro, I was just kidding. Alright. I better go to sleep. Save some calories. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow the old man will return, stepping on clouds, holding roasted chicken, and surprise me. Suddenly, a beautiful girl appears behind him. On this spring night, young master, why aren't you with me? The main character jumps in fright. Who the hell are you? You scared the shit out of me. When did you get here? Before he could finish his sentence, the girl immediately gives him a passionate kiss. And some juicy phlegm. The girl secretly rejoices in her heart. Yes, this is the taste of the immortal body. I can't believe I, a 7-foot-tall man, was forced to be kissed by a girl because I was hungry. What a humiliation. All you men out there, remember to protect yourselves when you go out. Especially handsome guys like Admin. Don't let your head follow your lower body. The main character immediately pushes the girl away. The girl strikes a provocative pose and says, "So young master likes it. This way, huh? How aggressive. Whoa, slow down. This is moving too fast. Why don't we talk about life first? What are we waiting for? I can't hold back anymore." Hold back, my ass. This happened to me before. Let me ask you. You're a ghost, right? You guessed right, but there's no prize, honey. Of course, I'm a ghost. The main character is truly screwed this time. His face drains of all color. Immortal body. Where did you get it from? Then the ghost devours the main character. The main character utters his last words. Am I really going to die today? I've been hiding for 3 years. Living like a rat. All my efforts making videos. Are they all for nothing? Just when all hope seems lost, a robotic voice rings out in his head. Ding! Host detected. Detecting that the host has encountered a malicious ghost. Activating the invincible domain system for the host. Range. The invincible domain has a diameter of 2 meters in a circular shape. Invincible domain? In other words, I'm invincible within this 2-meter domain? I am the ruler of this domain? System version 1.0. Name. Transmigrated realm. None. Special abilities. None. Domain vision. None. Domain range. 2 meters. Damn it. I knew it. How can a transmigrator not have a golden finger? Ending his thoughts. The main character flexes his glutes slightly, sending the ghost flying. The ghost is also a bit surprised. You? What did you do? He. Now it's my turn to fight back. Let me experience how powerful the invincible domain really is. Seeing the main character striking a cool pose, the ghost smiles. Indian Joker? Counterattack? With just you? Young master, as a mortal. Your attacks are nothing but a tickle to me. Why don't you just lie down and let me serve you, young master? It might be more comfortable. The main character confidently boasts, come at me. Let's see if I can kill you. The main character lightly throws a punch at the ghost. Let's see if I can kill you. The main character lightly throws a punch at the ghost. Instantly, a shockwave erupts from his fist, reducing the ghost to dust. The shockwave doesn't stop there. It shoots straight up, piercing the sky. The main character is stunned. This isn't a dream? I can fly now? Dang. Host has killed a 3rd-level chi refining ghost. Gain 10 domain points. Domain points? What are those? Every 100 domain points can increase the range of the invincible domain by 1 meter. The current range of the invincible domain is 2 meters. So, how do I obtain domain points? If the domain range can cover the entire continent, doesn't that mean I can directly rule the entire continent? Dang. Method to obtain domain points requires the host to discover it themselves. What the yes system, are you being irresponsible? You didn't even give me a hint. And you want me to figure it out myself? By the time I figure it out, I'm afraid I'll have starved to death. Then, the main character faints. But he doesn't know that his punch just now has pierced through the heavens of the upper realm. At this moment, the entire cultivation world is in a frenzy. The heavens have been pierced by something. What terrifying immortal might could it be? An immortal treasure has fallen into the lower realm? A celestial phenomenon, there must be a world-shaking immortal treasure. The world is about to be thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, in the Xuanwu immortal domain of the upper realm, Trantrongen's punch from earlier has reached the upper realm, crashing straight into a tower. After the tower collapses, a divine sword, seemingly sentient, seizes this opportunity to escape, and flies straight down to the lower realm. A man with an angry expression appears. My immortal sword, my 12 immortal generals, get over here. Instantly, 12 figures gather from all corners of the Xuanwu immortal domain. They cup their hands respectfully and say, we pay our respects, immortal lord. My lifebound immortal weapon, which I have been refining for 10,000 years, has fallen into the lower realm. I want you to retrieve it at all costs. At all costs. If anyone dares to covet it, kill them without mercy. The scene changes to Trantrongen's location. He has woken up. Damn it, I fainted from hunger. How embarrassing. Do I really have to eat the dirt in the incense burner? Damn it, I'm from the 21st century. Even if I'm starving, I wouldn't stoop to eating dirt. I have to survive so I can return. Theoretically, with the restrictions the old man set up inside this temple, no demons or ghosts should be able to enter. But tonight, a female ghost managed to get inside. And she was just a chi refining ghost. What the hell is going on? Anyway, now's not the time to worry about that. The problem is, I don't have any cultivation like the old man. If something happens, I won't be able to help. Unless, the invincible domain can move with me. Let's try it. If the invincible domain can move with me, I'll be invincible. Ending his thoughts. The main character tries to step out of the domain. The moment he steps out, a wave of pressure nearly makes him piss his pants. And he quickly retreats, holy shit. The moment I left the domain, my balls shriveled up. There can't be more ghosts outside, right? So, the invincible domain? Doesn't move with me? Well, that's to be expected. The system? Wouldn't allow such a broken feature. So now, besides filling my stomach, the most important thing is how to get domain points. If I leave the invincible domain, I'll not only be killed by ghosts, I'll freeze to death. Or be torn to shreds by 100 ghosts. Suddenly, a loud shout comes from outside the temple. Let's see where you can run. A beautiful girl flies in. This scene makes the main character's heart skip a beat. At the same time, a man walks in. This guy is the Grand Elder of the Evil Dragon Cave. That's Li Cho. Linbo Nhi. Be honest with me. Don't even think about running away. Or I'll slap you to death. Go ahead and try. Let's see how my father can kill you with a single finger. With a single finger. The main character, hiding behind them, hurriedly retreats. Cultivators fighting. Mortals suffer. I'm a peaceful guy, I'll hide first. Wait a minute? I wonder if he has anything edible on him. He must. I finally don't have to starve anymore. The main character speaks up. Hey, you. The girl turns around with a worried expression. Mortal, what are you doing here? This temple is my territory. Quote. Who gave you permission to enter? And you dare to make noise and disturb my peace? I'm starving. So, if you have anything edible, hand it over. Hand it over. The girl is utterly confused. Are you tired of living? Are you crazy? You dare to provoke Scarface Lee? Furious, Scarface Lee grabs the girl. His eyes filled with murderous intent. You'll pay for this. Pay for this. You beggar. You're courting death. In your next life, be an animal and learn to hold your tongue. He finishes his words and launches an attack, sending 3 skulls flying toward the main character. But before they can touch him, the attack reaches his domain and vanishes. Hey! I haven't even killed you yet. And you want to kill me? Do you think I'm still the same pushover as before? Do you think I'm still the same pushover as before? This scene shocks the girl. Her jaw drops in disbelief. What just happened? The attack disappeared in the blink of an eye. How did he do that? How did he do that? He's not immortal? Scarface Lee is starting to panic. He is immortal, there's no mistake. He shouldn't be able to block my attack. Even if he dodged, I could understand. But, he couldn't have dodged. He should be dead. That's the only logical outcome. I've been fighting for over 15 years and killed countless people. Except for situations where my spiritual energy was depleted. There's no other possibility. The main character raises his middle finger lovingly and replies, yeah. Scarface. You think you can kill me? I'm standing right here. Come at me. If you can kill me, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. Scarface Lee is furious. His entire body emits a red aura. He unleashes his ultimate move. Whoever you are, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, Scarface Lee charges forward with his saber. The main character is smug. Come into my invincible domain. Your life and death are in my hands. The main character calmly raises his hand to block the attack. The girl is horrified. What is he thinking? Is he trying to block a magical weapon with his bare hands? Scarface Lee laughs triumphantly. Ha ha ha. My bloodthirsty saber is a third-grade magical weapon. It's incredibly sharp. A beggar like you dares to catch it with your mortal body? You're truly courting death. Not even a few seconds later, the main character effortlessly catches the saber with 2 fingers. Ha ha. Now what? Now what? Aren't you still caught by me? Scarface Lee is sweating profusely. The main character casually snaps the saber in half and lectures him. Young man, be humble. Think carefully in your next life. Then, he flicks a shard of the saber and headshots Scarface. Dang, host has killed a 3rd-level golden core cultivator. Gained 500 domain points. It seems, besides killing ghosts, killing cultivators also grants domain points. Killing a golden core cultivator grants 500 points. What about nascent soul transformation? Or even immortals? The higher the cultivation level of the slain cultivator, the more domain points I get. Dang. Current domain points. 510. Do you want to use 500 domain points? To expand the invincible domain? No invincible domain has been expanded by 5 meters. We hope the host will continue to work hard to obtain more domain points. Overjoyed, the main character jumps for joy. Tears and snot streaming down his face. The girl standing next to him is completely baffled. The Grand Elder of the Evil Dragon Cave, a terrifying golden core cultivator, was killed by a mortal just like that? Or could it be that this mortal is actually a hidden expert, cultivating in the 10,000 mountains? Oh my god. This storage ring. I don't have any cultivation. How can I open it? Then, the main character turns to the girl and asks, "Little girl." The girl hurriedly cups her hands and says, "Senior, there was a celestial phenomenon tonight. My sect suspected that an immortal treasure had appeared. They ordered me to bring disciples from the Nine Swords sect here. But we were ambushed by Li Cho." The main character is speechless. I didn't ask about that. Except for me. The other disciples from the Nine Swords sect were all killed by him. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. If you hadn't intervened, I would have been captured by him. Li Cho was a golden core cultivator. And you killed him. Could you be a nascent soul expert? Legend has it that in Yujo, I heard that there hasn't been a nascent soul expert for hundreds of years. So, could Senior be a nascent soul expert? Tran thinks for a moment and then says, "It's good that you're not with him. That scar face is dead. Can you open this storage ring?" After Li Cho died, his mark dissipated. The storage ring is now unowned. It can be opened. Is there anything edible in there? I'm hungry. A moment later, the main character finds a roasted chicken and is overjoyed. My invincible domain is about to cover the entire immortal temple. Now, I need to figure out how to get more domain points. I had to expand it to the cultivation world. I'll unify the entire cultivation world. Then, I'll be able to protect the old man. Who knows? Maybe I can even find him 18 wives. Suddenly, the girl, Lin Bao and I, kneels down to apologize. Wait, no, she kneels down to beg. The main character, still munching on his chicken, asks, "What's wrong?" "Senior, you saved my life. Which means we are fated. Can you please accept me as your disciple?" "Senior, you have saved my life. Even if you don't accept me as your disciple, please let me stay by your side. I will serve you well. You're a golden thigh, Senior. I must cling to you. There's no need. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. I would love to accept you. But I'm relying on the invincible domain right now. If I accept you as my disciple, what can I teach you?" "Mahjong, landlord, wouldn't I be corrupting you? Should I train you to be a capable maid? But the problem is, I can't eat or drink inside the invincible domain. I have to go outside to find food and water. And I have no cultivation. Going outside means certain death. I could take her in as my tool to help me find food and water. Besides, I have the invincible domain. I'm not like those other cultivators who are weaker than their disciples." Then, the main character coughs like an old man and starts his act. "Child, this old man has roamed the immortal world for tens of thousands of years. Those who wish to become my disciples must pass 6 reincarnations. What qualifications do you have for me to accept you as my disciple?" Hearing the main character's grand boast, Bao and I is utterly astounded. The main character continues his act. "However, since we are fated, this old man will give you a chance. I will reluctantly accept you as my nominal disciple. After you pass my test, I will officially take you as my disciple." The girl immediately kowtows repeatedly. Disciple Bao and I pays her respects, "Master." Tears of joy stream down her face. "That's great. With Master's guidance, my strength will surely increase." Ding, host and Lin Bao and I have established a master-disciple relationship. Reward: 100 domain points. Seeing this notification, the main character beams with delight. Accepting a disciple also grants domain points. Perfect timing. So, there's another way to unlock domain points. "Master, what's wrong?" Suddenly, the girl covers her nose and says, "Master, how long has it been since you last bathed?" Embarrassed, the main character blushes. "Take this large cauldron and place it outside the temple. Fill it with water. Master will use it to bathe later. A while later, Bao and I returns with the cauldron. Suddenly, she senses something. A dangerous presence in the forest. A pair of eyes, glowing like headlights. Makes her heart pound with fear. Oh no! There's a golden core fox demon approaching from outside. Master, the main character smiles broadly. Isn't this just free domain points? Quick, let's go tiger hunting. The scene changes to the chubby tiger. At this moment, it's making its last words to the viewers. Yo, what's up, my dudes? I'm a golden core fox demon. I was lured here by a delicious aroma. But when I got here, I saw that man kill a ghost with his bare hands. And then he also killed another person. Holy shit, that was scary. I'm out of here. Meow meow. I wanted to leave. Meow meow. I wanted to leave. But the aroma kept assaulting my nostrils. At this time, the main character is sticking his smelly hand out of the domain to lure the tiger. Hee. Without bait, how can I attract the fox demon to attack? Now, nothing can resist the allure of the immortal body. Master, what secret technique are you using? Let's test it out. Let's see if the restrictions the old man placed on me, the invincible domain. The invincible domain can block the aura of the immortal body on me. The more the tiger sniffs, the more it drools. So fragrant. This kitty can't take it anymore. Instantly, the tiger charges forward with rocket boosters strapped to its butt. The main character remains calm, analyzing the situation like Conan. The restrictions the old man placed on me are no longer effective. The invincible domain can still block my aura. But whether it can completely block it requires further testing. After all, Lin Bao and I didn't react to the smell on me at all. It could also be because I haven't bathed in a while. And the stench masked it. Anyway, cultivators aren't like demons or ghosts, with such a keen sense of smell. Unlike the calm main character, Bao and I is anxious. It's charging at us. It's a golden core fox demon. Attack, master. The fox demon's eyes are bloodshot. Even if you cripple me or kill me here, I will devour you. The moment it enters the main character's invincible domain, its body is immobilized by a powerful force. The fox demon is bewildered. What's this little tiger up to? Oh, it just wants to eat me. Too bad, you thought you could eat me. But you walked right into my trap, little fox. Master, you immobilized the golden core fox demon? Ha! It's nothing, disciple. Hurry up and butcher this little kitty. The tiger is crying its eyes out. It was so close to eating him. Bao and I immediately takes out her knife and prepares to butcher it. As expected, becoming Master's disciple was the right choice. I must cling tightly to Master's thigh. But when she strikes, her knife, upon contacting the golden core tiger's fur, snaps in half. She looks at the main character helplessly. The main character tells her to get out of the way so he can show off his skills. He takes Bao Ni's broken knife and gets ready. With a gentle swing, the tiger is sliced in half. Dang, host has killed an 8th level golden core fox demon. Gained 800 domain points. Current domain points are sufficient to upgrade the invincible domain system. Yes, the harvest is plentiful. Amazing. 1 slash and it's done. Disciple, I'll leave the fox demon's corpse to you. Remember, cut the meat neatly, just like butchering a pig. The system can be upgraded? What happens after it's upgraded? Dang, the current system version is 1.0. Function. Invincible strength. Invincible strength. Detecting that the host has enough domain points. By consuming domain points, the system can be upgraded to version 2.0. Unlocking new functions. Sentience of all things. Right, those fox tendons are good stuff. Keep them safe for Master. Don't lose them. Yes, Master. Sentience of all things. What kind of ability is that? Dang, after upgrading to version 2.0. The host will know. Then upgrade it. Consuming 800 domain points. Upgrading system to version 2.0. System is upgrading. Please wait. Current system version 2.0, new function unlocked. Sentience of all things. Can imbue all living things with sentience. Additionally, can control everything within the domain range. Holy shit. This ability is insane. Disciple, go outside and pick 2 blades of grass for me. Hurry. Yes, master. I want to see how powerful this sentience of all things really is. A while later, Bao Nhi returns with 2 delicious-looking blades of grass for the main character. Holding the grass in his hand, the main character does something, and the grass starts to transform. Bao Nhi suddenly starts drooling. Disciple, what's wrong with you? Master, these 2 blades of grass. They've transformed into spiritual herbs. What? Move aside. I've prepared everything. I wonder if this will work. What follows is a series of surprised gasps from the girl. Bao Nhi, ah. Ah. Oh. Oh. Don't do it. A while later, the blade of grass in the main character's hand finally transforms. Holy shit. It transformed. Master, it transformed. Look, next is this pill. The venerable master gives it to the person performing the apprenticeship ceremony. This elixir contains the spiritual energy of life. Quickly use it, Dharma Protector Venerable Master, for you. Master, this disciple will definitely live up to your expectations. From now on, I will call you Little Wei Bao. Master is amazing. With just an ordinary weed, Master casually turned it into a spirit pill. Bao Nhi immediately takes it. Bao Nhi immediately took the elixir, and her whole body was filled with spiritual energy. It's a feeling of breakthrough. Bao Ni's spiritual essence has been refined. From the 6th level of qi condensation, she has broken through to the 7th level of qi condensation, rewarding the host with 50 domain points. You can even get rewarded like this? Because the host has established a master-disciple relationship with Ling Bao Ni. As long as Ling Bao Ni breaks in her cultivation, the system will provide domain points to the host. The higher the cultivation, the greater the reward. So, from now on, I just need to take in a lot of disciples. And then urge them to continuously improve their cultivation. That way, my domain will continue to expand, right? Myriad living things is just the first feature. And it's already so useful. I wonder what the second feature will be like. While he was lost in thought, a sword suddenly flew in from nowhere. Bao Nhi looked at the rusty sword in surprise. Master, is this? Could this be a legendary immortal treasure? What the heck is an immortal treasure? What is an immortal treasure? Master, you don't know? I don't know which mighty figure used a world-shattering punch to create such a huge hole. My father went to explore it. When he came back, he said that an immortal sword flew out from that hole. So now, people everywhere are looking for it, huh? What a pity, I can't see it with my own eyes. I really want to see it. The male lead walked over, picked up the sword, and thought. Why is this sword so weak? Let's try using myriad living things to repair it and see what happens. The sword gradually transformed. And the rusty spots gradually became shiny. After being repaired with myriad living things, it did indeed become quite a bit stronger. But if I wanted to break this sword, I could do it with a little effort. This sword is useless to me. Is this all an immortal sword is? You want it? Here you go. Thank you, master. As soon as Bao Nhi took the sword, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared, making Bao Nhi feel a little intimidated. Terrifying. Such terrifying power. And Master didn't even bat an eye. Just how powerful is Master? Master, you are too good to me. I must grow up quickly to be able to shoulder my responsibilities. In the future, I must serve Master well. This venerable one will show his skills once again. With that, he gently waved his hand. And the entire dilapidated temple instantly became shiny and new. Wow, even the holes in the roof have been repaired. Such an environment is fitting for a secluded expert like me to stay in. Alright, stop standing there dumbfounded. It's been a long night, let's go to sleep. This little one falls asleep as soon as she's told. She has just transformed, she's still very weak. I just finished repairing the house not long ago. And some guy flew down and smashed a hole in the roof. Oh, Ling Bao Nhi? How is someone from the Nine Sword sect still alive? For the eye that doesn't know yet, this guy is the master of the evil dragon cave. Li Baishan, at the 9th level of the golden core stage. Then 2 more dogs flew down, punching 2 more holes. Where's Li Jiao? Tell him to come out and see me. Is the immortal treasure with him? Bao Nhi was so scared that she hid behind the male lead. It's Li Baishan. He's here, master. People from the evil dragon cave are here for revenge. Li Baishan's face was wrinkled. Like a monkey's butt. Li Jiao was nowhere to be seen. And there were only these two people here. Could it be that the immortal treasure has been taken away by the people from the Nine Swords sect? The spiritual energy in this place is so abundant. No wonder the immortal treasure chose to fall here. From above, someone wearing a mask laughed dryly. To think that within these broken mountains, there would be such a blessed land with abundant spiritual energy. Is it because of the immortal treasure? This guy is the sect master of the Ghost Tower sect. Zhu Tiantu. The people from the Nine Swords sect are one thing. But I didn't expect that old poison master to come too. At this moment, Zhu Tiantu's attention was drawn to the male lead's transformed form of a beautiful grass. A spirit herb that has taken human form? Oh my god, there's a spirit herb that has taken human form here. Heaven blesses the Ghost Tower sect. This blessed land, the spirit herb that has taken human form, they're all mine. Heaven bless your sister. I got here first. Everything in this place belongs to my evil dragon cave. Zhu Tiantu. Get out of my sight. Who these things belong to is not up to you, Li Baishan, to decide. You want to fight? Fine, let's fight. You think I'm afraid of an old geezer like you? The male lead, who was just watching the show, was also getting a little annoyed. Hey, who does this blessed land belong to? Why don't you ask the master of this blessed land first? Especially that guy who calls himself Baishan, or whatever. You two are making me very unhappy right now. I'm hotter than Bing Jingling right now. Don't make me angry. The master of this blessed land? You think you're worthy? The master of this blessed land. From now on is Li Baishan. I'll destroy it however I please. What are you gonna do about it? Call the cops? Zhu Tiantu also quickly chimed in, go home and dream on. In your dreams. This territory can only belong to my Ghost Tower sect. The male lead was getting really pissed off now. This condescending attitude. Ha, they really are here to give me domain points. But they're not within my invincible domain, right? At this moment, Bao Nhi perfectly fulfilled her role as a disciple. What's with this attitude? Master. My master is the most terrifying being in this world. Li Xiao died at the hands of my master. The male lead nodded. That's my girl. Li Baishan still didn't believe it. You killed Li Xiao? A golden core cultivator? Are you deaf? He came here and I killed him. What do you want? What do you want? Zhu Tiantu, watching from above, sneered. You fool. Do you think we've cultivated for so many years? Without knowing the tricks mortals use to protect themselves? Fine, I'll just sit back and observe for now. You lowly mortals. I, Li Baishan, have crushed countless of you under my foot. Not to mention the souls of mortals. Refined by my own hands in this blood seal. Number in the tens of thousands. You just said you killed Li Xiao? Li Xiao or not? The immortal treasure fell here. It must have been taken by these two. Li Baishan, don't even think about getting your hands on it first. Hand over the immortal treasure, and I'll let you die a quick death. Ah, go to hell. You. How dare you talk to my master like that? Shut up. Lingbao Nhi. Don't think that. Just because you're the daughter of the Nine Sword sect master. I won't kill you. Bao Nhi. Master. This Li Baishan is so bad. This Li Baishan is so evil. Last night, I went out with my senior brothers from the Nine Sword sect to search for the immortal treasure. But Li Xiao appeared along the way and killed my senior brothers. It was all on Li Baishan's orders. He's the real murderer. Bao Ni's words hit the nail on the head. Li Baishan could only force a smile. Bao Nhi continued. If I weren't only at the chi condensation stage and couldn't defeat a golden core cultivator, I would have twisted his head off and made a chamber pot out of it for master. Li Baishan was so enraged by Bao Ni's words that he immediately attacked. You little bitch. You're courting death. The male lead activated his myriad living things skill. Domain control. Invincible domain. Everything here is under my control. The blood seal gradually disintegrated into dust. But that wasn't all. The male lead also used his skill on Li Baishan. Li Baishan's cultivation was instantly suppressed to the qi refining stage. I remember that the qi refining stage is the lowest level of cultivation. Followed by qi condensation, golden core, nascent soul. Above nascent soul seems to be soul formation. Tribulation transcendence. And even earth immortal or something. He couldn't even defeat a golden core cultivator. And master suppressed his cultivation to the qi refining stage? You can kill him now, right? Jude Tian too. Witnessing this scene, was utterly dumbfounded. This person was clearly very ordinary. With no cultivation, he looked like an ordinary person at first glance. But he was able to suppress Li Baishan's cultivation. Could he be a nascent soul cultivator? The male lead instructed Bao Nhi. This kind of revenge, you had to do it yourself. Li Baishan trembled. Damn it, you were plain possum. To think that a mighty nascent soul cultivator like me would lose too. Say what you will. Go ahead, Bao Nhi. Yes, master. I'll kill him. I'll leave the whip for you. Li Baishan, I want to avenge my fallen senior brothers and sisters from the Nine Sword sect. Just kill me then. Your father couldn't kill me, what makes you think you can? I am the master of the evil dragon cave. Even if my cultivation is suppressed to the qi refining stage. So what? I can still crush you to death with just my storage ring. Blah blah blah, just die, you dog. Li Baishan then took out his 4th grade golden scale armor. But guess what? Bao Ni's sword was an immortal treasure, a sword of an immortal lord. Li Baishan's shabby armor couldn't even withstand a single blow. Li Baishan was gone just like that, leaving only his shoes behind. Bao Nhi was also surprised by her own attack. This immortal sword is too terrifying. This terrifying immortal might, it must be an immortal treasure. The immortal treasure is in her hands. Zhu Tianta suddenly had a daring idea. At this distance, I can instantly kill Ling Bao Nhi and snatch the immortal sword. Suddenly, he made a move. She definitely won't have time to react. If I can get my hands on the sword. From now on, our Ghost Tower sect. Suddenly, Zhu Tiantu felt the gaze of death. If I had made a move just now, would I be dead now? It's better to retreat for now. At least I know where the immortal treasure is. I'll go back and report to the Grand Ancestor first, then we'll decide what to do. Bao Nhi suddenly remembered. Oh right, there were a few of you who were disrespectful to my master earlier. Disrespectful to my master. Come, let me give you a few slashes. Don't worry, I'm very gentle. Just one slash, it won't hurt a bit. Sensing that things were about to go south, the whole group immediately ran for their lives. Bao Nhi chased after them, spamming attacks. Where do you think you're going? A few of them got hit by her attacks and were instantly obliterated. Dang. Host's disciple Ling Bao Nhi has slain 3 golden core cultivators. Obtained 1,500 domain points. Ling Bao Nhi killing people can actually earn me domain points? Not bad, not bad. Using domain points. Invincible domain is currently at 22 meters. Please keep up the work, host. Master. What should we do with those people from the Ghost Tower sect? Should we kill everyone in the Ghost Tower sect? They refine living people into ghost slaves. They're an evil sect. Ling Bao Nhi. Don't slander us. We didn't do anything. What did I do? You're wronging me. Our Ghost Tower sect has always conducted ourselves with integrity. We are a righteous sect, not some evil sect. There must be some misunderstanding between your disciple and our sect. Must be some misunderstanding. I apologize for my disciple's actions. We have disturbed your cultivation, senior. I apologize, senior. I apologize, senior. I hope you can. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kowtow to the senior and apologize. I hope the great senior will forgive us and spare our lives. I was wrong, senior. Please have mercy on us. Spare our lives. You're so ambitious. Yet you're kneeling before me, begging for forgiveness? You're making me feel guilty. Ahem, a righteous sect? Didn't you just use a soul-devouring technique? Do you think I'm blind? Seeing that his act wasn't working, Zhu Tiantu immediately ordered his men, attack. They dared to attack within the male lead's invincible domain. That was a grave mistake. The male lead gently waved his hand, and they were all wiped out. The notification sound of receiving domain points rang continuously. Host has obtained a total of 450 domain points. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhu Tiantu quickly flew into the sky. Oh no, master. The sect master of the Ghost Tower sect is getting away. If he escapes, he will definitely spread the news about the immortal treasure. By then, countless treasure seekers will come. What should we do, master? The male lead, upon hearing that he would have many visitors, was actually quite pleased. Yes, what should we do? It wouldn't be worth it if not enough of them came. Just hearing the name Ghost Tower sect, you know. It's not a place of good. The entire place is filled with evil energy and vengeful spirits. Skulls are scattered everywhere. And will-o'-the-wisps dance around the sect. Zhu Tiantu barely made it back to his sect. His heart filled with hatred. If I can't beat him, what should I do? Of course, I'll go cry to someone stronger. I'll tell the Grand Elder to personally take care of this. But before he could go and tattle to the Grand Elder, a disciple from the sect ran in, yelling in panic. Sect master, it's bad. Zhu Tiantu turned around, annoyed. What's with the panic? I'm fine. Of course I'm fine. But the disciple was here to report something else. It's our ancestor who ascended 5,000 years ago. He has manifested. He's meeting with the Grand Elders right now. Everyone's there except for you, sect master. Zhu Tiantu turned to look at the disciple. His anger instantly replaced by confusion. He stammered, Our ancestor has manifested? Our ancestor has manifested? Our ancestor has manifested? Which meant that they now had a chance to rise again and claim the treasure. Even the rain seems beautiful now. Unfortunately, reality was often crueler than they thought. At the ancestral hall of the Ghost Tower sect, several Grand Elders had gathered. The sect members stood below, while in the center of 8 incense burners, a figure was suspended in midair. This was the ancestor of the Ghost Tower sect. Zhu Tiantu and the others knelt and bowed. Ancestor, I apologize for my tardiness. He was smiling on the outside, happy in his heart, but still felt a hint of fear. This aura was simply too terrifying. The ancestor looked at him, his entire body emitting a bloody aura, and said, This immortal will soon descend to the mortal realm on the orders of the immortal Lord. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. An immortal descending to the mortal realm? One must know that the strongest cultivators in the Ghost Province were at the nascent soul stage. And their ancestor was already in existence. That had transcended the nascent soul stage. If their ancestor descended, the Ghost Tower sect dominating the Ghost Province would no longer be a dream. Suddenly, the ancestor unleashed his aura, as if he was enraged. It was just a wisp of his divine sense. Yet it was already this powerful. Seeing the ancestor's anger, everyone clutched their heads in fear, not knowing what was going on. Little did they know that the ancestor was actually quite perceptive. He could read their minds. He said, Put away your petty thoughts. Or else, forget about domination. This immortal can wipe you all out with a flick of my wrist. Everyone trembled, not daring to have any more thoughts. They all prostrated themselves on the ground and said, We will heed your instructions, ancestor. The ancestor glared at them and said, Before this immortal arrives in the 9 provinces, your mission is to find the whereabouts of the holy immortal sword that fell from the upper realm the other day. Understood? As soon as he said this, Zhu Tiantu's heart skipped a beat. He was secretly delighted. He hurriedly said, Ancestor, I know where the holy immortal sword is. After all, he almost died because of it. Hearing this, the old man was overjoyed. He anxiously asked, Where is it? Having been scared out of his wits earlier, Zhu Tiantu didn't dare to say anything unnecessary. He only answered what was asked. When asked about the location, he answered, It's at the Immortal's Temple. Meanwhile, at the Immortal's Temple, the air was fresh and peaceful. Chen Chang'an was holding 8 bowls of tiger meat stew that Lin Bao and I had made. She nervously asked, Master, how is it? Chen Chang'an nodded and said, it's not bad. Remember to add more salt next time. Then he leaned back in his chair, thinking about the future. My invincible domain is already at 22 meters. The range is larger, but the ingredients I can find are still limited. I'll have to rely on Bao and I to go out and find food. At first, when I got the domain, I only had invincible combat power within the domain. I couldn't control the domain, and my senses were just like an ordinary person's. After the domain upgraded once, I gained the myriad living things skill. I can actually control everything within the domain now. My senses have also become sharper. But no matter how invincible I am, it's only within the domain. Once I leave the domain, I'm just an ordinary person. I have no way to protect Lin Bao and I. Her cultivation is still too low. Is there any way to increase her cultivation? On the other side, Lin Bao and I was still blissfully unaware, while Chen Changzhen was racking his brains, trying to figure out how to become stronger. He suddenly noticed the little TDB character floating beside her. A bold idea struck Chen Changzhen. He exclaimed, that's it. If myriad living things can transform ordinary weeds into spirit herbs, even giving them sentience, then why not use it to enhance her cultivation? No time to waste. Gotta strike while the iron is hot. Chen Changzhen excitedly grabbed her hand and ran off, explaining as they ran, Bao and I, come with me. I have a treasure I want to try on. You. He approached her, his eyes shining like headlights, staring intently at her. Lin Bao and I felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. She stammered shyly, Master. What's wrong? Chen Changzhen said seriously. I have a way to enhance your cultivation. It might hurt a bit at first, but as long as you can endure it, you'll feel like you're ascending to heaven. Want to try it? Blame it on Chen Chang'an's ambiguous wording. Phrases like ascending to heaven aren't usually used to describe normal cultivation. And the part about it hurting a bit. Her little head started to wander. As expected, Lin Bao and I thought that Chen Changzhen wanted to cultivate with her. But if it was Chen Changzhen, she could reluctantly accept it. Her face flushed with shyness. She was thrilled but pretended to refuse. Master, isn't our progress a bit too fast? I am still a virgin, you know? It's not very good. Chen Changzhen bloodily said, that's what I want. Your first time. The little girl, who had just calmed down a bit, blushed again. She covered her face and giggled. You're so embarrassing. She playfully punched Chen Changzhen. Chen Changzhen rubbed his cheek where she had punched him, his expression turning serious. Bao and I, don't be afraid. It only works if it's your first time. Lin Bao and I stammered, but then she had a fierce internal struggle. In the end, she succumbed to the imagined double cultivation with her master. Lin Bao and I steeled her resolve and shouted, I am ready, master. Come on. Chen Changzhen had a nosebleed. He raised his hand towards Lin Bao and I and said, good. As expected of my disciple. Focus your mind and protect your heart meridian. Otherwise, it could be life-threatening. Remember this. Lin Bao and I replied, yes, master. But then she suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. Wait. Double cultivation can be fatal, master. If it's fatal, then you should reconsider. But Chen Changzhen had already made his move. He placed his hand on her head and said, focus. A stream of pure energy flowed into Lin Bao's body, stirring her body wildly. The myriad living things skill vitality enhancement was activated. Chen Changzhen asked as he worked, how do you feel? Lin Bao and I, with her eyes and nose closed, replied, numb, tingly. Then she opened her eyes, full of doubt. Master, were you just helping me cultivate? Chen Changzhen asked innocently, huh? What else would I be doing? Lin Bao and I let out a disappointed oh. But she didn't say anything more. Again, blame it on Chen Chang'an's misleading words. All right. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. Chen Changzhen said, I need to increase the intensity. Feel. the energy I've channeling into your body. As he channeled more and more energy, Lin Bao and I could barely handle it. Her face was flushed. Her expression dazed. Even her words were slurred. Her whole body was twitching. Lin Bao and I cried out, "Master, your energy is too much. It feels so full. It feels so good." While Lin Bao and I was emanating a strange, hazy aura, Chen Changzhen remained focused on his work. Like an artist creating a masterpiece. He observed Lin Bao's cultivation, deep in thought. Like an artist creating a masterpiece, he observed Lin Bao's cultivation, deep in thought. Why is there no sign of her cultivation increasing? Perhaps I should apply more force. Perhaps I should apply more force. He raised his hand slightly, concentrating his power. Suddenly, a greater surge of energy assaulted her body, making her gasp involuntarily. A strange moan escaped her lips. Chen Changzhen remained focused, urging her to persevere. Lin Bao and I, however, felt like she was dying. Her entire body ached, as if electricity was coursing through her veins. The energy kept flowing, and the pain brought tears to her eyes. Her face was flushed, and she was on the verge of fainting. A powerful surge of energy coursed through her body, as if something had broken through. Lin Bao and I cried out, her body swaying. She looked at Chen Changzhen, her body trembling, and said, "Master, it hurts. It hurts so much. Master, I can't take it anymore." Lin Bao's cries intensified. Chen Changzhen grew even more worried. Had he been too hasty? At this point, Lin Bao and I felt like her body was about to explode. Too much energy could potentially widen her meridians and increase her cultivation. But even the slightest misstep could have unforeseeable consequences. Chen Changzhen gritted his teeth. He was worried too, but there was nothing he could do now but encourage her to persevere. There was no turning back. If you can endure it, you will transform. If you can't, you will die. As expected, the word death had a profound effect on someone on the verge of death. Especially someone with the protagonist halo. Lin Bao and I began to recall her past. All the hardships she had endured. She wanted to become strong, and that required a strong body and soul. The sect master had told her that he would pass on the Nine Swords sect to her. That's why she couldn't die. She hadn't become a strong cultivator yet. She hadn't inherited the Nine Swords sect yet. She couldn't die. Lin Bao and I shouted, "I can't die." A powerful energy emanated from her body. I had to travel the world with Master. How can I die here? That's a rather strange reason to not die. But as long as she could overcome this, it was fine. At that moment, tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. Dark clouds churned, their aura intimidating. Thunder roared, splitting the sky with blinding flashes. But when they struck the invincible domain, they couldn't penetrate it at all. This bewildered the heavenly Tao, which controlled the thunder tribulation. The heavenly Tao was furious. Someone dared to defy its will and alter fate right before its eyes. But Chen Chang'an paid no attention to these trivial matters. Bao and I worriedly asked Bao and I in his arms how she was doing. Lin Bao and I said weakly, "Master, Bao and I persevered, it's okay." Tran Trong unhappily said that it was great. According to what he knew, the qualifications of this continent, there are a total of 9 grades. It is said that above 9th grade, there is also 10th grade. I don't know through the baptism of all living beings. How many levels can she increase to? The more heavens will looked, the more his eyes hurt. From his point of view, it was these two people. They are still in a concubine relationship with each other. So he brought down a few heavenly thunderbolts. The power is extremely exaggerated. The small beasts nearby were so scared that they ran away without a trace. Anyway, if this thing is nearby, you never know when you're going to die. Of course, the strong men living near the forest. There are 3 demon kings. They all saw the scene. Hongyi curiously asked if the thunder tribulation was attacking that mountain. Could it be that last night's immortal treasure attracted them? Fact Bao Xe exclaimed that the thunder tribulation was so powerful. If it hit us, the 2 of us would probably die on the spot. Xa2 Nesh muttered. Could it be that we will also be reduced to ashes on this mountain? How come this fight Tian? While the 3 demon kings were discussing excitedly. Then at the center of the thunder tribulation, Lin Bao and I is continuing the process of absorbing the thunder tribulation. According to Tran Trong Ed's instructions. Tran Trong and looked at her and smiled happily. I have added the power of thunder tribulation. Bao and I, hurry up and absorb the power of the thunder tribulation. Absorb a little more. After running, it will be very beneficial. The current group of demon kings. See the thunder tribulation silent. Feeling a little unacceptable. This kind of thunder tribulation. So it can be overcome? The most important thing is that there are people in the center of the thunder tribulation. And this person is also a young girl. Could it be a sentient treasure? And heavens will can't kill people now. He could only return with resentment. Secretly cursing you for creating karma, not knowing shame. Remember Lao Tzu. Next time I will definitely kill you. The thunder tribulation is gone, the danger is over. Those demon kings. They rushed to explore. At this time, Lin Bao and I finished absorbing the thunder tribulation. Then she is meditating. Tran Trong and stood by her side watching over her. The three demon kings broke into his domain. How could he not feel it? And the three demon kings. All were focusing on Lin Bao and I. She's cultivating over there. She is not a spiritual creature. And her roots. She's only 18 years old and has already reached this level. Hong Yi said hastily. This girl has extraordinary qualities. She must be a peerless genius of the human race. If trained, she will definitely become a great power in the future. I won't fight for immortal treasures once. But I want this girl. While the three demon kings were sighing and fighting over Lin Bao and I. Then, Tran Trong and also benefited a lot from her. Lin Bao and I broke through from the 6th level of Qi condensation to the 7th level of Qi condensation. Reward the host with 50 domain points. Each level up will reward you with more domain. This time the harvest is quite good. Those people were hiding next to each other, chatting excitedly. What a peerless talent. And nurturing her is more valuable than an immortal treasure. And Tran Trong and didn't pay much attention at all. They just focused on gnawing on chicken legs on one side. Okay, I can't stand it anymore. Hong Yi rushed forward and shouted. That's my future disciple. You too, I'll go first. Thak Bo Xa leapt forward. Grabbed Hong Yi's tail and shouted. How can I let you take such a big advantage? I want this girl too. I don't even need that immortal treasure. Hong Yi was startled when his tail was grabbed and shouted. Do you want to die? A brood bull demon like you. What can you teach her? My ancient celestial fox demon cultivation is very suitable for her. Of course, there were 3 demon kings. How could Xa2 Niche compete with them? While the two fools were still arguing, he rushed forward. It's not easy to meet a peerless sword genius. Missing it would be foolish. Hong Yi was anxious when he saw Xa2 Niche rushing forward. Immediately revealed his true form and attacked him. Xa2 Niche was startled and shouted. Are you serious? Then he also revealed his true form, a snake, and fought fiercely with her. Fight or not, whoever's afraid of whom, the winner takes all, the loser dies. Hong Yi shouted, competing for a disciple with me? I'm the one who broke through today. Thak Bat Xa suddenly roared. His eyes lit up. Both Hong Yi and Thak Bat Xa were startled at the same time. Stopped their actions, their own movements. Thak Ba also transformed into a buffalo. Approached them and said, let's go ask that girl directly. Whoever she wants to follow, she can follow. No one else can argue. This opinion is basically the most reasonable. Both of them agreed, and inside the formation now. Lin Bao Nhi has also finished cultivating. She woke up from her trance. Tran Trong Nhi was gnawing on a chicken leg in his hand. He looked at her and asked, Bao Nhi, you're awake? How do you feel? How do you feel? Lin Bao Ni's eyes sparkled. She looked at him and happily showed off, Master. I feel like I've broken through to the Golden Core realm. That's great. Tran Trong Nhi happily rubbed her head and smiled. Well done, as expected of a peerless genius. Created by this master's own hands. Come on, you can definitely break through to the nascent soul realm. Lin Bao Nhi was touched. Cultivation. Golden Core realm was already the elder level in the 9 Tribulation sect. But now she broke through so easily. Isn't this a dream? Wait a minute. Didn't Tran Trong Nhi just mention nascent soul? Right? Lin Bao Nhi turned to look at him and asked, nascent soul? Master, did you just say nascent soul? But I just broke through to Golden Core. Trantrang Nhi threw a few storage rings to her and said, "Here. This is a reward from your master. Take it and use it." Lin Bao Nhi took the storage rings. These seem to be the storage rings of those people from the Li family. This scene is a bit like when we first met, right? She channeled her spiritual energy into the reins and asked, "Master, these cultivation resources, equivalent to half of the Nine Swords sect. You gave them all to me?" Trantrang Nhi said indifferently, "Of course. I don't even look at this little stuff. I can't even bear to look at it, to be precise. Who said he couldn't cultivate now?" However, as long as he stayed within his invincible domain, he was a god. These resources were basically useless to him. His small goal now was to expand his invincible domain to cover the entire immortal temple. 800 domain points were simply not enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Little girl over there, look over here." Trantrang Nhi also paused, turned to see the three demon kings appearing one after another. Thakbat Xa was the first to arrive. He walked up to Zhang Jia with a fierce aura and said, "As expected of my disciple, you have good taste in recognizing me." Thakbat Xa. A nascent soul demon cane. These are 3 golden core pills, condensed from the essence of a great demon. If you take me as your master, these 3 golden core pills will be your apprenticeship gift. According to what he thought, it was the golden core that had the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul realm. No one could refuse this temptation. Xa2 Nhi stepped forward and pushed Thakbat Xa aside. In his hand was an object emitting a faint light. He smiled and said, "I am Xa2 Nhi. A nascent soul expert. 3 measly golden core pills. How can they compare to this immortal pearl fruit? The immortal pearl fruit blooms once every 1,000 years. And bears fruit once every 10,000 years. Eating one will preserve your beauty forever. There is only one in the lower realm now, take me as your master. And this fruit will be yours. Moreover, your master is very handsome. And always respects the union of different races. If you have any thoughts about your master in the future, your master is not completely opposed to considering it." Lin Bao Nhi was very confused. The immortal pearl fruit was very tempting. But if you add in this demon cane, Trantrang N silently looked over. That's an immortal fruit. After eating it, it can change your physique. What did the old man say? He kind of wanted it too. Bao Nhi also drooled when she saw this. She was drooling. Lin Bao Nhi was extremely eager at this time, thinking about being able to maintain her beauty forever. No one can resist this. Xa2 Nhi let out a sinister smile. He originally wanted to give this fruit to Hong Yi. But this immortal pearl fruit, if it could be exchanged for a beautiful and talented woman as a disciple, this deal would be a steal. Hong Yi finally spoke up. She laughed and said, "I, Hong Yi, also have the cultivation of a nascent soul expert. I don't have any apprenticeship gifts. If you are willing to take me as your master, I will accept you as my adopted daughter. From now on, you will be the young mistress of the ancient celestial fox demon clan. This mistress will use the entire clan's resources to help you ascend to immortality." Both Thak Bao Xa and Xa2 Nhi were astonished. They gaped at Hong Yi. This opportunity to ascend to immortality was too tempting. How could the apprenticeship gifts they offered compare? Damn it, this old woman is really good at talking. Hong Yi had a triumphant smile on her face. After all, the promise of immortality was too alluring. She reached out to Lin Bao Nhi and said with a smile, "Come here, disciple. Good girl, come with me." But Lin Bao Nhi immediately said, "I don't want to." All 3 of them were so shocked that they were petrified. Lin Bao Nhi snorted and said arrogantly, "Why would I? I already have a great master. By my great master's side. Not to mention immortality. Even ascending to godhood is easy. My great master is the best." Trantrang Nhi couldn't help but be moved. My disciple has grown up and knows how to praise her master now. Hong Yi asked unpleasantly. "Who is your master?" Trantrang Nhi stepped forward arrogantly and said with a smile, "It's me, your grandpa." Hong Yi shouted angrily, "You? You're just an ant with no cultivation. What right do you have to be her master? If you don't tell me, I would have thought you were this girl's servant. A mere mortal claiming a golden core cultivator as his disciple? Could it be that you think she's young and easy to deceive?" Trantrang incompletely ignored their words. XA2NHI said, he's just an ant. Let's kill him and then we'll discuss taking that girl as our disciple. Fakbao XA released his demonic aura. His massive body radiated a powerful pressure. If you think that you are qualified to be her master, then let me test you to see if you really have the ability. Lin Bao NHI retorted indignantly. My master is not an ordinary person. Without my master, there would be no me today. Tran Trong calmly raised his hand. He hooked his finger and said with a smile, come on. Let me see what a demon king is like. Fakbao XA charged forward furiously and roared, one finger from me will crush you to dust. Fakbao XA showed his strength. XA2NHI immediately could sense that this guy's strength had increased again. Hongyi puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Damn it, that bull demon stole my chance to show off in front of my disciple. But it seemed they didn't need to show off at all. Facing that immense energy, Tran Trong was completely calm, still with a smile on his face. Then, Fakbao XA's jaw dropped in shock. Both XA2NHI and Hongyi were horrified. That punch from Fakbao XA. You know, it's incredibly powerful. And yet, a mortal in their eyes, like Tran Trong NHI, was completely unscathed. He calmly caught the punch, looked at the bull demon and asked with a smile, how's the massage? But you haven't eaten, have you? Only this much strength? It's really not satisfying at all. No tip for you. Kai not met, be careful. You'll be eating dirt at the end of the month. How about I try the massage skills of the other two? Tran Trong NHI let out a sinister smile. He looked at them and slowly raised his arm. Tran Trong NHI smiled faintly and raised a finger. His fingertip seemed to emit a golden light. He looked ordinary. But at this moment, he exuded the aura of a powerful expert. Fakbao XA stared at him. Tran Trong's every move was caught in his eyes. He slowly raised his middle finger. Then he stabbed Fakbao XA in the chest. Blood splattered everywhere, his body was sent flying backward, seriously injured with just one finger. Fakbao XA had the strongest demon body. This level is not something that ordinary people can achieve. But Tran Trong NHI, after defeating his opponent, his middle finger was still raised. With an arrogant smile on his face, Hongyi thought to herself in horror. This person's cultivation must be higher than mine. I've kicked an iron plate this time. Fakbao XA fell to the ground. There was a hole in his chest, and blood was oozing out. Tran Trong NHI looked at the remaining two demon kings and asked with a smile. It seemed that he really couldn't handle two people. Can you handle it? He stood still, waving the finger that had just defeated Fakbao XA. Lin Bao NHI stood behind. He looked at Tran Trong NHI and asked with an arrogant smile. Don't you think I'm qualified to be her master? XA2NHI and Hongyi immediately knelt on the ground. Cold sweat poured down their faces. XA2NHI hurriedly said, Senior, you must be joking. You are naturally qualified to be her master. We are the ones who are not qualified. Hongyi also wagged her tail in agreement. Then XA2NHI offered the immortal pearl fruit to Tran Trong NHI and said, we were wrong to disturb you, Senior. This immortal pearl fruit is a gift for you. Please forgive us, Senior. Now even a precious fruit is not as precious as life. Tran Trong NHI looked at XA2NHI. This snake demon is quite sensible. I just happen to need some people. Why not take these three demon kings in? It's not a bad thing. But XA2NHI saw that Tran Trong NHI didn't react for a long time. Became even more frightened. No reaction like this. Could it be that he wants to kill them? But his fear was unnecessary. Tran Trong NHI reached out and took the immortal pearl fruit. The worry in their hearts lessened a bit. Tran Trong NHI asked with a smile. Where did you get this immortal pearl fruit? XA2NHI didn't dare to hide it, and answered honestly, reporting to Senior. This immortal pearl fruit was obtained by my Golden Python clan's soul transformation ancestor, Golden Python King, from the Forbidden Zone of Life in the Bronze Mountain of Fengchao. 3,000 years ago, when the immortal pearl fruit tree was discovered, a celestial being from the upper realm took the immortal pearl fruit tree away. So besides the fruit in my hand, there are no more immortal pearl fruits in the lower realm. Any more, Tran Trong NHI pondered, Bronze Mountain of Fengchao? His eternal life sect was also in Fong Chao. But that bronze mountain is the forbidden zone of life in Fong Chao. I didn't expect it, to think that there were still things from the upper realm hidden inside. Now, XA2 NHI. After seeing Tran Trong NHI and put away the immortal pearl fruit, his heart was still in turmoil. He reassured himself. He had already given him the immortal pearl fruit. Moreover, he knew that there was a soul transformation expert in his Golden Python clan. Even if his cultivation was at the soul transformation stage, he would probably spare his life. Of course, he wasn't going to think about those people for the time being. Tran Trong NHI looked over at Lin Bao NHI. He looked at the immortal pearl fruit in his hand, drooling. Then he handed the fruit to her to eat. But not forgetting to remind her, save the seed. Lin Bao NHI said happily and excitedly. Thank you, Master. As expected, following you. There are always good things. As soon as she ate the immortal pearl fruit, a strange energy surged through her body. Tran Trong NHI looked at her. There were traces of immortal essence in her body. As if she had undergone a transformation. It seems that what the old man said was true. This immortal pearl fruit can really transform an ordinary mortal body into the body of an immortal. Lin Bao NHI was also very obedient. After eating, she handed the seed to Tran Trong NHI. Tran Trong NHI took the immortal seed. There were still traces of immortal essence on it. He looked at it. With this, he should be able to grow an immortal pearl fruit tree. Tran Trong NHI casually tossed the seed into a hole in the ground. XA2 NHI saw this and hurriedly said with a smile, Senior. The immortal pearl fruit tree is an immortal tree from the upper realm. The growing environment is very important. Even if this is a blessed land, it's not suitable for the immortal pearl fruit tree to grow. Hong Yi also forced a smile. XA2 NHI was absolutely right. This is an immortal tree. How can you just dig a hole and expect it to grow? But in the next second, their worldview was shattered. From the spot where Tran Trong NHI had just planted the seed, a dazzling light burst forth, making it almost impossible to see what was happening inside. All they knew was that something extraordinary was about to emerge. The three demon kings were shocked and thought to themselves, no way. An immortal pearl fruit tree shot up from the ground, its entire body radiating immortal energy. Tran Trong NHI nodded inside in admiration. This blessed land of mine, whatever I plant, grows. If I plant an immortal tree, naturally, I'll get immortal fruits. Hong Yi stared blankly at the immortal tree in front of her. They had thought that the one who would be embarrassed would be the expert before them. But it seems that the ones who were embarrassed were themselves. Their minds were too small. Tran Trong NHI looked at the immortal pearl fruit tree and said with a smile. However, one immortal pearl fruit is not enough to atone for your sins. You barged into my place of cultivation and even offended me. Tell me, how should I punish you? The three demon kings were stunned. Then they hurriedly cowed out and pleaded, Senior, please have mercy. Please give us a chance to make amends. We are willing to accept any punishment, Senior. The three demon kings were now incredibly pathetic. Tran Trong NHI had been waiting for these words. He said with a calm smile. All right, then I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, or die. As he spoke, he couldn't help but admire his own acting skills. I'm a natural. That's right, a natural. Thak Baxa hurriedly said, I, Thak Baxa, am willing to submit to Senior and serve you with all my might. Hong Yi and Xa Toongach also expressed their willingness to submit to Senior and serve him with all their strength. Tran Trong NHI smiled triumphantly. Then his fingertips glowed again. Since you've all submitted to me, from now on, you shall address me as Master. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Today, I'll give you a small gift as a token of my appreciation. The aptitudes of the three demon kings all increased simultaneously. This was truly an astonishing gift. Hong Yi. Aptitude was supposed to be fixed. But now it could actually increase like this? Heavens will appeared once again. His voice was filled with fury. It's you again. One heaven-defying person is enough. But now there are four of you? I will strike you down, you little brat. The three demon kings were horrified when they saw the heavenly thunderbolts descending. They were terrified. An increase in aptitude actually attracted such powerful thunder tribulations? These thunder tribulations, they had no way of resisting. But this was Tran Trong Ni's invincible domain. He raised his hand and said with a smile, "Don't panic, I'm here to handle the thunder tribulation." The powerful thunder tribulation struck the domain barrier. And naturally, it didn't even cause a ripple. Tran Trong Nhi smiled faintly. He guided the thunder tribulation down with his finger, allowing the three demon kings to absorb it. Using the thunder tribulation to temper their bodies. It would make their bodies stronger. Their previous injuries were also healed. Once again, heavenly thunder retreated in frustration. "Damn it, just you wait. Next time, I'll definitely strike you down." The dark clouds in the sky dispersed. And the thunder tribulation vanished. The three demon kings sat in the courtyard, cultivating. Their strength had increased considerably. After they woke up, they all turned towards Tran Trong Nhi and shouted in gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for improving our aptitudes." Tran Trong Nhi asked with a smile, "Oh? How many grades did it increase?" X82 Engage said with a smile. "Master, please wait a moment. We need to use this stone to test our aptitude. To know for sure." Know for sure. Aptitudes are divided into 9 colors, corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and gold. Red is the first grade. Gold is the 9th grade. Our previous aptitudes were 6th grade. Then, X82 Engage tested his aptitude. When he saw the stone turn black, he couldn't help but curse. Seeing this, Hong Yi and Fact Baxa also eagerly wanted to try it. All three of them jumped up and down in excitement, doing some strange dance. As expected, anything related to their own cultivation would make them act a little crazy. This was normal. Tran Trong Nhi almost burst out laughing. He coughed, trying to hold back his laughter, and said, "It's only 8th grade aptitude. I can increase your aptitudes to 9th grade in the future." Calm down a bit. Linbo Nhi was making faces. She couldn't believe it. Before her were nascent soul demon kings, whom she had not dared to look at directly before. But now, she didn't dare to look at them directly either. The three demon kings prostrated themselves in front of Tran Trong Nhi and shouted, "From now on, we pledge our loyalty to Master." At this moment, Linbo Nhi also curiously asked, "Master, my previous aptitude was 4th grade. And their aptitudes have been increased to 8th grade." Hong Yi heard this and immediately handed the aptitude stone to her so she could check her aptitude. Tran Trong Nhi also nodded in agreement. He was curious too. He had only given those three demon kings a little bit of the power of all living things, and their aptitudes had increased to 8th grade. But when he had helped Bao Nhi level up, he had given her his full power without holding back. So, how much did her aptitude increase? He was very curious. The stone slowly lit up. First with a pink hue. He said excitedly, "With Miss Bao Ni's current aptitude, it must be 9th grade." The stone's color changed from black to gold. It was 9th grade. But then, all the color disappeared. It had turned gold and then vanished. Even if it wasn't 9th grade, it shouldn't have become completely transparent. Linbo Nhi held the stone in her hand and looked at Tran Trong Nhi with tears in her eyes. Tran Trong Nhi scratched his head and looked back at her. Then, Linbo Nhi burst into tears. As she cried, she complained, "Master, my aptitude is gone." Tran Trong Nhi said awkwardly, This isn't going according to plan. Where's the gold color?" At this moment, a thought suddenly struck XA to Engage. He said in awe, "Could it be that Miss Bao Nhi already possesses an immortal body?" Lin Bao Ni's spirits lifted when she heard this. She looked at Tran Trong Nhi excitedly and asked, "Master, so, my current aptitude, is that of an immortal?" Tran Trong Nhi said calmly, "Calm down. It's just a measly immortal body. What's there to be excited about?" He waved his hand dismissively. The highest aptitude in the lower realm is 9th grade. But, there are higher aptitudes beyond 9th grade. Bao Ni's current aptitude has already surpassed 9th grade. Naturally, the aptitude stone can't measure it. As long as you all obediently follow me. Not to mention an immortal body. The three demon kings stared at him in amazement. Trantron NHI continued to boast. Even ascending to immortality in the future is not impossible. Hong Yi and the others were completely devoted to Trantron NHI. This was certain. In their minds, this person came from the upper realm. As long as they follow him, they could ascend to immortality. They had to cling tightly to this powerful figure. They said in unison, "Don't worry, Master. We will be absolutely loyal to you from now on. We will obey your every command and hold you in the highest regard." Trantron NHI smiled. His boasting skills were truly becoming more and more refined. I should just change my name to Boasting King in the future. That's the best. XA2 Engage said. Master, since Miss Bao NHI already has an immortal aptitude, I will go to Mount GBA and capture a Fire Dragon Chicken King as an offering for you and Miss Bao NHI. Having been confined to this immortal temple, he naturally didn't know what a Fire Dragon Chicken King was. Hong Yi smiled and said, "The Fire Dragon Chicken King possesses a trace of immortal beast bloodline. Its meat is incredibly delicious. It's known as a delicacy. It'll be very beneficial for Miss Bao NHI and Masters. Physical bodies." Lin Bao NHI couldn't help but drool. She wiped her mouth and said, "Master, let me go. I'd like to go and taste it and see how strong I am now." Trantron NHI didn't object and let Bao NHI go. But a crisis was approaching in the distance. Zhu Tian too looked toward the figure flying past on a flying sword. This person on the flying sword was Lin Bao NHI, carrying 2 fire phoenix chickens in her hands. She was in a cheerful mood, completely unaware of the impending danger. Holding the chickens, she thought to herself, "It's getting late. Master must be hungry. I need to hurry back." As soon as they saw Lin Bao NHI, rushed forward to surround and capture her. Zhu Tian too laughed loudly. "I was just wondering how to get the immortal treasure. What a stroke of luck." Lin Bao NHI didn't notice them and was surrounded by the Ghost Tower sect members. Zhu Tian too shouted, "Lin Bao NHI, hand over the sword. I'll spare your life." Lin Bao Ni's face change. Ghost Tower sect. Besides Zhu Tian too, the other 3 had powerful auras. They must be at the nascent soul stage. Holding the chickens tightly, she shouted, "Zhu Tian too, you dare to come back? Have you forgotten how my master scared you shitless last time? So what? It's 4 against 1. And the other 3 are at the nascent soul stage." Lin Bao NHI quickly racked her brains, stalling for time while trying to find a way to escape. Zhu Tian too raised the flag in his hand, and a surge of ghostly energy erupted from it. He laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Once I kill you and get the holy immortal sword, I'll refine you into a ghost slave. And your master will be next." The sword, being an instrument of righteousness, was enraged by Zhu Tian too's words. The sentient sword reacted angrily, emitting a blinding light. It positioned itself in front of Lin Bao NHI, forming a solid barrier to protect her. "Lin!" Zhu Tian too exclaimed in shock. "You're at the golden core stage? How is this possible? Just a few days ago, you were only at the chi condensation stage." Zhu Tian too's companions were stunned. Golden core at only 18 years old? One of them said, "This girl possesses terrifying talent. Now that she has made an enemy of the Ghost Tower sect, we absolutely cannot let her live." The man wearing the ghost mask quickly reached a conclusion. He said, "Zhu Tian too, kill her," and seized the sword. Zhu Tian too obeyed and charged forward, his surroundings filled with vengeful spirits that came to his aid. Lin Bao NHI threw the 2 fire phoenix chickens to the ground, grasped the spirit's sword in her hand, and channeled her spiritual energy for an attack. A blinding golden light clashed with the dense ghostly energy. Lin Bao NHI seized the opportunity and quickly flew away. Zhu Tian too's attack was blocked by the holy immortal sword, but her spiritual power was almost completely depleted. She had to escape quickly. Zhu Tian too wasn't doing much better. He had used all his power at the peak of the golden core stage. Yet it was blocked. The light faded. And she disappeared. They hurriedly gave chase. Meanwhile, at the Immortal Temple, Chen Chang'an and the others were playing mahjong. While waiting, Hong Yi, holding a mahjong tile, impatiently tapped it on the table. He looked at Granny Thack and asked, "Granny Thack, are you going to play or not?" Chow 11 impatiently propped his chin on his hand. "Hurry up. We're about to grow roots here." Chen Chang'an also sighed. "Make a move already. Make a move already." Poor Granny Thack looked at the two tiles in her hand, flustered. She was strong physically, but using her brain was a bit challenging for her. She had been staring at those two tiles for almost a week before. Finally deciding to discard a phoenix tile, Chen Chang'an revealed his hand, a fan, and said with a smile, "Sorry, I win. All greens." It felt good to crush a noob. Granny Thack slammed her face on the table in frustration, grumbling, "It's all your fault. You guys. I shouldn't have discarded the phoenix. Now the young master won." Hong Yi retorted, "You're the one who's stupid, yet you blame us?" Chen Chang'an looked into the distance and muttered, "It's about time. Bao and I should be back soon." He had no way of sensing what was happening outside his domain. Hong Yi looked into the distance and chuckled. "She should be. Don't worry, young master. With Miss Bao Ni's strength, catching a Fire Phoenix King from Mount Heba is easy. Catching a Fire Phoenix King from Mount Heba is easy." But then her expression suddenly changed. "Miss Bao Ni's aura is weakening. She's injured." Chen Chang'an, completely unaware, said with a laugh, "What's there to worry about? Bao and I is at the golden core stage now. As long as she doesn't encounter any demon beasts or cultivators at the nascent soul stage or higher, she'll be back safe and sound." Granny Thack calmly fanned herself. But the three demon kings were worried. Granny Thack looked at Chow 11 and asked quietly, "What should we do? Should we tell the young master?" Chow 11 shook his head. "No need. With the young master's power, he must be aware of the situation outside." The other wives asked, "But judging from Miss Bao Ni's current aura, she's clearly seriously injured. The young master isn't reacting. Could it be?" Hong Yi gritted her teeth. "Maybe the young master is testing Miss Bao and I. Let's wait a bit longer before telling him." Meanwhile, Ling Bao and I had put away her flying sword and was running back to the sect with all her might. She was still holding the Fire Phoenix King chicken. She kept looking back as she ran. But no one was chasing her for now. She was exhausted, panting heavily as she ran. In the distance, she could see the Immortal Temple. Ling Bao and I was overjoyed. Almost there. As long as I reach Master, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. But as fate would have it, a crisis always struck at the most crucial moment. Crucial moment. Suddenly, a giant hand slammed down from the sky. "Those we, the Ghost Tower sect, want to kill. Can't escape even if they run to the ends of the earth." The hand struck Ling Bao and I, feeling like all her internal organs were shattered. Blood spurted from her mouth, and her face turned pale. A woman wearing a ghost mask looked at her coldly and said, "The game of cat and mouse is over. She has taken one of my palms. Even if she survives, she won't last long. Get the immortal treasure and bring her soul back to the sect. Refine her into a ghost slave." It seemed that this person was the Grand Elder, to be able to command Zhu Tiantu and the others like this. Ling Bao and I lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, gravely injured. The holy immortal sword lay beside her, suddenly glowing. It shot up into the air, as if trying to escape. The Grand Elder chased after the sword. Its speed increased. And finally, the disgruntled sword was caught by her. This was infuriating for the sword. As soon as she touched the holy immortal sword, the Grand Elder realized its immense power. No wonder a mere golden core cultivator could withstand this for so long. With this sword, Ling Bao and I, at this point, was completely helpless. She lay on the ground like a fish on a chopping board. Blood pooled around her. Zhu Tiantu slowly walked toward her, his eyes filled with hatred. "Ling Bao and I, die." Blood splattered, staining the ground crimson. The dust settled. And Ju Tian too sat on the ground, trembling in fear. He looked at the person before him and stammered, "Demon." Demon Hongyi's hand was stained with Ju Tian too's blood. Veins bulged on her forehead as she snarled. "Who gave you the guts to do this? You bastard! You dare lay a hand on the young master's disciple? You're courting death." Granny Thack walked over slowly, her aura overwhelming. Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue and said with a smirk, "Give up, friend. It's pointless. The sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate." In the blink of an eye, the three demon kings surrounded Ling Bao and I protectively. The situation had changed. In an instant, Ling Bao and I looked at Hongyi with teary eyes. "Sister Hongyi, did Master send you all?" Hongyi replied with a pained expression. "Yes." Back at the Immortal Temple, when the situation became increasingly dire, Hongyi couldn't hold back anymore. She exclaimed, "Young master, Miss Bao Ni's aura is getting weaker and weaker. Even if you're testing her, there's no need to be so hasty. What if?" Granny Thack added, "She's dying." Chen Changjian was about to discard a mahjong tile, when he froze, his expression changing to shock. "Testing? What testing? What happened to Bao and I?" Hongyi quickly said. "Although I don't know what you're planning, master. With Bao Ni's talent, as long as she cultivates steadily, she'll definitely become a prodigy in the future. There's no need to rush." Granny Thack said dejectedly, "She's dying." Chen Changjian gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. He growled, "I was too impatient. Bao and I is precious to me. I won't allow anything to happen to her. Go and bring her back safely. Those who harmed her, kill them without mercy." The three demon kings immediately took their orders and rushed to the rescue. As Hongyi treated Bao Ni's wounds, she said, her face filled with worry. Bao and I weakly murmured, "So that's what happened. Sister Hongyi. The people who tried to kill me were from the Ghost Tower sect. All three of them were at the nascent soul stage. They wanted to." Hongyi shook her head. "Don't speak. Miss Bao and I. You're seriously injured. Let me use my demon power to protect your soul. Try to regulate your breathing." Suddenly, Bao and I fainted. Her face contorted in pain. Hongyi exclaimed in panic, "Her soul is unstable. We need to get her back to the young master for treatment." Ju Tiantu, who had been beaten black and blue, suddenly sat up and said with an arrogant laugh, "Ha ha ha. It's useless to take her away. I placed a soul-devouring curse on her. Without me to lift the curse, she'll surely die." Xiaozi, as expected of a snake demon, said the most chilling things. She said with a sinister smile and a cold expression, "You sound like an idiot. I know about your Ghost Tower sect soul-devouring curse. But I heard that as long as the caster is killed, the curse will be lifted automatically." Granny Thack roared. "You dare to use such a vicious curse on little Bao and I? I'll turn you into beef tripe soup." Ju Tiantu was all talk, intimidated by someone stronger. His legs turned to jelly. He desperately cried for help. "Three Grand Elders of the Ghost Tower sect, save me. We're here." "What are you going to do? Kill me? You're the ones who won't be leaving here alive." The woman in the ghost mask who had injured Ling Bao and I stepped forward. "I am a Grand Elder of the Ghost Tower sect. Do you intend to challenge our Ghost Tower sect?" Xiaozi scoffed. "So what if we do?" "How arrogant." From inside the Immortal Temple, Chen Chang'an's voice boomed, loud and clear. He was holding a loudspeaker and yelled angrily, "Cut the crap. Anyone who dares to touch my people, kill them all. Damn bastards." Granny Thack transformed into her true form, charging forward and roaring, "Kill them all." Xiaozi also transformed into her true form, her long, flexible snake body moving swiftly. She targeted the Grand Elder in the ghost mask, attacking relentlessly. She raised her hand and shouted, "Suppress." On the other side, Granny Thack charged, crashing into the defensive barrier of another Grand Elder. The impact sent tremors through her. and her clothes were almost torn to shreds. This stupid cow is too strong. She struggled to hold up her tattered robe. The Demon Kings, having fought together for so long, had excellent teamwork. At that moment, Xiaozi whipped her tail, sending the Grand Elders flying, their robes and masks falling off. Flying, their robes and masks falling off. The most pitiful one was Zhu Tiantu. He was sent flying with a single blow. And of all places, he landed near the Immortal Temple. Xiaozi said coldly, "Kill the caster. And Miss Bao Nhi will be safe. Kill the caster, and Miss Bao Nhi will be safe." Her snake body moved swiftly. Swiftly. Heading toward where Zhu Tiantu had landed. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. It was one of the Grand Elders, holding a saber in his hand. He raised his hand and said, "Hold on. If you want to kill our sect master, you'll have to go through me first." Xiaozi hissed. These people are like stubborn weeds. On the other side of the battlefield, Granny Thak was dominating the fight, single-handedly fighting two opponents with her monstrous strength. Chen Chang'an sat atop the Immortal Temple, his heart filled with worry. Within his invincible domain, he could sense every movement, every breath. But outside that area, he couldn't sense anything. This was his biggest weakness. If I hadn't sent Bao Nhi to catch the Fire Phoenix King, she wouldn't have encountered this disaster. I couldn't protect the Chongqing sect before. And now I can't even protect Bao Nhi. If only the skills within the invincible domain could help me. If only I could cultivate, become strong, rebuild the Chongqing sect, and protect Old Man and Bao Nhi. Chen Chang'an gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. I don't want to be like this. Just watching helplessly, unable to do anything useful. But then, Chen Chang'an snapped out of it and slapped himself. Now is not the time for regrets. If I can't cultivate, then what I need to do is expand the invincible domain to the entire 10,000 mountains. Surely that would be enough to protect those I care about. At the battlefield near the Immortal Temple, the Demon Kings and the Grand Elders were engaged in a fierce battle. The commotion was intense. Zhu Tiantu hid behind a nearby boulder, peeking out fearfully. He thought to himself, so this is the extent of a nascent soul cultivator's power? Good thing I have the 3 Grand Elders with me. Otherwise, with my peak golden core cultivation, I wouldn't last even half an hour. In this battle, after temporarily treating Ling Baoi's wounds, Honi also sent a part of her soul to join the fight. Honi and Xiaozi, seizing the opportunity while the enemy was off guard, knocked the holy immortal sword out of the Grand Elder's hand. The sword flew off, disoriented, unsure of its direction. Then, it landed right in front of Zhu Tiantu, like a drowning man clutching at straws, eagerly grabbed it. Aha! This is it. I must take the sword and report to the Ghost Tower sect's ancestor. As long as I get the sword and retreat quietly. As soon as he picked up the sword, he froze. If he took the sword and left, leaving the 3 Grand Elders to die here, he would have no place in the Ghost Tower sect anymore. Would he have to rely on that distant ancestor? Ling Bao Ni was now safely protected within a barrier. The only one in danger was Zhu Tiantu. Seeing Chen Chang'an approaching, he was startled. Fear washed over him. Chen Chang'an frowned and shouted angrily, "You have some nerve." Zhu Tiantu trembled at the sight of him. When did he get here? Why didn't I sense his aura? But sensing the aura of a mortal was a bit much to ask. The sword, having no fondness for Zhu Tiantu, flew towards Chen Chang'an with a whimper. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an reached out his hand. Just in time. But as soon as the sword touched his hand, it glowed brightly and slowly dissipated. Instead of a sword, it transformed into a gauntlet, encasing Chen Chang'an's hand. He was surprised. Ah, so. I was wondering. If it would be a gauntlet or something else besides a sword. You can read my mind? The sword smiled proudly. But it felt a little upset. When Chen Chang'an said, "It seems I underestimated you before." Chen Chang'an, on the other hand, remained calm. Zhu Tiantu's heart was pounding, urging him to flee. This guy can control the holy immortal sword at will? He even changed its form. I'm screwed. I need to run. Chen Chang'an glanced at him. His eyes filled with killing intent. You touched my people and now you want to run? Zhu Tiantu, knowing he couldn't defeat Chen Chang'an, turned and fled. Chen Chang'an was like a death god, approaching from behind, looking at the abundant spiritual energy emanating from the gauntlet. It was clear what fate awaited anyone who was punched by it. Awaited anyone who was punched by it. Chen Chang'an roared. He punched Zhu Tiantu hard. A blinding light exploded. Several parts of Zhu Tiantu's body were practically shattered by the punch. Chen Chang'an gritted his teeth and put more force into it. Zhu Tiantu screamed in pain. Senior, spare me. Senior, spare me. Please spare my life. But Chen Chang'an showed no mercy. Zhu Tiantu was finished. There was nothing left in front of him. Zhu Tiantu's body had been completely obliterated. Not a single trace remaining. Chen Chang'an silently walked over and picked up Ling Bao'Nhi. Then he turned and carried her inside the temple for treatment. He was completely unaware that Zhu Tiantu's nascent soul was still lurking around. Zhu Tiantu's nascent soul fled in a panic. He thought to himself, that was terrifying. He shattered my physical body with a single punch. But he spared my nascent soul? He probably didn't notice it. My body is destroyed. Centuries of cultivation wasted. All that's left is my nascent soul. If I go back now, I might be refined into a ghost. My life is over. Suddenly, an alluring fragrance wafted into his nose. Zhu Tiantu quickly looked around, trying to locate the source of the scent. There was no mistaking it. This was the scent of the eternal life physique. He wondered why the scent of the eternal life physique was coming from Chen Chang'an. But it was precisely because it was coming from Chen Chang'an that Zhu Tiantu hesitated. Theoretically, the eternal life physique couldn't cultivate. It couldn't be him. But even if it wasn't him, it must be related to him. Eternal life physique. I still have a chance. It was a good thought. But unfortunately, it was just a thought. Anyway, Chen Chang'an was invincible. Within his domain. He didn't care about any of that nonsense. He carried Ling Bao'Nhi to his backyard, where he grew all sorts of spirit herbs. Looking at the unconscious Ling Bao'Nhi, Chen Chang'an's heart ached. How could she be so badly injured? Those heartless bastards. How could they be so cruel? Just you wait, Ghost Tower sect. I'll wipe you out sooner or later. Angry as he was, Chen Chang'an still had to find a way to treat Ling Bao'Nhi. The wounds on Ling Bao'Nhi's body gradually healed. Chen Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he arrived in time. Otherwise, her life would have been in danger. As Ling Bao'Nhi's wounds healed, she slowly regained consciousness. But as soon as she woke up, the first thing she said was, Bao'Nhi couldn't bring back the Fire Phoenix King. I'm sorry. Chen Chang'an quickly took her hand and said, don't apologize. It's my fault. I'm sorry I was late. Suddenly, in the distance, a blinding light appeared. The sounds of battle reached them. It was Granny Thack fighting the two Ghost Tower sect Grand Elders. Despite being at the same level, Granny Thack held her own. The Ghost Tower sect Grand Elders were pushed back, and Hong Yi, in her true form, landed a series of blows on them, knocking them to the ground. Chen Chang'an couldn't miss this opportunity. They were now within his domain. They were completely unaware that they were like fish on a chopping board. Anger and frustration surged within them. Their robes vanished. Their masks fell. And they knelt among the rubble, cursing. You damn beasts. I'll make you all. Chen Chang'an frowned and glared at them coldly. One of the Grand Elders noticed Chen Chang'an. She looked at him and yelled. Where did this trash come from? Do you have a death wish? We'll see who has a death wish. We'll see who has a death wish. In a flash, Chen Chang'an vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of her. His eyes were cold and demonic. Chen Chang'an raised his hand and said coldly, Nascent soul, huh? With this speed, the Grand Elder couldn't react in time and was slapped hard across the face. Her cheeks swelled up and her eyes were bloodshot. But before she could retaliate, Chen Chang'an slapped her again. Grand Elder. Right? The Grand Elder clutched her face and stammered, why you? You. Her face was so swollen that it almost resembled a pig's head. Chen Chang'an, showing no mercy, continued his assault. He raised his hand and snarled, you. You damn. He gritted his teeth and punched the Grand Elder hard in the head, sending her face first into the ground. The ground cracked and crumbled beneath the impact. Chen Chang'an stepped on her head and raised his hand, looking at the other two Grand Elders with a cold gaze. Your turn, you two. The remaining Grand Elders were terrified. He looked so weak. Yet their second in command couldn't even put up a fight. This was impossible. He's just a mortal. How could he be this strong? Seeing their confusion, Hongyi was thrilled. She unleashed her demon power, her face full of pride. Ha ha ha. Surrender now, or face our master's wrath. The short-haired Grand Elder frowned. Master? Soul Formation Demon Emperor? There's no such thing as a soul formation expert in this world. Never heard of it. We have 3 nascent soul demon kings here, plus this guy with unknown cultivation. We should retreat for now until the ancestor comes up with a plan. But number 2 has been defeated by that guy. We can't just leave her behind. Suddenly, Zhu Tiantu's voice rang out. Grand Elders, save me. I'm dying. Protect my nascent soul. Seeing his nascent soul, the Grand Elder cursed under her breath. Useless fool. She looked at him with disdain. I thought it was something important. Turns out it's just the sect master. Zhu Tiantu, fearing for his life, quickly blurted out that he had smelled the eternal life physique on Chen Chang'an. The eternal life physique held great allure for these cultivators. It could potentially grant them instant ascension and immortality. How could they miss this opportunity? The eldest Grand Elder said, Number 3, what do you think? The third Grand Elder laughed heartily. This idiot. Centuries of cultivation have led to this moment. Charge. Let's go all out today. I don't believe we can't take down these beasts. And a little brat who's playing tricks. Could he really be at the soul formation stage? His words angered the 2 demon kings. But of course, Chen Chang'an wouldn't miss this opportunity. He beckoned them with his hand, a cunning smile on his face. Come and get it. This is the immortal body you desire. And I'm not at the soul formation stage. I'm even stronger. Standing within his invincible domain, Chen Chang'an exuded confidence. He looked at them, drawing the scent of the eternal life physique towards them, making himself an irresistible bait. The 2 evil cultivators, overwhelmed by the scent, forgot to. They're so arrogant down there. The only thing they care about is Chen Chang'an. As expected, there is an immortal body. Of course. The scent of an immortal body attracts all sorts of cultivators. And even demon kings. Those snake tribe and red robe guys are no exception. Their mouths are already watering. Immortal flesh. I want to eat immortal flesh. The 3 crazed elders rushed forward. These demon beasts transformed into Tang Sanzang craving monsters. It's just that. This Tang Sanzang is not just an ordinary person. He also possesses an extremely advanced villain system. Chen Chang'an smirked with a sly smile and beckoned. Come on, I'll give you immortality. Let your whole family go to the same place together. Chen Chang'an slightly raised his hand and condensed his spiritual energy there. The elder charged forward, But before he could get close, Chen Chang'an reached out. His large hand grabbed the man's head. Then, Chen Chang'an grabbed the man's chest and slammed him to the ground. The ground below shattered. A deafening crash echoing. Chang'an seemed like a demon incarnate. His eyes bloodshot. His whole body filled with murderous intent. A fierce smile spread across his face. Just one blow wasn't enough to satisfy him. Chen Chang'an laughed out loud. Then did a simple exercise routine. His hand still clutched the head of the Supreme Elder. Every lift of his hand and foot brought the unfortunate soul crashing down and smashing against the ground, causing the surrounding earth to crack and split. The demon kings who witnessed this scene from nearby were pale with terror. Their bodies trembled instinctively. This was their true master. Chen Chang'an stood amidst the dust cloud he had created, coldly raising his hand. He wiped away a stain on his face. The system popped up with a notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a cultivator at the nascent soul 4th heaven realm. You have gained 1200 villain points. As for Chen Chang'an, after killing someone, he felt dead tired. But getting 1200 points seemed like a pretty good deal. Here, if he remembered correctly, there were 2 nascent souls left. One was flying in the sky, and the other was lying face down on the ground. He couldn't help but feel excited and happy inside. Wasn't this a fortune falling into his lap? Hong Yi, filled with fear, looked at Thatchbad Jia and asked, "What just happened?" Thatchbad Jia shook his head, putting on an innocent expression and saying, "I don't know either. I smelled something delicious. I was craving it so badly, but it evaporated before I knew it." XA2 Engich said worriedly, "It's possible that Master used something that affected the Divine Treasure's consciousness, right?" His subordinates were scared. And the opponents were even more terrified. They were so arrogant at first. But now cold sweat was pouring down their backs. The Great Elder gritted his teeth and looked down. His heart filled with regret. They were truly screwed. They had been completely blinded by the allure of the immortal body. This brat's cultivation was far higher than theirs. Why didn't XA2 Engich tell them sooner that there was such an expert here? Small matters could be resolved. But this was a huge problem. Looking at the 3 elders who had been beaten to death down there, his hatred was indescribable. And there were 2 elders lying there on the verge of death. More importantly, that trash wasn't anywhere to be seen either. It seemed like he had run away. The Great Elder could only helplessly shout, "Damn it!" After venting his anger for a moment, he turned and ran away with his weapon. Staying here would only lead to certain death. Sooner or later, he would die. He could come and go as he pleased. This wasn't a marketplace. Tran Trong Nin raised his hand, and a fierce wind surged. An oppressive aura emanated from his body. The demonic energy of the domain also appeared. The Great Elder, still within the domain, was naturally suppressed by it. Seeing her panic, Tran Trong Nin couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. He chuckled and said, "Don't panic. I'm just going to raise your aptitude a little." A powerful and pure energy flowed into the Great Elder's body. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Raise my aptitude? Are you crazy?" But in the next moment, she felt her strength actually increase. And there was a strange feeling inside her body. Was this an aptitude upgrade? She had never heard of such a thing. Was this a free upgrade? Suddenly, the flow of energy pouring into her body stopped. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky. The Great Elder, still lost in a daze, thought to herself in amazement, "Huh? Is it over? Can we stop for a bit?" Of course not. Tran Trong Nin raised his hand to the sky and said with an excited smile, "You're just in time. I've been waiting for you." Heavenly lightning struck down, controlled by Tran Trong Nin, and struck the Great Elder's body. But for the time being, it didn't hurt her. The Great Elder felt as if her entire body was being electrocuted. There was an indescribable feeling within her. Was this using tribulation lightning to increase aptitude? It was so fast, she had never felt cultivation go so smoothly before. But why? Unconsciously, a very strange thought popped into the Great Elder's mind. Could it be that Tran Trong Nin had taken a liking to her? Not far away, Zhu Tiandu didn't run away to the ends of the earth, but hid behind a rock to observe. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This was just too awesome. To think that aptitude in cultivation could be directly given away like this. Who the hell was this guy? If he hadn't provoked him in the beginning, maybe he could still curry favor with him. Tran Trong Nin's actions naturally made the Demon Kings feel uncomfortable. He was clearly their enemy. But still, deep down, they knew that this powerful and evil expert must have his own plans. They shouldn't interfere. After all, in this world, who would bestow free favors upon their enemies? That energy was immense, flowing endlessly into the Great Elder's body, coursing through her meridians. Gradually, it filled her up, almost to the point where she could no longer contain it. And the heavenly lightning could only cry and complain. You're putting me into someone else's body again. You've absorbed her into the soul transformation realm. Boo hoo hoo. You're playing dirty. I just pushed for a few days. And you're already bullying me. I'm not playing with you anymore. Boo hoo hoo. I'm going to tell my brother deity. Boo hoo hoo. Tran Trong Nin's expression remained indifferent, showing no particular emotion. Without any guilt, he continued to pour energy into the Great Elder's body. The Great Elder's entire body twisted as if burning. An overwhelming feeling of discomfort washing over her. Every muscle fiber felt like it was expanding. Tran Trong Nin remained in the same posture. A light descending from the sky. This was his finishing move for the Great Elder. The system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a soul transformation first heaven cultivator. You have gained 2,000 villain points. Tran Trong Nin pondered. It seems like I can only gain points from killing soul transformation cultivators. Is this a function of the system? Or my own ability? But 200 points is pretty good. Meanwhile, the other two elders finally came to their senses, witnessing the gruesome scene. How could they not feel a chill down their spines? This person was no ordinary villain. After all, villains should be dealt with in their own way. The hearts of the two elders were now filled with fear towards Tran Trong Nin. Trembling, like someone standing on the brink of death, they cried out, "Please, don't come any closer." Tran Trong Nin shrugged, clasped his hands, and nodded. All right. All right. I won't come closer. Whether he did or not, the outcome would be the same. A surge of powerful energy poured into the bodies of the two elders. Receiving this unexpected gift, they cried out in terror, "No. Don't kill me." Tran Trong Nin said coldly, "All right. All right. All right. I won't kill you. I'm just giving you a little cultivation boost." But this time, the sky remained empty. Tran Trong Nin frowned, looking up in suspicion. Where did the tribulation lightning go? He didn't think he had done anything wrong. Could it be that the time limit is still in effect? This tribulation lightning was quite temperamental. I wonder if I can create one myself. The tribulation lightning was furious. But it could only sulk in the sky, powerless to do anything. Tran Trong Nin didn't wait any longer. He immediately swung his hand and killed them. Unfortunately, he could only kill their nascent souls. However, he didn't mind too much. After all, this was a cultivation world where people devoured each other. The dust settled, and everyone was dead. Tran Trong Nin had killed them with ease. The three demon kings, who had witnessed everything from beginning to end, looked at Tran Trong Nin, unsure what expression to make. Initially, they thought Tran Trong Nin was only at the soul transformation realm. But with this level of power, could it be that he was already an immortal? Or perhaps even higher? Heaven only knew. Just as they were wondering why the tribulation lightning hadn't appeared, the system announced that it had detected a bug. From now on, if Tran Trong Nin wanted to use tribulation lightning to help someone increase their cultivation, he would have to wait a month for it to recharge after each use. Tran Trong Nin was doubtful. I don't think it was like this before. The system didn't answer but asked. System version 3.0 detected. Would you like to spend 5,000 villain points to upgrade? Version 3.0 doesn't have the invincible villain feature. Current villain points 5250. Would you like to spend 5,200 points to upgrade? to the Peerless Villain feature? Who would hesitate at such an offer? Peerless Villain feature unlocked. Current range, 74 meters. Inside the Immortals Temple, Ju Tian-du witnessed Tran Trong Nin effortlessly killed 3 supreme elders of his sect. He was terrified. He carefully crept out of his hiding spot, intending to flee. But unfortunately, he was still within Tran Trong Nin's domain. He was caught. And so, he was discovered. Ju Tian-du was about to make his escape when he heard Tran Trong Nin call out to him. Panic surged through him. His heart skipped a beat. Tran Trong Nin shook his head, silently mocking him. Outside would be one thing, but to think he could hide within my domain, and I wouldn't notice? Truly an idiot. Knowing he couldn't escape, Ju Tian-du decided to swallow his pride and make a desperate plea. He rushed forward, tears and snot streaming down his face, begging, "Senior, I was wrong. Please spare my life." He flitted around Tran Trong Nin, his every move reeking of groveling and apology. "Please don't kill me. I'm willing to be your ox or your horse. I know secrets about the Holy Immortal Sword. I'll tell you everything. I know the real reason why the Immortal descended this time. I also know 365 variations of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. I guarantee you'll be satisfied and blissful. Every day will be stress-free. I'm the sect leader of the Ghost Bone sect. If you want to destroy them, or even take them as your subordinates, I'll willingly serve you. I only ask that you give me a chance. Please." Tran Trong Nin was thoroughly annoyed by Ju Tian-du's incessant rambling and ridiculous antics. He reached out and grabbed Ju Tian-du's pathetically fluttering soul. He pulled it back and forth, saying coldly, "You're quite something, aren't you? So, besides all this, can you also transform into a chihuahua?" Ju Tian-du was dumbfounded. What kind of strange request was that? He had no idea what a chihuahua was, let alone how to transform into one. Tran Trong Nin was done playing games. He let go of Ju Tian-du's soul, tossing it towards XA2 and GHICH. "He's all yours," he said. "Wait until Bao Nhi wakes up and let her decide what to do with him." Although he felt like Ju Tian-du could still be useful, he had dared to bully Bao Nhi. It was up to her to decide his fate. Hong Yi sensed the tense atmosphere, but everything seemed to be settled. She forced a smile and asked hesitantly, "So, Master, what should we do next?" Tran Trong Nin thought for a moment and said, "I remember Bao Nhi brought some chickens with her when she came back. Why don't you go catch one? We'll roast it for her when she wakes up. Give her some nourishment." And so, a poor, unsuspecting chicken was captured. Its dreams of returning home dashed. May it find its way back to its homeland in its next life. After a rather uneventful battle, which resulted in some casualties, injuries, and a captured soul, Tran Trong Nin and the others were back to roasting chicken under the starry sky. The atmosphere was lively and peaceful. But could such tranquility last forever? No one knew. As Tran Trong Nin poked at the flying embers, he couldn't help but think, my current range is only 74 meters. It's like being stuck in a chicken coop. I need to expand my territory as soon as possible. He still needed to collect more villain points. The more, the better. Not only did he need them to upgrade his Peerless Villain feature, but also to level up the system itself, and to quickly gain more villain points. He needed to attract those who craved his immortal body. But his immortality not only drove demons and monsters crazy, but even Bao Nhi and the 3 demon kings were not immune to its allure. So, Tran Trong Nin took out his holy sword. "Looks like I'll have to rely on you for this," he said with a mischievous grin. He pointed at the holy sword. "You stay here and release your aura. Lure all the demons and monsters here." Demons and monsters were extremely sensitive to the aura of immortal treasures. Once they sensed it, they would definitely come flocking to fight for it. And that was how he would expand his territory. A sinister smile crept onto Tran Trong Nin's face. The 3 demon kings watched in bewilderment as he chuckled to himself, standing next to the holy sword that was stuck in the ground. Their master often did the strangest things. As the night deepened, it grew very late. Bao Nhi, the three demon kings. And everyone else had fallen fast asleep. They were snoring softly. But Tran Trong Nin remained stubbornly awake. His eyes wide open, staring intently at the holy sword. His mood soured with each passing moment. He had been waiting for ages. He was about to be covered in cobwebs. What the hell? It's been an entire night. And not a single demon in sight. What's going on? Tran Trong Nin suddenly erupted in frustration. His outburst startled Hong Nhi and Bao Nhi, who had been sound asleep. They jolted awake. Bao Nhi nestled in Hong Ni's arms, rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Master, is it time for dinner?" The three demon kings had also been woken up by his outburst. But Tran Trong Nin paid them no mind. He was still fuming over the failed plan. He bit his finger, racking his brains. Where did I go wrong? Just then, Zhu Tiandu approached, wearing a flattering smile. "Senior, I know what the problem is." Tran Trong Nin raised an eyebrow. "Tell me." Zhu Tiandu glanced at Bao Nhi and the demon kings, who were doing their morning exercises, stretching and loosening their muscles. "Well, it's because there are three demon kings in the temple, and their aura is too powerful. The weaker demons are afraid to come near." Tran Trong Nin stared at them, his hand stroking his chin in annoyance. He let out a grunt. In a flash, it dawned on him. So it's because of them. The three demon kings, upon hearing this, puffed up their chests with pride. They boasted arrogantly. Thach Bad Jia flexed his muscles, baring his pearly white teeth. "You flatter us, but aside from Master, I haven't met a single demon stronger than me." Their incessant bragging was giving Tran Trong Nin a headache. "Go," he said irritably. "Go weaken yourselves." With a simple wave of his hand, the three demon kings suddenly felt their power drain away. Their faces turned pale and gaunt. Their cultivation plummeted to the chi refining stage. Thach Bad Jia even lost his impressive pecs. Tran Trong Nin ignored their disgruntled protests. He stomped his foot, muttering in frustration, "This is ridiculous. Even demon kings get bullied." He walked over to the holy sword, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "All right, the obstacles have been removed. No one will disturb our little world now. Let's try this again." The holy sword trembled and whimpered. It tried to fly away, desperate to escape. But it wasn't that easy. "Trying to run within my domain?" Tran Trong Nin raised his hand, blew on it, and commanded, "Get back here." A crimson rope materialized from thin air, suspending the holy sword in a rather suggestive position. Tran Trong Nin chuckled gleefully. Come on. Try running again, let's see how far you get." He was starting to resemble a sadist. "Release," he bellowed, "release all your power." As the holy sword's immense power surged skyward, Tran Trong Nin nodded in satisfaction. Anticipation welled up within him. This time, he was sure to attract hordes of demons and monsters. And he was right. The moment the holy sword's power reached the heavens, it drew the attention of countless powerful demons. Even the massive demon warriors who were bullying weaker creatures stopped in their tracks, their jaws dropping as they looked up. They knew that with the holy immortal sword, their power would increase exponentially. Those cultivators wouldn't stand a chance. In a blood-soaked, desolate abyss, hordes of demons rose from the depths. The aura was familiar, alluring. A demon with blood-red eyes and jagged horns protruding from his head led the charge. "What are we waiting for?" he snarled with a wicked grin. "Let's seize the immortal artifact. It belongs to us demons." The demons surged forward, swarming the immortal temple. The sheer number of them rivaled the 100 demons' night parade. Tran Trong Nin stood within his barrier, his gaze cold as he watched the demons engulf the temple. Demonic aura filled the sky and earth, reminiscent of the day the eternal life cult was destroyed. The murderous intent in Tran Trong Nin's heart grew stronger. But there was one crucial difference. From that day, this time, he wasn't the one dying. It was the demons. He raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of power, like a raging dragon. His aura, fierce and unrestrained, swept across the space, sparing no one. Ju Tiandu, the Demon Kings, and Bo Nhi stared in wide-eyed horror. Their mouths hung open, cold sweat dripping from their pale faces. Instinct screamed at them that this was terrifying. Especially Ju Tiandu. From now on, he would obey every command. He was even considering borrowing Bao Ni's 36 strategies for flattery and bootlicking. He had to get his hands on that book. Tran Trong Nin stood amidst the barrier. The demonic aura vanished in an instant. Countless sparks rained down, like blood, but not quite. Hours later, Tran Trong Nin fought tirelessly, slaying countless demons of all levels. By daybreak, they were all gone. There was nothing left to kill. He let out a sigh. After killing so many demons, I only gained 3,400 points. Upgrading the system to version 3.0 requires 5,000 points. I'm nowhere near enough. The immortal sword, still bound to the tree, was nearly exhausted. Tran Trong Nin stared at it, a thought forming in his mind. The demons attracted by the immortal sword were mostly low level. Where are the golden core cultivators? Why haven't I seen a single demon king? Are those nascent soul old monsters too far away to sense it? Or are they waiting for something? He pondered for a moment and summoned the 3 demon kings. Upon hearing his call, the 3 demon kings immediately snapped to attention, ready to receive their orders. Their cultivation had been restored to its former glory. He looked at them with a grin. Spread the word about the immortal artifact at the immortal temple throughout the 10,000 great mountains. Tell all the nascent soul demon cultivators. The more who know about it, the better. Today, I'm going to have a grand battle. Tran Trong Nin stroked his chin. Which one of you knows the most about Yun Zhou? Xa2 Engich raised his hand with a smile. Young master. I hail from the Golden Python tribe of Yun Zhou. No one knows it better than I do. What is it you wish to know? Hongyi stepped forward and swatted Xa2 Nin's hand away, pushing herself to the front. Young master, I know a thing or two about it as well. Tran Trong Nin looked at them. He thought for a moment before giving his instructions. All right. Hong Yi and Thatch Bajia. You two go spread the news about the immortal artifact. Xa2 Engich. Head to Yun Zhou and investigate. What happened to the Eternal Life Cult? Find out which force destroyed them. And while you're at it, gather information on Feng Qiyun, the Eternal Life Cult's former sect leader. Report back immediately if you find anything. And if he's in danger, protect him at all costs. He handed them each a spirit orb. Take these with you. I won't treat you poorly once you complete your missions. The 3 demon kings responded in unison. We shall not fail you, young master. We will complete our tasks. Tran Trong Nin nodded, pleased, and urged them to depart. A week later, Lin Tan Sun, the sect leader of the Nine Sword Sect, and Lin Hai, the supreme elder of the Nine Sword Sect, were flying on their flying swords, heading towards Mount Fai Tian. They had consulted Ju Tiandu, who had divined that the dilapidated temple where Bao Nhi had been staying was located on this mountain. Lin Tan Sun frowned. That Ju Tiandu also claimed that Bao Nhi possesses the immortal artifact. That's impossible. Immortals are vying for the immortal artifact. It cannot be associated with anyone like us mortals. It would bring disaster. They sped up their flying swords, racing towards the temple. They couldn't afford to be caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Tran Trong Nin was lounging on his bed, munching on watermelon. Ju Tiandu was diligently massaging his feet. Suddenly, 2 figures entered his domain. He immediately sensed their presence. Tran Trong Nin leapt out of bed, his voice filled with excitement. Ha ha ha. More nascent soul cultivators. Ju Tiandu thought to himself. That aura. It's so familiar. Those 2 immortal geezers. What are Lin Tan Sun and Lin Hai doing here? I can't let them see me like this. I need to hide. Ju Tiandu scurried away, while Tran Trong Nin eagerly rushed outside. Lin Tan Sun and Lin Hai stepped into the temple, their backs straight, hands clasped behind them. They exuded an air of righteous authority. Tran Trong Nin stood at the temple entrance, hands on his hips, chest puffed out. You're here for the immortal Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Bao Nhi peeked out from the kitchen. She was about to say something to Tran Trong Nin when she saw the two men and exclaimed, "Father! What are you two doing here?" Tran Trong Nin stared at her in bewilderment. "Father? And Uncle Hai? You know them?" His domain was truly amazing. Lin Tan Sun's face darkened the moment he saw Lin Bao Nhi. "Lin Bao Nhi," he roared. "What are you doing here? Come back to the Nine Swords sect with me at once." Lin Bao Nhi shook her head vehemently. "I want to stay with Master." Lin Tan Sun's face grew even darker. This child. How can she be so willful? The situation is changing so rapidly. And you're still. Wait a minute. What? Master? Who? He pointed at the seemingly ordinary person standing before him, his voice filled with disbelief and anger. This good for nothing? You call him master? Because of him? You're trying to drive me to an early grave, aren't you? Lin Bao's heart sank. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. No, father, please. She pleaded silently. You can't say those things. The last time you did, you were thrown out. Master is very powerful. She cried out. He can kill a nascent soul cultivator with a single slap. Don't provoke him, father. I won't be able to save you. Lin Tan Sun was blinded by rage. He scoffed at his daughter's words and flicked his sleeve dismissively. HMPH kill a nascent soul cultivator with a single slap? Ridiculous. Why doesn't he just blow on them and they'll die? Tran Trangan's eyes lit up as if struck by a brilliant idea. That's a good idea. I'll have to try that next time. Lin Tan Sun pointed at him accusingly. I've never met anyone as shameless as you. I'll teach you a lesson. I'll show you what true power is. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, causing Lin Tan Sun to whirl around in surprise. With Cardinal returning from her mission, she seemed to sense the presence of strangers in this place. And her expression turned a little bit sullen and angry. Lin Tan Sun and Lin Hai both broke out in a cold sweat, looking fearfully in their direction. This Demon King's imposing manner was too overwhelming. This Demon King must be here for the immortal treasure. That Demon King's cultivation is much higher than mine. If we really fight, I'm afraid I'm no match for it. The 10,000 Great Mountains are truly a place where tigers and dragons hide. Extremely dangerous. Thak Baeza let out an angry snort. Cardinal stepped forward, raised her hand, and asked with a frown. Are you here to fight for the immortal treasure too? Although extremely scared, Lin Tan Sun and Lin Hai still tried to stay calm, forcing a smile on their faces. Wait a minute, fellow Taoists. Please wait a moment. I am Lin Tan Sun, sect master of the Nine Swords sect. This is Lin Hai, the Grand Elder of our Nine Swords sect. Lin Hai said, we're not here for the immortal treasure. To be honest, he was scared to death. Basically, demons have always been unreasonable. Especially a powerful one like the Demon King. It's better to give them a heads up. That little brat is fine. But with them, nothing can happen to Lin Bao Nhi. But these people were really mistaken. A terrible mistake. Lin Bao Nhi hurried forward and said with a forced smile. Sister Hong Wai. They are my father and Grandpa Hai. They are not bad people. Don't fight, everyone. It's a misunderstanding. Thak. Bao Exa snorted and lowered her head slightly, her ears drooping dejectedly. Cardinal also clasped her hands and frowned apologetically. So, you are Miss Bao Ni's relatives. I'm sorry. Lin Tan Sun was so frightened that his face was contorted. At this moment, Tran Trong Nan stepped forward, cleared his throat, and asked. Have you two finished the task I gave you? Cardinal walked over respectfully and said humbly. Master, your subordinate has taken care of it. Lin Tan Sun was shocked and startled, his face turning pale as ashes. Lin Tan Sun turned pale, his face covered in cold sweat. He stammered, Miss Bao Nhi. What kind of sorcery did my subordinate, Old Master Hai, fall under? Lin Bao Nhi was flustered and hurriedly waved her hands, thinking to herself, oh my god. My dear father. Please stop embarrassing me. Don't be so dramatic. To think that these two great demons, each ruling their own territory, would call this ordinary-looking guy their master. This guy is really hiding something. Unless his cultivation has reached the soul transformation stage. This was what Lin Hai was concerned about. Tran Trong Nan gave a sly smile and said. Ah, right. Where were we? The Nine Swords Sect. Bao Ni's sect. Should we get acquainted? The more people, the stronger, right? Lin Bao Nhi slapped Lin Tan Sun's arm. And turned around with a forced smile. Father, he was just asking about you. Lin Hai stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said respectfully. Your Excellency, you are truly unfathomable. Sect Master, we only wanted to protect our daughter. And offended you. Please forgive us. Tran Trong Nan waved his hand and said with a smile. It's fine, it's fine. We are all family. Lin Tan Sun, still lost in his thoughts, was startled. What did you say? Family? What family? I never agreed to this. Lin Bao Nhi hurriedly grabbed his sleeve and said, Dad. That's enough. Lin Hai suddenly said. We must take Bao Nhi away today. For her own good. Please, Your Excellency, don't stop us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else stared at him, while Lin Bao Nhi rushed to Tran Trong Nan's side and shouted. Why, Grandpa Hai, I don't want to go back. I want to follow Master. Tran Trong Nan walked over, placed his hand on Lin Bao Ni's shoulder, and said with a smile. These two are Bao Ni's relatives. If Bao Nhi wants to go back with them, I certainly won't stop her. But she doesn't want to go. Please, don't force her. Lin Hai still refused to back down. He said, since Your Excellency is the master of the Demon King, your strength must be extraordinary. But now that the immortals from heaven have descended to the mortal realm to fight for the immortal treasure, even if you are truly powerful, how can you possibly compete with the heavenly immortals? It's better to let Bao Nhi leave this place as soon as possible, to avoid danger. Tran Trong Nan frowned. Immortals descended? Lin Hai explained. The ascended ancestor of the Ghost Tower sect has appeared. Perhaps soon he will lead his disciples to fight for the immortal treasure. With the support of immortals, the Ghost Tower sect. How can someone like me stand a chance? Nine Heavenly Diagram, who was hiding inside, was filled with joy upon hearing this. He thought to himself. Ancestor is coming? Does that mean I'm going to get out of here? Lin Tan Sun frowned and said. The sect master of the Ghost Tower sect, Nine Heavenly Diagram, is extremely cunning and vicious. If you encounter him, Your Excellency, you must be careful. Immortals are unpredictable. It's better to hand over the heavenly treasure to Nine Heavenly Diagram, Your Excellency. Don't lose your life out of greed. Nine Heavenly Diagram, who was eavesdropping, was so angry that he forgot he was hiding and shouted. You old fool. What nonsense are you talking about? I knew you were just pretending to be kind. You bunch of hypocrites. Daring to ruin my reputation behind my back. Then he hurried over and squeezed Tran Trong Nan's shoulder ingratiatingly. Senior, please be discerning. I don't even want that holy immortal sword. These two old dogs are slandering me. Senior, don't believe them. Seeing the slight suspicion in Tran Trong Nan's eyes, Nine Heavenly Diagram panicked and cried out. I am now yours in life, Senior. And yours in death. I would never covet anything of yours, Senior. Let alone the holy immortal sword. All I want in this life is to stay by your side, Senior, and serve you wholeheartedly until I die. His tone and aura? How could they ever forget it? Seeing and hearing this, it was like a bolt from the blue. This is Nine Heavenly Diagram's soul? Tran Trong Nan reached out and grabbed Nine Heavenly Diagram's soul. Nine Heavenly Diagram forced a smile. His desire to live extremely strong. Lin Tan Sun suddenly wondered. Didn't he just say that we are all family? Can this guy really resist immortals? Lin Tan Sun looked at him worriedly and transmitted his voice. Old Man Hai, Nine Heavenly Diagram only has his soul left. How can he still threaten anyone? But looking at Lin Hai, who was also speechless, he could only sigh. He probably didn't understand anything either. Lin Hai shook his head. Lin Tan Sun stared at him, while Tran Trong Nan tossed Nine Heavenly Diagram's soul aside and said, You old man, you really know how to talk. Lin Tan-sun said, so. What should we do now? Are we really going to leave Bao Nhi in your care? Lin Hai clicked his tongue. Let me think about it. Seeing them lost in thought for so long, Tran Trungen smiled and said, it seems that you too still doubt me. As it happens, we have a guest. I'll let you witness my methods. Speak of the devil, Tran Trungen smiled. Hong Wai, receive our guest. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could go out to greet them, a group of people barged in noisily, shouting. Hong Wai. Where's the place with the immortal treasure that you mentioned? Where's the immortal treasure? Where's the tree of eternal beauty? Tran Trungen strode out confidently. The demons shouted, this brat. Is this the human you mentioned last time? The one who possesses the immortal treasure? Hong Wai burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's right. Our young master has been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Tan-sun and Lin Hai walked out in a daze, staring blankly at the guests who had just arrived. They were all nascent soul demon kings. Weren't they? It was the first time they had seen more than 10 demon kings joining forces like this. Like this. Lin Bao Nhi took out the immortal treasure and said with a smile, Dad, don't be afraid. Master is very powerful. These demons can't take it away. Look at this immortal treasure. This good treasure. Master even gave it to me. Seeing what was in his daughter's hand, Lin Tan-sun was shocked. The immortal treasure? The immortal treasure is in your hands? He gave it to you? We're doomed. Quick, put it away. Don't let those demon kings see it. As soon as they saw the immortal treasure, the demon kings shouted, the immortal treasure. Kill them. Take the immortal treasure. Ha ha ha. One of them said, give that girl to me. I'll make her beg for death in ecstasy. What a delicious-looking girl. The one next to him laughed. Ha ha ha. That little brat is mine. I want to eat him. Make him nourishment. For my unborn child. You don't know what fear is until you've seen Mount Tai. Tran Trongnan walked over and said with a smile, take a good look, you two. Then he struck a pose, placing his hand on his face. Striking a pose like a delusional teenager. He tossed his hair, his entire body emitting a dazzling light. Then Tran Trongnan raised one leg, his waist twisting slightly, his hair fluttering in the wind. He raised his hand to the sky, as if emitting a halo. The demon kings were all stunned by Tran Trongnan's sudden actions. Even Lin Tan-sun and Lin Hai were startled. Lin Bao Nhi quickly waved her hands. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Hai. Master isn't usually like this. Really? Even Thak Baxo was speechless, not knowing what to say. Only Hong Wai looked infatuated, gazing at him with adoration. Oh, Master is so handsome. Tran Trongnan placed 2 fingers on his forehead, smiled faintly, and uttered a single word, Lin. Instantly, the demon kings felt as if something had slammed into them. Their bodies swelling up, their skin stretched taut, blood oozing from the cracks in their bodies. Then, with a bang, they disappeared, leaving only blood splattered on the ground. System notification. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 12,000 domain value points. You have currently accumulated 15,450 points. Would you like to upgrade to version 3.0? Everyone was instantly dumbfounded, staring blankly at Tran Trongnan. Their souls shake into the core. For a moment, they couldn't comprehend what had just happened before their very eyes. Then Lin Tan-sun exclaimed. He wiped out 10 demon kings just like that? With this kind of strength? Doesn't that mean he holds the power of all things in his hands? Lin Hai was also bewildered by Lin Tan-sun's words. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, the power of all things? Lin Tan-sun glanced at Lin Hai and asked, could it be? He's an immortal? Lin Hai transmitted his voice, impossible. Immortals ascend and become celestial beings. Even if they descend, the laws of the 9 continents cannot tolerate the existence of immortals. They will be suppressed by the laws, and their strength will rapidly decline. They can never stay in the 9 continents. But he can easily wield the power of all things. Speaking of immortals, his expression didn't show any surprise. Could it be, he's the legendary, transcendent immortal? The one who can wipe out immortals? Lin Hai said with a trembling voice, a transcendent immortal? Bao Nhi actually found such a master. Damn it, I'm actually a little jealous. Say, do you think he'll accept me as his disciple if I ask? After showing off, Tran Trong Nin was overjoyed. He tossed his hair. My efforts of reading those cheesy novels weren't in vain. Pretending to be cool is awesome. Too bad pretending to be cool doesn't give me any points. Otherwise, I could conquer the entire continent. Then the system notification popped up. Congratulations, host, for successfully upgrading your version. New feature unlocked. Immortal Path. Alluring Fragrance. Tran Trong Nin's body instantly emitted an alluring fragrance. The Demon Kings almost lost their minds. Their faces flushed. Tran Trong Nin was shocked. The seal on his eternal life body had completely disappeared. It was completely gone. The Demon Kings lunged towards him frantically, all wanting to devour his eternal life body. The fragrance was truly irresistible. Tran Trong Nin panicked. Damn it, I need to stop them. An immense pressure descended upon them. Like 1,000 pounds of weight. Immobilizing them. Looking at the Demon Kings lying on the ground, Tran Trong Nin was stunned. He thought to himself. Oh my god. The upgrade removed the seal on my eternal life body. What do I do? The system appeared and explained about the immortal path. Alluring fragrance. I am the immortal. Every word and gesture is the true intention of the immortal. It embodies the true meaning of the Great Tao and can unlock more features. Tran Trong Nin immediately tested it out. Immortal Path. Alluring fragrance can be used. Immortal aura is enveloping your body. Host, not only can you conceal your appearance, but you can also conceal the aura of your eternal life body. Looking at the energy surrounding him, Tran Trong Nin sighed in admiration. So, Immortal Path. Alluring fragrance can also be used this way. But, the previous feature. It also has something to do with the word, immortal. But can't you be a little more creative? Your special effects are so basic. Like a light bulb. The system said, Dear host. Before upgrading to version 3.0, you received a grand prize gift. Would you like to open it? Tran Trong Nin excitedly tied a red ribbon around his head and said, Open, open, open. After dealing with the nascent soul demon Canes, Lin Tan Sun and Lin Hai went to the backyard of the Shrine of the Gods to experience the flow of immortal energy and the immortal inscriptions. They were speechless. There were even spirit herbs that had taken human form, smiling at them. Tran Trong Nin was lying under a tree, casually tossing immortal pills to the spirit herbs. Hong Wai was kneeling beside him, massaging his shoulders and back. Lin Tan Sun was trembling with fear. He asked Lin Hai fearfully. Didn't we just take a nap? Have we ascended to the immortal realm already? Lin Hai said fearfully. We should still be at the Shrine of the Gods. But the changes here are probably the work of that senior. Lin Tan Sun grabbed Lin Hai's neck in a panic and said with a trembling voice, Is a transcendent immortal really that powerful? Lin Hai exclaimed. Of course. Thousands of years ago, the transcendent immortal controlled the heavens in the upper realm and slaughtered countless immortals. His existence was simply heaven-defying. Now, with him here, we no longer need to fear any immortals. Our Nine-Sword sect. Lin Tan Sun grabbed his beard and asked in a panic. But he's a transcendent immortal. Would he really help us? Lin Hai frowned and snapped. You fool. With Bao Ni's relationship with him. As long as we don't get in his way. Do you think he would ignore us, her father? Lin Tan Sun whispered. The Ghost Tower sect is now leaderless. We can take care of them and report them to him. Pulling senior on our side. Lin Hai squinted and said. I've lived for almost 100 years. This is definitely a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Now that the transcendent immortal has appeared. If we don't seize this chance, we won't even get the chance to stand in line later. Lin Tan Sun immediately seized the opportunity and walked over, cupping his hands. Senior. Tran Trong Nin, who was pinching a spirit herb's cheek, looked at him in confusion. Lin Tan Sun said. We've been disturbing you for a long time. It's time for us to leave. We have offended you before. Please forgive our little girl. We'll be bothering you again in the future. Tran Trong Nin forced a smile, continuing to pinch the spirit herb's cheek. It's fine, it's fine. Come visit often in the future. Oh, right. If that immortal comes to cause you any trouble, just tell him to come see me. I'll be waiting for him. His knowledge must be very rich. Ha ha ha. Of course I'll make use of it. Lin Tan's son was moved, thinking that Senior was truly a good person. He'd rather deal with the immortal himself than involve others. Lin Tan's son clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. Rest assured, Senior. The Nine Swords sect will never hold you back. Hongwei said, I swear. I will live and die for you, Senior. Please await our good news. Hearing this, Tran Trong Nan was utterly confused. Lin Bao Nhi felt sad as she saw her father about to leave. Dad, you're leaving already? Why don't you stay for a few more days? Lin Tan's son patted her head awkwardly and said, Good girl, make sure to listen to Senior. If there's any conflict, it could be a great opportunity for you. Lin Bao Nhi said. You didn't say that when you first got here, Dad. After they left, Xiao Ban, who had been happily playing, suddenly shrank, startling Tran Trong Nan. He panicked, worried for her. He quickly carried her to Hongwei to ask what was going on. Hearing Tran Trong Nan calling, Hongwei rushed over to help him examine Xiao Ban. But as soon as she examined the spiritual energy flowing in her body, Hongwei gasped. Relief and joy evident on her face. She said with a smile, Xiao Ban has entered the demon path. Tran Trong Nan frowned. The demon path? Hongwei explained. Before plants take form, they are not considered demons. They are only called spirits. To become a true demon, they need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine it into their bodies day and night. Only then can they enter the demon path and begin cultivating. When I first entered the demon path, it took me a very long time, even in the ancient Fox clan, to be considered a genius. Xiao Ban achieved it in less than a day. With such talent and natural aptitude, she'll likely surpass the 9th rank soon, becoming a peerless genius amongst the demon race. Right now, Xiao Ban's form is unstable, because she just entered the demon path and hasn't cultivated any demon techniques. She doesn't know how to control her spiritual energy. But with a proper cultivation technique, she'll be able to control her spiritual energy, and her form will stabilize. Her body will transform. Suddenly, Tran Trong imagined Xiao Ban after she finished cultivating, her body growing larger, transforming into a young girl. She would say with a sweet, filial smile, Daddy, are you tired? Come rest. I'll clean your ears for you. Tran Trong blushed involuntarily, a sly grin spreading across his face. To cultivate into a human form. To have a daughter. He looked at Hongwei and said, Hongwei, you're a demon king, right? Your cultivation technique should be perfect for Xiao Ban. You are my most trusted subordinate. I'll leave her training to you. You're the subordinate I trust the most. I'm entrusting you with the task of teaching Xiao Ban. Hearing this, Hongwei suddenly felt excited. She thought, my most trusted. Is this real? Master's power is boundless. His cultivation is profound. Yet he wants to personally teach Xiao Ban demon cultivation? To personally teach her? Xiao Ban. But now he's entrusted me with this task? I understand. Master must already know about my clan's cultivation technique. The heavenly demon fox technique. He knows that, because of the restriction on my body. I cannot teach it to anyone. So, he's giving me this challenge, this test. After overthinking it, she cupped her hands and said, Hongwei will definitely pass your test. I will take Xiao Ban back to the clan immediately. I will ensure she receives her own cultivation technique. I will not disappoint you, Master. Tran Trong Nin was still wondering what had just happened in Hongwei's mind. When she continued, Perhaps, Xiao Ban will become your most powerful subordinate, Master. With her talent. And you as her master? The elders surely wouldn't object. She's giving the Fox clan a powerful backer. Tran Trong Nin didn't care about all that. He carefully handed Xiao Ban to Hongwei. Like a serious and sincere parent, he said, Hongwei, My happiness. My future. My wife. It all depends on you. Then, with tears in his eyes, he waved goodbye, telling them to go quickly and come back quickly. Everyone's gone. It's so quiet. He felt a little lonely. Tran Trong Nin wiped away his tears. Thatch Baxa walked up to him, tears welling up in her eyes, and let out a soft moo. Then, she winked at Tran Trong Nin and said, "You still have me, master." Tran Trong Nin froze. He looked at Thatch Baxa in surprise. "Ha?" Thatch Baxa didn't waste any more words. She pounced on Tran Trong Nin, her tail wagging. "Master, let me serve you. I know many techniques." Tran Trong Nin jumped up and shouted, "Hey! Let go! Get off me! I'm warning you. Don't you dare try anything funny, or I'll turn you into hot pot. Go!" Lin Bo Nhi, who had just seen her father and grandfather off, returned to the door and witnessed this peculiar scene. She felt like her worldview had just expanded. A few days later, a giant snake appeared in the shrine of the gods. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed Tran Trong Nin's head. Its body coiled around him. Tran Trong Nin couldn't take it anymore. He transformed into a beam of light and fled to another location. He sat on the bed, frustrated, slamming his fist down. Damn it! Twice. My avatar got ruined by that damn snake twice. One day, I'll skin that snake myself. He thought about it over and over again, still feeling frustrated. Tran Trong Nin angrily called for Lin Bo Nhi. "Bo Nhi, I want snake soup for lunch today." Lin Bo Nhi immediately pulled out a green snake and said, "Yes, master." "No problem, master." He brought out his status board and studied it for a moment while waiting for his meal. After a few experiments, he came to the conclusion that the strength of his avatar depended on how many points he spent on it. The more points he spent, the stronger his avatar became. He could also merge his consciousness with his avatar. Kind of like watching a movie in VR. It was just a bit strange. When his avatar was killed, it would automatically disappear, leaving behind only the memories it had experienced. It had no effect on his true body. Tran Trong Nin tossed and turned in bed, frustrated. "I want to experiment more, but I only have 4,950 points left. I can only afford a nascent soul stage avatar now. I'm so poor. When will those immortals arrive? This landlord is running out of rice." Suddenly, Lin Bo Nhi, who was holding the snake by its neck, about to cook it, sensed a surge of demonic energy. Tran Trong Nin immediately sat up and looked towards the door excitedly. "Another great demon? This is getting interesting." A knock came from outside the door. A gentle voice followed, filled with tenderness. "Excuse me." Both Lin Bo Nhi and Tran Trong Nin were stunned. None of the people who had come looking for them lately had spoken so gently and warmly. When the door opened, they were even more surprised. A beautiful woman with fox ears and long silver hair walked in and asked Tran Trong Nin, "Is Senior here?" The love for beautiful women, blood, of Tran Trong Nin and Lin Bo Nhi immediately surged. Where did this beautiful woman come from? Her legs, so long, so white, so slender. She's absolutely stunning. Tran Trong Nin rushed to the door faster than lightning, holding a flower in his mouth, striking a pose. He looked at her and said with a smile, "I'm 9, you're 3. Hello, I'm Tran Trong Nin." Seeing him, the woman cupped her hands and said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior. Senior, I am Bo Nhi of the Heavenly Demon Fox Clan. I came on behalf of MANHUA. I have something to report to you, Senior." Tran Trong Nin asked in surprise, why didn't MANHUA come herself? Could it be? Bo Nhi nodded sadly, confirming his suspicions. Unpleasant thoughts filled Tran Trong Nin's mind. MANHUA, my sister, was she captured? Tran Trong Nin's face darkened visibly. Meanwhile, at the Nine Swords sect, the disciples of the Nine Swords sect had been slaughtered. The place was in ruins. Desolate. Lin Hai stood amidst his dying disciples, his face ashen. The wrinkles on his face deepened, his fear evident. We're doomed. This is the end. If it was only one immortal who had descended, he would be confident that Senior, the transcendent immortal, could handle it. But now, there were 12 immortals standing before him. How could they possibly fight back? The leader of the immortals, who was also the ancestor of the Ghost Tower sect, looked down at Lin Hai and the others, as if they were ants. He asked coldly, "Where is the holy immortal sword?" His aura, as heavy as Mount Tai, pressed down on them. No one could resist. They were all forced to the ground. Some even coughed up blood. Lin Hai trembled. I don't know." A skinny, drug addict-looking immortal flew over. He grinned, his smile unsettling. "Old man, why bother beating around the bush? Just extract his soul. Wouldn't that be easier?" Soul extraction was a sinister technique used by evil sects. The victim would become an idiot and die a slow, painful death. A slow, agonizing death. Therefore, I was extremely scared. Before he could do anything, his soul was taken away by that person. That person laughed and said it was interesting. This time down to the mortal world. There is even the legendary Home 6 immortal. It's a pity that this information is not very complete. Another immortal, after hearing his companion finish, ran over and asked urgently, "How is that possible? Home 6 immortal has disappeared for tens of thousands of years. How could he exist in this descent to the mortal world? This is terrifying." That person threw Lin Hai aside and said, "The memory in the head. But this old man only has one sacred immortal sword. We need to find it in his hand." The old ghost temporarily maintained an arrogant attitude and said, "What's there to be afraid of in this descent to the mortal world? There's no one who can be our opponent. Even if it's the legendary Home 6 immortal. When encountering our 12 immortal generals, the final outcome will still be death. These stupid and lowly people must have been deceived. Or drugged. Don't mind them, let's go. Time is running out. Let's go and reclaim the sacred immortal sword." The person holding Lin Hai's collar curled the corner of his mouth, revealing sharp teeth like fangs. As he dashed away, he shouted, "Let's go. Lead the way and let us see the true face of that Home 6 immortal." At the same time, at the cultivation holy land of the ancient heavenly demon Fox clan, Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor Nin Tuc had just sensed a powerful immortal aura approaching. It was a sign that many immortals had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, a little fox demon came forward and anxiously reported, "Elder Hong Yi and Little Ban are still unwilling to stay in the clan. We've stopped them. But Hong Yi wants to see you." "But, Elder, why do we have to keep that demon servant? She doesn't have any cultivation base." Nin Tuc snorted coldly. "You don't understand anything. Although she doesn't have any cultivation base now, her talent has surpassed 9th grade. She's an extremely rare existence in the demon race. Moreover, her demon body is a branch of the lamb root tree." The little fox demon still didn't quite believe it. Nin Tuc continued, his eyes revealing a cold and ruthless look. "You see, she has no cultivation base now. But once she cultivates, her progress will be 10,000 miles a day. By then, let alone reaching deity transformation. Even becoming an immortal will only take an instant. And we'll have another powerful backer. It'll be more stable. This is only beneficial to the development of the clan. Not harmful at all." The little fox demon came to a realization after hearing this. Nin Tuc waved his hand and said, "All right, go and see that traitor." In the prison of the ancient heavenly demon Fox clan, Hong Yi was tied to a copper pillar. Little Ban was also tied up with a large chain, struggling constantly. 2 others stood guard beside them. The prison door creaked open, and Nin Tuc walked in, his face filled with murderous intent. He looked down at Hong Yi, who was tied up and kneeling on the ground. Hong Yi looked up and weakly called out, "Elder." Nin Tuc asked Hong Yi, "You're still unwilling to stay in the clan?" Hong Yi gritted her teeth and said, "Yes." Hong Yi doesn't want to. This time, Hong Yi came with Master's mission. If Elder doesn't want Little Ban to observe the cultivation technique, then please let us leave. Several fox demons who came along heard Nin Tuc's words and looked at Hong Yi with disdain. "Master? Tang is a great genius with the bloodline of the ancient heavenly demon Fox. Yet she's willing To take a lowly human as her master? Hong Yi, you've fallen. These people probably finished criticizing Hong Yi and moved on to criticizing Chen Chang'an. However, Hong Yi could accept others criticizing her. But criticizing Chen Chang'an was unacceptable. The anger in her heart surged. Demonic energy filled the space. She shouted furiously, "Shut up! Don't you dare insult my master!" Although Hong Yi was a high-level cultivation genius, she was aided by Chen Chang'an, so her strength had increased significantly. But compared to a seasoned demon like Nin Tuc, she had no way to resist. Nin Tuc simply waved her hand, and Hong Yi's pressure dissipated. Nin Tuc said coldly, "Your rank breakthrough is quite fast. With this strength and the cultivation of the clan. Don't be ungrateful." Hong Yi said earnestly, "The reason I was able to break through so quickly is all thanks to Master's help. Master's strength is profound and immeasurable. As long as I stay by Master's side, becoming an immortal is only a matter of time. Elder, you must believe me." Of course, what Hong Yi said was too outrageous. Nin Tuc didn't believe half of it and sneered, "Master? You mean the Master you speak of as stronger than the descended immortals? The strongest humans are only at the deity transformation realm. After overcoming tribulation, they would have already ascended to the upper realm. And how capable can he be? At most, he's at the deity transformation realm, just like me." Nin Tuc lowered her voice, her tone filled with threat. "Now that the immortals have descended, as long as that immortal treasure is still in your master's hands, the immortals will find him sooner or later. By then, he won't be able to escape." After speaking, Nin Tuc turned around, swayed her tail, and left. Before leaving, she added, "Hong Yi, think carefully. Is your master's life more important? Or is yours?" She left. And Hong Yi's heart became even more anxious. She just wanted to get out as soon as possible and return to her master's side. Meanwhile, at the Immortal's temple, the immortal aura grew closer. Bao Nhi looked up at the sky worriedly, thinking to herself, "It seems the immortals have descended. If what Sister Hong Yi said is true, and the immortal treasure is in Senior's hands, then I can't just keep waiting. I have to find a way to leave soon." She looked at Chen Chang'an worriedly and called out, "Senior." But Chen Chang'an's expression at this moment was extremely unsightly. Bao Nhi thought it was because he had sensed the presence of the immortals, which was why his face was so grim. But those immortals, once they entered his domain, would be nothing more than ants. The reason Chen Chang'an's face was unsightly was because of what she had just told him. Chen Chang'an suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You heavenly demon fox clan are really bold. You dare to imprison my people? You're practically begging for death." Bao Nhi stared at him in astonishment. The immortals were about to arrive, yet Senior wasn't worried about his own safety. Instead, he was worried about the imprisoned Hong Yi. And little Ban? Were they really that important to him? Chen Chang'an slammed his fist on the ground in anger. The ground beneath him shattered. Chen Chang'an roared, "Bao Nhi! Tell that old woman to release Hong Yi and little Ban within 3 days. Otherwise, she'll face the consequences." The current Chen Chang'an didn't even bat an eye at the immortals. He only cared about the people he trusted and kept by his side. Bao Nhi nodded fearfully and said, "Yes." But she was still very worried. Bao Nhi hurriedly said, "Senior, I'll talk to the elder about Hong Yi and little Ban. But now that the immortals have descended, do you need?" Chen Chang'an gently blew on his dusty sleeve and interrupted Bao Nhi softly. "Are the immortals that powerful?" He cut her off gently. "Are the immortals really that powerful? If they dare to descend, I'll wait for them here. After all, such a good show doesn't come by every day." The mortal energy surge. Every appearance was accompanied by celestial phenomena, dark clouds gathering, lightning flashing across the sky. A flash of light streaked across the small corner of the sky. The little demons living below trembled and knelt, their faces pale with fear. Even the high-ranking demon races weren't much different. They all shared the same expression and doubts in their hearts. For 10,000 years, no immortals had descended upon the 100,000 great mountains. The people who came here must have a purpose. The Fox clan was no different. It wasn't just one immortal, but 12 of them. Based on their strength, even just one of them could wipe out the entire 100,000 Great Mountains. Such a lineup hadn't been seen in millennia. The Fox clan members were in their respective places. They used 10 heaven-grade Kuei-Tien formations to observe the group. Seeing the immortals aggressively approaching, their hearts turned cold. An unknown cultivator in the flying immortal mountain relied on himself and used his meager strength to seize an immortal treasure, only to bring about such a great disaster. This time, he's doomed. Nin Tuk smiled smugly, thinking to herself, good thing I made the right choice. These immortals are only here for the immortal treasure. If I hadn't detained Hong Yi and that demon servant, I wouldn't have been able to avoid this calamity. I want to see with my own eyes. The others were all so eager. After all, it was rare to witness immortals making a move. Being able to learn from it was an invaluable opportunity. Nin Tuk waited with anticipation. That Chen Chang'an, what could he possibly have to resist the might of heaven? At that moment, all 12 immortals had arrived at the Immortals' Temple. But the one thing they didn't expect was the presence of immortal energy here. Suddenly, one of them pointed towards the backyard and exclaimed, look, immortal inscriptions. An immortal energy. And a fresh immortal tree. To think there's an immortal land in this lower realm. The old man laughed and said, we must bring this immortal land back to the Xuanwu immortal realm. With this immortal land, our cultivation will surely soar. Inside the Immortals' Temple, Chen Chang'an was observing the immortals outside. He was secretly delighted. And counted 1, 2, 3, 42 immortals. This is the value of a dazzling domain. Lin Bao Nhi and Granny Todd trembled with worry. Granny Todd tried to suppress her trembling heart and asked, young master, what should we do? Lin Bao Nhi also huddled close to Chen Chang'an, trembling as she said, master, I'm scared. Chen Chang'an smiled and asked, with me here. What are you afraid of? Boom. Something fell in front of them. The three of them exclaimed in unison. Isn't this the old man from before? The most terrified one was Lin Bao Nhi. Her face turned pale. This person was Lin Hai, the person she was most familiar with. The immortals looked down and asked arrogantly, are you the Hong Six immortal? Chen Chang'an was getting annoyed. He said coldly, if you want the sword, come to me. Don't involve innocent people. The old man snorted and said, you lowly ants dare to question us? The woman beside him laughed. Those disobedient ants from the Nine Swords sect dared to hide the whereabouts of the sacred sword. Now they've all gone to see the king of hell. The leader of the 8 soul reapers was getting impatient. He urged impatiently, enough nonsense. Kill him and find the sword. Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of pure spiritual energy shot up from below, carrying with it immortal energy. It was clearly from the immortal sword. Upon hearing that, her entire sect had been destroyed. Lin Bao Nhi nearly lost her mind. She grabbed the immortal sword and charged forward frantically. Even if she could only kill one of them, it would be revenge. However, the gap in strength was too vast. Even with the divine sword in hand, with Lin Bao Ni's current strength, it was impossible to defeat them. The old man was furious. His beard and hair stood on end as he roared. The sword of my master. How dare you ants wield it? Die. Behind him, a giant skeletal phantom appeared, holding a large saber and slashing down. The slash tore through the air. But Lin Bao Nhi stood firm. Why? Because she knew that her powerful master was behind her, supporting her. Indeed, Chen Chang'an appeared in front of her. With a single hand raised, he shattered the attack. Chen Chang'an at this moment was undoubtedly incredibly handsome. He frowned. His smile vanished, and his voice was laced with menace. You dare to touch my disciple? The immortals, seeing Chen Chang'an block the attack, began to murmur amongst themselves. The old man snorted coldly. maintaining his disdainful demeanor. HMPH, I only used a fraction of my power. For that brat to be able to withstand my attack. They must have a trump card. We mustn't underestimate them. The one beside him chuckled. It's fine. There are so many of us. It'll be easy to crush them. Seeing Chen Chang'an appear, Lin Bao Nhi dropped the sacred sword she was holding. Poor girl. She burst into tears. Boo-hoo. Master. Boo-hoo-hoo. You're gone. The Nine-Sword sect is gone too. She threw her arms around Chen Chang'an and sobbed. I have no home to go back to. Boo-hoo-hoo. Chen Chang'an, at this moment, was utterly furious. Rage burned within him. The scene of the Nine-Sword sect's destruction, the desolate ruins, the piles of corpses. It all flashed through his mind. Chen Chang'an was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He gently wiped away Lin Bao's tears, trying his best to control his emotions and comfort her. Don't cry, my disciple. Then, he picked up the sacred sword. The aura around him changed. Today, I, your master, will slay immortals for you. The immortals were still arrogant and oblivious to the death that awaited them. They even laughed at him, oblivious to the consequences. They had only themselves to blame. They were not the protagonists of this story. Queen Gao clasped her hands together and said, all right. The immortal venerable is losing patience. We don't have much time left in the lower realm. Let's retrieve the immortal sword quickly. We can kill this guy after we get the sword. The immortals behind her also began to clasp their hands together and chant softly. It was best to attack first, just in case. Better safe than sorry. A minute of silence followed. Chen Chang'an stood still, watching the immortals chant. The ones who were panicking were the immortals themselves. Why wasn't the sword responding to them? This incantation was taught to them by their own immortal venerable. They should be able to use it as long as they were close enough to the immortal sword. Why wasn't it reacting? Perhaps they were too far away. The immortals decided to move closer, walking right into Chen Chang'an's trap. There's no escape now, they're dead meat. The group chanted their incantations once more. But the sacred sword in Chen Chang'an's hand didn't budge an inch. Queen Gao cried out in horror. Master's incantation, it's useless. The sacred sword isn't responding. How is that possible? What's going on? Could it be? Could it be that the sacred sword is under that kid's control? That's exactly what had happened. The sword in Chen Chang'an's hand was cowering, trembling, whimpering, and struggling, desperately trying to get back to its master. Chen Chang'an looked at it coldly and said, You want to go back? Go ahead, I won't stop you. One impatient immortal charged forward, shouting, Let me at him. But was stopped by a female immortal beside him. Hold on, this guy is weird, let me test him out first. Then she began, chanting an incantation, lightning crackling around her. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Heavenly tribulation was summoned. Heavenly tribulation was the law of the lower realm, keeping those cultivators who defied the heavenly Tao in check. Those lowly cultivators in the lower realm could never stand against the heavenly Tao. We can still kill him with our techniques. The sacred immortal sword was forged by Master using 10,000-year-old Zhan iron. It'll be fine. As soon as she finished her incantation, heavenly tribulation appeared in the sky once more. It thought to itself excitedly, I'm invincible. Finally, I've made my grand entrance. Let's see which one I should strike first. Then, it eagerly struck down, striking with glee. Striking down on people was its favorite thing to do. Heavenly tribulation wanted to see what Chen Chang'an was capable of. Chen Chang'an looked up at heavenly tribulation, his expression calm as he gazed upward. There was no way heavenly tribulation could harm him within his domain. As expected, the moment heavenly tribulation saw Chen Chang'an, it felt a chill run down its spine. It was so scared that its face twisted in terror. Its face distorted with fear. It cried out in terror. Holy crap! Why is it him? I'm doomed. I'm screwed. Whoever wants to strike, go ahead. Later, losers. Heavenly tribulation left those words behind and hurriedly turned to flee. It didn't even dare to look back. Chen Chang'an flicked a few strands of his hair and chuckled mockingly. That's all you got, little sister. You're the thunderclap immortal, aren't you? You immortals look almighty and impressive. But in reality, you're all bark and no bite. So disappointing. The immortals were fuming. Their veins were bulging with frustration, unable to do anything to him. The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Our immortal energy is not something a mere mortal cultivator can compare to. Don't hold back. Kill him." The immortals hurriedly unleashed their divine abilities and techniques, attacking Chen Chang'an. A flood of attacks surged toward him. They were utterly enraged by this seemingly ignorant and arrogant mortal. Chen Chang'an held the sacred immortal sword, looking at them with an arrogant smirk. "Not bad. All 12 of you at once. This saves me a lot of time. After all, a swift death is much more satisfying than watching each one of you die slowly, one by one, in fear." He laughed and shouted, "My move is massive. Can you handle it?" Then, he swung the sacred immortal sword horizontally. A long arc of energy sliced through the air. Immortal energy erupted, before the immortals could react. The strike landed. The immortals panicked and scrambled to escape. The one who had been boasting the loudest just moments ago screamed in terror. "The tables have turned. That's no mere mortal. Run. Can do immortal, who was behind." Queen Gao immortal sighed in relief. "We dodged his sword. Otherwise." But then, Queen Gao immortal's eyes widened in fear. She pointed ahead and screamed. "Wait, look, the 9 provinces continent has its own Dharma body. And we're immortals from the Xianwu immortal realm. In the upper realm, before them. Right in the middle of the immortals' temple. There was a massive void. A gaping hole of nothingness. It was a spatial rift. Only now did true fear grip their hearts. A bone-chilling terror. Queen Gao immortal stammered, "No matter how strong he is, there's no way he could tear open a spatial rift. But that kid, he actually did it." The most terrified of all were the Soul Reaper who had taken Lin Hai's soul. And the old man. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. They were so terrified and astonished that their faces were contorted in fear. In theory, only someone whose Dharma body's power surpassed the 9 provinces' grand formation could shatter the celestial barrier. But that kid had done it with a single sword strike. The immortals, who had been united just moments ago, were now in utter chaos. They were in complete disarray. "Let's scatter and report this to the immortal venerable. Let him send someone stronger." And just at that moment, they witnessed something even more terrifying. Chen Chang'an, oblivious to the fact that he had just created a spatial rift, reached out to touch it. He reached in to explore. The immortals were utterly horrified. It was as if they were seeing demons for the first time in their lives. Demons so terrifying that even their long-dead mothers would rise from their graves. Holy Mother of! That's the power of spatial destruction. The very power that our immortal venerable fears. And he's touching it directly? Is he tired of living? The immortal beside him exclaimed. Is that really the point right now? Shouldn't we be freaking out about how he's completely unharmed? The spatial rift was slowly closing. Chen Chang'an clicked his tongue and muttered. I thought I broke space itself. I was about to complain to the system. But it's closing up already. System, don't freak out. Got any rules for this situation? Chen Chang'an didn't care about those rules. He turned his attention back to the fight. His aura shifted as he turned. Immortal energy and Dharma energy interweaved around him. He stood there, sword in hand, silent. Yet his presence exuded immense pressure. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Chen Chang'an was smiling. But that smile was terrifyingly intimidating. He asked. Are you ready to be crushed? The immortals roared in unison, come on. We don't believe that 12 immortals can't kill a single mortal. You heard him. He won't let us live. Our only chance is to fight to the death. Only by fighting can we survive. Of course, everyone knew what would happen. When one man faced off against a swarm of ants. Chen Chang'an chuckled and uttered a single word, freeze. His word was law in this domain. With a single utterance, the immortals froze. Unable to move an inch. Panic seized the immortals. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. This was the power of law. We're screwed, guys. Chen Chang'an patted the head of Lin Bo Nhi, who was still crying beside him, and said with a smile. My good disciple, open your eyes wide and watch. Watch how I make those who killed your father and elder high pay. The immortals hurriedly shouted, threatening him by invoking their backers. You brat, think carefully. Our backer is the immortal venerable of the Xianwu immortal realm. If you kill us, he won't let you get away with it. Queen Gao hurriedly added. That's right, fellow Taoist. The Nine Swords sect is just a bunch of ants. Is it worth offending the immortal venerable for them? It's not worth it. Chen Changnan chuckled and said, I don't care if he's an immortal venerable or an immortal king. If he dares to come to Mount Flying Immortal and find me, I'll send him and his entire entourage straight to the Western Paradise. After all, in this place, he was invincible. He was the strongest being in this world. The immortals, realizing that they couldn't reason with Chen Changnan, were so angry that their eyes practically popped out of their heads. But all they could do was watch as death slowly approached them. There was nothing else they could do. Chen Changnan continued. The heavenly Tao of the lower realm is a coward. It won't punish you, so I will. Chen Changnan's gaze shifted. The smile was gone. His face was cold and emotionless. As if he had just avenged his family. His hair flowed in the wind. His robes billowed. As he turned, immense immortal energy and pressure that no one in this world could resist erupted from him. Let me deliver justice to this world, he declared. Justice for the innocent Nine Swords sect that you slaughtered. As he spoke, a blaze of fire erupted in midair, incinerating the 12 immortals, both body and soul. None were spared. They were all reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. Chen Changnan looked at the remnants of the immortals. With the same indifferent gaze, one might give to weeds pulled from the roadside. This was the only fitting end. For those who dared to underestimate him. Who told them to look down on others? Granny Ta and the 9 heavenly disciples. Who had witnessed everything. Once again felt their worldviews crumble. Chen Changnan stood beside Lin Baoanai and said sternly, as if to etch his words into her soul. Watch closely. Train hard and become stronger. Don't let your father and the others down. Tears still streamed down Lin Baoanai's face. But now, her expression was filled with determination. She nodded resolutely and said, Yes, Master. The scene of the 12 immortals being incinerated. Body and soul. With such ease. Naturally. Reached the ears of the ancient heavenly fox clan. Only now did they realize that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. Nin Tuk stammered. Those flames. They incinerated immortals. They're no ordinary flames. She stared at the all-consuming fire. Feeling as if she herself could burst into flames at any moment. This must be heavenly fire. Divine fire. Something we can never overcome. Or resist. The immortals had been burned to cinders. Leaving behind only their essence. Or rather, Chen Changnan had deliberately spared their cores. Chen Changnan gathered the immortal cores. The essence of their cultivation. He chuckled and said, Immortals turned into mortal pills. Now that's a fitting death. It would be a waste to simply kill them like that. He had been too preoccupied with the immortals to pay attention to anything else. But now that they were dealt with, it was time to address other matters. Nin Tuk and the others, caught in Chen Changnan's gaze, felt their surveillance techniques shatter. The images they were viewing fragmented. Nin Tuk trembled and muttered. One sword to repel immortals. One word to restrain them. And with his own power, he slaughtered 12 immortals. This is the Master Hong Yi spoke of. The one who killed all those immortals. What good is my deity transformation cultivation in the face of such power? A wave of icy terror washed over Nin Tuk. She was terrified, trembling. Instinctively, she realized that holding Hong Yi and Little Ban captive was practically suicidal. She remembered what Bao Nhi had said. That the senior had given them 3 days to return Hong Yi and Little Ban to Mount Flying Immortal. Besides taking them back. Today we will go apologize to Senior Hong Yi. We hope that Senior will be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against the Celestial Fox tribe. As for Tran Trong Nin, he was currently unaware that he was being watched intently by these people. He only felt a faint sense of being observed. But when it disappeared, he didn't think much of it. Zhu Tiandu trembled. All 12 immortals are dead. Master is truly powerful. Thatch Bad Jiao was filled with adoration. Only young master can refine immortals into immortal pills. Young master is truly extraordinary. He looked at the refined immortal pills with glee. To think we could extract the essence of immortals. This is a bountiful harvest. Suddenly, Tran Trong Nin realized that he hadn't heard that familiar sound today. The sound that usually accompanied killing those 12 immortals. Where did all the domain points go? The system notification appeared. Collecting domain values. Due to the large amount, it cannot be loaded immediately. Please wait patiently. Tran Trong Nin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. That's a relief. He had been worried that killing immortals wouldn't count towards his domain value. That the system wouldn't recognize it. Suddenly, Lin Bao Nhi threw herself into his arms, taking him by surprise. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Master." "Thank you, Master." She couldn't say anything more. Tears flowed freely, soaking his shirt. Tran Trong Nin remained silent, his gaze fixed on her. He saw a reflection of his past self in her. "Bao Nhi," he said softly. "I've been keeping something from you. Until now, I wasn't sure if I should tell you the truth." Lin Bao Nhi cried until she had no more tears left. When she had finally calmed down, Tran Trong Nin spoke again. "Go get some rest. Tonight, I'll have Thatch Bad Jia take you back to the Nine Sword Sect." Lin Bao Nhi nodded weakly. After she left, Tran Trong Nin sat down in the courtyard. Thatch Bad Jia brought out a tray of tea. "Please, Senior, have some tea. This is made with 82-year-old spirit spring water. It's very refreshing." A knock on the gate interrupted their conversation. A deep, feminine voice called out, "May I come in?" Nin Su stepped inside, suppressing her fear. She forced a smile and bowed. "Demon Emperor Nin Su of the Celestial Fox Tribe has come to apologize. I have erred. I dared to detain your people. Please forgive me." Bao Nhi stood behind her. Nin Su thought nervously. This senior is Hong Yi's master. With Hong Yi here, he will surely show her some respect and spare the Celestial Fox Tribe. Besides, I only detained them, I didn't harm them. And the immortals in the upper realm are aware of our tribe's ancient heritage. He wouldn't dare to push us too far. However, Tran Trong Nin's expression remained cold and intimidating. He turned to face her, his eyes narrowed. "You," he said slowly, his voice laced with menace, "kneel." His oppressive aura intensified. Nin Su's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Her body trembling with fear. Terror gripped her heart. She gritted her teeth, trying to control her trembling. Is this the power to slay immortals? His mere presence is enough to suppress my soul transformation cultivation. If he wanted to kill me, he could do it with a flick of his finger. Tran Trong Nin's voice was cold and cutting. Demon Emperor Nin Su, ruler, the most influential figure in the 10,000 Great Mountains, commands countless loyal subjects, respected by all celestial foxes, so fiercely protective of your tribe. You're very brave, indeed. Nin Su trembled. Please, Senior, calm your anger. It was my fault. I'm willing to pay for my crimes with my life. Please, don't exterminate the Celestial Fox Tribe. Bao Nhi cried out, "No, she's crucial to the Celestial Fox Tribe. She cannot die." Bao Nhi knelt beside Nin Su, pleading with Tran Trong Nin. "Please, Senior, I beg you. Spare her and the Celestial Fox Tribe. If you're willing, I'll do anything for you." "Step back, Bao Nhi. This has nothing to do with you. Elder, I've made up my mind. Besides, to die at the hands of someone as powerful as Senior, it would be an honor." Tran Trong Nin fell silent, lost in thought. More friends, fewer enemies. Everyone understands this principle. If the Celestial Fox Tribe can be of use. He stood up, leaning on his staff, and looked at them. "So, as long as I spare the Demon Emperor and the Celestial Foxes, you'll do anything, correct?" Bao Nhi nodded. "Yes." Tran Trong Nin walked behind Ning Su, staff in hand. He grunted. "Then let me see your sincerity." He raised his staff and brought it down hard on Bao Ni's back. Her body convulsed, her muscles spasming. Ning Su stared in horror, her mouth agape, speechless. Bao and I lay crumpled on the ground. Her body curled up like a shrimp. Each blow was accompanied by a whimper of pain. Ning Su watched in terror, her mind reeling. Bao and I. What is he doing to Bao and I? But she didn't dare to move. She watched helplessly as Tran Trong continued his assault. Bao and I. Bao and I. She couldn't even bring herself to speak up, let alone intervene. Ning-Su realized with a chilling certainty that Tran Trong was deliberately humiliating her by forcing her to watch her own tribe member suffer. She couldn't utter a single word. In defense, couldn't offer any protection. It was a cruel joke. From the very beginning, this man had shown no regard for their status or background. They were nothing but insignificant ants to him. He wasn't killing them, but he was crushing their pride, bit by bit. He was warning her to behave. Or the 12 immortal generals would be. The fate of the celestial foxes. This man was a demon. Sensing that Ning-Su was about to break, Tran Trong finally stopped. He stretched inside. Finally, a moment to relax. I could keep going. But I think I've made my point. The system notification appeared, tallying up his domain value. 1 immortal general. 20,000 domain points. Tran Trong froze. He stared at the total number of points he had received. His jaw slack with astonishment. His expression contorted in shock. His mouth hung open, unable to close. He was utterly stunned. 240,000 domain points? He exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. Holy crap! Amazing! That's enough to expand my invincible domain to 2,400 meters. System, use all my domain points to expand. Wait, can I upgrade to version 4.0 now? No, the system replied. Would you like to upgrade your invincible domain to version 4.0? It will cost 50,000 domain points. There's also a special condition. What condition? He asked. Within 1 month, expand your invincible domain to encompass the entire Mount Fade Tien. Once you do, you will be awarded the title Master of Mount Fade Tien. Failure to do so within the time limit will result in mission failure. Tran Trong was dumbfounded. So, I have to become the Master of Mount Fade Tien. To upgrade to version 4.0? And there's a time limit? I thought I was rich. But even with all my domain points, I can only cover a third of Mount Fade Tien. Seriously, this game's upgrades are getting more and more outrageous. It's like they want the horse to run but won't let it eat any grass. I'm not upgrading this version. The system encouraged him. Don't give up, host. Once you become the Master of Mount Fade Tien, you'll get a chance to unlock a mythical secret realm. Inside, you'll find legendary techniques and artifacts. From historical figures, Tran Trong's eyes widened. Now you're talking. Mount Fade Tien, huh? Piece of cake. First, use 190,000 domain points to expand by 1,000 meters. A flash of light. The system notification appeared. 190,000 domain points deducted to expand invincible domain. Current invincible domain range. 2,023 meters. Remaining domain points. 50,050. Tran Trong rubbed his hands together. His mind racing. I need to find a way to gain more domain points quickly. I wonder how things are going on the other side. I hope the items I gave them are working. At the Nine Sword sect, Lin Bao wept over the countless corpses. Senior brother, senior sister. Junior brother. Zhu Tiandu said, don't worry. I'll report the situation with the Holy Immortal Sword. To the upper realm. The Immortal's first target will be the Nine Sword sect. Lin Bao trembled as she looked at her father's lifeless body. Father. Suddenly, a voice startled her. Bao, don't cry. Father is here. She turned around, confused. Father? She saw him, along with the other sect members, standing there unharmed. He single-handedly defeated 12 immortal generals. Master's power is truly terrifying. Bao was stunned. Father. Father. But you and Uncle Hai were killed by the immortals. What? What's going on? The corpses behind them shimmered and slowly faded away. Lin Tansun smiled. It was an illusion. Created by a talisman Master gave me. Bao, it's a long story. But we owe our lives to Master. We survived the immortals' attack because of him. Just as I was about to leave, Master suddenly called me back. Lin Tansun recounted his conversation with Tran Trong. He bowed respectfully. Master, do you have any further instructions? Tran Trong pondered for a moment. I'm trying to decide how to kill you. Lin Tansun's face paled. Master, are you blaming us? For confronting the immortals on your behalf? Tran Trong waved his hand dismissively. No, that's not it. The Nine Sword Sect is the immortals' most likely target. There's a high chance they'll come after you. It's good that they came straight for me. But there's always a possibility of unforeseen circumstances. So we need to have two plans in place. Plan A, the entire Nine Sword Sect relocates to my domain. Plan B, I'll protect you all. You'll have to abandon your sex foundation. But your lives will be safe. You can rebuild later. He took out a talisman. The Immortal True Illusionary Array. It's an illusionary array talisman. Plan B, we use this to fake your deaths. And deceive the immortals. I recommend Plan A. Plan B is too risky. Even I can't guarantee its success. You know, I could just leave you all out of this mess. Lin Tansun hesitated as he looked at the talisman. Abandoning our sect to save our lives. That's unacceptable. We can't be homeless. To be honest, the Nine Sword Sect and the Ghost Tower Sect were bound to clash sooner or later. We just didn't expect their immortals to descend. We never had a choice. Tran Trong insisted, his voice firm. Bao Nhi is my disciple. I have a responsibility to protect you all. Just like her master protected me. If everything goes well, set off some fireworks. To let me know you're safe. Lin Bao Nhi was touched. Master. You're so kind. I love you, Master. Lin Tansun bowed deeply. Master, your benevolence is boundless. You were prepared to face the immortals alone. But still provided us with these life-saving talismans. You protected our lives. In this ruthless cultivation world, it's always the strong who prey on the weak. To know someone as compassionate as you, Master. It's a blessing for our Nine Sword Sect. Father, I even suspect that all of this was part of Master's plan. How else could he have predicted everything so accurately? However, I fear that the upper and lower realms will not know peace after this. Lin Bao Nhi tilted her head. But what about Uncle Hai? Lin Tansun looked at the talisman in his hand. He was afraid that the immortals would see through the illusion. He took a gamble and fought alongside them, hoping for a miracle. He suddenly remembered something important. Oh no. He quickly grabbed a firework launcher. Father, we forgot to inform Master. We need to tell him we're safe. He fired the firework into the sky. It exploded, displaying the message. Lin Tansun is safe. Tran Trong breathed the sigh of relief. They're alive. Now that I know how the Immortal True Illusionary Array works, I discovered 3 of its functions. First, it can conceal the aura of an immortal body. Second, it can disguise one's appearance. Based on these 2 points, I believe it can also create illusions. And with the word immortal in its name, it seems like it would be perfect for dealing with immortals. But my system's abilities can't be used outside my domain. Perhaps it can be like a living being. Everything is interconnected. I should try infusing it into a talisman. He conducted numerous experiments. But he wasn't sure if the Immortal True Illusionary Array would still work outside his invincible domain. Would it be able to fool an immortal? As he pondered this question, a vision of a grand city appeared before him. That's it, he exclaimed. The Immortal True Boundary can be infused into objects and taken outside my invincible domain. And it can still be used outside the domain. Now, it's time to test its other functions. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, the Zhanmu region's 10,000 sects gathering was in full swing. A voice called out. Shangwu. Shangwu, my friend. Long time no see. It was Long Ming, Immortal Lord. A close friend of Shangwu, Immortal Lord. Why are you sitting here alone, drinking? Something bothering you? Tell your brother, I'll help you. Shangwu downed his wine. Some time ago, my lifebound sword was knocked down to the lower realm by an unknown force. I sent 12 immortal generals to retrieve it. But he recalled Tran Trang's defiant expression. Everyone had been shocked. In the end, they were all defeated. Shang Wu buried his head in his hands. Damn beast. His eyes flashed with rage. My 12 immortal generals. All of them. Slain by a mere cross-tribulation immortal from the lower realm. Long Ming Immortal Lord was astonished. Someone that audacious in the lower realm. Shang Wu seethed with anger. He's nothing but an ant in my eyes. But he's protected by the laws of the 9 continents. I can't deal with him myself. It's a disgrace to the name of immortal. Long Ming chuckled. An ant, you say? Tell you what. I'll kill him for you. One of my subordinates. Happens to be a cross-tribulation immortal. Whose power is not restricted by the laws of the 9 continents. He's perfect for dealing with this nuisance. Leave it to me. Within 3 days. I'll bring you his head. And your holy immortal sword. Shang Wu grinned triumphantly. Thank you, brother Long Ming. It's been a while. Let's celebrate with a drink. We won't stop until we're drunk. Just then. A voice announced. Jade Tian Immortal Maiden has arrived. Zhang knocked Tian's entrance. Captivated everyone's attention. Murmurs filled the air. So elegant and pure. As expected of. The current most beautiful woman in the Zhanwu Immortal Realm. I never thought I'd have the honor of meeting her at the Zhanwu gathering. Jade Tian Immortal Maiden is truly stunning. Just like in the legends. What a sight for sore eyes. Zhang knocked Tian frowned. A hint of annoyance on her face. So noisy. I'm here to borrow an immortal tree, esteemed guests. I'll return it in 3 days at the Immortal Beauty Tree. 3 days later, at the Immortal Beauty Tree. Lin Bao Nhi was massaging Tran Trangen's shoulders. Master, is the pressure like this okay? Tran Trangen was thoroughly enjoying himself. A little to the left. Perfect. Having a disciple is the best. He turned to Lin Bao Nhi. Why hasn't Thatch Bad Jia returned yet? He went to catch a dragon fire rooster king. Lin Bao Nhi replied. He said you've been working too hard lately. And need some nourishment. Grandfather said they're rebuilding the 9-sword sect. And will come pay you a visit in a few days. Tran Trangen simply nodded. Sword Spirit, who was standing behind them, frowned. I know a thing or two about massages, senior. Bak Wei and Hong Yi arrived. You can leave it here. Hong Yi looked at the sleeping child in her arms. I failed to complete the mission Master assigned me. Master even had to step in and resolve the situation himself. I'm sure I'll be punished later. You can go now. Bak Wei was surprised. Punished? Hong Yi nodded. Bak Wei quickly tried to explain. There's no need for thanks between us. Don't worry, I'll go with you. Hong Yi winked. You're such a good friend. If we weren't so close. I think you had feelings for Master. Bak Wei fell silent. Her face flushed. Tran Trangen's voice interrupted their conversation. What's this? Right there. Yes, harder. Ha ha ha. Harder. Lin Bao Ni's voice followed. Master, I'm going to die. Hearing these suggestive sounds. Hong Yi quickly put the child aside. Her face flushed. What was that sound? Could it be Master and Miss Bao and I? But her imagination had run wild. Lin Bao and I was just giving Tran Trangen a back massage. She greeted Hong Yi with a smile. Sister Hong Yi, you're back. Tran Trangen greeted them as well. Welcome back. Hong Yi was speechless, completely caught off guard. After regaining her composure, she knelt and apologized. Young master, I failed to handle the situation properly. Please punish me. Bak Wei, however, stepped forward with a smile. Senior, it's not her fault. I'm her friend. So please let me take the punishment for her. Hong Yi was surprised. Bak Wei, no. Tran Trangen, however, simply looked at them with a confused expression. Punishment? What are you talking about? Do you think I'm some kind of tyrant? I'm not punishing anyone. Hong Yi was relieved, while Bak Wei looked disappointed. Tran Trangen chuckled. You still seem upset, Miss Bak Wei. Can't bear the thought of no punishment? You truly have a soft heart. He took out an immortal pill and handed it to Hong Yi. Don't blame yourself. You've worked hard. Take this immortal pill. I'll refine more for you soon. Hong Yi's eyes widened. An immortal pill? Thank you, young master. Bak Wei was speechless. She wondered how she could recreate that strange sense of excitement she had experienced before. The system interface appeared. Domain range: 2023 meters. System level: 3.0. Name: Tran Trangan. Domain value: 50,050. Survival skill: Myriad transformations. Immortal Tao True Boundary. Special abilities: Mirror Flower Water Moon. Permanent. Eternal Immortal Tao. Permanent. Tran Trangan was lost in thought. He had spent 190,000 domain points and only had 50,000 left. I have some free time now. I should send out a clone to explore and earn more domain value. He was excited about the prospect. An Immortal Realm clone. It costs 30,000 points, but it can freely roam the lower realm. I'll exchange for it. The system responded. 30,000 domain points deducted for an Immortal Realm clone. Remaining 20,050. Tran Trangan stared intently ahead. And then slowly closed his eyes. He suddenly felt dizzy. Double vision. The perspective is so weird, I'm still used to the first-person perspective. Change the perspective of the clone. He lay in bed, hugging the other side of the double image, his back to him. At this time he opened his eyes. And then extremely excited. Wow. Abundant and powerful force. I can feel the monk's energy. Especially my current chief. Can collapse 3 mountains. Wait a minute. If an excellent monk only has V but no Dharma skills, it's hard to feel a little bit of energy in this world of immortality. But without learning a few blatant exercises, how can it be? Besides, I'm also very curious. The exercise that the clone learns, does it affect the real body system? Does the system prevent it? Can the Dharma be sent to the system's yang? Learn some Dharma. Even after the clone dies. Then the body also gains realm value. But I don't have any immortal cultivation techniques. The active gesture is the true meaning of the Tian Dao. The system displays the true solution of Tian Dao. Exploiting the use of an illusory control to hiding the appearance in Aura 3 is. If it's Tian, then the active gesture is the true meaning of the Tian Dao, containing the true meaning of the Great Way. Other functions need to be exploited. Suddenly he thought there was. There is. Can take the previous life Dharma seen on TV, combined with the third thing in Tian. The true solution of Tian Dao to use. Clone is system stuff. Must be able to use the system's functions, right? Clone is system stuff. Must be able to use the system's functions, right? First learn not Duong Kai. That people in the 21st century all know. After saying that, the wall has been punched with a big hole. Everyone was startled. Tran Trangan was overjoyed. The system's not Duong Kai is truly amazing. Such a narrow vision. Now it has enlightened me. With the true solution of Tian Dao, I can teach Bao Nhi the Dharma. Bao Nhi. Moreover, my Dharma is ranked at the top of this continent. When the time comes, I will take people to the invincible realm. Lin Bao Nhi smiled brightly. This husband has just comprehended many secret dharmas. Zhang Long 18 Shuang. 9 Bak Ka Trao. Auy 18 Thak. Tran Trangan flicked her forehead. Master, I want to learn everything. Greed cannot be satisfied. First, this master will impart to you a dharma. Swordsmanship. Listen carefully. It is the sword technique and mantra of Duga Chu Jian. From despair to hopelessness. From hopelessness to empathy. From empathy to great righteousness. Transforming Bing. Transforming Jiang. Jiang transforming Gue. Tran Trangan's eyes lit up. The intersection of Z and Shen. The intersection of Si. The intersection of Wu is where wind and thunder transform. Seeing the energy swirling around. Linbo Nhi. Tran Trangan observed the sky. The true solution of Tian Tao is also effective. Projection? Amazing. So, we can quickly resonate with Duga Chu Jian. Truly my disciple. Bakwei and Hongwei observed them from afar. Hongwei thought to herself that she had to continue studying. She couldn't let her disciple surpass her. At this time, Zhang Nok Tian was negotiating with Tian. Nguyen Tian Vong. If only I were the disciple of Senior Gongzi. How wonderful it would be. I heard that. Tien Nguyen Tien Vong and Huyen Vo Tien which possesses a true nan immortal tree. It will bear fruit soon. I'll trade 5 top-grade immortal stones for 1 immortal fruit in your possession. Do you agree? Tien Nguyen Tien Vong chuckled and said. Ahem. Nok Tien Tien Vong, you're mistaken. I don't have a true nan immortal tree. But I know where to find one. There's something in the lower realm that you desire. Allow me to offer you this information as a gift. John Nok Tien smiled. That hateful Tan Vo Tien Tan borrowed my Van Tuan Tien gun to search for someone. And that person is the owner of that immortal tree. The old ancestor doesn't have much time left. We must hurry to the lower realm and obtain the owner of the immortal tree. Therefore, in the following days, the system continuously announced. System announcement. Linbao NHI has broken through to Golden Core Stage 5. Heavy. Host has received a reward of 100 realm points. System announcement. Linbao NHI has broken through to Golden Core Stage 7. It's true, though, John Quan Sua's mother was a beautiful woman. Despite her age, she had maintained a youthful appearance. It was obvious that John Quan Sua had inherited her beauty from her mother. Listen, it's normal for couples to argue. It happens to the best of us. Just talk things out and clear any misunderstandings you two might have. Or, you could always just sleep with him. That's what I did with your father, you know. Work like a charm, don't be afraid to take charge. Be bold, be brave, seize the day. It would be a real shame to miss out on someone special. All because of a silly little misunderstanding. Don't wait until it's too late. Don't let it pass you by and live with regrets. You know, like how I missed out on so many years of watching you grow up. It breaks my heart that I can never get those years back. John Quan Sua was completely speechless. She had never expected her mother to be so straightforward, so bold. She had practically told her daughter to just go and get the deed done. Her mother continued on, oblivious to her daughter's flustered state. You know, sweetheart, a mother knows. I can tell you quite like this young man. John Quan Sua was astonished. Could her mother really see right through her? Did her feelings show that much? Bring him home when you get the chance. It's settled then. Your father and I will be eagerly awaiting your return. Without giving her daughter a chance to respond, her mother severed the connection. The talisman went dark. John Quan Sua's father, who hadn't even had a chance to properly greet his daughter, stared at the deactivated talisman in disbelief. Hey, I wasn't finished talking. I didn't even get to get a word in. Exhausted, John Quan Sua flopped onto her bed with a sigh. Why the sudden change, Chang'an? What happened? Her eyelids fluttered closed, heavy with exhaustion and unshed tears. She could still sense it. The faint lingering scent of his presence on the bed. The moon hung high in the night sky, full and bright. John Quan Sua drifted off to sleep, surrounded by the remnants of his scent in the quiet solitude of her room. The peaceful atmosphere was a stark contrast to the boisterous celebration still going strong outside. The Tianxiang sect members were still in the midst of their revelry. They sang drunkenly amongst themselves. My love for you is eternal. Yanzi, my darling, I can't live without you. Senior, come out and join us. We wish to offer you a toast. Over here. He's over here. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an had retreated to his room, safely behind closed doors. Thank you, but I must decline your kind offer. I still have some matters to attend to. I apologize. He let out an exhausted sigh. Finally, he could relax now that the social obligations were fulfilled. He found himself missing Quan Sua's presence by his side. He wasn't used to being alone like this. He sat down and summoned the system. System, show me my current status. The system responded, opening the interface before him. The interface materialized, displaying a series of basic information panels. Character information. Name. Chen Chang'an domain points. What are domain points? Human cultivator. Those who cultivate within the invincible domain can acquire domain points. The wider the range of the invincible domain, the more domain points the cultivator will acquire. Current domain points. 5,757,000 skills. Activated. Myriad Life Genesis. Heavenly Tao of Immortals. Ultimate Truth Deciphering. Max level. Current abilities. What are abilities? Mirror of Flower, Water, and Moon. Permanent. Eternal Immortal Tao. Permanent. What are these abilities? System Inventory. Capacity. 10 out of 10. Items. 12 boxes of salted fish. 11 mythical secret realm keys. What are those? Chen Chang'an pondered for a moment before asking, how many domain points would I need to envelop the entire 10,000 great mountains within my invincible domain? And what about Guizhou province? How many domain points to cover the entirety of that? The system quickly responded, the 10,000 great mountains span an area of 2,600 square kilometers. To completely envelop it within your invincible domain, you would need 10 billion domain points. Guizhou province has a total area of 240,000 square kilometers. To completely envelop it within your invincible domain, you would need hundreds of millions of domain points. Chen Chang'an sighed upon hearing this. The 9 realms were vast indeed. At this rate, how long would it take? To acquire enough domain points to achieve true invincibility? Random missions and encounters with arrogant immortals wouldn't always be available. Besides, there weren't always arrogant immortals around for him to defeat and earn points from. As if on cue, the system issued a series of notifications, startling him. Reincarnated individual from the Jianwu immortal realm detected. Initiating tracking sequence. Reincarnated individual from the Azura immortal realm detected. Initiating tracking sequence. Reincarnated individual from the Najithwan immortal realm detected. Initiating tracking sequence. Don't tell me. You found reincarnated individuals from all 20 immortal realms? Is that it? Did you really just go and find them all for me? You're too thoughtful, system. Are you afraid I won't have enough opportunities to expand my invincible domain? Alright. Alright. I get it. You're looking out for me. The max level ultimate truth deciphering really is a cheat code. It's like having a built-in, exciting event detection function. Time for me to collect these quests. Chen Chang'an continued to study the system with renewed focus. So, his next tasks were clear. First, eliminate the reincarnated individuals from the upper realms scattered throughout the 9 realms. And second, locate the Futu demonic sect and rescue the old man. Taking care of those reincarnated individuals shouldn't be too difficult. With the 9 realms cauldron in his possession, it would be a simple matter of drawing them out into the open and crushing them. As for the Futu demonic sect, the immortal lineage families would surely have some information about them. Hanche Kwa He Thong Doi Voi Fan Than Kan Hoilan. Bu chudu ma tin nam lam du kung gin jia sa ki ki vi ben the noi kong chung ko the keto loi kwa he thong ji I do. Hanadane and jiare ko roi ko the tu cash du shigik sang ham sa tai dai sand and awanai at fuang hong tung gun bei fap voi jua bao troi trong sung. This is the first sentence. And this is the second sentence. And this is the third sentence. And this is the fourth sentence. And this is the fifth sentence. And this is the last 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 sentence. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you want to watch more videos like this, please subscribe to my channel. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Thank you very much. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe to my channel. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe to my channel. If you like this video, please like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Thank you very much. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Kong non koi he thong min ko the sodong duk het. Truk du min lao tam ko2. Koi kong ji kash lam sa ji I kwai choyen. Jong tun se ly gon min sui zio. Han voyo cam. Viet bei geo bat du tien han schwegweek. Tran tronen bat du thou tak tren he thong. Sin lin van vat ko the tien wa sin lin van vat. Kien ngo sin ra lin tre. How are you? I am fine, how are you? I am good, thank you. I am fine, thanks. How are you? I am good, thanks. How are you? I am good. You're awake. I thought you wouldn't wake up. The little fairy hugged Chen Chang'an's head. Master, we missed you. You were gone for so long this time. We were worried sick. Bai Yu looked at him with adoration. Senior, I missed you too. She thought, after waiting for so long. Senior is finally back. Can I finally put my plans into action? Chen Chang'an sighed. I just sent out a clone. I didn't die. Hong Yi hugged him. Master, can I go with your clone next time? I'm very capable. I won't be a burden. Capable? Chen Chang'an looked at her, speechless. He had no idea what to do with these women. He thought of Zhong Quan Suo. Armed and ready for battle. No, better not. She'll kill me. He cleared his throat. All right, ladies. Let's put that aside for now. I have a question. Who changed my clothes? What did you do to me while I was asleep? Bai Yu and Hong Yi exchanged panicked glances. He knows. He found out. Chen Chang'an sighed internally. You silly girls. It's written all over your faces. So who did it? Bai Yu looked at him with adoration. I changed your clothes, senior. Hong Yi gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Master, she said, trying to cover for her. She misses you terribly and is just rambling. Don't mind her. I'll take her away now. Chen Chang'an's face darkened. While I was asleep, what did you do? Hong Yi and Bai Yu dragged Bai Yu away, preventing her from saying anything else incriminating. Master, Bai Yu said quickly. Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Chen Chang'an sighed, defeated. Come back here. Explain yourselves. Night fell. Fireflies twinkled. In the darkness. Forget it, Chen Chang'an thought. It's been a long day. I'll take a bath first. Then I'll check on my clone. No telling how long my true body will be out of commission. I can't stand feeling sticky. He began to undress. When suddenly, the door creaked open. A woman stepped inside. It was Bai Yu. She shyly approached him. Say, senior. Chen Chang'an turned to look at her. Bai Yu? What is it? She blushed and held out a whip. I've been poisoned. A special kind of poison. Only senior can cure it. Please, whip me with this. Please, help me. A special kind of poison? Chen Chang'an was taken aback. Bai Yu panted, her face flushed. Finally, I can experience that feeling again. That strange feeling from before. To her surprise, Chen Chang'an naively believed her. Here, take these elixirs. Eat them. They'll melt in your mouth. 1 for detoxification, 2 for endless stamina. 3 pills of immortality. It's delicious. After detoxifying, it's still a failure. After finishing speaking, he stuffed 3 pills into Bakwei's hand. And pushed her out. Slammed the door shut. All right, go detoxify. I'll take a bath. Bakwei is not reconciled, it's okay. This plan doesn't work, there's another plan. There must be a way to grasp. Senior. Tran Trangan, after taking off his outer garment, quickly jumped into the bath. Soak in the warm water comfortably. That's right, it's been so long since I came back. It's time to go back and see Fait on Sun's territory. How did the cultivators and demons develop? That's the engine that permanently creates the realm. You have to charge them on time. He stroked his nose thoughtfully. At this moment, a loud noise erupted on the top of the mountain. Warning, Tran Trangan, Senior is awake. Everyone is happy. That's great. We moved to Fait on Sun for the last half month. Senior is awake. Quick. I have to dress up to see Senior. Help me groom my tail a bit. I have to use my most handsome appearance. The most stylish to meet Senior. I have to volunteer myself as a mount for Senior. Let Senior ride in and out. A female figure flew past the top of the mountain. She wondered why my time in the lower realm is limited. Where the hell is this incarnation? Keep asking those demons to see. A whirlwind began to appear around her. Enter the realm. Tran Trangan realized something was going on around here. This time it's the immortal of the immortal realm. What kind of realm point are you coming to me? This is the level of the immortal Cain. She flew around the mountain. The demons also felt the declaration of energy. Those hateful upper realm immortals are back. Never seen such high spiritual power. This is aimed at the senior. Absolutely can't let her do whatever she wants. It's okay to do it in FAIT on Sun. The woman gradually landed on the ground. Demons, get ready. Can fight at any time. She frowned in disdain. This place has such a strong fairy spirit. This time I guess I found the right place. But this group of lower realm ants. Seeing the upper realm immortals. Aren't they all crouching like people? Why are you so scared? What's going on? A demon spoke up. This place is the land of Tan cultivation of Senior Tran. Flying is prohibited. Please, Taoist friend, leave quickly. Don't disturb the peace of the senior. If I saw someone from the lower realm who dared to show signs hostile to me, immediately angrily shouted insolent. How dare you, shrimps like you? Shamelessly speaking loudly. She immediately released a majestic aura. Made these demons unbearable. Kneeled down. This pressure. Senior has an opponent. She's angry. Eyes flashed blood red eye. Is not TN too. Huin Vo immortal realm in the upper realm. There's nowhere in this lower realm that I can't fly to. I ask you. Where is Tran Trang Nan? Who is holding the annotated neon fruit? Suddenly. Her pressure was broken by another wave of pressure. The blue color made her fall. The pressure just now. The domineering aura makes people scared. Is there anyone stronger than me here? The woman angrily shouted. Who's out there? Everyone was delighted because they knew who was coming. Only she was startled. It was Tran Trang Nan, Senior. Senior feels we are in danger. So he reached out to protect us. On top of the mountain is a brightly lit house, radiating an oppressive aura. Tran Trang Nan sat on the porch looking down. The arrogance of the woman was gone. Instead, there was a look of panic. He is Tran Trang Nan. I didn't feel any BA dynamic 2V from on him at all. But when he looked back, made my heart race with fear. And Taboo looked over at the group of demons. As if empowered. Wait, on these demons, this thing has a fairy fortune. The formation day can help them become immortals. This is also related to Tran Trang Nan. How about in their mouths? Tran Trang Nan's eyes were sharp and full of majesty. Looked straight down at not TN too. Like God is looking down on mortals. This oppression is really suffocating her. Compared to fighting a battle. Win or lose is difficult to distinguish because of the ancestor. This woman bowed her head in front of Tran Trang. Respectfully speaking, long life. Disciple of Zhang family, Huin Vo immortal realm. John Not Tien begs to see you. This surprised the demons. I'm not mistaken, am I? High-ranking fairy. Right now. System appears to activate random quest 2. Detecting the appearance of the quest target. Host, please activate the fairy's power. Tran Trang Sin ordered this woman. Go to the fairy temple. John Not Tien decided to fly over. See what tricks you're playing. Suddenly there was a scream. Wait, flying is prohibited here. Lin Tu arrogantly glanced at her. If you're here, you have to follow the rules of the senior. Who's here to see you? Ask for the senior's help. Need to bow with the utmost respect. Show loyalty to the senior. Seriously pointed to the top of the mountain. From this road. Walk up the mountain step by step to avoid seeing the senior. These words made. Not Tien was desperately sweating. She turned around angrily. No way, I'm an immortal of the upper realm. Absolutely cannot be humiliated like this. That's right. She thought she was a dignified immortal king. How can you humble yourself to the mortals of the lower realm? Tabak SA next to him was eating and sarcastically said. Don't talk about fairies with the master. I'm afraid even superiors have to bow their heads. John Not Tien shouted, you're talking nonsense. She just noticed the fruit in Tabak Saw's hand. Sparkling. That's the master's fairy fruit. Extremely precious fairy fruit in the upper realm. Here, this cow demon treats it as a normal fruit to eat. What a waste of heaven's things. John Not Tien stood beside her, looking at her craving for saliva. Her heart ached, her tears welled up, and she asked you chokingly. Where did you get this fruit? Tabak SA happily showed off. The master gave it to everyone. John Not Tien was shocked. Couldn't believe her eyes. Everyone has it? How can you think of this fruit as something to be thrown away? Can you see it anywhere on the street? This sacred fruit blooms for 1,000 years and bears fruit for 10,000 years. When it bears fruit, there are only a few extremely precious fruits. What are you relying on? Seriously realized what she was doing here. So the fairy is down here to ask for fruit. Will you immortals also beg the lower realm? Don't dare to hide, our demons gather here. Not to mention being protected by Senior Tran. Benefits. This holy fruit is also supplied endlessly every day. These words made the self-proclaimed immortal Not Tien. This Vo immortal realm fairy's face darkened. She stumbled towards the temple. I had to go ask clearly. The wives and Lin Tup looked at the angry back of that fairy. Thought she said she didn't want to. But her body was quite honest. John Not Tien walked angrily step by step, radiating a gloomy atmosphere, expressing her current emotions. Not happy, not happy. Not happy, Tran Trang not. What kind of demon are you? How dare you trample on the sacred fruit like that? For these lowly demons. These demons are afraid that the world is not chaotic enough. Ran to the sides of the stairs up the mountain, peeking at the lively spectacle. Since ancient times, it's always our lower realm bowing to the immortals of the upper. Now I can actually see the fairy of the upper realm bowing her head step by step, avoiding seeing Senior Tran. I've lived for a long time to see this. It's worth it to see the senior value this etiquette in this life. Tran Trang Not, sitting on the porch, was also helpless. These people are so noisy. After a while, John Not Tien arrived at the temple gate. John Not Tien, disciple of the Zhang family in Vo immortal realm, requesting an audience. Tran Trang Not calmly replied, "Come in." John Not Tien slowly opened the door. The man sitting in the middle of the empty room holding a drill and tie. Tran Trang Not looked at her. "Fairy Zhang, you came to me with all your heart like this. What's the matter?" She angrily threw the gourd at him. This fairy treasure can attack and defend in the lower realm. It's a top-notch treasure. I'll trade it for a annotated Nian fruit with you. Tran Trang Not sneered and flicked his hand, pushing the gourd back towards her. No trade. John Not Tien angrily caught the gourd and shouted. Don't be so outrageous. Those lowly demons all have it. Tran Trang Not immediately interrupted her with a laugh. With your arrogant attitude, do you really think everyone will spoil you? He immediately unleashed a wave of pressure, forcing her to fall down. The pressure is terrifying. Like facing the immortal lord. Who the hell is he? Tran Trang Not was still leisurely sitting with his legs crossed. I don't need fairy treasures. Just answer a few of my questions. You can get what you want. John Not Tien refused to submit. Still trying to struggle. John Not Tien, even if I die here, perish in the lower realm, I still won't answer your questions. Endure your humiliation. At this moment, Bao Nhi skipped over, carrying a large tray full of fairy annotated Nian fruits. Tran Trang Not saw that John Not Tien was tough. Didn't care. Ignoring her, Bao Nhi. The fruits fell from the fairy tree. Seems like there are too many. Bao Nhi cheerfully said, I'll give them to everyone later, I guarantee enough. Then picked up a fruit and ate it deliciously. In front of John Not Tien. Making her eyes notice the pile of fairy fruits. Just don't know what to do with these many fruits. Can't throw them all away. John Not Tien suddenly thought again, coughed. I suddenly feel like this epidemic isn't so bad. Senior Tran, you ask me, I will definitely tell you frankly. I can't win against him anyway, answering a few questions won't lose any meat. And still complete the task. Tran Trang Not was stunned. Didn't know what to say about her turnaround. Well, you changed your mind so quickly. Easy to warn. He tapped his chair. Thinking, began to ask the first question. Why does the upper realm want to invade the lower realm? Shouldn't the superiors protect the lower realm? Why are they always digging down? What are your intentions? Always playing tricks. Do you want to steal chickens too? John Not Tien found it funny. How can you say invasion? It's ridiculous. She looked down at the ant crawling on the ground. The creatures of the lower realm and our immortals have nothing to do with each other. In our opinion, you're just tiny ants, not causing any trouble. Like an ant on the ground, crushing it is easy. Its fate. Its territory is in the hands of man. Just because you are capable enough to hold it. The upper realm's attitude towards the lower realm is the same. You're not worth our effort. Including this great world under the void. Ultimately just a tool for our fairy power to increase. Tran Trong Nan was surprised. Thinking. Are there other parallel worlds besides the 9 continents? Zhang Not Tian arrogantly continued. In the myriad worlds, this land of 9 continents is just a tiny speck of dust. So you know how fragile your world is. In our opinion, you're just a bunch of beasts. Always protected, not causing any trouble. In the end, you can only let the upper realm bind you. Control. Bao Nhi angrily hid the plate of fairy fruits. That's not nice to say. She didn't know what to do, so she apologized. Tran Trong Nan said with interest. Consider it an eye-opener. Second question. The upper realm has long had the intention to seize the lower realm. Why after so many years? From beginning to end, it couldn't be as desired. Mentioning this was like scratching her itch. I immediately spoke up. That's because of the obstruction of the heavenly Tao rules. Otherwise, to seize the lower realm, one immortal king is enough. Also, the upper realm and some immortal lineages. The realm also tried to contact them. But I don't know the exact reason. Zhang Jiozitian thought for a moment. However, I do know one thing. There was someone in the lower realm who deliberately did this. Repeatedly delaying the upper realm's invasion. Year after year, he single-handedly charged into the border of the realms. Standing resolutely before the immortal realm's boundary steel. His mortal hands touched the steel. Patches of darkness clinging to them. He exhausted tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Just to repeat the same sentence over and over again. His face became haggard and aged. Darkness spreading across his cheeks. His eyes were now a deep, bottomless black. This is my last request. It must be delivered. To the 9 continents, which is currently under invasion. Meanwhile, in the immortal realm. The immortal lords were gathered around a golden pillar. Listening to the last words of that mortal. The immortal lords misunderstood. Thinking that the 9 continents realm was being invaded by another immortal realm. So they didn't pay much attention to it. But recently, the truth was revealed. The immortal lords realized they had been tricked by a mortal. They were furious. One of the immortal lords spoke up. Launch a full-scale invasion of Siyu Chao. We will drag that lowly mortal out. The one who dared to disrupt the upper realm's plans. And expose him. The struggle between the immortal realms began. The troublemaker, who had tried to prolong the existence of that realm, would finally be dragged out and killed. Oh right. His name was Fong Kui Van. As soon as she uttered that name, Tran Trong and couldn't help but be startled. Zhang Jiozitian continued. One of his disciples founded a sect. Called the Trang Sin sect. The scene shifted to a cave. Instead of cracks of light or an exit, the ceiling of the cave was a blood-red hole. Pitch-black crows, filled with darkness, were circling above a blood-soaked corpse. The corpse belonged to an old man. His body was covered in blood. And it was unclear whether he was alive or dead. Tran Trong slammed his hand on the table in anger, making a loud noise. A surge of golden power emanated from his hand. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He asked in a low voice, trying to suppress his anger. Is this information true? Both Zhang Jiozitian and Bao Nhi were surprised by Tran Trong's reaction. Zhang Jiozitian quickly said, of course. I, Zhang Jiozitian, hate lying the most. Bao Nhi also asked worriedly, Master? Tran Trong tried to calm down. It's nothing. He thought about the information she had revealed. The 9 continents had long been considered as their possession by the upper realm immortals. But they hadn't invaded because that old man had expended his energy and cultivation to delay the inevitable. Now that the old man was gone, the 9 continents, without a powerful protector, were completely exposed. It meant that the 9 continents were about to face a large-scale invasion by the immortals. He continued, I'll ask you a few last questions. What's the intermediary between the immortals and the lower realm? The protector? Why can they unleash their full power in the lower realm? As for an immortal king, How much of their power can they unleash? Tran Trang and Zora pressed down on Zhang Njiozitian, as if forcing her to answer as he desired. Zhang Njiozitian was so scared that sweat dripped down her face. She thought, this guy is so annoying. I just wanted some fruit. Why did it suddenly turn into him digging for information? I can't let myself lose my composure like this. She immediately smiled, confidently proposing a deal. Give me the fruit, and I'll tell you the truth. You should pay a price for this information. Don't expect to keep getting freebies from this immortal. However, her imposing aura only lasted for a moment, before disappearing. Tran Trang and immediately frowned at her. Negative emotions from being seen through. Plus 0.01. Seeing that her heart was only set on the immortal fruit, he decided to indulge her. Tran Trang and handed her a fruit. Zhang Njiozitian immediately beamed with joy and contacted the immortal realm to brag. There's a great ascension passage between the upper and lower realms. By using the jade slip of passage, an immortal gate can be opened to the lower realm. It's just that the process is a bit long, usually taking about 15 to 30 days. Having received the immortal fruit, she obediently answered Tran Trang's questions. The protector you mentioned is the reincarnated person beside. Those chosen ones have special privileges. Only through them can immortals briefly appear in the lower realm, without being restricted by the heavenly Tao. They can unleash their full power. Zhang Njiozitian thought carefully. Zhang Zeta. It seems a reincarnated chosen one came before as well. I must ask him to convey a message, not to provoke the ruthless guy in front of me. After answering, she excitedly reached out her hand. What about more? I can only unleash 20% of my power in the lower realm. But it's enough to deal with those small fries besides you. I've answered your questions. Now hand over the other immortal fruits. And those barrels too. Tran Trang and found her amusing and replied. What other fruits? I already gave them to you. Zhang Njiozitian was momentarily confused by his answer. He smiled calmly and pointed at her hand. I didn't say how many I give you. You're being too greedy. Zhang Njiozitian couldn't believe she had been tricked like this. She was furious. Only one? That's too little. You liar. No one has ever dared to deceive this immortal. Tran Trang Njiozitian ignored her insults, pretending to be deaf and whistling. She bit her lip in anger but couldn't do anything about it. Clearly, one wisdom immortal fruit, even when made into a longevity pill, wouldn't extend the lifespan of her ancestor by much. Ancestor's lifespan by much. This was the first time anyone had bullied her like this. Liar. What can I do with just one fruit? She heard him nonchalantly reach out his hand. If you don't need it, give it back to me. It's not like I'm short of them. Seeing that he intended to take it back, Zhang Njiozitian quickly moved the immortal fruit out of his reach, shouting angrily. You lowly mortal, you sly fox. You dared to play word games with me? He chuckled. I didn't expect an immortal to be so airhead. Tran Trang Njiozitian escorted her to the courtyard, subtly dismissing her. In short, you can leave now. He then turned to Bao Nhi. Call everyone here. Bao Nhi immediately left. Zhang Njiozitian, still afraid that Tran Trang Njiozitian would demand the immortal fruit back, clutched it tightly, on guard. Having obtained what she wanted, she reverted to her arrogant demeanor, putting the fruit away to avoid any trouble. Don't get cocky. The lower realm is being targeted by the immortal lords. In the end, no living being will survive. I admit you have some strength. But in the end, it's just an egg against a rock. Tran Trang Njiozitian ignored her warning, glancing at her coldly and saying softly. I'm looking forward to them standing before me. She scoffed. Ha, overestimating yourself. A mere mortal with a little strength becomes arrogant and forgets his place. You're courting death. She thought to herself. I'm such a fool. I was too intimidated by his aura before, and accidentally acknowledged him. A lowly mortal from the lower realm wants to challenge the peak of the immortal realm? At that moment, Bao Nhi arrived. Master. Everyone from around the mountain has been summoned. Everyone happily gathered around Tran Trang Njiozitian. Greetings, Senior. Why did you suddenly summon us, Senior? Is there something you need us to handle? Transmigrated opened his palm. Immortal pills floated up. Just in time. I have some immortal pills here. The 9 continents are about to face an invasion from the upper realm immortals. To deal with them, I've decided to create immortals. Everyone was surprised and excited. Each of them reached out and took an immortal pill. To create immortals who are not restricted by the rules of Kucho and can unleash their full power. Do you agree? To become the first batch of immortals under my command? Everyone replied in unison. As long as we can walk alongside you, Senior, we agree to anything. We agree. Hearing this, NGOCTN scoffed. Creating immortals? You're delusional. The path to immortality is arduous. Just relying on these ugly creatures. Don't tell me you think that these pills with a bit of immortal aura can make them immortals? This isn't the upper realm. They have no immortal fate. They can't become immortals. He glanced at her. His expression serious, not joking. Transmigrated turned around and ordered, "Eat them." Without hesitation, they all shouted, "Yes," and quickly popped the pills into their mouths. He began to explain. These immortal pills are ordinary ones that are highly effective for breaking through bottlenecks. Everyone sat down, circulating their energy for a collective breakthrough. Normally, it's impossible. However, within the invincible domain, everything is possible. He watched as they unleashed their powers, thinking to himself. Transmigrated began to channel his energy. The mark on his forehead glowed. "Little Lou, lend me a hand." "Coming, Dad." A bolt of lightning struck his small shrine. Immortal energy surged from the cultivators. Combined with the lightning, it accelerated their cultivation process. Manhwa witnessed the scene and cried out in horror, That's immortal fortune." She couldn't believe her eyes. This is absurd. She was speechless, thinking to herself. Can he really create immortals? He's just immortal. He's not a god. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The atmosphere was filled with the pressure of immortal power. Beams of immortal chi shot up, piercing the sky and illuminating the entire region. The demonic cultivators at the foot of the mountain looked up in amazement. This aura. Someone's undergoing the immortal tribulation. Someone's becoming an immortal. It's coming from the immortal shrine. It must be Senior Tran. Let's go see. A crowd gathered outside the shrine, peering inside. More people pushed forward, eager to see what was happening. She. That's. Everyone gasped as they sensed the immortal chi. Waves of power surged outwards. Little La continuously strengthened the immortal power. Bao Nhi cried out. Unable to speak, only scream. My body can't take it anymore. Seeing Bao Ni's pain, the onlookers panicked, not knowing what to do. Hang in there. Bai Wei also seemed to be enduring immense pain. The system panel suddenly appeared. Ning Su's cultivation is undergoing a breakthrough. Calculating domain points. Peak deity transformation to soul formation. Soul formation to void tribulation. This can't be real. Cultivation breakthroughs are as easy as drinking water now? She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her eyes widened, as if she had seen something incredible. A door appeared in the air. Inside the door was a swirling void, leading to a bright light. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned. The immortal gate. She's become an immortal. Manhwa turned pale, sweat dripping down her face. That madman actually created immortals. But Trang didn't think so. They always take credit for everything good that happens in the lower realm. He continued to unleash his power. These are lower realm immortals. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, gathering the power within. He declared, not upper realm immortals. Threads of energy surrounded the immortal gate, destroying it. The crowd gasped. The immortal gate has been destroyed by Senior Tran. Manhwa couldn't bear this blow. She gritted her teeth, trying to control her emotions. As far as I know, no one from the lower realm has ascended to the upper realm for thousands of years. The ascension requirements are extremely strict. But now, Someone has reached the peak of the void tribulation stage. In less than a night. Reaching the peak of the void tribulation stage is only one of the ascension requirements. The second requirement is cultivating immortal fortune. Without immortal fortune, ascension is impossible. To cultivate immortal fortune, a cultivator must fully comprehend a certain law of the heavenly Tao. Only then can they succeed. The laws of the heavenly Tao include the law of time, the law of space, the law of metal, the law of wood, the law of earth, the law of fire, and lastly, the law of water. As far as I know, countless cultivators 98 0 hours 3 minutes and 5 seconds. 700 to 0 hours 3 minutes and 7 seconds. In the lower realm have died without ever comprehending a single law or cultivating immortal fortune. After fulfilling these two requirements, they must also endure 99 ascension tribulations and confront the hard demons that arise during ascension. Only by overcoming the ascension tribulations and defeating the hard demons can a lower realm cultivator ascend to the upper realm. But the lower realm's spiritual energy is dwindling. Reaching the void tribulation stage is already a struggle. The remaining spiritual energy is insufficient for someone to become an immortal. What kind of terrifying realm does Transmigrated possess? He can transcend the world's laws. These reincarnators finally have a worthy opponent. Zhang Ngozitian thought to herself. Meanwhile, in a small village in the Ninchao, crows cawed ominously. Their eyes glowed crimson. Legend has it that crows are messengers of darkness. Wherever they appear, death and disaster follow. Lifeless bodies lay scattered on the ground. Only a young boy with brown hair suddenly woke up, a sinister smile on his face. So I've been reborn in the Ninchao continent. I can already sense the aura of the Ninchao peak. A young girl, around 6 or 7 years old, sat in a corner, rubbing her head. She said, I've been reborn. In another corner, a young boy, also a reincarnator, strangled the person who had given birth to his current body. You lowly mortals are not worthy of being my parents. These were all reincarnators from the upper realm. They had all received the same order. Attention, all reincarnators. Kill Transmigrated, the ruler of the Ninchao. Seize the Ninchao peak. 143,004. 25,566 to 4.27066. Transmigrated was still busy upgrading his followers, preparing for the upcoming battle between the upper and lower realms. Next up is the system upgrade. Time 2. Expand the invincible domain and rescue the old man. And earn some benefits along the way. He thought to himself. The system notifications rang out continuously. Host's disciple, Ling Bao Nhi, has broken through to the half-immortal stage. Master-disciple bond strengthened. Rewarding host with 500,000 extra domain points. Host subordinate, Hong Yi, has broken through to the half-immortal stage. Domain expanded. Rewarding host with 300,000 extra domain points. Ling Qingshan, within the invincible domain, has broken through to the half-immortal stage. Domain expanded. Rewarding host with 100,000 extra domain points. Ai Wei, within the invincible domain, has broken through to the half-immortal stage. Domain expanded. Rewarding host with 100,000 extra domain points. Ning Su, within the invincible domain, has broken through to the immortal stage. First stage Immortal Soldier. Domain expanded. Rewarding host with 800,000 extra domain points. Host subordinate, Tinat Bat XA, has broken through to the human immortal stage. First stage Immortal Soldier. Rewarding host with 800,000 extra domain points. Transmigrated, within the invincible domain, felt that their cultivation was still too low. They can only reach the half-immortal stage for now. Next time, I'll have to find a new way to create more immortals. Suddenly, Bao Nhi appeared behind him. She cried. Master, I can't believe I broke through to the half-immortal stage. She hugged him. Hong Yi and Bai Wei, one on each side, also vied for his attention. Thank you, young master. I'll never forget your kindness. 188-005.46 800-005.49000 Hong Yi and Bao Nhi were so bold that they jumped on Transmigrated, showering him with kisses. The three of them tumbled to the ground. And Sho, standing nearby, flexed his muscles. Look at me. Look at me. I've broken through to the immortal stage. Ha ha ha. This is great. Ha ha ha. Old Ling Qingshan, on the other hand, was crying tears of joy. Wah! Ancestor, did you see that? I'd become a half-immortal. Wah! The demonic cultivators outside the shrine watched. With envy. 204-006.17 000-006.18 466 The newly ascended immortals continued to celebrate. Senior, you're our god. We have immortals in the lower realm. We don't have to fear those evil upper realm immortals anymore. Damn it. I want to bury myself in Senior Tran's chest. Zhang Nathian, still in shock, stared with her mouth agape. He actually created two immortals who aren't suppressed by the lower realm's heavenly Tao? This man's power is terrifying. With him protecting the Nine-Cho continent. 218-006.40 766-006.42 000 It might even become a small immortal realm someday. I guess those immortal masters' plans are doomed. She thought to herself. The system announced. Congratulations. Host's total domain points. 7685000.224-006.54, 133-006.55, 100 Please upgrade to System version 5.0. Expanding Invincible Domain. Detecting 2 new members within the Invincible Domain. Rewarding host with 12 extra sun treasures. Tran Trang jumped for joy. This is a great haul. As Tran Trang continued to study the system, Zhang Nathian called out to him. He turned around and said sarcastically. HM? Fairy Jiang hasn't left yet? Do you want to make another deal? Zhang Nathian avoided his gaze. Replying awkwardly, I don't have any new information right now. Seeing her reaction, Tran Trang said. It's about the immortal realm, isn't it? Don't worry, I'll keep you updated. Whenever you have new information about the upper realm, you're welcome to come back anytime. Hearing this, she seemed pleased. She said, all right, I'll be going then. Farewell. Tran Trang watched her leave. Suddenly, the system panel popped up, blocking his view. Detecting that the fairy's perception of the host has changed. Mission 2 progress has increased. Rewarding host with 10,000 domain points. He thought to himself, only mission 2 hasn't been completed yet. I guess this is a long-term mission. Whatever. Let's just upgrade the system. 259 0 hours 8 minutes and 0 seconds. 100 to 0 hours 8 minutes and 2 seconds. 266 system. Upgrade to version 5.0. Detecting that host has fulfilled the requirements for system version 5.0 upgrade. Upgrading. Deducting 1 million domain points. Successfully upgraded to system version 5.0. New function activated. Life and death control. Introducing life and death control. Consume domain points to revive the dead within the invincible domain. That's a good function. Much more reliable than the ultimate check-in effect. Especially, Tran Trang chuckled. He tapped on the expand button, keeping 1 million domain points in reserve. Just in case an immortal guardian, stronger than an immortal general appears. Then I can upgrade to a higher level avatar. The system announced. Deducting 5,685,000 domain points to expand the invincible domain by 56,850 meters. Remaining domain points 1 million. Current domain range 62,607 meters. A brilliant light emanated from the immortal shrine, expanding outwards. According to the map, his invincible domain now encompassed Phi Tien Sun, Hua Qua Sun, and parts of De True Sun. 291,008. 59,366 to 0 hours 9 minutes and 0 seconds. 166 Oling Gutsong D Sun and Kapamo Sun remained out of reach. With the expanded domain, he could sense more and more things. 2,950 hours 9 minutes and 5 seconds. 000 to 0 hours 9 minutes and 7 seconds. 266 It only covered half of the 10,000 Great Mountains. 2,970 hours 9 minutes and 8 seconds. 666 to 009. 10,566, which was just a small part of the entire 9 Chao. The 9 Chao consisted of 9 regions, including Vu Chao, Fong Chao, Yu Chao, Quang Chao, Loi Chao, Van Chao, Zich Chao, Kai Chao, and finally, the 10,000 Mountains range. Since now is the time, let's open it. The treasure chest of salted fish. His fingers moved swiftly, continuously tapping on 4 icons of suns. Last time, he opened the clone's feature card. The mirror of flower, water and moon was quite useful. This time, what good treasure could it be? As soon as he opened the sun, suddenly in the system space, a series of fireworks exploded, continuously lighting up the sky, surprising and confusing him. Congratulations to the host for opening the 4-star salted fish treasure chest. Received 15,000 territory points and XXX mind reading cards. 1 star explains the use of XX. X 1 star. Those in the know understand everything. Of course, it can also be used to play with breasts. The cunning system continued. Explain the use of mind reading cards. Can be used at any time to hear the inner thoughts of one of the subordinates, friends, spouses. Tran Trang was shocked as he held the reward. He even vaguely gripped the system panel. Desperately shouted, "System, what are you doing? I'm seriously doubting now where your morality went?" The system could only choose its words. Items opened in the salted fish treasure chest are not under the control of the system. The type of item opened depends on the luck of the host. Tran Trangen was dumbfounded and skeptical. It seemed he had been a little too strong earlier, breaking a corner of the system panel. The system was sad and angry, as if it didn't know where to go. Host, my design. But designs can be repaired, things to look forward to don't happen often. The system immediately cheered up and excitedly activated the mind reading card for Trang En. Take this. This mind reading card is quite interesting. Let's see who's lucky enough to be chosen. Immediately, the eye's thoughts appeared in his head. My body itches so much, senior. A demonic voice suddenly appeared in his head. It will be I, the voice kept transmitting. What to do? How can I enjoy that strange feeling from last time? If I pounce on senior now, will he hit me? What about kissing senior? I can't do it alone. Only senior can make me remember that pleasure. But even I don't understand senior. Hit me. Amidst the cheering crowd, only that voice was the clearest. But I was also smiling cheerfully, even looking closely. It was impossible to guess whose eyes' thoughts those were. Tran Trang sighed helplessly, lamenting that his subordinates were no ordinary eyes, but rather a bunch of perverts. I don't know, it's always I. The salted fish treasure chest is useless. Gathering them is not easy. Forget it. Go update everyone on the situation with the immortals. Let everyone know in advance. After speaking, he quickly called everyone together to prepare. Everyone come here for a moment. Everyone obediently responded, yes. Time passed from the hour of Een to the hour of Mao. And only then could it be considered temporarily finished. Tran Trang returned to his room alone to rest. He lay on the bed, thinking that everyone had begun preparing to deal with the immortals who were about to descend. At present, it seemed that the lower realm's fighting strength was still insufficient. If they didn't seize the time to level up their strength, they would be killed. Tran Trang and his eyes grew more and more determined. He recalled the past. The time when adults could lift him with one hand. Simple old man. When I came here, if it weren't for you, I would have been devoured by demons because of my long life constitution. All these years, you kept me at the Immortal Temple. Not only protecting me, but also spending years of cultivation to protect this lower realm. If this lower realm is worthy of it, then you don't have to worry anymore. I will protect these 9 continents for you. He turned over, carrying with him determination, gradually falling asleep. The next morning, Bao gently woke Tran Trang up. Master, breakfast is ready. Get up and eat. However, There was no movement from Trantrang and Manhwa pouted. Darn it. Master has gone back to his clone again. Seeing this, Hongyi patted Manhwa's chest as if to comfort her. Why is young master in such a hurry this time? Normally, he would say hello to us before switching clones. But this time, he didn't say a word. Could it be that young master has another woman outside? Bakwe worriedly said. Senior wouldn't be that kind of person, right? Senior wouldn't be that kind of person. Hearing Hongyi's words, Manhwa made up her mind. Sister Hongyi. Sister Bai. I've decided. I want to go down the mountain for training. To find Master's clone. Hongyi's eyes were worried. Because it was clear. That young master didn't want them to meet his clone. But Bakwe, who was beside her, seemed to have forgotten his words. And immediately raised her hand, volunteering. Miss Manhwa. I wouldn't feel at ease if you went down the mountain alone. I'll go with you. Having someone to go with her. Manhwa laughed even more happily. Even if Master punished them, she would have someone to share the punishment with. All right. Let's go find Master and give him a big surprise. He has now switched to his clone. So he couldn't hear their plan. If he heard it, he would definitely be furious. The original body had switched to the clone. It was currently pouring rain at the mansion. Jiang Tuansuo was still sitting in that corner. Not moving at all. Seeing that she was still stubbornly refusing to leave. The two guards couldn't stand it and shouted. You're too stubborn. We told you. The continent lord is usually very busy. He doesn't have time to meet fans like you. The senior is busy with work every day for the sake of the 9 continents. And you fans are clinging to him for your own selfish desires. It's really too much. That's outrageous. Jiang Tuansuo heard everything, but she remained firm. I won't cause him any trouble. You guys should go get some rest. Don't mind me. The guards' faces darkened, not knowing what to say. Who would want to mind her? There were so many infatuated women out there these days. What if they harmed our handsome continent lord? What should we do then? Damn it, if she doesn't leave, we can't get off work either. These old bones of mine are about to stiffen up like her head. The two of them thought. It was a long time before the rain finally stopped. The morning sun shone down on the puddles of water left by the rain. He woke up, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Seeing him come out, the two guards were startled and shouted. Continent Lord is gone. We're done for. We're dead. I'm dead for sure. Jiang Tuansuo had been waiting for him all night. And finally met Trangan. You're awake. Trangan didn't expect her to be here. He knew she wanted to approach him. He knew she came to his mansion last night and waited for him. But did she wait here all night? She immediately denied it. No, I just arrived. Jiang Tuansuo looked at him happily. The light shone on her beautiful smiling face. Her smile. Drops of rain from last night were still lingering on her. A gust of wind blew past, causing her hair to flutter gently, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene of a love-struck beauty. The beauty now spoke in a pleading voice. My beloved. Trangan, can we talk? Trangan couldn't help but be moved. He blushed, embarrassed, and scratched his head. To my room. Jiang Tuansuo immediately replied, okay. Meanwhile, in Banqiao's Hualong City, 2 children were holding hands and entering a secluded alley. The boy was holding a bottle in his hand. The girl excitedly pointed at the bottle. Brother. We finally bought the foundation establishment pill. The boy also said happily, sister. As long as you drink this foundation establishment pill, we can break through to the foundation establishment stage. And officially become cultivators. Su Yan believes in you, brother. With your talent, you will definitely reach that point. Su Yan and brother. Our parents won't have to go hungry anymore. And they won't be bullied anymore. The girl covered her face, imagining the future scene. The brother rubbed his sister's head. In order to get the money for brother to buy this foundation establishment pill. Su Yan and father have suffered a lot. Don't worry. Once brother successfully becomes a foundation establishment cultivator, he will definitely be able to give everyone a better life. Suddenly, a boy walked over. His entire body exuded a dark aura. This mortal's body can't withstand my demonic god physique. It's about to collapse. I need a new body. It's because I killed the original owner's parents that this body is rejecting me. This boy was GTN, the reincarnated prodigy from the Xianwu immortal realm. The boy saw the other boy stumbling towards him. This person looks to be only 9 or 10 years old. But he's already at the peak of chi refining. What a powerful talent. Moreover, the spiritual energy in his body is overflowing. It seems like he's about to break through to the foundation establishment stage as well. Looking at his appearance, I guess he can't afford a foundation establishment pill either. The kind boy took out the bottle. Here. I see you're about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Do you have a container? I'll share some foundation establishment liquid with you. This boy thought. Let's just consider this making a friend. Anyway, I only need half a bottle of foundation establishment liquid. To break through. To break through. Xianwu Immortal Realm was surprised. Who is this bastard who dares to hinder me? I didn't expect it to be a postnatal Tao body. He laughed triumphantly. A container that can withstand my demonic god physique has been found. He instantly possessed the new body, blood splattering everywhere. He had successfully taken over the new body, and no longer had to endure the weak and rejecting old one. He was much happier now. He had killed the original owner's sister, and also sent the old body off to meet the boy's parents. He had killed the original owner's sister, and also sent the old body off to meet the boy's parents. His eyes were dangerous, glowing red with fresh blood staining his hands and face. He laughed terrifyingly. Next, he would use the secret techniques and knowledge from the upper realm to break through his cultivation in a matter of days. He would surpass Tran Trong and deal with him, obtain the 9 continents cauldron, and occupy the lower realm. The system panel displayed his character information. Name: 2ATN. Background: 9th Prince of the Xianwu Immortal Realm. Personality: arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. Skills: possesses immortal techniques and memories from the upper realm. Physique: demonic god physique. Cultivation: cultivates both righteous and demonic techniques. Formation mastery: highly skilled in formation setup. Can use formations to summon ancient evil beings to assist in battle. Currently, has successfully captured multiple cities in the lower realm. The success rate is up to 80%. Skills: slaughter formation, binding formation, evil formation, cultivation, peak chi refining. Special physique: demonic god physique. Title: 9th Prince, 7th Emperor of the Xianwu Immortal Realm. Other: protected by Immortal Guardian. In Hualong City, people were bustling about on the streets, gossiping. Have you heard? The new continent lord, Tran Trong Nin, is coming too. Inspect our Hualong City. I heard he arrived at Van Tun's continent lord mansion a few days ago. Tian was wandering around, gathering information. Unexpectedly, the information came to him. The only thing in his mind was new continent lord, Tran Trong Nin. Continent Lord Mansion. Inspecting Hualong City. The girl on the street continued to chatter excitedly about the news. I'm so looking forward to it. The new continent lord is both handsome and powerful. I want to have his babies. Tian thought to himself. If that's the case, the plan to steal the cauldron can wait. I must carefully prepare a grand gift for him. Besides, if this Tran Trong Nin is truly as powerful as the rumors say, he would be a prime candidate for possession. Ha ha ha. His expression was ferocious and bloodthirsty. His fangs elongated. In the old alley, a pair of small hands trembled. It turned out that the boy was not dead, but had only switched bodies with that other person. He remembered what had just happened. What that madman had done to him and his sister. His kindness had been misplaced. He looked at his little sister, who had been laughing and talking about a bright future with him just moments ago. Now she was a cold corpse. That bright future had become a bleak and uncertain one. He hugged the cold body, trembling as he called his sister's name. Tay. Meanwhile, at Van Tun's Continent Lord Mansion, Tran Trong Nen looked at Zhang Tuansua with heartache. She was drenched, her clothes clinging to her body, making it hard for him to look away. You're too wet. You'll get sick. You'll get sick. There was a hot spring nearby. Go take a bath and warm up. He led her to the hot spring. She couldn't help but be surprised. Zhang Tuansua listened to Tran Trong Nen and took off her outer garments. She stepped into the hot spring. The steam rising from the surface of the water just happened to obscure the parts that needed to be covered. Still, it was a woman bathing in a man's room, which made her extremely embarrassed. It's just you and me here. Is the water okay? Zhang Tuansua was startled. Quickly sat down to bathe, shyly replied. The water was just right, she replied, her face flushed. Only then did he feel at ease to soak himself, and then said to her, I have prepared new clothes for you. Zhang Tuansua replied mechanically, thinking about something. Zhang Tuansua mustered up her courage and asked him, Trong Nen, do you want to bathe together? But Tran Trong Nen didn't care. Flatly refused. I already bathed, so I can't give it to you. You go bathe. She didn't expect to be rejected like that. She could only reply vaguely. In her head. Tran Trong Nen was now only focused on studying the system to receive. Recently, there was a new prodigy, Xiao Chui Tian. A new prodigy at the peak of qi refining. This pig still needs to be raised more. He stroked his chin and ordered the system. Check the background of the reincarnated prodigy. The system quickly reported. Deducted 250 domain points. Searching. Deducted points from the system again? Do you think you're funny? Tran Trong Nen irritably rebuked. The information has been found. The reincarnated prodigies are at most celestial immortals. Human immortal realm of the upper realm. Under the orders of the realm master. Of the immortal realms, they descended to the mortal realm, reincarnated and reborn. To seize the myriad realms. They rely on their fate. The memories of past lives and the cultivation techniques of the immortal realm. Enough to quickly. Unaffected by the laws of heaven and earth. Breakthrough in cultivation. Slay the strongest experts of the lower realm. Seize the realms. For realm-level cultivators, killing prodigies is as common as eating and drinking? At the same time, among the prodigies, those chosen for reincarnation are either recommended by immortal venerables. There are also those who reincarnate to enhance their own cultivation. Of course, there is a small group that is forced to descend to the lower realm for labor. Although these prodigies come from different immortal realms, they have only one purpose: to dominate the lower realm. And this time, their spearhead is pointed at the same place. The Great Nine Continents, due to various factors, has become a battleground for the immortals. It's only a matter of time before it's taken. That is to say, if the benefactor wants to be the savior, he will have to face these old hackers. Be prepared to face a continuous stream of people alone. Hearing that, Tran Trong Nen crossed his arms in front of his chest. You think I'm in a bind? This clone of mine is a bit weak. I just need domain points. I'm not interested in being a savior. Whoever wants to do it, do it. Suddenly, Zhang Tunso spoke up, interrupting Tran Trong Nen's train of thought. Trong Nen, I had a strange dream before. In the dream, my Tao companion was not Trong Nen. It was a stranger, I don't even know his name. We were on our way to participate in the Nine Continents Festival. Surrounded and attacked by tattoos. He, in order to survive, offered me to the evil cultivator as a cauldron. In the dream, after the prodigy competition, I lost everything. Died in a desolate wilderness, no one cared. It really suffocated me. Sometimes I even couldn't tell the difference between reality and dream. Her eyes, as she spoke, flashed with worry and sadness. Fortunately, reality is real. I'm so glad. Tran Trong Nen realized what she was talking about, thinking that it was the previous fate line. He carefully asked her if she had discovered anything else. Zhang Tunso had finished bathing and stepped out gracefully. I also discovered something very important. Tran Trong Nen tensed up. What is it? Her beautiful face was flushed. She said shyly, Without you. It's hard for me to go on, I realized very clearly. I like you. Can you please give me my clothes? Tran Trongan blushed and handed her a towel. Here you go. Zhang Tunso reached out to take the towel from his hand. Suddenly she slipped and fell. She screamed and fell into the screen. Tran Trongan was startled. Her body was now exposed to his gaze. He hurriedly reached out to pull her back. To prevent her from falling. What kind of fate is this? He didn't know how to help, and they both fell straight into the water, creating an extremely loud splashing sound. The two looked at each other, awkwardly and embarrassed. After a while, they both burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Tran Trongan touched his forehead to Zhang Tunso's and said affectionately, "We're considered to have broken the ice now, right?" Zhang Tunso also looked at Tran Trongan with loving eyes and replied, "Yes." Their love for each other ignited, sparks flying. Their lips gradually moved closer. Suspiciously. Just as they were about to touch, the system panel beeped loudly. Beeped loudly, then appeared in front of him, blocking Zhang Tunso's lips. Random mission announced. Tran Trongan's face darkened in anger. Damn system. You really know how to pick the right time to pop up. Host and I have never been so speechless in this life. The system displayed the mission. Detected a prodigy from the upper realm approaching. Target is at Tan Hualong. Requesting the host to quickly locate and kill the target. Smelling a reward again. He happily clasped his hands together, full of anticipation. Tan Hualong? And a prodigy from the upper realm appeared? I just happened to be going there to patrol. Someone's delivering themselves to my doorstep. I wonder if the reward for killing a prodigy is better than the previous immortal general. I'm looking forward to it. Looking at Tran Trongan's expression, she felt a pang of sadness. Trongan, do you have to go now? I heard the people at the door say that you're going to Tanhua City for patrol duty afterward. Right? Tran Trongan confirmed, right? Before he could say anything, Zhang Tunso leaned in and kissed him, stopping the words he was about to utter. He was caught off guard, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at her, breaking away from the kiss. She teased him, pay back what you owe me, husband. Tran Trongan smiled foolishly, of course, he. He, now. All he could hear were the words, husband, from Zhang Tunso. Since my husband has something to do, I'll go back to Tian Hongtong first and wait for you, she said, in response to Zhang Tunso's heartfelt words. Tran Trongan gently embraced her and comforted her. Wait for me to finish my business here, then I'll come and pick you up. Being comforted like that made Zhang Tunso's heart melt with sweetness. Let's do that. Elsewhere, Tan Hualong City was now enveloped in a blood-red atmosphere. The stench of blood filled the air. Blood flowed like a stream, seeming to soak the feet of a man. I use blood to sacrifice to the master. The man, tied to a wooden stake hanging in mid-air. Below, the ground was being prepared for a formation. A sinister-looking cultivator floated nearby. Ka ha ha. 123,456,789, he shouted loudly. Enough, the formation is complete. White streams of energy rose. This is the Nine Heavens God-slaying formation. His smile grew increasingly savage. The killing formation is ready. Just waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. In the distance, a ship was approaching. The ship gradually broke through the dark clouds, entering the crimson sky. Tan Hualong City was now bathed in red light. The system panel displayed a warning. Warning, host. Detected a potentially hostile prodigy near the host. Tran Trongan, sitting on the ship, could also sense it. He felt an aura of death emanating from Tan Hualong City. If nothing else, this must be the work of that prodigy. Behind GTN, a skull-shaped evil creature appeared. The creature, controlled by the other cultivator, attacked the ship, splitting it in two. Hellfire approached, as if to devour everything. Tran Trongan attacked with an immortal grade weapon. What surprised him even more was, what the hell? In midair, GTN was sitting at the center of another evil creature. It had a skull face, but the posture resembled Buddha. Seeing this, Tran Trongan couldn't help but sigh. Buddha doesn't look like Buddha, demon doesn't look like demon. But this damn thing actually has the power of a celestial immortal. Prodigies nowadays have such low cultivation. They're all hacking their way up. GTN, as if victory was within his grasp, sat in the formation, laughing maniacally. Ka ha ha ha. Good evening, my new toy. Tran Trong Nan, seeing a mountain of rewards in his future, also laughed cheerfully in response. Good evening, my little lamb. The system panel appeared. Detected a reincarnated prodigy. Current cultivation is at the peak of chi refining. However, due to his innate god-demon physique, he can summon powerful god-demon reinforcements. Immortal Soldier Realm. Requesting the host to eliminate the target immediately and save the people of Tan Hua Long City. Tran Trong Nan floated in the air, arms crossed, a provocative look on his face. My dear little brother, you're very brave. Your taste transcends realms, summoning these powerful helpers from higher realms. It seems that these reincarnated prodigies all have some kind of cheat. But that's good. The stronger they are, the more domain points I can get. Maybe I can even unlock a new salted fish treasure. Teton sneered. This guy thinks that Tran Trong Nan isn't making a move because he's scared of my blood Buddha? HMPH. Looks like I don't need to waste my time testing his true strength. I'll just kill him with one blow. With that thought, Teton immediately raised his hand, channeling his chi and controlling the evil creature. Heaven's hand soul devouring palm. 1,000 giant hands, each with a terrifying red eye, appeared and attacked Tran Trong Nan simultaneously. The destructive power of this attack was immense. Teton triumphantly thought it was over. An easy kill. With just this little bit of skill, you dare to stop us from taking over the lower realm? But then his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Because Tran Trong Nan was still alive and well, without a single hair out of place. He raised his middle finger at Teton. Ninth Prince. Am I right? Am I right? Open your eyes a little. This is what a real attack looks like. With those weak moves of yours, what do you think you can do to me? GTN continued his assault. You still haven't realized? In my great mercy, I'll let you die a painless death. Nia Jia Go Duong Tre. I don't believe you can withstand this. He roared. 1,000 hands attacked Tran Trong in once more. But he wasn't afraid in the slightest. On the contrary, he enthusiastically blocked the attacks, not forgetting to add a few words. Put some effort into it. Killing someone with no strength? And you call yourself a real man? You're killing me. The cultivators in the city recognized the technique. Such powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. The city lord is fighting someone. I sense the aura of an immortal weapon from the upper realm. They've sent someone down. We have to find an opportunity to help the city lord. A beautiful woman arrived to join in the fun. She was sitting on a platform of flowers, followed by two people, one tall and one short. This woman was Nei Thuang, a reincarnated prodigy from the Tin Tuan immortal realm. Oh dear, we're a step late. That little TTN got here first. What a shame. The woman behind her quickly spoke up. I'm afraid we're going to leave empty-handed again. After all, TTN's true cultivation in the Huin Vu immortal realm is at the immortal returning realm. This blood Buddha technique of his is invincible within the immortal returning realm, although his summoning power will be reduced in the lower realm. It's more than enough to deal with a lower realm ant. I'm afraid this new city lord will die here. This woman was no ordinary person either. This was Kang Hu, a reincarnated prodigy from the Tin Tuan immortal realm. Nam Dung chuckled and stroked a lock of her hair. TSK, TSK. This TTN is just like the villains who invade and destroy homes that I read about in novels. This new city lord is the hero who works hard to protect his home. Unfortunately, the hero is weak, and his home is about to be destroyed. So pitiful, so pitiful. Pitiful. If only these lower realm people would fall into my hands. They still have a way out. Falling into TTN's hands, they'll just become nourishment to enhance his cultivation. This woman was Go Chin Nia, a reincarnated prodigy from the Chin Duong immortal realm. Nam Dung, beside her, looked at her. This overbearing cultivation method will backfire sooner or later. Back at the battle, the evil creature stopped using its hands to attack, and instead directly moved forward, raising its hands to slam down on Tran Trang and like a fly. Kang Wei turned away, bored. The winner is clear. No need to watch anymore. Let's move on to the next realm. Wait, look. Nam Dung's eyes widened in disbelief. After that attack, Tran Trang Nin was completely unscathed, as if he had never been attacked at all. Everyone was stunned. Even the evil creature was stunned. Tran Trang Nin raised his middle finger and touched the evil creature's body. The moment he touched it, he unleashed a surge of power, tearing the evil creature apart and destroying the formation, leaving the three celestial immortals who were watching from afar in shock. They broke out in a cold sweat. TTN's Blood Buddha destroyed? A loud explosion lit up the sky. The evil creature that TITN had been so proud of was completely destroyed. Gochin Nia stroked his chin, a look of interest on his face. This Tran Trang Nin has some strength. It's just a shame he made a big mistake. He should never have angered TITN. Kang Wei added. TITN is an exceptional prodigy. Extremely cruel and ruthless. Moreover, due to his special status, he has recruited many loyal immortal and Buddha followers. Every immortal and Buddha he summons has cost him a great deal of energy and time to obtain. If Tran Trang Nin continues to resist, he will meet a tragic end. But Nam Dun looked on with a hint of longing and regret. To protect the world and its people, he sacrifices himself, only to end up as someone else's plaything. A slave. I like this story. If it were me, I would train him to be my special pet. The system panel appeared and announced. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a Blood Buddha at the Immortal Soldier realm. Reward: 500,000 domain points. Tran Trang Nin was surprised. Killing a summoned god demon actually gives me this many domain points? Doesn't that mean? He immediately turned to provoke TTN, hoping to get more domain points. Little buddy, if you don't have the strength, don't pretend. Your little duckling died too quickly. I haven't even warmed up yet. He successfully provoked TTN, enraging him. Do you think I only have one trick? He continued to summon. Zhang Yuan Shang. Another evil creature appeared in the formation. It wielded a large saber, its face ferocious. This evil creature looked even stronger than the previous one. Its master jumped into the fray. Annihilate them all. This evil creature was Zhang Yuan Shang, a peak immortal soldier. As soon as it was summoned, it swung its saber at Tran Trang Nin. Despite wielding such a heavy weapon, the evil creature was still incredibly agile. Too slow. Die. With a fierce glint in its eyes, it swung its saber at Tran Trang Nin, so fast that he couldn't dodge. He was hit. The evil creature, thinking he was dead, laughed. Ha ha ha. I'll scatter your soul. Ka ha ha. Lower realm people are so easy to kill. But then TTN noticed something was wrong and shouted. Yuan Shan, watch out. Somehow, Tran Trang Nin had appeared above the evil creature, his leg raised high. It turned out he hadn't been hit at all, but he had flown to a different spot. One kick to crush you. Tran Trang Nin's eyes glowed red, his foot coming down with immense force. The evil creature couldn't withstand it and was instantly obliterated. The system panel popped up again. Congratulations, host. You have slain a god demon at the Immortal Soldier realm. Reward: 500,000 domain points. TTN was not giving up and continued to summon. He was now engulfed in darkness, a single eye glowing. This time, it was a ferocious three-headed demon. Each head had 3 eyes. TTN, in a frenzy, ordered, "Kill him. Your Majesty, Night Prince. Are you all right?" Tran Trang Nin remained calm, executing his technique. A dragon appeared, its mouth open, roaring at the demon. This technique was called Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. He laughed. I'm waiting for you to summon a few more. The fierce tiger, previously roaring with might, suddenly turned into a cute little kitten, trembling with fear and sweating profusely. Tran Trongdan looked at TTN triumphantly, his hands rubbing together, ready to teach his little lamb a lesson. He aimed at the evil creature and attacked. A beam of immortal chi shot up into the sky, like a raging tornado. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You have slain a god demon at the immortal soldier realm. Reward: 500,000 domain points. Tran Trongdan teleported to TTN, grabbing him by the hair and lifting him up. TTN's eyes were now completely black. Tran Trongdan looked at TTN menacingly. You useless trash, I gave you a chance to kill me. And you couldn't even do that. Where's your righteous immortal protector now? TTN trembled, unable to speak. You. So weak and pathetic, it's truly pitiful. What a waste of a reincarnated prodigy. The 9th prince of the Huin Vu immortal realm. An earth immortal from the upper realm. Now reduced to a mere watchdog. It's laughable. You prodigies. You think yourselves superior. Disregarding life and trampling on everything. Now, I'll let you taste what it feels like. He gathered a ball of immortal chi in his hand, startling TTN. He then slammed his hand right into TTN's face, sending him flying 10 meters. Taste your own medicine, you dog. TTN crashed to the ground. After all, this was just a mortal body. He coughed up blood. But Tran Trongdan wasn't letting him go. He stepped hard on TTN's face. Trash like you. How dare you fight me? He stomped on TTN's head, driving it into the ground. Tran Trongdan grabbed TTN by the neck, lifting him up like a chicken. TTN's face was a mess, bruised and swollen. He lifted him higher, leaving TTN with no support. TTN could only kick his legs uselessly in the air. Tran Trongdan laughed mockingly. How pathetic. You're about to die. And no one is willing to save you. He thought to himself. This little lamb isn't worth that many domain points. The immortal protector is the real prize. Suddenly, TTN laughed wildly and shouted. A strange power emanated from him. Like flames. I underestimated you. But I've achieved my goal. Don't get cocky, Tran Trongdan. The next time we meet, I'll take your head. With that, TTN transformed into a flame and escaped, leaving Tran Trongdan stunned. Tran Trongdan looked at his hand and said, he'd rather self-destruct than summon his immortal protector? These prodigies. They really do have some tricks up their sleeves. Descending to the lower realm with just a fragment of their soul. They can still wreak havoc. If I could get my hands on their true bodies, I'd be rich. The system announced. Temporary mission completed. You have protected the people of Tan Ho Long City. 20,000 domain points. 1 salted fish treasure. For killing a prodigy at the peak of chi refining. You have earned 10 domain points. He frowned, calculating. So little. It's not the prodigies themselves that are valuable, but everything related to them. Those are the things worth spending time on. These prodigies are scattered all over the place. Finding them one by one would be too troublesome. I'll use the heavenly cauldron as bait and lure them in for a clean sweep. Suddenly, Tran Trongdan realized something. My fight with TTN caused such a commotion. They might have already noticed. This thought hit him like a bolt of lightning, his face darkening as he groaned. Damn it. He regretted his actions. But there was nothing he could do but rack his brain. I pushed him too hard. The other prodigies who saw the battle will probably retreat. Damn it. What a loss. They were already hiding well enough. Now it'll be even harder to find them. At that moment, a group of people rushed towards him, shouting in worry. City Lord Tran Trongdan. Tran Trongdan suddenly collapsed, putting on an act. He had to cover his tracks. He pretended as if he had just gone through a fierce battle that had drained him of most of his energy. Panting heavily, he said. That reincarnated prodigy truly lived up to his name. I had to expend 80% of my power to barely kill him. If I hadn't risked my life, I might have been killed on the spot. That was close, so close. I just hope I don't encounter him again. For a few months. This body can't fight anymore. The people who had been watching from afar panicked. One of them rushed forward to help him up. City Lord, are you all right? Tran Trongen put on a dying expression. But managed to say. Just a near-death experience, nothing serious. Cough, cough. Quickly, take me to a healer. Seeing his willingness to sacrifice himself for the people, the man was moved to tears. Choking back sobs, he said resolutely. City Lord, I will protect you with my life. Tran Trongen, while maintaining his righteous facade, wondered, did I overdo it? The man carried him on his back. Running and crying, help, the City Lord is seriously injured. His life is in danger. Someone, come quickly and save him. The City Lord is dying. The entire city was in chaos, panicked by the news of the City Lord's injury. Elsewhere, the three women who had witnessed the battle were surprised that TTN had self-destructed. TTN's soul fragment was forced to self-destruct by a lower realm person? This is the first time I've seen him so pathetic. This person's talent is truly terrifying. If he were in the upper realm, he would be a rising star. Although TTN lost, he did manage to injure him. That's a win for us. Unexpectedly. This cheap acting can even fool celestial immortals. Gochen Nia realized that it was unlikely Tran Trongen had won on his own. Why don't the three of us join forces and test him out? We can't let others get to him first. We need to seize the opportunity. She looked down at the city. The enemy has eyes and ears everywhere. Don't you think it's too good to be true? Don't alert him. The man was still carrying Tran Trongen on his back, running as fast as he could. He's seriously injured. He won't be at his full strength. Now's our chance. My cultivation is at the peak of the soul formation realm. And so are you too. With our combined strength and skills, victory is not impossible. We can't miss this opportunity. It'll be much harder to find another one. Gochen Nia said with a fierce expression. But Kongwei remained cautious. I think we should be careful. This Tran Trongen is cunning and ruthless. He's not a good person. He might be trying to lure us out. Remember Jin Qian, the Buddhist cultivator? And Yutula? They were reckless. And were killed. They're currently reincarnating, waiting for another chance to return to the 9 continents. I don't think using force against Tran Trongen is a good idea. Nam Dong looked up at the sky. She seemed to have a plan. Gochen Nia asked suspiciously. Do you have a better idea? She smiled softly and touched her nose. Her eyes sparkling. There's one obstacle that most men find hard to overcome. It's called the beauty trap. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, at the Jiang family estate, clouds swirled around the eaves. The young mistress is back. The young mistress has surely obtained the immortal fruit. The old ancestor will be saved. The servants rejoiced at her return, bowing respectfully. Jiang Noctine, the young mistress, landed gracefully. She immediately ordered, I want to see the patriarch. She thought to herself. The lower realm's energy is no longer sufficient for our disciples' cultivation. She watched her disciples struggling to cultivate. I wonder if this time the Jiang family's prodigy can conquer the 9 continents of the myriad realms. But if that true god reincarnates, maybe they can successfully obtain it. After all, these myriad realms of the lower world are all the spoils of war for her alone. She reached the door. Jiang Noctine slowly entered, respectfully, presenting to the patriarch. I have brought back the fairy annotated Nian fruit. The woman sitting high above coldly asked. Just one fruit? She was the patriarch of the Jiang family. The patriarch held the fairy annotated Nian fruit, frowning in displeasure. Isn't there a fairy annotated Nian tree in the lower realm? With your strength, why did you only get one fruit? Noctine, you should know. One fruit is not enough for the ancestor to sustain their life. When you descended to the mortal realm, I had high hopes. Jiang Noctine hastily explained, Patriarch. Regarding the matter in the 9 continents, please let me explain in detail. She began to recount what she had witnessed. The patriarch listened in astonishment. Creating immortals with bare hands? Zhang Hongnot stood submissively beside her. That's correct. It was Tran Trang who traded the fairy fruit with me. I saw him with my own eyes, in one night. Create 2 immortals. And 4 half-immortals. When I first met him, I was unaware of his true identity. I foolishly attempted to intimidate him with my status as an immortal. Not only was he unafraid, but he also allowed his subordinates to humiliate me. He completely disregarded our status as immortals. If it weren't for my resourcefulness, I fear I wouldn't have returned. Zhang Hongnot recalled the events. A flicker of anger at being belittled crossed her heart. I see. For the sake of the Zhang family, you have endured much hardship. I commend you. Suddenly praised, Zhang Hongnot felt a pang of embarrassment. It is no hardship to serve the Zhang family. No matter the cost. I am willing to bear it. The Zhang family patriarch stood, her eyes assessing. This person possesses remarkable abilities. Even immortal venerables cannot create immortals with bare hands with absolute certainty. Let alone a mere mortal from the lower realm. I have a premonition that the 9 continents are giving birth to an existence powerful enough to threaten the immortal realm. Furthermore, the burial ground of the Dark Demon Lord, the ruler of the primordial era, has remained a mystery. Perhaps, within the 9 continents, we might uncover something. The Zhang patriarch levitated, floating towards Zhang Noctine, and issued a command. Noctine, the Huyan Vo immortal realm is experiencing instability. How can the Zhang family maintain its dominance? This is a critical moment. I have a task for you. Firstly, you were able to obtain a fairy fruit from him. This indicates he has a favorable impression of you. You shall descend to the lower realm once more. Find a way to exchange for a large quantity of fairy fruits from him. This will ensure the longevity. Secondly, the most exceptional prodigy of the Zhang family has long been out of contact with us. I suspect that our prodigy is currently residing in the 9 continents of the lower realm. I need you to descend to the lower realm and locate our prodigy swiftly. I will bestow upon you the immortal imprint of her guardian. When you encounter her, the immortal imprint will react. With that, the patriarch transferred the immortal imprint into the mark on Zhang Nak-Huin's forehead. Entrusted with such an important mission, Zhang Nak-Huin was deeply honored. Having completed the transfer, the patriarch turned and returned to her seat. Go to the guardian deity's place. There are many guardian deities there. If you have any doubts, you can ask them. Zhang Hongyu was entrusted with the task and immediately agreed. Yes, I will definitely complete the mission. At the same time, in the Xuanwu immortal realm, at the mansion of the 9th prince, Shi Tian, Shi Tian's roar echoed throughout the mansion. Those shameless mortals! How dare they humiliate me! A subordinate rushed over in a panic. Your Highness, what happened? Shi Tian was sitting on a large chair, furious and not knowing where to vent his anger. He could only roar. My reincarnation clone in the mortal realm is dead. Those lowly mortals dared to humiliate me. This is infuriating. I will definitely kill everyone in the 9 continents. This man, covered in blood, seemed to be seriously injured. Besides being a member of the Celestial Pride, he was also the 5th most important reincarnation. His status was extremely noble, respected by everyone. Yet now, he had suffered the humiliation of losing to a mortal. The subordinate couldn't believe his ears. What? This is impossible. Your Highness's reincarnation clone in the mortal realm is not to be underestimated. He even brought along 3 deities. Who did this? Shi Tian's face darkened, and he forced out a name. The master of the 9 continents. Chen Chang'an. Those 3 precious deities of mine were also destroyed by him. If I hadn't used the 9 transformation soul condensing pill in time, my soul would have been severely injured. Get ready. I want my true body to reincarnate into the mortal realm and kill this guy myself. His eyes were filled with a ferocious look that sent chills down one's spine. Shi Tian had made up his mind to fight with his true body. Shi Tian. He doesn't believe that a mere mortal can defeat an immortal. It must be because that clone was too weak that it ended up like this. The subordinate was thunderstruck by what he heard. He immediately tried to dissuade him. No way. It's too dangerous. Reincarnating with your true body is different from a clone. If a clone is destroyed in the mortal realm, the true body still exists. But if the true body is destroyed, then you're truly dead. And you won't be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation again. You are now a prince. With a chance to ascend to the throne, the highest position in the Xianwu immortal realm's royal family. And as long as you send a powerful clone, it can easily destroy this mortal realm. You don't have to risk your own life, Your Highness. Shi Tian angrily interrupted his subordinate. Just sending a clone is useless. Chen Chang'an's cultivation is at the immortal commander realm. He's known as the Invincible One in the mortal realm. Only by reincarnating with my true body, and suppressed by the laws of the 9 continents, I can retain more than half of my strength. Only then will I have a chance to kill Chen Chang'an. You don't have to worry. No one in the Celestial Pride is my match. Once my true body reincarnates, I can seize all the opportunities. A year later is the grand competition to select candidates for the Immortal Marquis. I have to obtain the 9 continents realm to be eligible to participate. Shi Tian stood up and said confidently, I'm still worried, Your Highness. Shi Tian walked over to his subordinate and patted him on the shoulder, laughing maniacally. You're too timid. If there's a 100% chance of winning, I won't let it go for no reason. Remember, the advantage is on our side. Once the opponent shows signs of rising, we should immediately besiege and kill them. Don't hold back. Hesitation leads to defeat. With that, he turned and left the main hall, leaving the subordinates standing there worried and at a loss. If the master is in trouble, the subordinate will not be spared either. Shi Tian was determined. Only by becoming a candidate for the Immortal Marquis would those stubborn old fools support him. In ascending the throne, he would seize the 9 continents. There must be no mistakes. I had to do this myself. I will personally take his head. Chen Chang'an, your head is as good as mine. In the celestial realm, everyone had their own thoughts, and it was all very chaotic. A mixture of fear and greed. Things were no different in the mortal realm. In Yunzhou, even though it was late at night, the news of Chen Chang'an's serious injuries had spread throughout all the cities of Yunzhou overnight, causing a stir wherever it went. From inside a tavern. Hey, have you heard? To protect the people of Hualong City, the city lord had a great battle with immortals from the upper realm. After killing the immortals, he himself was seriously injured. He's in critical condition, on the verge of death. Is that true? Absolutely. Let me tell you. Some say that the city lord has been crippled to protect the peace of the lower realm. He even married an immortal. What? The city lord is involved with an immortal woman? Even within the restaurant. I heard those immortal women are big and bulky. Not even as good as fox demons. That's not right. I heard that the script deviated from the novel, and the author couldn't keep up with daily updates, leaving us readers in the dark. We couldn't even say goodbye to the city lord one last time. Where's the morality? Where's the respect? Where is the author's address? How do we contact them? I want to send them a. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl shouted, interrupting the gossiping women. Stop it. The city lord is just seriously injured. He's not dead yet. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, the gossiping women could only snort before scurrying away. In contrast to the bustling scene outside, inside the city lord's room in Hualong City, Chen Chang'an was sitting in meditation. The mark between his eyebrows glowed, emitting immortal energy. As expected, I can't use brute force to find these celestial prides. I can only wait for them to reveal themselves. Chen Chang'an sighed and called out to the system. Immediately, the system panel appeared, displaying a series of basic information. Name: Chen Chang'an. Territory points: 2,550,010. Activated skill: Myriad Beings Immortal Path. Ultimate special effect: True explanation. Life and death control points. Currently possessed abilities: Mirror Flower Water Moon. Eternal Immortal Path. Eternal Existence. System inventory. 10 slots limit. 1x mythical secret realm key. 1x salted fish treasure. Looking at the information above, he thought to himself. After all this time, it's only expanded by a little over 60,000 meters. It still hasn't fully covered the 100,000 Great Mountains. Let alone Yunzhou. I don't have enough territory points. Celestial prides, come and take the bait. My blade is getting rusty. Suddenly, a loud clack came from outside, startling him. Here they come. This intruder was quite fast. From their silhouette, they seemed to be a woman. She was frantically searching for Chen Chang'an's room. Where is he? Which room is it? Chen Chang'an realized that the person was outside, looking for an opportunity. He quickly lay down on the bed, setting a trap and preparing to put on an act. The intruder looked around outside for an entrance and saw that the window was open. Oh, so you plan to attack from the window? Come on in. The light shone in, casting the shadow of the moving intruder onto the door. Let's see if you're a big fish. He lay down, closed his eyes, and began to wait. The intruder gently pushed the window open and climbed in, holding something in her hand. That looked like a bottle. She stood before Chen Chang'an's bed, her eyes flashing. She touched Chen Chang'an's body, and he couldn't help but shiver. He didn't know what she was planning to do with his body. Without hesitation, in the next second, Chen Chang'an grabbed her arm, pulled her onto the bed, and pinned her down. You celestial prides are too much. Not only do you want to kill me, but you also want to defile my Quansuo. Why are you here? He was stunned and quickly let go of her, jumping off the bed. Quansuo seemed to be enjoying herself, rubbing her face against the pillow in satisfaction. She blushed and avoided his gaze. I heard you were seriously injured, so I was worried and came looking for you. Outside, there are heavy guards, and it would take too long to wait for their announcement. So I climbed. Quansuo suddenly remembered why she was here, and hurriedly asked with concern. Right, husband, where are you hurt? Quickly, let me see. Without waiting for Chen Chang'an to answer, she started to pull at his clothes, anxiously trying to find his injuries. He blushed in embarrassment and hurriedly stopped her. Ahem, ahem. Your husband is super strong. A mere celestial pride can't hurt me. I'm not hurt, don't worry. My treasure? My treasure is fine. However, these words did not stop Quansuo. He could only struggle internally. Don't touch randomly. And now she's touching that. I don't believe you. She forcefully pulled at Chen Chang'an's clothes as he struggled. I don't believe you. Take off your clothes so I can check. I just want to take a quick look. Chen Chang'an continued to struggle. Suo, no, stop. Suddenly, Quansuo froze, her eyes wide. She wasn't making a fuss anymore. It seemed that she had seen some kind of glowing treasure, making her blush and tremble. Chen Chang'an was so embarrassed that he was shaking. His words were all jumbled up. See, I'm fine. Do you believe me now? I'm okay. He rubbed his nose and looked at his blushing wife, speaking sincerely. Seeing that she was fine made him truly happy. And me too, Chang'an. Do you want to consummate our marriage? Quansuo replied awkwardly. It seemed that he really wanted to, but he still pretended to be calm and pulled his pants up, declining. Ahem, not now. It's not the right time. Quansuo hummed in response and also avoided his gaze, remembering what had just happened. She blinked, feeling a bit aggrieved. If I were a celestial pride, I would probably have pushed you down by now. Chen Chang'an's heart melted at her cuteness. He cupped her face in his hands and pinched her cheeks gently, trying to appease her. How could you be a celestial pride? If you were one, I would have known immediately. She enjoyed his comforting and mumbled, but you should at least let me know. You made me so worried. To think you would be so reckless and face such danger alone, without any regard for the consequences. Her words were filled with a mixture of reproach and love. Suddenly, someone rushed towards the door in a panic and shouted, startling both of them. City Lord. Quansuo quickly became alert. It could be a celestial pride. I'll hide first. If you need help, just call me. Before Chang'an could stop her, she quickly jumped under the bed. To Chen Chang'an's surprise, he sat on the bed and explained to her. Actually, I anticipated this. Those celestial prides will definitely fall for this trick. I'm preparing my next move. To eliminate them. Suo, come out now. Quan Suo peeked out from under the bed. Husband, be careful not to underestimate the enemy. This act of yours is very clever. With me here, I won't let them get their way. Suddenly, the door swung open. And a woman rushed in, panic-stricken. Chang'an, what are you doing? Chen Chang'an was surprised. Minj? Minj looked worried. And channeled some energy into her fingers. Relax. Let me check your injuries. Don't. Sis. It's me, your younger sister. You can't touch this. Relax, it will be quick. And it won't hurt. Hearing the commotion, Quan Suo under the bed wondered. What's going on? You're too strong. Stop. Chang'an, don't move. I'm here, nothing will happen to you. Hearing these sounds, Quan Suo was furious. Someone was trying to steal her husband. But she couldn't make a sound. Outside the door, Nandong, who had been stationed there earlier, looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Damn, Chen Chang'an, you're too wild. He's like this, yet he asked his wife to hide under the bed? Look at him and his little concubine, and they're making such lewd noises. Strangely, why am I getting excited? What must the woman under the bed be thinking? Angry, yet helpless? What if I joined them? Minji's face flushed red, and she was panting heavily. Sweat dripping down her face. She looked as if she had just gone through a strenuous battle. Chen Chang'an's face was pale. He couldn't stop Minji from doing this. The two were sitting on the bed. Chang'an turned his back, to let Minji check on him. Sis, my dear sister, what you're doing is going to cause misunderstandings. Minji replied casually, misunderstandings? Just rumors. I won't pay attention to them. Chen Chang'an shouted in exasperation, damn it, I will. Quan Suo was still under the bed, listening to their conversation, and racking her brains for a way to eliminate Minji. Without leaving a trace, Minji looked at him sincerely. I was a little too presumptuous, city lord. But right now, everyone in the 9 continents can be in danger. But not you. You must remain safe, no matter what. Tonight, allow me to serve you. And ensure your safety. Quan Suo was about to explode with jealousy. Chen Chang'an tactfully refused. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm fine. You can go back now. Minji didn't force him, she simply replied, all right. His sharp eyes swept over Minji, assessing her. The master of Guizhou. Minji, the only one among the 9 city lords who pledged her loyalty to me the earliest. She even took the initiative to contact the other city lords. And helped me ascend to the position of master of the 9 continents. I don't know much about her. We weren't particularly close. But after I took office, she actually helped me a lot. It was supposed to be a play. To lure out the celestial prides, but I ended up scaring her instead. And now she's so concerned about me. I don't know if that's good or bad. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Attention, host, attention, there is a cultivator-level celestial pride hiding near the host. Chen Chang'an was surprised. He hadn't expected that another celestial pride would fall into his trap. Outside, Nandong suddenly stepped on a branch, making a small noise. She realized that her concealment technique was about to run out of time. I had to get out of here. She immediately moved to leave the mansion. Just as Kong Yu said. Chen Chang'an pretended that his wife was seriously injured. His goal is to lure us into a trap. These cunning mortals. I'm afraid that their honey trap is no longer effective. Chen Chang'an must want. She was deep in thought. When suddenly, Chen Chang'an appeared in front of her, blocking her escape. He even greeted her cheerfully, good evening. The last 4 words of her thought appeared in her mind. To kill us all. Nandong looked at Chen Chang'an in horror. I've been waiting for you. Little celestial pride. Behind him. The 2 celestial prides, Kong Yu and Wu Zhangyi, also appeared and launched an attack. I told you before. That trick of yours will only fool those with no brains. The more celestial prides there were, the more excited Chen Chang'an became. Ayo, there's an ambush? Wu Zhengyi attacked first, throwing chains at Chen Changnan. At this critical moment, we have to be strong and seize the. Of course. These few small fries. Chen Changnan can easily chew them up and ask for more. So you're quite brave? You only have one chance. Show me your best moves. Kong Yu activated her immortal level technique. Star Fortune Holy Array. A giant go board appeared in mid-air. The go pieces were her weapons, ready to attack. Nandong also started her attack. I actually thought you were cute, little brother. But it's a shame that I had to kill you. Immortal level 100 flowers Buddha finger. Nandong's body gradually transformed into enchanting flower petals, mesmerizing her opponents. Before slowly killing them, this strike can pierce through everything. Spiritual God Lotus. Once the target is locked, even an immortal can't escape death. Chains and flames surrounded Wu Zhengyi's body, as if she wanted to burn everything to ashes. Chen Changnan wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. His eyes flashed. I'm so scared. Immediately afterward, a thick surge of immortal energy gathered and transformed into a golden dragon, soaring into the sky and wiping out all the celestial prides. And Chen Changnan even tied them up like prisoners and dragged them away. The three of them were slapped directly in the face by Chen Changnan. Their once beautiful faces were now swollen and bruised. Nandong knew that she had lost and could only resign herself to fate. The victor is king, the loser is bandit. Do with us as you please. Chen Changnan smiled magnanimously and patted Nandong's head. As long as you answer my questions, I won't hurt you lovely ladies. After all, I'm not a bad guy. Hearing that Chen Changnan would spare her life, Nandong's eyes lit up, and she quickly started to flatter him. Little brother, you're so kind. Of course, Chen Changnan wasn't as kind as he made himself out to be. He already had a plan in mind. These celestial prides possess concealment techniques that the system can't detect, which makes things tricky. And I need to figure out a way to turn them into territory points. Suddenly, Quan Sua came running from afar, shouting, "Husband!" She walked over and, seeing the celestial prides, asked curiously. Minj quickly followed behind. Who are these people, Changnan? Chen Changnan didn't mind explaining. They're celestial prides. Immortals from the upper realm who have reincarnated into the lower realm. They possess all sorts of powerful immortal techniques. They're very strong. You two stay back. They immediately obeyed. All right. Nandong calmly observed the situation. Of course, she wasn't stupid enough to believe Chen Changnan's words. She smiled mischievously. So cautious. There's no chance for me to strike. I'll be on my way now. After all, this is just a soul fragment. I'll make my move again later. Quan Sua continued to stare at them curiously. So this is what a celestial pride is like? Suddenly, Nandong stepped forward and looked at Changnan with a seductive and love-struck expression. Changnan, I miss you so much. Every day without you is torture. I can't sleep at night. Kong Yu, who was standing beside her, stared at Nandong in disbelief. What is she doing? Chen Changnan was so angry that he wanted to bite her to death. Are you crazy? I don't even know you. Nandong completely ignored him and continued her act. Changnan, is that your wife? Why haven't you told me? If you're going for excitement, then let's go all out. Quan Sua was now a walking torch, and Chen Changnan was panicking. He quickly went over to appease her. Nandong continued to ramble on. Changnan, do you know what I'm missing? I'm missing you. Quan Sua glared at her coldly. Changnan is mine. No one can take him away. Nandong continued, unfazed. So what? This drove Quan Sua into a frenzy. She drew her sword, wanting to eliminate Nandong right then and there. Chen Changnan quickly stopped her. Calm down. I still have a use for her. Nandong, oblivious to the situation, continued speaking. Why are you being so petty? It's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. Isn't it? Chen Changnan was about to cry. Nandong, shut up. Behind them, Kong Yu and Zhang Yi were still in shock. Their mouths agape. Minja, who was standing to the side, observed the scene. I used to think That the celestial prides from the upper realm were arrogant. They've been suppressed in their realm for so many years. And they've never seen anything like this before. He really is full of surprises. In a small town on the outskirts of Yunzhou, the sky was a crimson red, and the air was heavy with a sinister aura. Countless corpses lay scattered on the ground. In this desolate space, someone's laughter echoed. It took several cities to gather enough blood essence. Finally, this great immortal slaying sword is complete. Nearby, a young boy was hiding in a corner, not daring to make a sound, afraid of being discovered. Except for the Saint Martial Immortal Venerable's immortal saint sword. With this sword in my possession, I am practically invincible in this lower realm. This 9 continents realm will be mine. The two people who were talking were Zhang Quan, a celestial pride from the Tangyi immortal realm, and Li Dai, another celestial pride from the same realm. Suddenly, Zhang Quan heard a noise coming from the nearby pile of firewood. Looks like there's still a little rat left. The boy was terrified when he realized he had been discovered. Zhang Quan used his power to grab the boy by the neck and pull him out, rendering him completely helpless. Li Dai, who was standing beside him, looked as if he had struck gold. He immediately said, "Perfect. We can use him to consecrate the sword. Let go of that child." Suddenly, from afar, someone struck Zhang Quan's hand. The one that was gripping the boy's neck. This annoyed Zhang Quan. It turned out that the strike had come from Bayer. She was scowling, her eyes filled with murderous intent, as she walked towards the two celestial prides. Baiyu followed behind her, calmly observing their surroundings. The two of them stood protectively in front of the boy. "You beasts! Slaughtering innocent people. And you call yourselves cultivators?" Seeing that it was just another mortal woman, Zhang Quan scoffed. "A lowly ant, meddling in our affairs." Li Dai, his eyes bloodshot, stepped forward, swinging his sword, wanting to kill them all. "I've slaughtered so many cities, but this is the first time I've seen such a high-grade flowing glass physique. After slaughtering all those cities, this is the first time. All those cities I slaughtered on my way here. Do you know who did all this?" Bao Nhi questioned angrily. The chosen one immediately admitted, "That's right. Now you too shall become a wandering soul under my blade." Bao Nhi wouldn't back down. Her entire body radiated with immortal energy. As she swung her sword towards Li Dai, his head flew off his neck. The sword he thought was invincible in the lower realm shattered in two before Bao Ni's holy sword. "Beast, die!" Trong Quan, who was standing nearby, witnessed his comrade's head fall right before his eyes. His face turned pale with fear. "The sword, it's..." Trong Quan quickly turned to Bao Nhi. "Why do you have the immortal saint sword? Shouldn't it be in Tran Trongen's hands?" Bao Nhi coldly raised her sword. "The dead don't need to know that much." Knowing that he couldn't win against the holy sword in her hand, Trong Quan decided to run for his life. As he ran, he couldn't help but curse. "Damn you, Tran Trongen! You beast! You gave this immortal treasure to this lowly woman? How dare you further humiliate the immortal realm?" Bao Nhi wouldn't let him escape so easily. "It's too late to run now." She swiftly moved and plunged her sword into Trong Quan's back. He roared in pain. Finally, she pulled out her sword. The two scum chosen ones were eliminated. The boy, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear. What if he was next? Dai Bakwei, who had been observing the situation, said, "This is the 5th city we've seen massacred. On our way. These people have truly committed countless atrocities." Bao Nhi recalled their journey. "We've only seen a fraction of it. I'm afraid there are even more atrocities happening in places we haven't been to. I suspect Master frequently switches back to his main body from his clone. Because the 9 continents are truly facing a grave crisis." On Tran Trongen's side, the system displayed a notification. Detected that the host's disciple, Lin Bao Nhi, has killed 2 reincarnated chosen ones from the upper realm with soul transformation cultivation, rewarding the host with 20,000 territory points. Tran Trongen's eyes narrowed. "I'm looking forward to your arrival. Without any benefits, I wouldn't take on this task. Special mission. Maximum points. Reincarnated chosen ones are wreaking havoc in the Nine Continents realm, ruthlessly slaughtering innocent lives. Host, take immediate action to save the Nine Continents realm. Mission success reward. 1 interdimensional travel card. Mission failure. The realm falls into despair. At the mansion, Tran Trongen looked at the interdimensional travel card reward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. System, this realm card is what I want. It can transport me to other realms. Like Earth. The system whined in confusion. What the hell is Earth? Host, the realm card will take you across countless realms. Which realm you end up in depends on your luck. Random travel? That's too much of a gamble. Forget it, I want designated travel. He decided to ignore the system's protests. He tapped the system panel. This special mission was triggered by the chosen ones. Simply put, as long as I eliminate them, the mission is essentially complete. That being said, killing 1 or 2 is easy. But eradicating them completely is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Tran Trongen recalled that these chosen ones were essentially clones sent down to the lower realm. Even if they were killed, they would revive. They couldn't truly die. After some thought, he turned to the system. He smiled and asked, let me ask you this. Does the special mission have a time limit? Excluding Bao Nhi, if others kill the chosen ones, can I still get territory points? The system grimaced. On high alert. This guy was definitely not someone to be trusted. If it weren't careful, he would be robbed blind. Trying to flatter me now, are you? Don't hit me. The special mission has a time limit of 1 day. This concerns the fate of the Nine Continents realm. Host, please take this seriously. Don't be so flippant. After speaking, the system quickly flew away. Away from Tran Trongen's hand. To avoid having its design broken again. Upon hearing this, Tran Trongen felt like he had been cheated. Damn it. The mission and the reward are not balanced. Who will do your work for you? And with such a sudden time constraint, it's hard to guarantee I won't cause chaos. Suddenly, someone shouted. Look at the sky. Quick. Look, the immortal gate has opened. Immortals are descending. Immortals. Immortals have arrived. A black hole filled with immortal energy appeared in the sky. The light from the black hole shone directly onto the ground. The system displayed a notification. Detected the reappearance of Chosen One. T. Thien. Current cultivation level. Pre-immortal Emperor. The host's clone is facing the Ninth Prince. Currently, there is no chance of winning. Do you want a higher level clone? Tran Trongen frowned. Pre-immortal Emperor level. This time, he descended with his true body. Ha! No need to change for now. I want to play a big game. He had his own plan. In a certain forest in Ban Chao, the Ninth Prince. Your Highness, Immortal Noc Thien has come to greet you. T. Thien. His subordinates were surprised. Even Immortal Noc Thien is here? Noc Thien bowed. Farewell, Ninth Prince. I must go to Mount Faitn. To retrieve the eternal beauty immortal fruit for my elders. I won't stay any longer. Please excuse me. Hearing that she was about to leave, T. Thien called out softly, Noc Thien. You and I are both from the Xianwu immortal realm. Why not stay and help me conquer the Nine? Before T. Thien could finish speaking, Zhong Noc Thien turned and left, making him frown. Those from the Zhong family are truly a bunch of fools. Zhong Noc Thien had her own thoughts. T. Thien. He actually descended with his true body. Such determination. It seems the Nine Continents will definitely fall into his hands. In the past, Earth immortals who descended to the lower realm would have their cultivation suppressed by the heavenly Tao. But he doesn't seem to be suppressed at all. Is he faking it? A subordinate with a ponytail rushed over and reported. Ninth Prince, that cunning Tran Trongen has spread false information. He's supposedly severely injured. And Nam Dong was tricked into visiting him. They've all been captured. Another subordinate with a bun hairstyle shouted angrily. Ninth Prince. We can't let a mere bastard from the lower realm let us by the nose. We must take the initiative. A mere insect dares to kill chosen ones from the upper realm? He has repeatedly hindered us from conquering the 9 continents. He deserves to die. The subordinate next to him added. We must make him pay. Otherwise, how can we maintain our standing? They're quite aggressive. TTN raised his hand to silence everyone. 5 hours. And I will make him beg for death. Beg for death. TTN, his face darkened with rage, declared his plan. With a sinister smile, he said. But you must cooperate with me. He recalled Tran Trongen. He was initially at Mount Phi Tien as well. He must have quite a few friends and relatives there. The plan is divided into 2 steps. Step 1. Gather all the chosen ones who can be contacted. Near Van Chaoen massacre. The city. The people in the city panicked and screamed. Ah! Run! 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 Father! Mother! Don't leave me! Wah! Don't kill me! Ah! The scene now shifted to Van Chao. Vu Chao, which was being massacred. All the innocent people were slaughtered by the chosen one's subordinates. As if it were a form of entertainment. This was the first step in TITN's plan. To instill extreme fear and despair in them. Step 2. Once those ants were completely hopeless, he would give them a glimmer of hope. Loi Chao and Zik Chao were also being massacred by his subordinates. Please spare us. The subordinate with a ferocious face sneered. Spare you? Perhaps. As long as you surrender to us, we will spare you. But that glimmer of hope lay in Tran Trongen's hands. Oh right. As long as your continent lord hands over the 9 continents cauldron to us, this massacre will stop. He emphasized each word. You can all live. And then we won't have to personally deal with those ants. They will start to riot in order to survive. In Van Chao, a crowd gathered before the city gates, rioting. We beg the city lord to hand over the 9 continents cauldron. Save us, ordinary citizens. Where's the continent lord? Didn't he say he would deal with the descending immortals? Why isn't he coming out? Tran Trongen, you coward. Come out here. They demanded Tran Trongen hand over the 9 continents cauldron. The subordinate with the bun hairstyle hovered in the sky, looking down at the crowd with excitement. TTN's plan is working. The 9 continents are in chaos now. That Tran Trongen is about to face the music. The thick-lipped subordinate beside him replied with amusement. TTN didn't forcefully take anyone, but instead used these fools to wear down Tran Trongen's energy. What a brilliant plan. Now let's see what he chooses. Will he keep the 9 continents cauldron? Becoming a great hero blamed by the people? Or hand it over and become a sinner for eternity? Below, the crowd continued to shout, Tran Trongen, come out. Tran Trongen. Ha ha ha. TTN was greatly amused. Now we just need to wait for Tran Trongen to obediently hand over the 9 continents cauldron. Inside Wo Long City, Nam Dung whimpered. There's really not a single. Ah. Help. No. Ah. Tran Trongen held a talisman in his hand. So that's how it is. He thought. This concealment technique is an immortal grade technique from the upper realm, focusing on soul cultivation. Cultivating this technique allows one to avoid detection from lower level realms and the mutual sensing between chosen ones. Although this technique is powerful, it also has certain risks. Prolonged concealment can backfire. Mild cases result in mental retardation, like a child. Severe cases lead to body collapse and loss of consciousness. It's a shame. Otherwise, I could have let Bao Nhi and the others cultivate it. I also learned about the connection between protectors and chosen ones. There's an immortal mark connecting them. The captured chosen ones, tortured by Tran Trongen, lay sprawled on the ground, their mouths agape and eyes wide with fear. He turned to them. Simply put, protectors are like summoned beasts for chosen ones. There are many ways to summon them. Those with high cultivation can summon them through their souls. Those with low cultivation need an intermediary. like the jade slip that Not Tula crushed. However, I remember. Not Tula's protector initially said he was able to descend and cultivate without being suppressed by the heavenly Tao and use his full power because of an immortal mark. This immortal mark doesn't seem so simple. I need to plan ahead. Just capturing chosen ones isn't enough. I need to capture protectors alive to obtain more information about the upper realm. In a grand hall in Hualong City, several continent lords were gathered. The Fong Chao Lord, the oldest among them, said, "I've sent someone to inform the continent lord. I'm sure you'll be here soon. What's the situation in your respective continents?" The Loi Chao Lord rubbed his head tiredly. 9 of the 10 major sects in my continent have been destroyed. Only one is barely hanging on. The Zich Chao Lord's situation wasn't much better. Dozens of major merchant guilds in my continent have been ravaged by those madmen. Only 2 people survived. Both infants still in their cradles. Nam Kong Tien Van's continent was no exception. Dozens of cities in my continent have been destroyed. Those people are ruthless. The Fong Chao Lord was worried, urging Tran Trongan to come up with a solution. Suddenly, the Zich Chao Lord sensed a commotion outside. What's happening outside? Using extremely powerful force. Attacking something. Everyone quickly sensed the tremors as well. It's not just here. Other places too. The ground is shaking. It's the 9 continents cauldron. Someone is tampering with it. The old man was in disbelief. Go out and check. Could it be Tran Trongan has given in and handed over the 9 continents cauldron to the chosen ones? Outside, an extremely powerful force struck Hualong City. Everyone was shocked. What is that lunatic trying to do? He's trying to destroy the 9 continents cauldron. A terrifying power emanated from the 9 continents cauldron, making everyone tremble. Inside the city center, Zhongtuan Suwa and Manhua were stunned by the earthquake. Tran Trongan focused on controlling the power of the 9 continents cauldron. He turned to Zhongtuan Suwa with a gentle smile. "Tuan Suwa, it might get dangerous here soon. Wait for me inside the city. I'll come find you once I've done." Tuan Suwa immediately refused. "No, I don't want to hide behind you. I want to stay and face this with you." Tran Trongan wasn't angry. He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'll protect you." Knowing she couldn't argue, she could only obey. "I trust you." Tran Trongan then manipulated the 9 continents cauldron, intensifying its power even further. This terrified the continent lords. The continent lord has gone mad. He's trying to destroy the entire 9 continents, killing us all. The Zich Chao Lord hurriedly pleaded, "Stop him. He's your father. My only father. Stop it. Loi Khan can't take it anymore." She cried and begged for him to spare the 9 continents cauldron. Once it shatters, the heavens and earth of the 9 continents realm will collapse. Everything will be destroyed. The entire continent will be gone. Tran Trongan couldn't stand the noise anymore. It was giving him a headache. Minor heavenly Tao. He angrily ordered, "Loi Khan, shut up." Suddenly, cracks appeared on the 9 continents cauldron. Everyone could see them clearly. He's gone mad. He's truly gone mad. Is Tran Trongan planning to destroy everything, leaving both sides with nothing? The cracks widened and deepened. The 9 continents were engulfed in fear as people fled in panic. The 9 continents cauldron is about to break. Run, someone stop Tran Trongan. The people in the city were terrified. He's insane. Insane. Is Tran Trongan planning mutual destruction, leaving both sides with nothing? The 9 continents cauldron continued to crack. The people of the 9 continents screamed in fear. The 9 continents cauldron is about to shatter. Run for your lives. Someone stop Tran Trongan. A deafening boom reverberated through the air. Tran Trongan sensed it too. He smiled faintly. They're here. Chosen ones swarmed the sky. Leading them was Tiaithin, his face dark with anger. Tran Trongan greeted them casually. Well. The turtles have finally poked their heads out. The people of the lower realm were shocked. All the chosen ones scattered across the 9 continents had gathered. Teething glared at Tran Trongen furiously. I didn't expect you to be so cunning, Tran Trongen. The chosen ones behind him echoed. To use such despicable tactics to force us out. You're truly hateful. All our previous plans are now useless. Tran Trongen wasn't afraid at all. He channeled his energy into his fingertips. You're nothing but toys. A bunch of useless things gathered here to play. I am the master of the 9 continents. What I say goes. I want to destroy the 9 continents cauldron, and no one can stop me. Even immortals must bow their heads and keep their mouths shut. 2 powerful energy beams shot out from his fingertips, striking 2 chosen ones and obliterating them. The system chimed. Congratulations, host. For killing a chosen one with void refinement cultivation. Obtained 5,000 territory points. Congratulations, host. For killing a chosen one with void refinement cultivation. Obtained 5,000 territory points. TTN's eyes were filled with rage and resentment. The humiliation from Tran Trongen had pushed him to his limit. Tran Trongen. He gritted out each word. He ordered the chosen ones, attack. Kill him. Very well, we'll grant you your wish. The chosen ones summoned their immortal protectors. A massive black hole appeared, connecting the immortal realm and the lower realm. Hundreds. Thousands of black holes followed, one after another. From the black holes, an overwhelming power emanated, suppressing everything. Immortal protectors emerged from the black holes. The system bombarded Tran Trongen with notifications. Immortal protector detected descending. Host, please eliminate them immediately. Immortal protector detected descending. Host, please eliminate them immediately. Immortal protector detected descending. Host, please eliminate them immediately. Immortal protectors descended upon the lower realm, each radiating with murderous intent, determined to conquer the 9 continents, and killed Tran Trongen. Inside a house, on an altar, lay another card, with the words, "Grave of your friend, Ngunhi." The old woman panicked and rushed to call the old man. More immortals have descended. The old man was startled. What? Never mind that. Pack our things and run. He was furious. He grabbed a shovel. Damn it. It's happening again. I won't let you get away with this. I have to. Before he could finish speaking, he tripped over the doorstep and fell flat on his face. The old woman rushed to his side. Old man. He struggled to his feet. I'll kill them. I'll drive them away. The old woman quickly helped him up. You're too old. And we're just mortals from the lower realm. We can't do anything against those from the upper realm. It's the truth. You know it. It's the truth. But facing death doesn't allow anyone to dwell on the past. He burst into tears. Are we going to lose our home and family again? The battle raged on in the city. Tran Trongen, alone, fought against tens of thousands of chosen ones and immortal protectors. He laughed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Now this is what I call exciting. The continent lords, witnessing this spectacle for the first time, were utterly astonished. When was the last time we saw so many immortals descend to the lower realm? Never have I witnessed such a formation. Could it be that the 9 continents are truly destined to change hands today? The entire continent trembled under the weight of their arrival. The continent lord's actions were a grave mistake. The chosen ones should have stayed scattered, it would have been much harder to defeat them. Tran Trongen is far too arrogant. He's doomed us all. T-Theme's voice boomed across the battlefield. You deliberately threatened to destroy the 9 continents cauldron, to force us into the open. This was the most foolish move you could have made. And it will be your last. He then thundered. Tran Trongen, prepare to meet your end. A wave of energy surged towards Tran Trongen as all the chosen ones and immortal protectors attacked in unison. He's just a lowly creature from the lower realm. A insignificant ant. There's no need for us to put on such a grand show for him. Watch me obliterate him right here. Watch closely. Witness me crush these pathetic insects beneath my feet. Despite being targeted by such a massive assault, Tran Trongen remained unfazed. He effortlessly deflected their attacks. A hint of amusement in his eyes. Immortal protectors at the level of immortal generals? You're not strong enough to kill me. With a graceful sweep of his leg, he unleashed a brilliant arc of energy. At the same time, he activated his full immortal commander power. The arc of energy transformed into a radiant bow, firing a continuous stream of arrows that pierced through the ranks of the chosen ones, obliterating them one after another. The system announcements echoed his triumph. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal. With first level immortal general cultivation. Rewarding 1 million territory points. And 1 salted fish treasure chest. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal. With first level immortal general cultivation. Rewarding 1 million territory points. And 1 salted fish treasure chest. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal. With first level immortal general cultivation. Rewarding 1 million territory points. And 1 salted fish treasure chest. With just a few simple moves, he had eliminated a large group of reincarnated immortals. Zhang Tuansua and Min He were diligently maintaining a protective barrier to shield the others. So weak. Is this really all the strength immortals possess? He taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. His words further fueled their fury, spurring him to unleash even more devastating attacks. He continued to deliver blow after blow. Each strike filled with righteous anger, as if avenging the innocent lives the chosen ones had so cruelly taken. You slaughtered without mercy, treating the people of the lower realm as nothing more than insects beneath your feet. You believed yourselves to be superior, blind to the weight of your own sins. He ascended into the air, his voice resonating with power, and summoned the system. System, use all of my accumulated territory points to expand the invincible domain. The system responded without hesitation. Expanding. Deducting territory points to expand the invincible domain. Territory points. 30, 300, 000.30, 299, 000.30, 190, 000. Even more immortal protectors poured out of the black holes. The second wave crashing against their defenses. Tran Trang ungracefully descended, his movements fluid and controlled. TTN laughed, his voice laced with arrogance. Tran Trang, I've seen countless fools blinded by their own arrogance, just like you. I've seen countless fools blinded by their own arrogance, just like you. An immortal commander might hold some power. Enough to dominate a small, insignificant realm. But against our endless tide of immortals, how many waves can you possibly withstand? The first wave. The second wave. They will keep coming, endlessly. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, a chilling testament to his cruelty. You cannot defeat the endless legions of my immortal realm. You will eventually tire. And then you will die by my hand. I will sever your head and display it for all to see. A reminder of the price of defiance. The immortals, fueled by his words, unleashed their full might, aiming to annihilate Tran Trang. He met their fury with unwavering resolve, unleashing a torrent of energy that tore through their ranks. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal. With first level immortal general cultivation. Rewarding 1 million territory points. And 1 salted fish treasure chest. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal. With first level immortal general cultivation. Rewarding 1 million territory points. And 1 salted fish treasure chest. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal. With first level immortal general cultivation. Rewarding 1 million territory points. And 1 salted fish treasure chest. Everyone watched in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. They never imagined witnessing a day where a being from the lower realm could hold such a commanding advantage over immortals from the immortal realm. The Zichchao Lord, still unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before her eyes, pinched the Feng Chao Lord's cheek, desperate for confirmation of reality. The crowd, initially filled with fear and anger towards Tran Trong Nan, erupted in cheers, their voices echoing with newfound hope. Even those who had cursed him moments before were now chanting his name, their hearts swelling with pride. The people witnessing the battle, witnessing their savior decimate the invaders, were filled with an exhilaration they had never felt before. They never thought they would live to see the day when a being from the lower realm could stand triumphant against immortals from the heavens, With Tran Trong Nan by our side, even immortals are nothing to fear. Zhang Tuansua stared at her palm, her heart overflowing with a mixture of love and anxiety. The feeling of being trusted and accepted by Tran Trong Nan filled her with warmth. But she couldn't shake the worry gnawing at her. But, what is my husband planning? In her palm lay a symbol entrusted to her by Tran Trong Nan. In her palm lay a symbol entrusted to her by Tran Trong Nan. The Heavenly Tao Lightning Mark. The Heavenly Tao Lightning Mark. Having passed the trials of heaven and earth, it had become the ultimate symbol of the master of the Heavenly Tao. But why entrust it to me? She wondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. On the battlefield, the Chosen Ones continued their relentless assault. Wave after wave crashing against their defenses. Nam Kang, Tien Van looked up at the fiery sky, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Filled with helplessness, we can't get involved in this battle at all. Witnessing the battle, City Lord Fang's limbs trembled. And he said, no one would have believed that the young man we interrogated just a while ago would now be fighting for us alone. Our fate, the fate of the 9 continents, rests entirely on his shoulders. Chen Chang'an, you must win. Chen Chang'an, Chen Chang'an. The battle in the sky raged on without a moment's pause. Celestial prides were being eliminated one after another. By Chen Chang'an's power, Shi Tian, who had been commanding his troops from a distance, had yet to unleash his full power. He watched as Chen Chang'an decimated his army. These ants are quite resilient. So, how much longer can you hold on? With that, he clapped his hands, giving an order. The monkey show is over. The black hole seemed to be infused with even more power. A tattooed arm, adorned with reins, slowly emerged from the black hole. It summoned a group of even more powerful immortals. The man with the reins, still flipping off the world, said impatiently, you upper realm brats can't even handle your cultivation properly. You have to call us old geezers. To deal with a single lower realm mongrel? Let's go. The woman standing beside him was just as aggressive. She declared fiercely, ha! My cattle, go. The celestial immortals who appeared later didn't want to waste their energy either. Enough talk. Let's finish that brat quickly. My new concubine is waiting for me to return and pamper her. The system popped up with a series of notifications. Detected a celestial immortal protector, immortal commander realm, descending to the mortal realm. Requesting the host to eliminate the target immediately. Detected a celestial immortal protector, immortal commander realm, descending to the mortal realm. Requesting the host to eliminate the target immediately. Detected a celestial immortal protector, immortal commander realm, descending to the mortal realm. Requesting the host to eliminate the target immediately. The celestial immortals were still arrogant and boastful. Foolish mortal, your sins are unforgivable. Today, we are compelled to eliminate you. And cast you into the 18 layers of hell. Before the celestial immortal could attack. Tran Trong grabbed him, leaving him with no chance to resist. You. The celestial immortal's words were cut short as Tran Trong humiliated him. Before I even make a move. You pathetic little ants are calling for your elders? What difference does it make? At the same realm, I am invincible. Tran Trong attacked the celestial immortal with excitement. The celestial immortal couldn't react in time. And could only scream in pain as he met his demise. The eagle celestial immortal refused to back down. He roared angrily, arrogant brat. Die. A powerful attack shot out from his mouth, aimed directly at Tran Trong. Tran Trong simply raised his bare hand. And easily blocked the eagle celestial immortal's attack. Leaving him stunned, bare-handed. Heaven's return. He turned and threw the attack back. At the eagle celestial immortal. The attack struck the eagle celestial immortal. Splitting him in two. The system's voice rang out at the same time. Congratulations, host. You have slain an immortal commander. Reward. 5 million domain points and 1 salted fish treasure. Tran Trong's eyes flashed with killing intent. He hadn't expected to receive so many points for that kill. Soon, he would be able to expand his boundless domain even further. Below, the city lords were speechless. City Lord of Scarlet Continent. Even a celestial immortal at the immortal commander realm couldn't do anything to him. The City Lord of Phoenix Continent had the same thought as the City Lord of Scarlet Continent. Fortunately, he's on our side. Above. Tran Trong continued to farm domain points. He summoned a surge of lightning energy. And unleashed his Thunderbolt Legion attack. The system panel flooded with notifications. Congratulations, host. You have slain an immortal commander. Reward. 5 million domain points and 1 salted fish treasure. Congratulations, host. You have slain an immortal commander. Reward: 5 million domain points and 1 salted fish treasure. Congratulations, host. You have slain an immortal commander. Reward: 5 million domain points and 1 salted fish treasure. TTN's eyes narrowed. He could see that Tran Trong Nan was exhausted. Press on. Don't give him a chance to recover. Tran Trong Nan was indeed drenched in sweat. He glanced at TTN, who was looking smug, and thought. An immortal commander protector is worth 5 million domain points. How much would an immortal emperor be worth? Suddenly, a giant hand blindsided Tran Trong Nan. You dare to get distracted on the battlefield, brat? Are you looking down on me? The hand grabbed Tran Trong Nan and slammed him to the ground like a fly. For an ordinary person, that would have been instant death. The system panel appeared, detected a celestial immortal protector. Peak Immortal Commander Realm, descending to the mortal realm. The host's current clone is too weak. Please switch to a higher level clone immediately. The giant hand slowly lifted up and slammed down again, this time to ensure his death. The system kept reminding him. Detected a celestial immortal protector. Peak Immortal Commander Realm, descending to the mortal realm. The host's current clone is too weak. Please switch to a higher level clone immediately. Detected a celestial immortal protector. Peak Immortal Commander Realm, descending to the mortal realm. The host's current clone is too weak. Please switch to a higher level clone immediately. The prodigies stood around, arms crossed, triumphantly. They thought Tran Trong Nin was dead for sure. If not dead, then crippled. Suddenly, a golden hand struck TTN hard across the face. He was caught off guard and lost a front tooth from the slap. The hand belonged to Tran Trong Nin. The smoke cleared, revealing Tran Trong Nin, looking nonchalant and arrogant. He was giving the middle finger, pointing it down at the ground, sticking out his tongue mockingly. You idiot, I'll kill you today. Everyone was shocked. You're just a lowly servant. TTN was furious, his face red with anger and humiliation. He clutched his cheek and immediately pointed and ordered, What are you idiots standing around for? Kill him, tear him to shreds. All the celestial immortals charged at Tran Trong Nin. If one attack couldn't take him down, they would attack together. Tran Trong Nin dodged their attacks carefully. I need to be careful. The pain of this clone being injured is real. Suddenly, a blade slashed towards him, striking Tran Trong Nin's shoulder. He grunted in pain. Damn it, that hurt. The celestial immortal then kicked Tran Trong Nin, sending him crashing to the ground. The people saw him injured and cried out in fear, City Lord. Tran Trong Nin was still alive, struggling to sit up amidst the rubble. Cough, cough. You're good at sneak attacks, I'll give you that. But I'm not one to talk either. It's a fight to the death after all. In the sky, there were still many celestial immortals waiting to take his life. But he wasn't afraid of death. He was thinking about how close he was to expanding his boundless domain to Cloud Continent. Even if it hurts, I had to hold on. TTN saw his determination and sneered arrogantly. What, Immortal Commander, you're already done for? Weren't you all taught just now? My king hasn't even come down yet. You, finish him off. It's over, TTN ordered. Tran Trong Nin shot up into the sky, meeting their attacks head-on. He gathered immortal chi into the form of a heavenly dragon, and attacked the prodigies relentlessly. The system's voice rang out repeatedly. Congratulations, host, you have slain an immortal commander. Reward: 5 million domain points. Reward: 1 salted fish treasure. Congratulations, host, you have slain an immortal commander. Reward: 5 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for killing the fairy marshal. A special reward of 5 million domain points. Get an extra salted fish duong treasure. The people below looked at Tran Trong and in horror. Host, this body has reached its final limit. He gasped repeatedly, blood still clinging to the corners of his mouth and forehead. Min Mak also stared at him with wide eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand, afraid to cry out loud. Zhang Tong so too. Those beautiful eyes were now wide open, lifeless. Tran Trong in at this moment, had a spear pierced through his chest, pinned to the ground. Tian above arrogantly ridiculed him. Tran Trong in, how does it feel to have a funeral at home? Tran Trong in still calmly replied to this heavenly being. Ninth Prince. Aren't you the one who knows that feeling best? Ha! Oh, it shouldn't be a loser dog, right? You are still so arrogant. Tell me. If I were in front of your citizens, letting them see with their own eyes, their hope crumble. After speaking, Tian Loi pulled out his sword. This man's face was full of veins, his expression triumphant. That feeling must be very interesting, right? Oh, right. There's also Cani Phi Tien. Inside the mountain, Phi Tien. There must be a lot of your relatives and friends, right? After you die, I will try my best to take care of them for you. You. Tian Tian rushed madly towards Tran Trong, swinging his sword. Wanting to kill him, Gao Tunso didn't want to see the one she loved die. So she could only risk her life to stop him. No, but Tran Trong still tried his best to create a flash of light to stop her. She didn't expect that even at this moment, Tran Trong still didn't want her to help him. Her eyes now had to witness the scene of her most beloved dying. Her eyes were now blurred with tears. She tried to look at Tran Trong intently. At this moment, he was still smiling at her. She didn't want to be like this, and she couldn't do anything. She could only shout, "Husband." Tran Trong smiled gently and said to her, "Tunso, I will find you." The sword fell, and his head was separated from his neck. The system didn't expect Tran Trong to do this. The pain for the clone. It could only announce. Host's clone is dead. Returning to the main body. He woke up in the fairy temple. The scene of flowers flying in the air. A flower petal fell on his hand. Checking previous domain points. Enough to cover Van Chao. Host, do you want to cover it? The system's voice rang out. Tran Trong immediately agreed to cover it. The system panel appeared. Invincible domain is expanding. Please wait patiently, host. The domain began to expand. Covering 100,000 mountains, gradually covering other continents. Tran Trong calmly asked the system. How long will it take? Very fast. In the city, the smoke cleared. And everyone gradually saw the reality that their continent lord was dead. The people were stunned. They had just a glimmer of hope. And now there was nothing left. Even the continent lord was dead. Should we surrender? The girl behind him cried out in fear, covering her face. So tragic, so tragic. When the continent lord's head was cut off, he was still smiling. In everyone's hearts, there was the same thought. Where would the 9 continents go without Tran Trong? The red continent lord clenched his fists helplessly. We can't do anything. The wind continent lord could only reply. There's only one thing we can do now. One thing. On the ground, the cracked 9 continents cauldron was still lying there. Tian Tian picked up Tran Trong's severed head. And showed it to all the immortals. The heavenly prodigies began to laugh. Look at this useless Tran Trong, ha. Aren't you good at boasting? Why don't you keep boasting? A loud laughter followed. Ha ha ha. A subordinate reported to Tian Tian. Tian Tian, sir. The people from the lower realm have brought the 9 continents cauldron. Tian Tian was interested. Good. A voice. The humble wind continent lord offers the 9 continents cauldron to Tian Tian blamed all the crimes on Tran Trong. The 9 continents are willing to offer the 9 continents cauldron. Hoping that the immortals of the upper realm will spare us. Tran Trong's actions are not the will of the people of the 9 continents. Everything was his own doing. The sin should be borne by Tran Trong. Fortunately, the immortals have eliminated him. And restored peace to the 9 continents. Tian didn't care about the words of this old mortal. He quickly snatched the 9 continents cauldron. And held it up for the immortals to see. With this, the land of the 9 continents is mine. Ha ha ha. What? The wind continent lord cried out in disbelief. Tian immediately explained to the lower realm. You're honored, you ants of the 9 continents. You will become energy sticks for me to advance. The red continent lord couldn't believe it. What? He wants to absorb the energy of the 9 continents? That was his goal. Minha's face was full of worry. In the end, are we just sheep waiting to be slaughtered? She was filled with despair and indignation. Without Tran Trong, we can't do anything. But suddenly, the 9 continents cauldron in Tian's hand turned into smoke. Gradually disappearing. Tian realized that it was fake. His eyes widened in madness. Tian immediately grabbed the old man and interrogated him. In anger. You wretched thing. You dare deceive me with a fake? The old man immediately denied it. No, this junior wouldn't dare. The Nine Continents cauldron has always been in Tran Trongyin's hands. We don't know. If there's a problem, then she. Tran Trongyin's wife. She must know. The Wind Continent Lord quickly shifted the blame to Zhang Tunso. Tian also let go of the old man, dropping him to the ground. Tian turned to look. And saw Zhang Tunso. Still holding Tran Trongyin's cold body. At this moment, her eyes emitted a golden light. She raised her head and looked at Tian. The mark that Tran Trongyin had given her also lit up. Zhang Tunso immediately unleashed a surge of power. A powerful attack towards Tian. She wanted to avenge her husband. But with just a wave of Tian's hand, that surge of power was immediately shattered. Without a trace of damage. It was clear how great the difference in strength was. He didn't expect that this woman would dare to attack him. His face turned grim. Someone, strip her naked for me. I want to see where she's hiding the Nine Continents cauldron. The heavenly prodigies of the Xianwu immortal realm, those at the nascent soul realm, rushed forward madly to capture her. Ha. We're here. One of them kept licking his lips, looking extremely lecherous and despicable. I advise you to scream louder. The louder you scream, the more excited I get. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, a pillar of lightning struck him, making him groan. So it's the little heavenly tribulation thunder. I'm here. I'll help you break through and kill them. Don't let them take me. Everyone was surprised. It was as if the entire heavens and earth of the Nine Continents were on Tran Trongyin's side. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck the sky. Why is my power disappearing? And then, it suddenly vanished, leaving the little heavenly tribulation extremely confused. You obstacle. Stay put. Seeing this, the heavenly prodigies, 9 peak stage immortal sovereigns, and immortal guardians, arrived to suppress the thunder. There was nothing to stop them now. 2 heavenly prodigies immediately advanced towards Zhang Tunso. Continue. I love toying with this kind of little girl. Ha. Heavenly prodigy, we are nothing but clones in the lower realm. Let's see how many you can kill. She drew her sword to defend herself. But the difference in strength was too great. Zhang Tunso was thrown backwards. They stepped on Tran Trongyin's body painfully. Then, they trampled on him mercilessly. Zhang Tunso, every single one of them. Your treasures. Call him. See if he responds. Get up, you trash. Know your place. Zhang Tunso could only hug the cold body and endure their relentless attacks. Her entire body was bruised and battered. But she refused to scream and give them the satisfaction. She held Tran Trongyin's body tightly, protecting it with all her might. Her heart was filled with thoughts of her husband. The people on the sidelines were filled with fear and anxiety. Tran Trongyin is dead. Why haven't they handed over the Nine Continents cauldron to the immortals? What if the immortals get angry? What is that woman doing? She's trying to fight the immortals? She's going to get us all killed. Nam Kung Tien Van was also worried. Zhang Tunso is going to this extent for Tran Trongyin? But what about us? Only the Red Continent Lord remained calm. That old fox Fong Tan. If he hadn't said anything, no one would have known that she had the Nine Continents cauldron. She wouldn't be so foolish. She wants to protect the Nine Continents cauldron in Tran Trongyin's place. Even Tran Trongyin is dead. How long can she hold on? On the other side, the group of immortals were frantically torturing Zhang Tunso. She's already unconscious. Why not just burn them both to ashes? Then the Nine Continents cauldron will naturally appear. Despite this, she persisted in protecting Tran Trongyin's body. If she had to die, she would die by his side. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, cutting down several of the attackers. Die? A reincarnated heavenly prodigy? I can't stand it anymore. Even a little girl is braver than us. How can we show our faces? We're going to die anyway. Let's at least die with dignity. You're going too far. Let's go. The continent lords now stood in front of Zhang Tunso. Why is it that a woman has the will to protect the 9 continents? At the cost of her own life. While we, the continent lords, hide behind her shadow? Zhang Tanso looked at everyone. She didn't expect them to stand up for her. These ants dared to rebel? The heavenly prodigy said angrily. Tian's face darkened upon witnessing this. Not only Tran Trongyuan, but even these lowly beings dared to defy him? Stopping the immortals? You're courting death. You want to be the next Tran Trongyuan? As you wish. The immortals swooped down, attacking the continent lords. But the continent lords were ready to die. If they had to die, they would die a glorious death. Rather than be eternal sinners, we'll fight back. You strike me once, I'll smash your head. The words of the continent lords ignited a spark of defiance in the hearts of the people. They too were going to die. They have no power over us. Use whatever you have. Tables, baskets, anything. We're going to die anyway. Might as well give it our all. I've had enough. Get out of the 9 continents, immortals. Go to hell. Inspired by the continent lords, the people charged forward. They were united, fearless. Charge. The people of the 9 continents will never be slaves. Men with clubs, women with hoes, children with knives. Everyone, young and old, fought back with whatever they could find. The enraged heavenly prodigy laughed. Look, a bunch of animals charging at me? I'll burn you all to ashes. The one-sided battle descended into chaos. With a single sweep of his hand, Din cut down all the continent lords. None survived. The cowardly old man cowered in a corner, thinking he was smart. Charge? What charge? Why did you charge? Fools. This kind of spirit means nothing to immortals. I want to live. Live until all the immortals are gone. It's all over now. Damn you, immortals. The 9 continents are finished. Damn it. The 9 continents are finished. The immortals gleefully slaughtered everyone in their path. The people couldn't believe that this was what immortals were truly like. Damn you. You call yourselves immortals? Why do you look like demons? Help. Someone save us. Hundreds. Thousands of people, now burning like living torches, writhing in agony. A senseless massacre. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Despair, helplessness, and rage filled their hearts. Din stopped in front of Zhang Tanso. Behind him lay the bodies of the continent lords who had just protected her. Din asked softly. They're all dead. The people of Van Chao. Almost all dead. This reward is worthless. His sword traced a line in the dirt as he approached Zhang Tanso. Does it hurt? There are too many rules in the heavenly realm. Too many. I've been suppressed for too long. His eyes were filled with a murderous frenzy. Din raised his sword. Ready to end Zhang Tanso's life. Kill them all. Use the simplest desire. If you choose to defy us, then you must be eradicated completely. The sword descended. Zhang Tanso closed her eyes, waiting for death. But nothing struck her. She opened her eyes in astonishment. Din's sword had been shattered into 1,000 pieces. It was Lin Bao Nhi and Bak Wei who had intervened. They had arrived just in time. Bao Nhi bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She roared, Master, why haven't you appeared yet? It's too late. Din's face darkened in anger. Who are you? Who the hell are you calling, Master? But at that moment, he felt a tear in space behind him. A spatial rift opened, forming a spatial gate. Lin Bao Nhi roared in anger. Master, why haven't you appeared yet? It's too late. Din could sense that this person was no ordinary being. Who are you? What are you yelling about? But then, Din felt it too. The space behind him tore open. A massive spatial rift appeared, forming a spatial gate. His subordinates were stunned. What's happening? This immense pressure. Who is tearing through the void? We don't need your army anymore. Those weaklings in the lower realm. We've slaughtered enough of them. At that moment, a figure emerged from the spatial gate. Hearing their words, he asked calmly, slaughtered enough? Din's eyes widened in recognition. The heavenly prodigies couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? We clearly killed you. The system was panicking. Host, wait, the domain hasn't fully expanded yet. Wait, don't you care about yourself? At least care about me. You're putting me in a difficult position. Vin stared at Transmigrated in horror. Could it be that the one we killed before was just a clone? Impossible. You. What trick are you playing at, Transmigrated? Just then, the system's announcement rang out. Host, the invincible domain has expanded throughout Banqiao. Ready to use. Transmigrate's face hardened, an immense pressure emanating from him. Vin felt the pressure. His eyes widening in shock. The pressure blasted him away, sending him crashing to the ground. He coughed up blood, barely able to stand. Vin couldn't believe it. He wiped the blood from his nose, replaying the last few moments in his mind. What just happened? I was attacked? An attack I couldn't even see? He looked at Transmigrated in astonishment. He didn't even notice when Transmigrated had appeared beside him. Transmigrated looked down at him with disdain. What kind of monstrous act did you just commit? I'll kill whoever I want. Do you submit, you dog? Vin roared in anger and lunged at Transmigrated, throwing a punch. But this was Transmigrate's true body, not a clone. Transmigrated moved with lightning speed, easily catching Vin's fist. Vin's eyes widened in horror. Transmigrated slammed Vin's head into the ground. He raised his foot and stomped on Vin's head. The ground trembled. Transmigrated raised his foot again. Vin struggled to raise his arms in defense. I'll kill you. Transmigrated stomped down again, this time eliciting a scream of pain from Vin. Vin's eyes changed. They were now bloodshot, filled with rage and madness. Die. Die. Transmigrated. You persistent bastard. I summon you. Heavenly Demon. A summoning formation appeared in the sky. Kill him. Vin roared. From within the formation, Vin's get out of jail free card emerged, raising its scythe, ready to strike down Transmigrated. By order of my king, you lowly mortals. Take this. Vin, lying beneath Transmigrate's foot, laughed triumphantly. Transmigrated calmly raised his hand, uttering a single word. Die. A surge of power erupted from his palm, striking the heavenly demon. The demon was caught off guard, managing only a cry of disbelief. I haven't even made my move. The heavenly demon screamed in agony. Prince, save me. With a flash, the get out of jail free card transformed into a death warrant. Congratulations, host. You have slain a divine demon immortal king of the first level. Reward: 9 million domain points. A domain fragment, and everyone, from immortals to mortals, stared in disbelief. A divine demon of immortal king rank, slain with a single blow? This man's cultivation. Even I couldn't sense it. His power. It must surpass that of an immortal king. Everyone up. We can kill him once. Then we can kill him a second time. If I die, it won't end well for you when you return. Prodigies and demonic protectors. All of you have witnessed his power. Attacking him head-on is suicide. But there's no other way. We can only listen to Shi Tian. Shi Tian immediately ordered everyone to launch a full-scale attack. Don't hold back. Crush Transmigrated. Thousands of demonic energies entered the body of the Mata god, summoning the executioner Shi Tian. I can tear through the void to chase Transmigrated. I don't care if you're an immortal king or an immortal emperor. But today, I cannot let you leave. Otherwise, in the future, you will definitely be the greatest enemy of the upper realm. My tens of thousands of demon soldiers. In the sky, tens of thousands of demon soldiers attacked Transmigrated. But he wasn't afraid at all. He just raised his hand. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers? With a snap of his fingers, the system notifications rang out endlessly. Congratulations, host, for killing a peak immortal commander. Reward: 7 million domain points. After a moment. Congratulations, host, for killing a peak immortal commander. Reward: 9 million domain points. Reward: domain shard fragment. After a moment. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5-star divine demonic immortal king. Reward: 9 million domain points. Reward: domain shard fragment. After a moment. On the other side, Zhang Yusin could also see the massive explosion. Even she was blown back by the wind from the explosion. She thought to herself, Night Prince, they're causing too much commotion. I haven't exchanged my celestial fruits yet. I had to go tell them. Not to affect Mount Fei Xian. She immediately turned and flew towards the explosion. On the other side, everyone here was lying on the ground, covering their heads in fear of being affected by the explosion. Bao Nhi knew Chen Chang'an was powerful, but she never expected him to be this terrifying. She softly called, Master. The people who witnessed this were all amazed by Chen Chang'an's power. With just a snap of his fingers, those immortals exploded. Oh my god. So this is the true strength of the Lord of Zhou? Yes, it's a good thing he's on our side. Chen Chang'an stood there with a majestic back. Zhang Yu arrived and was startled to see two people confronting each other. She was worried. How did the Night Prince run into this comet? Oh no, things are getting worse. Shi Tian glared at Chen Chang'an and said, I understand now. You used your avatar to test our strength, making us complacent and lower our guard, so you could take us all out. You didn't dare to show up at first, because you weren't sure of victory. You were worried that we would summon more powerful immortal protectors. You seized this opportunity. It was indeed my carelessness. I didn't expect someone like you to exist in the lower realm. Although immortal protectors can use the power of the domain to continuously cultivate themselves, there should be a limit. Thanks to them, I have a rough idea of your cultivation level. You are an immortal emperor at the spatial law realm. Shi Tian was confident in his deduction. To deal with you, I must use that. Chen Chang'an, you are the first person from the lower realm to force me to use the divine returning talisman. This talisman is extremely rare. It can only be used for a short time, but it can prevent your spatial law from recovering the strength of the upper realm. Thousands of eye-like holes appeared in space. Ji Gui, come here. A blue sword emanated high-level magical power and plunged into the ground. Kill everything. For my master. The newcomer was a peak immortal emperor. Ji Gui resembled the Bone Demon Emperor, rising from hell itself. Shi Tian was brimming with confidence. At the immortal emperor realm, I am invincible. Trading 1-for-1 with a peak immortal emperor. Zhang Yuxian's eyes widened in astonishment. Her heart filled with worry. Even the infamous Ji Gui is here. What do we do? If Chen Chang'an dies like this, my fruit will be gone. Ji Gui ascended. Shi Tian ordered the four-horned demon to attack and kill Chen Chang'an. Ji Gui immediately obeyed, swinging its giant sword down towards Chen Chang'an, its mouth chanting repeatedly, Annihilate. 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 Chen Chang'an just chuckled, then raised his adorable middle finger directly at Ji Gui, softly uttering, one yang finger. Instantly, Ji Gui turned into a wisp of illusory smoke, leaving only the sword stuck in the ground. Congratulations, host. You have slain a peak divine demonic immortal emperor. Reward: 3,000 domain points. Domain shard fragment. After a moment, both Shi Tian and Zhang Yuxian were stunned. Zhang Yuxian stammered. That was. I wasn't seeing things, was I? That was a peak immortal emperor. Killed in one move? What level has Chen Chang'an's cultivation reached? Only one thought remained in Shi Tian's mind. Run. But it was probably too late. Chen Qianan charged towards Shi Tian, so fast that Shi Tian couldn't react. He kicked Shi Tian right in the crotch, leaving Shi Tian gasping for air, unable to scream. Next came 18 consecutive slaps, each one shaking heaven and earth. Chen Qianan crossed his arms and rubbed Shi Tian's cheek with his foot, saying coldly, Last time, you were stepped on by me like this too. Like a bug. How despicable you are. Look at you now. The ninth prince was humiliated beyond recognition. Neither demon nor human. In the sky, tens of thousands of black holes connected the celestial realm and the lower realm, remaining open, but no one emerged. I can't believe the celestial realm didn't send anyone to help you. How laughable. I've always wondered how to maximize the benefits. Ideally to the point where it provides me with an endless supply of what I want. What Chen Qianan desired were domain points. He sneered at Shi Tian and continued, by keeping your pathetic life. My plan can finally be realized. With that, Chen Qianan snapped his fingers. I'm sure you'll love this. A cross-shaped rack emerged from the ground. Like an Ultraman cross. Chen Qianan pulled Shi Tian up and nailed him to it by his wrists. Blood splattering everywhere. Then I'll skewer your body, piercing you with thousands of drills. Every 10 seconds, a spike will pierce you. This can last all a long time. I don't care if it hurts or not. Thousands of spikes hung in midair, poised to tear and shred. Instantly, the spikes plunged into Shi Tian's body, making him scream in agony. Chen Qianan stood beside him, delighted by the torture he was inflicting on Shi Tian. He laughed maniacally. Until someone powerful comes to save you, I'm willing to wait however long it takes. Yes, as long as they can reach you. I will spare your life. Minutes passed. The spikes continued their relentless assault, piercing Shi Tian's body one after another. 7, 8, 90. Shi Tian's palms, arms, were covered in spikes. Every part of his body, his face, chest, legs, head, were all pierced mercilessly. Even his throat was pierced, rendering him speechless. He could only moan in excruciating pain. He didn't know how much time had passed. The only thought left in his mind was, how many times have I been pierced by those drills? It hurts so much. When will this end? After a while, Chen Qianan decided to pull out all the spikes from Shi Tian's body. He said mockingly, it's been an hour. And the celestial realm still hasn't sent anyone to rescue you. It seems like being a prince isn't all it's cracked up to be. The black holes remained empty, not a single soul emerging. Or maybe the torture isn't enough. Let's try adding a few thousand more drills. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around him from behind, startling him. A sweet voice rang out. Husband. Jiang Wansu's face was streaked with tears as she hugged him tightly. It's real, it's not an illusion. You're alive. She even bit him, as if to release all her worry and anger. How dare you make her cry so much? At this moment, the system suddenly announced. Host. The domain has detected the reincarnation of a celestial prodigy. But Chen Qianan was too lost in love to pay attention to any notifications. He gently wiped Jiang Wansu's tears and soothed, I'm sorry, I scared you. It won't happen again. Jiang Wansu calmed down and nodded, her face flushed. He quickly used his power of life and creation to heal her wounds. Just then, a loud shout rang out, Master! My lord! Bao Nhi and Bak Wei rushed in and hugged Tran Trang tightly, causing Jiang Tanso to be pushed back by their collision. That person earlier was so cool, ha ha ha. He's truly an angel descended from heaven, senior. He's too strong. Jiang Tanso was enraged with jealousy. She refused to be outdone and grabbed Tran Trang's hand, pulling him close and calling him husband, leaving Bao Nhi wide-eyed with surprise. Husband, Tran Trang's face darkened, and he hurriedly explained, cough, cough, cough. Look at me, I forgot to introduce you. This is my disciple, Lin Bao Nhi. Bao Nhi, not giving up, questioned her master. I'm not resigned. There's a wicked woman trying to seduce master. Wah, at that moment, Bak Wei finally understood what was going on, and her face darkened with anger. Jiang Tanso was still clinging tightly to Tran Trang's arm, her heart full of vigilance. Neither of the two women was willing to back down, their anger growing. They both questioned Tran Trang, husband? Master, you had to give me an explanation. He could only rub his hands together, trying to appease the two women. Calm down, calm down. As for Bak Wei, although she understood the situation, she still stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. With a wretched look on his face, he avoided answering. They are all people I live with, we'll work it out. The people who witnessed this side of Tran Trang couldn't help but be surprised and gossip. The island master has this side to him too? It's completely different from when he was slaying immortals just now. To be honest, you I saw that murderous aura of the island master. And I couldn't imagine how he would smile. Even Jiang Nath Tien, who witnessed it, was shocked. Unable to believe that he had done such a thing. And yet, he looked so unconcerned. In the space, there was a sudden cracking sound as a spatial gate appeared. Tran Trangan exclaimed excitedly, "Oh! You're finally here. What took you so long?" The space gradually expanded. Jiang Nath Tien was startled, as she sensed who had created this gate. This is the 8 trigrams Buddha finger of the Abyss Master. Just one finger can easily destroy dozens of lower realms. It's equivalent to a serious blow from a celestial venerable. A hand with 5 fingers stretched out toward the ground, and a voice boomed. "You lower realm being, you seek death." Tien Tai, who was still crucified, felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Abyss Master. Abyss Master has come to save me. Ha ha ha. One finger from the Abyss Master is enough to kill you. Tran Trangan. Go to hell. Tran Trangan remained calm, and casually raised his adorable middle finger. Then I'd like to see whether your finger is stronger or mine. He immediately extended his adorable middle finger to meet the Abyss Master's finger, causing the latter to bend and distort. In the next moment, the Abyss Master's finger was destroyed, scattering into smoke. So, it seemed that Tran Trangan's adorable middle finger was indeed stronger. Everyone who witnessed this was astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief. By now, the two immortals probably realized that they had messed with the wrong person. Bao Nhi cheered loudly, celebrating their victory. Master is the best. Kill them all. Tran Trangan looked at the dissipating smoke and taunted the upper realm beings. Do you all to cower like turtles so much? Only daring to attack me from across realms, but not daring to show your faces? Or are you afraid? Zhang Ngiozi Tien, fearful of Tran Trangan's madness, angrily stopped him. That's enough. I know you have a lot of animosity toward the immortals of the upper realm. But the upper realm is not just limited to Celestial King and Celestial Emperor level immortals like us. There are far more powerful beings. If it weren't for the 9 continents realms laws protecting it, preventing stronger immortals from casually descending, you wouldn't be able to act so recklessly here. If you truly provoke them. Ha ha ha. Tran Trangan turned around and interrupted her. Ah, you've just reminded me. I've been tormenting that Tien for so long. And yet no upper realm immortal has dared to descend. So it's because of the laws. He quickly snapped his fingers. Heavenly Tao, come here. A bolt of lightning immediately appeared. Your obedient servant is here, Father. What are your orders? 343,010.44166 to 10.45700. I want to modify the laws of the Great Realm, especially those regarding immortals descending. Specifically, the 9 continents realm's prohibition on celestial emperors entering. The Heavenly Tao trembled in fear. Father, this absolutely won't do. This little one's body won't be able to withstand it. Tran Trangan didn't care much. Establish these new rules. 1. Immortals can bypass the suppression of the laws and freely descend. 2. The 9 continents realm will not restrict the cultivation levels of descending immortals. 3. Immortals can unleash their full power. This way, descending immortals won't have any constraints. The laws began to change immediately. Immortals from the upper realm could now enter the 9 continents realm. The Heavenly Tao cried out in exhaustion. Just go ahead, Father. As long as you're happy. Don't worry about whether I live or die. Tien and Zhang Ngiozi Tien were utterly stunned this time. How could he dare? The onlookers could only laugh wryly. Who told them that their lives were always in his hands? Island Master, please stop. Please. My heart can't take it anymore. Tien suddenly had a realization. His eyes widened, bloodshot. I understand now. Tran Trangan has long intended to kill all the immortals. In exchange for the lower realm's eternal peace, I led the immortal protectors to attack Van Chao. Killing his clone, all of this, was a trap he had set in advance, aimed at all the immortals. Tran Trangan is truly terrifying. Now, Tien felt like a mere pawn in Tran Trangan's game. Zhang Ngoztn descended to the mortal realm solely for the immortal fruit. She coldly clenched her hand, unsure of how to proceed in the future. She could only curse him in despair. You madman. You lunatic. I came here for the immortal fruit. Why is it harder than ascending to heaven? Suddenly, the mark on Zhang Ngoztn's forehead emitted energy. She was surprised. The protective mark of the Zhang family's chosen one. That energy transformed into a thread. That connected to Zhang Tunso. She is the Zhang family's #1 prodigy. Unexpectedly, she has been hiding by Tran Trong Nin's side all along. Furthermore, I sense the 9 continents cauldron on her. It seems Tran Trong Nin trusts her deeply. He never suspected her existence. Currently, her clone has reincarnated into the mortal realm. As long as she finds the opportunity to disperse her clone soul, she can use my cultivation technique to transmit the 9 continents cauldron back to her main body. Although her soul will be injured, the 9 continents will belong to our Zhang family. It's clear which is more important. Now it's just a matter of when she will disperse her clone soul. Even I couldn't immediately recognize her. Tran Trong Nin, no matter how clever you are, you could never have expected this. Tran Trong Nin was still gently stroking Zhang Tunso's head. Not long after he modified the laws. There was movement within the black hole. Zhang Ngoztn looked up at the sky in astonishment. All the spatial tunnels have merged. Mortals, start sweating. With a spatial tunnel this large, the entire upper realm's forces will surely descend. Forget it, just destroy everything. I'm lying down. There's a lunatic here who defies heaven. Look, everyone. Target confirmed. 5 celestial venerable level immortals have descended. Host, please eliminate them quickly. The system announced. The people below cried out as a single figure stepped out. The immortals have arrived. The figure introduced herself. I am the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang. Indeed, her arrival resembled that of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Light emanated from her, illuminating the entire sky. The Zhang patriarch looked at Tran Trong Nin inside. Ah, you've just reminded me. Tran Trong Nin responded calmly. As if he had expected it all along. I appreciate the compliment. You've created such a grand spectacle. Yet only a single person from the lower realm is present. It seems that others in the upper realm have also seen through me. That's right. There's no need to be so guarded. I won't make a move. I wish to speak with you calmly first. To think you could force our upper realm's prodigy to seek our help. This makes me realize that the lower realm truly has its share of talented individuals. Apart from Fuang Qian, you're the second person from the lower realm to make us dance to your tune. When I emerged from the spatial tunnel, I initially intended to eliminate you and destroy this 9 continents realm. However, after seeing you, I've changed my mind. Tran Trong Nin's eyes were cold and filled with disdain. Go on. I've decided to accept you into the immortal realm. As an inner disciple of the Zhang family. In my Xian Wu immortal realm. Everyone was stunned by the Zhang patriarch's words. She continued. Giving you even more benefits. We will also promise not to attack the 9 continents. This 9 continents realm will belong solely to you. You will be the master of this 9 continents realm. In addition, we will open a path of ascension between the upper realm and the lower realm, allowing cultivators from the 9 continents to ascend and become stronger. All you have to do is agree to my request. Zhang arrogantly believed that the treatment she offered to these mortals. However, all she heard was Tran Trong and soft chuckle. He raised his adorable middle finger at the stunned Zhang. With a contemptuous look on his face, he taunted. You old hag. Trying to tempt me with such a grand illusion. How could I possibly trust the words of someone who nurtured such a ruthless invader? You think I'm stupid. As if I can't see through your intentions towards me. If you want to fight, then stop pretending. This old man isn't afraid of you. From the very beginning, there was never any fairness between the upper and lower realms. His words, accompanied by the gesture of his thumb pointing downwards, stunned Zhang, leaving her speechless. She couldn't believe that her scheme had been seen through from the start. Her eyes narrowed, filled with murderous intent. Ah! It's a shame. Tran Trong Nin. Your arrogance will cost you dearly. The surrounding space gradually turned crimson red, as countless flaming meteorites rained down upon the lower realm. Do you know the difference between the upper realm and the lower realm? It's the difference between the starry river and mere dust. The mark on her forehead glowed brightly, her face still full of arrogance. No matter how strong those in the lower realm are, they rely on their realm. Once their realm crumbles, they will perish along with it. Mountains, rivers, and seas were all bombarded by meteorites. Tran Truongnan watched the falling meteorites with anger. 509,015. 50,400 to 15.515666 Jiang shouted triumphantly. If I can't have it, then it shall be destroyed. The majestic power of the 9 continents in the Leichao region, outside the barrier, was now consumed by a crimson glow from the meteorite bombardment. They fell from the sky as the wrath of the immortals descended. Divine punishment. Annihilation. The 9 continents crumbled. Countless lives prayed for salvation, facing the wrath of heaven. They could only watch helplessly. Why did it come to this? My home. Wah! Why is it gone? In the Guangzhou region, outside the barrier, only ruins remained. People fled in panic. Run! The immortals want to kill us. It's useless even if we flee to the ends of the earth. I just got married. I don't want to die. People cried out in despair. As the meteorites kept falling. We're all going to die. No one can stop the immortals. The situation was no better at the border of Vanshan. Homes were engulfed in flames. That place hasn't been destroyed. Quick, let's go there and seek refuge. Strangely, the people in Hualong City remained unharmed. Not a single meteorite had fallen there. Why is only this place safe? The people wondered. 5410-164-7333 to 01649233. It's because we're near the Island Master. The Island Master is protecting us. Beep. 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 Warning. The system blared. Warning. Host, please address the attack. Originating from outside the realm immediately. The 9 continents are on the verge of collapse. Otherwise, the foundation of the invincible realm will be damaged. Host, please take immediate action. Tran Truongnan looked up at the sky, calculating silently. Well played. These attacks are being transmitted from the upper realm. Without finding the source, I can't stop them. Although the realm itself is safe for now. This is a major problem. It seems they've used some kind of treasure that allows upper realm immortals to cast spells from such a distance, freely attacking the lower realm. Bao Nhi and Jiang Tunso were worried sick. Master, what should we do? Husband, if it's too dangerous, let's lead everyone into the world within the cauldron. Our lives are most important. We can worry about everything else later. We can plan things out slowly. John's heart was filled with pride and triumph. Tran Truongnan, we gave you a choice. You were the one who chose this dead end. She then noticed Jiang Tunso. That's Tunso? So that's how it is. This makes things easier. Now, not only will you die, but the 9 continents will also cease to exist. I know you're practically invincible in the lower realm. But to challenge heaven. Tran Truongnan paid no attention to John's words. Nungnian, you're still too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Truongnan vanished. He reappeared right behind Jiang Nungnian, his eyes blazing red with murderous intent. He grabbed her head, immobilizing her, catching her completely off guard. What the? She managed to spot her. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream erupted. Tran Truongnan had used his magic to pierce her through. 590 hours 18 minutes and 16 seconds. 700 to 018.19000. My eyes couldn't even follow his speed. The Jiang patriarch was now gravely wounded. Tran Truongnan, no matter how strong you are, you can't save everyone. The combined power of all immortals is aimed at the 9 continents. The 9 continents' destruction is inevitable. Tran Truongnan's face darkened, and he growled. I'll ask, and you'll answer. Lie, and you die. Where are they? What treasure are they using to attack the 9 continents? Don't waste my time. Tell me, or I'll send you down there to hang with him. He was, of course, referring to Tien, who was currently crucified below, unsure if he was alive or dead. You think I would make such a foolish mistake as to let Tien descend here in person? Only a fool like him would do that. If you want to kill me, I prepared a grand gift for you. Tran Trang Nen was taken aback as Jiang Neng Nian's body began to glow. With a loud bang, she exploded and disappeared. She had returned to the upper realm. Tran Trang Nen's voice echoed. The Jiang family's chosen one, I'll take her. And I should thank you for the 9 continents cauldron. Tran Trang Nen's eyes narrowed dangerously. He was truly enraged now. Suddenly, Bao Ni's panicked cry pierced the air. He sensed something was terribly wrong. Ah, master, your little wife is disappearing. Jiang Tanso gasped, her body becoming translucent. A flood of unfamiliar memories surged into her mind. Someone is calling me. Ah, they're not from this world. But I don't want to go back there. Tears streamed down her face as her arms faded further. Huss, she couldn't finish the word. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, her heart aching. In the end, all that remained was a whisper. As her body completely disappeared, leaving behind only a single necklace. The meteorites continued to fall as Tran Trang Nen stood there, witnessing it all. He bent down and picked up the necklace. Master, what do we do now? The 9 continents are about to collapse. Jiang Tanso is gone too. The 9 continents. Isn't it going to disappear with her? Bao Ni's heart was filled with worry. Bai Yu, standing next to her, didn't know what to say. In front of them, Tran Trang Nen stood silently, clutching the remaining piece of Jiang Tanso. The evidence that Jiang Tanso truly existed and loved him so much. His eyes were now filled with hatred. It wasn't over yet. He thought of the immortals in the celestial realm. The scenery of the Xianwu immortal realm was still as beautiful as ever. Jiang naturally walked into the void angrily. She couldn't help but think. This Tran Trang Nen is indeed formidable. No wonder he was able to injure so many celestial prodigies. If it weren't for my avatar descending to the lower realm, I wouldn't have expected the 9 provinces to have such a troublesome character. Jiang naturally opened the door. The place she arrived at was the Celestial Prodigy Hall. The celestial prodigies were standing there, laughing and chatting, transmitting their vigorous energy into a giant sphere at the center. Ha ha ha, I destroyed that mountain. None of you could see it. Let me see, it was me who raised that town to the ground. Someone noticed Jiang naturally and greeted her, Patriarch Jiang, you're back? How was it? Did you encounter a tough opponent? I told you earlier. Those ants from the lower realm are not worthy of our attention. We should have killed them earlier to save ourselves the trouble. This one is the Saint Martial Celestial Venerable. Jiang naturally thought to herself. Unbelievable. What are you doing right now? She didn't hold back and said directly. A group of high-ranking figures from the Xuanwu immortal realm. So many celestial venerables here, using their treasures to deal with an insignificant ant from the lower realm. Isn't it because you're afraid of Chun Chang'an? Hearing this, the supervising prodigy burst into laughter. How long has the connection between the upper realm and the lower realm been severed? If Chen Chang'an can come up here, I'll eat my own head. Ha ha ha, are we afraid of him? Don't make me laugh. He's just relying on the advantage of his territory. Let's see him when we get there. We'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. Ha ha ha, he stole the holy immortal sword from the celestial venerable. He deserves to die. If it weren't for the 9 provinces' imminent destruction, I would have gone down there and skinned him alive. I saw it very clearly. Chen Chang'an used the Great Tao to alter the 9 provinces' eruption, giving us a huge advantage. We can go down there and kill him anytime. But having said that, Jiang Tuansua, the celestial prodigy of your Jiang clan and the 9 provinces, how do you plan to deal with them? Through the sphere, they could clearly see the people below and the suffering they were enduring. Ah, help me. Conspiring with a person from the lower realm, and even marrying him, has brought shame upon the reputation of our Xuanwu immortal realm. Our face is completely lost. Patriarch, are you just going to let this slide? Even though Jiang Tuansua had the merit of obtaining the 9 provinces cauldron, she still needs to be punished. After this, inform the elders that Jiang Tuansua, after being reincarnated into the lower realm, made a grave mistake. She lost 7 realms and caused a severe impact. By right, she should be punished. Wait until she wakes up, and then punish her with celestial lightning. Strike her soul 1,000 times. Whether she lives or dies will depend on her own fate. Her true body, stunningly beautiful, sat in meditation, absorbing her returning soul. She still hadn't woken up yet. Jiang naturally gave an order before that. They must use the Jiang clan's secret technique to retrieve this 9 provinces cauldron. Wait. This servant respectfully presents the 9 provinces cauldron to Patriarch Jiang naturally. Patriarch. As you instructed, we used the secret technique earlier. When Jiang Tuansua's soul fragment returned, the 9 cauldrons also returned. Jiang naturally casually asked, "Is she awake yet?" Her soul fragment was forcefully summoned back, causing severe damage to her soul. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to wake up in a short time. A cold-faced celestial venerable holding a cup of water said arrogantly. Patriarch Jiang, we've had enough fun. Let's just destroy the 9 provinces cauldron. Jiang naturally retorted helplessly, destroy your head. Now that we have the 9 provinces cauldron, I can completely absorb the energy of the 9 provinces realm to nourish the descendants of my Jiang clan until the energy is completely drained. Isn't that also a form of torture for the lower realm in Chengchang'an? She seemed to see something inside the cauldron. There seemed to be something there. A golden talisman flew out, making her startled and puzzled. The talisman suddenly exploded. The true path of immortality gives birth to all beings. A celestial prodigy angrily shouted, "Damn it! What the hell are you doing?" But when he saw who it was, he shut up. The celestial prodigy was grabbed by the head. He couldn't believe his eyes. Before he could react, with a splat, the celestial prodigy's head exploded. Everyone was shocked and on high alert. Who is it? Another celestial prodigy. Immediately activated a technique. Mysterious light mirror. The celestial prodigy shouted, "Everyone back up. I don't care what it is, it's going to die." Before he could finish his sentence, a foot stomped right onto his face, crushing his bones and teeth. The dark figure swiftly jumped onto the sphere. With a single slash, the sphere shattered. The people standing nearby were also blown away. My mysterious light mirror. They could only cry out in despair. The furious Long Ming celestial venerable shouted, "Where did this thing come from? How dare it turn our celestial prodigy hall into this?" The dark figure stopped in front of the astonished immortals. "You wanna play? Then play with me." Jiang naturally was so terrified that she couldn't speak. You. This oppressive feeling. Immortal Emperor. The figure became clearer, it was Chen Qianan. Chen Qianan, how did you get to the upper realm? The system interface appeared, still as cute as ever, announcing, "This time, there's no discount for avatar exchange. Deducting 100 million domain points to exchange for an immortal emperor level avatar. Please confirm." The system interface displayed a notification. This avatar exchange has no discount. Deducting 100 million domain points to exchange for an immortal emperor level avatar. Please use. Chen Qianan stood tall, an oppressive aura emanating from him. The immortals were panic-stricken. This pressure. It's an immortal emperor. Quote. The immortal emperor of Xuanwu. This immortal realm is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Meaning, extremely rare and precious. How could an immortal emperor suddenly appear? Impossible. We could never reach his level in our lifetime. How could the lower realm? How could it produce such a person? The dark figure was now clearly visible. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Chen Qianan, is this his true power? Chen Qianan looked down from above like an emperor, and said with disdain, "Really? Immortal emperors are so rare? It's just an immortal emperor. If I want, even the immortal realm master wouldn't be able to stop me." A celestial prodigy still shouted defiantly. "You're just an ignorant fool from the lower realm. You're not worthy of mentioning this noble title. Don't panic, everyone. We have so many powerful people here. Are we afraid of him? In an instant, Chen Qianan grabbed the celestial prodigy's face. So fast that the prodigy himself didn't even notice. You better not be afraid. Let me ask you again. What is the lower realm to you? Not only did the prodigy not realize what had happened, but the other celestial prodigies also didn't sense Chen Qianan's presence. Until he was right in front of them. Only then could they see him. Chen Qianan wasn't in a hurry. Think carefully before you answer. If you answer incorrectly, I will destroy this immortal realm. Though terrified, the celestial prodigy still retorted, The 9 provinces and all the lower realms are the same. They're just sources of energy for our advancement. Like livestock. Livestock waiting to be slaughtered. If they resist, they must be thoroughly suppressed. And then killed. Chen Qianan didn't get angry. He only smiled gently. You don't see them as human beings at all, do you? What was I expecting? You answered very well. Don't answer again next time. Then, he ripped the prodigy's head off. Blood splattered everywhere. Dang. Congratulations, host, for slaying the immortal monarch. Reward. 1 million domain points. The system announced. The celestial prodigy stared at Chen Qianan's hand, which was dripping with blood. Their hearts were filled with terror. I really wonder. Where do you get your sense of superiority from? This palace isn't even as big as my flying immortal mountain. Your immortal fruits are useless too. Otherwise, your people wouldn't have come to me, begging for my fruits. This is the celestial realm that countless protagonists in those heroic fantasy novels fight tooth and nail to ascend to? A bunch of immortals who think they're above everyone else. Acting like they're the best in the world. In this tiny little place. In reality, you're all nothing. Like now, you hate me. You hate me so much that your teeth are gritted, but none of you dare to make a move. Just because I am an immortal emperor, above you. By a whole realm. You are afraid. Scared to death. Chen Qianan calmly sat down on the rubble. Every word he uttered was like a sharp mockery. Yet it was the truth. A bunch of trash destined to be destroyed along with this immortal realm. The named leader Min Tian Tan was provoked. Angry, want to take action. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. Tran Trangan cannot forgive. This guy quickly attacked Tran Trangan. But immediately Trangan grabbed his wrist. A light twist of the wrist caused Lan Min Tian Tan to be pinned straight into the wall. In pain can only scream. The stick also spun like a pinwheel and flew away. After just one blow in response, Lin Min Tian Tan is now lying unconscious on the ground. Blood trickled from the top of his head. The other Tian Kyo names were also not weak. A series of attacks. At the same time, everyone rushed in to take revenge. Kill this go bastard. You are the one who should be destroyed. They attacked Tran Trangan from all sides. Surrounded him, Tran Trangan was not afraid of anything. Grabbed Lan Min Tian Tan's stick. His eyes lit up full of murderous intent. Waving his stick to respond to the Tian Kyo. Every stick is strong. They all sent an immortal to the west. All collapsed. Over under Tran Trangan's staff. This move is also called the dog beating method. The system did not forget to notify. Congratulations on the mission to kill Tian Tan third weight. Reward 5,000 million domain points. Congratulations to the host for killing the peak Tian Hong. Reward 3,000 million domain points. Congratulations host. Beheading Tian Hong 5 mixed chief. 10 million domain points. On Tran Trang's body exuded a thick murderous aura, making the survivors extremely panicked. Go ahead and invite the ancestors. Continue like this. Huin Vo Tian Vuch will spend. It's true that it's not his opponent at all. One who saw Zhang Tun so suddenly realized. This whole office is Tran Trangan's weakness. Catch her and force Tran Trangan to his death. Another one rushed to. Don't rob me. Let me be robbed first, damn it. An amount of power like an arrow of rain. Strayed through their people. Cut off their lives. Tran Trangan's eyes became more and more contemptuous. I thought. You guys can have some dog blood rushing to kill me. Unexpectedly, garbage is still garbage. Only thinking of inferior ways. Those guys were in pain from being pierced by power. But can't speak. Gradually fade away, not even a piece of soul remains. John was naturally hopeless and couldn't believe it. She just stood there and watched from the beginning. Whispering in my heart. This ignorant group blatantly attacked the whole office. Of course Tran Trangan will be killed. Fortunately, our Zhang family has a secret. Zhang Tanso's soul is controlled in my hands. In times of crisis, threats can be used. Tran Trangan appeared right behind Zhang. Naturally, like before. He clasped his hands around her neck and asked Zhang Patriarch friendly. This time it's her real body. How? I know Tanso is the TNKO of the Zhang family. You must have a way to control it. Control her. So from now on. Zhang Tanso was injured a bit. I will return 100-fold to you, Zhang Patriarch. You have to protect the whole office well. Zhang Hongnian. Feel a huge pressure. Behind her back. As long as she had the thought of resistance. It will be broken immediately. Can only tremble in response. Suddenly above the sky. Waves of lightning flashed down, causing Tran Trangan to notice. In the lightning, a name shouted aggressively. Tran Trangan. You bully people too much, I had to make you pay. Is Keep Van. Tun Vo Tien Tun wanted to force a breakthrough to Tien Du. This Tran Trangan scene is gone. There's a good show. Can kill Tran Trangan. The immortals were surprised. Like hitting gold, immediately give yourself the winner. Tun Vo Tien Tun has a special move. Used in times of prosperity. Tien Du also had to give in. Tun Vo Tien Tun clasped his hands in front of his chest. Concentrate. His eyes also turned red. Tun Vo Tien Kim Tran Trangan Thud Dot Kim. Hatred of humiliation. Today I had to settle the score with you. A space appeared in the sky. In that space there is. A giant holy sword gradually appeared. I will definitely make you regret it. For coming to this world. Tun Vo Tien Tun immediately ordered to die. Giant sword. Quickly flew straight towards Tran Trangan. Bring extremely great power. But Tran Trangan wasn't serious either. Looking up at the city sword. Bored face. Erected a stick to fight the holy sword of the other. A stream of power from the stick. Immediately launched two heads. One end destroys the holy sword. The rest of the head. Pierced through the floating land of Huin Vu Tien Vu. Moment of holy martial arts Tien Tun. Also burned clean by the force. Painfully without a trace. No way a few immortals standing from afar. Looking towards the gradually destroyed land. Couldn't help but be surprised. Mighty power of this size. Only the former master can use it. Is it the pride of Tien Vuk? Different from Tien Vuk's Tien Kyo. We are fighting above How. The surviving Tien Kyo. How loud was it now? There are only 3 legs and 4 legs running fast, about to collapse. Get out of here quickly. Get someone to stop him. In Tan Tap Palace were the fairy world of Scream 7. The sound resounded, breaking the peace of the place. The panicked subordinate ran in without rules. It's not good, old ancestor. People from the 9 lower realms attacked here. There is an orange dragon standing in the center. Surrounded by the space of 8 immortal chairs. Symbolizing the 8 ancestors. Is 9 Chao? Previously, there was news here, wasn't there? First was a storm. Now another one. Weeds must be pulled out early in the day. Shouldn't we be concerned that the lower world? Why can we go to the upper world? The ancestors calmly sat down to discuss. Another ancestor spoke up. Not the first time. I see this person has a very deep grudge. Should touch everyone. Kill him quickly. Another old man again. Zero. What's wrong with doing it? The great theme Q has Tian Tan Tan Vo. Lan Min is there. Sanctions are only a matter of time. Another majestic voice rang out. You're wrong, I understand. Our Tian Tan has fallen. The one who just spoke was the second head of the Lai Ti family. 2 Kawaimon 8 Kentucky Tian de quadruple weight. The other ancestors were surprised. What's wrong with people? Coming to the name Tran Trong Nen. People of the lower world 9 Chao. May have pierced a hole and ran to the upper world for revenge. Only the 5th elder. TVO2 martial arts right foot. Tian de quadruple weight is serious looking at the old man's stick. Hitting my back how? Now the temple of Theme Q has been destroyed. Tian Vu we can't take the lower realms anymore. then continue to ignore. If not handled well, it will really turn into a situation like Nine Chao Lao Dai. This battle cannot be missed. No, we all know from the time he came here. The war has begun. Even if the opponent only has one great elder. 2 Reincarnation method. Tian de Sixfold solemnly spoke. On this side, Tran Trong Nen looked down at the bottom of the abyss. He had just created a sigh. His face was full of boredom. This time I will not lose. Somewhere else on the fairyland. The elders have ordered the launch of war. Showcasing Tran Trong Nen's super handsome image. The sky resoundingly announced. I used the identity of the second elder to order. All high-ranking immortals of Huin Vu Tian Vu. Immediately gather at the Theme Q Palace. Chasing and killing Tran Trong Nen. The invader of Tian Vu. The people below were buzzing with discussion. Damn it. The people of the lower world casually sneaked upstairs. Whoever it is, kill him quickly. The second elder continued to speak. This person is insidious, cunning, and extremely cruel. He killed more than 1,000 Theme Q of VU3. And destroyed our Tian Vu. To protect our Tian Vu, ordered all high-ranking immortals of Tian Vu proceed to arrest Tran Trong Nen. Who beheaded? I will take that person as a disciple. Rewarding Tian Tao. The best quality. Fully trained to become emperor. Immediately someone appeared. People of Tian Vu gossiped and ran to see. Look, it's a child. Don't run around. Stay and watch from behind. Wait for our triumphant return. Look. Isn't that crazy fighting guy at the head? And Hua Tian Tan or how? Appearing as a man. Riding a warhorse as hard as snake scales. Followed by some subordinates. Making people scream in amazement. He is the Grand Commander of the high-ranking Imperial Guard. Belongs to Hong 7. It is said that he has never lost since he started cultivating. He can kill the intruder with his bare hands. This man is in Hua Tian Tun. Standard Tian de First GI. That's Tian de. Kill this cunning and evil person. How much can you calculate? I'm starting to look forward to the merits. In the sky. There was a flying battleship that surprised the little boy. First time seeing. Quickly called his younger sister Dawn to look. Shoot. Even the Mac family's ferryboat was dispatched. This Tran Trong Nen must be dead for sure. The Mac family is good at using ferry weapons. Those who confronted them were either dead or injured. In the sky. Hundreds of thousands of ferryboats are advancing to the themed Kyo Palace. To kill Tran Trong Nen. Don't stop there. Someone else pointed in another direction and shouted loudly. Look. There are also monsters. The nine-tailed evil star that hasn't appeared in a long time. Also mobilized. These evil stars are mostly wolves and phoenixes. In addition, there are snakes and many other species. Hidden experts like us. They all gathered together. All the strong people of Huin Vu Tien Vu. Everyone gathered at the themed Kyo Palace. Couldn't help but be surprised. Surprised and then surprised again. Lam Ra to the way out. Fong Ra came to Ko Ra. Everyone also quickly recognized. What is the piece of paper flying in the sky? Vin Men Tien Tan has also arrived. On the paper was an old immortal. Holding a pen writing on a piece of paper. On the back row 2 identical girls, right? One red and one blue are holding ink stones and ink sticks. How can this be without us? Vin Men Tien Tan. Immortal. Specializing in recording the history of Huin Vu Tien Vu. This campaign. He will definitely record it and hand it over to the former master. Of course. As long as our Huin Vu situation changes. He will record the truth correctly. People of the lower world. Can be included in our Huin Vu history book. Consider it his honor. Vin Bet Tien Tan jumped up with a pen. The 2 girls also diligently grind ink. Solid lines were written on the surface of the paper. The resounding sentences appear more and more. January 250 according to the Huin Vu calendar. The thieves of Nin Chao invaded the upper world. Making a fuss in Huin Vu Tien Vu. The elder was angry. And gathered all his forces to punish this man. All the immortals almost moved. Hung Jung family withdrew Chao. Ah, so stupid. Even the opportunity to be recorded in the history books like this. Also gave up on the Jung family after this. may decline from here. This old man smiled terribly. Eyes only. Black hearts and red pupils. Everywhere I go, my teeth are yellow, some places are not. It seems that you don't eat healthy on a regular basis. Old Vin Men aesthetic. All my life I have recorded the legendary stories of TNVU frequently at honors. This battle is no exception. On the contrary, the Jiang family withdrew for no reason. Like this. Later, someone else will break it in the Jiang family. Now Jiang is still sitting on the big chair. On either side were two worried-looking subordinates sitting. She still couldn't recover from the previous moment. The subordinate next to him could only softly call the patriarch. Like old. As for Vin Men, he only thought of a sure win situation, then chose to withdraw. Jiang stupid. Warriors. This is a great opportunity to be recorded in the history books. You must seize it. The old man pointed his pen down below. Under the nib are tens of thousands of soldiers covering the ground. The soldiers, full of triumph, shouted loudly to fight. Fighting, fighting, the old man shouted loudly. Next we just need to stand here. Witnessing the glorious moment. In the history of Hui and VU. The ancestors also showed up. The second elder spoke up. Even Vin Men is here. This battle will definitely be a complete victory. The great elder also responded to Tian Vuj. Many years of constant internal strife. Declining morale. Now again because of this Trantrayanan. Making the immortals of one mind. Whatever his purpose. This battle cannot be avoided. Also forced to win. Pulling back the aura of the old Tian Vuj. Regardless of the cost. Suddenly in the middle of battle. There was a burst of power that blew a path. A lot of dead immortals. Everyone shouted loudly that Trantrayanan had arrived. Everyone surrounded Trantrayanan in the middle of Tian Vuj. How can you let you do whatever you want? Let the immortals use their own skills. Even Tian De can't win. Trantrayanan happily accepted this delicious dish. All high-ranking immortals are gathered. How about we just have a party? A net was cast to catch Trantrayanan. But with just a wave of the stick, the net broke the net. Immortal dies behind fairy. The system also issued a notification. Congratulations to the host for killing 2v10 Hong quadruple. Got 10 million domain points. Plus 2 Tian Vuj pieces. Congratulations to the host for killing 2v10 Hong sixfold. Got 20 million domain points. Plus 2 Tian Vuj pieces. The voices of the immortals mixed with the sound of the system. Damn, this thief doesn't make sense. Congratulations to the host for killing 2v10 Hong eightfold. Got 20 million domain points. Plus 2 Tian Vuj pieces. Congratulations to the host for killing 2v10 Hong sevenfold. Got 20 million domain points. Plus 2 Tian Vuj pieces. Trantrayanan pointed his lovely middle finger at the immortals. Gently insulting idiot. An angry elder glared. Damn brat. He dares to thread. And Hua Tiantan angrily jumped out of his horse. Rushed towards Trantrayanan. You brat, die. Trantrayanan also didn't care. Ran somewhere else. A few immortals thought he was running away. So I followed and laughed and chased after. Don't let him run. The pen was put down again. The thief of Nine Chao couldn't fight back. Beaten like a dog. Really funny. The two women on their backs were also excited that it was a good start. The fifth elder laughed arrogantly. The connection between the upper world and the lower world has been sealed by me. No matter how arrogant he is, he can't escape. The second elder also folded his arms and contemptuously replied. It's just an ant struggling before it dies. Such low-level provocation. We don't need to worry. But right after that, there was a large explosion of electricity. Everyone was surprised. Knowing that he had been tricked, Trantrayanan. Tianko storing fairy weapons and techniques. Suddenly completely destroyed. Must be Trantrayanan's doing. Precious treasures of the immortal realm. The Grand Elder closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Attack from the east to distract. Then attack from the west. That thief. Gathered all the high-level immortals here. And then went to destroy the immortal treasury. Without high-level immortals guarding it. I'm afraid this is not all he's done. This insidious little thief wants to take this opportunity to destroy the main vein of the immortal realm. Unable to stay calm, the Grand Elder quickly ordered. Everyone, split up and act. Go to all the major locations and intercept Chen Chang'an. We must kill him immediately. Split up and act. Split up and act. All the immortals split up to capture Chen Chang'an. Damn that little thief. He actually dared to destroy the treasury. I will kill him myself. One after another, structures were destroyed. Explosions shook the sky. The bodies of immortals lay scattered everywhere. Another explosion erupted. Even though there were 2 guards outside. The Eternal Life Celestial Venerable continued to write. The thief of the 9 provinces is cunning and insidious. He actually took this opportunity to destroy the treasury. And ruined the main vein of Xuanwu. The MANHUA Celestial Venerable had caught up with Chen Chang'an. He saw an opportunity to take credit. And charged towards Chen Chang'an. The ink on the recorder's brush was still wet and messy. Seeing this, the Grand Elder Xuanwu immediately changed his strategy. Use all your strength to kill that thief. The 7th Emperor's Imperial Guard, led by MANHUA Celestial Venerable, has surrounded that thief. He continued writing excitedly. The cultivation level of the 7th Emperor's Imperial Guard is higher than that of an immortal emperor. They can even fight against immortal emperors. On the skyscreen, tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded and attacked Chen Chang'an. The Eternal Life Venerable seemed certain of victory. He wrote and danced at the same time. The thief of the 9 provinces is trapped. There's nowhere for him to. Before he could finish, he saw Chen Chang'an raise his hand. With a single wave of his hand, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers vanished. Congratulations to the host for killing a 6th stage immortal emperor, 4th level cultivator. You have obtained 10 million realm points. And 2 immortal realm fragments. Congratulations to the host for killing a 6th stage immortal emperor, 6th level cultivator. You have obtained 20 million realm points. And 2 immortal realm fragments. Congratulations to the host for killing a 6th stage immortal emperor, 7th level cultivator. You have obtained 20 million realm points. And 2 immortal realm fragments. Immortal corpses rained down from the sky. 2 children who didn't understand what was happening were terrified. It's so intense. Let's go over there and have a look. Congratulations to the host for killing a 6th stage immortal emperor. 8th level cultivator. You have obtained 20 million realm points. And 2 immortal realm fragments. Congratulations to the host for killing a 6th stage immortal venerable, 3rd level cultivator. You have obtained 50 million realm points. And 5 immortal realm fragments. Suddenly, an immortal corpse fell and hit the little boy's sister. The boy was horrified. This is war. Ordinary people will always get caught in the crossfire. The recorder couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? The 7th Emperor's Imperial Guard, they were all annihilated in an instant. The 2 fairies on his back were also shocked and confused. Master, my dear, do we need to record this? Should we keep writing? He picked up his brush, trembling. His heart was set. No matter what happens, we must record the truth accurately. This is our responsibility. The 7th Emperor's Imperial Guard confronted the thief head-on. He gritted his teeth and wrote the last 3 words, were annihilated. The Eternal Life Celestial Venerable stood on the scattered papers. Looking down at Chen Chang'an, who was standing amidst the surrounding ruins. Completely annihilated. Even without the 7th Emperor's Imperial Guard. There are still other great families in demon clans. With so many people, I refuse to believe we can't kill one single thief. His face was livid, his hands clenched into fists. His heart filled with hatred. Loud cannons boomed, firing directly at Chen Chang'an. Move out. The strongest immortal army of Xuanwu Immortal City. Together with the demon clans. With powerful attacks and overwhelming momentum. We will trap the thief of the 9 provinces within. Spiritual beasts also unleashed waves of powerful attacks. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The recorder continued writing excitedly. In the year 250 of the Xuanwu calendar. The thief of the 9 provinces. Under the siege of the Mo family and the demon clans. Suffered a crushing defeat. He waved his brush triumphantly. This battle is the Xuanwu Immortal Realms. Great. A long staff shot up into the sky. Interrupting the old man's writing. The staff elongated. Striking with deadly accuracy. Each strike shattered the Mo family's celestial boats. They were completely obliterated. He even accidentally split One of the immortal realm's floating islands in half. The system froze. Realm points possessed by the host are too high. Recalculating. Please wait. Eternal life. The old man trembled. Unable to hold his brush. Stammering in disbelief. I am impossible. Chen Chang'an landed on the ground. He noticed the little boy. The boy was crying uncontrollably, holding his little sister's lifeless body. He yelled, "Invader! Murderer! Crazy killer!" He hadn't expected to find children here. His face darkened as he realized. Waves. Waves of attacks were heading towards him. He could sense them. He looked around, searching for the old geyser behind this. Then, he vanished. Wait! The boy cried out. Chen Chang'an had escaped the attack range. Behind him, deafening explosions erupted. The 5 Grand Elders finally revealed themselves. Chen Chang'an. You stepped into the immortal realm. Slaughtered immortals. Committed heinous crimes. Even if you died 10,000 deaths, it wouldn't be enough to appease the rage in our hearts. Chen Chang'an looked at the 5 figures, thinking. 5 immortal emperors. This is a bit tricky. The 2 women on the recorder's back. An eternal life venerable himself cheered triumphantly. Master! It's the 5 elders. The tide is about to turn. The might of the 5 elders can shake heaven and earth. Let me record this historical moment. The people below also cried out. The 5 elders are here. Kill Chen Chang'an. Kill Chen Chang'an. People of the 9 provinces. You are the first in tens of thousands of years to force us to take action. The Grand Elders transformed, donning their full armor and helmets. Now, think carefully about how you want to die. After each elder finished transforming, they glared at him menacingly. Chen Chang'an, when have I ever cared about such nonsense? He scratched his back with his staff. So much talk. If you want to fight, then hurry up. I still have things to do. The 5 martial Grand Elders laughed arrogantly. In such a hurry to die? Then we shall grant your wish. With that, they unleashed a devastating attack, aiming to end Chen Chang'an's life instantly. That's the 5th Elder's lightning technique. It's too powerful. I can feel the electricity from here. The people below trembled in fear. The lightning bolt struck at Chen Chang'an with incredible speed. He dodged it instantly, emerging unscathed. So fast. The martial elders were astonished. Chen Chang'an counterattacked immediately. But to his surprise, they were just as fast. Incredible. To think he could dodge that. Immortal technique. Phantom afterimage. Chen Chang'an paused. His methods were useless against these immortals. How are they all like this? An old man who dodged his attack laughed triumphantly, wagging his finger. No matter how you attack me, I can neutralize it instantly. You aim to destroy the immortal realm, don't you? Well, we won't let you. You'll be nothing but a dog, tortured to death by us. 2 elders charged at Chen Chang'an simultaneously. He took them both on. Chen Chang'an dodged their attacks swiftly. Waves and waves of attacks crashed upon him. The 5 elders emerged from the smoke, aiming to crush Chen Chang'an. Die. But he simply dodged again, remaining unharmed. He even found time to tease, "Is that all you got, sweetheart?" Then, he retaliated, sending the martial elder crashing down to the ground. Smoke and dust billowed. 5 elders down, but just then, he sensed it. A surge of water magic slammed into him. He barely managed to block it. Brat! Behind us stands the entire immortal realm. When it comes to protecting it, you are no match for our resolve. In terms of strength, we 5 have slain peak experts together. You attack the immortal realm based on nothing but useless hatred. But we can avenge our grudges. Settle our scores. An eye for an eye. A storm of attacks rained down upon him relentlessly. Hundreds of attacks. One after another. A whirlpool of water slammed into Chen Chang'an. Smoke and debris filled the air. The immortals cheered. They cheered triumphantly. The tide has turned. We've won. He turned and ordered, 3rd Elder, after this, go down to the lower realm and annihilate the 9 provinces. Wipe out that shithole completely. Without Chen Chang'an, the 9 provinces will be ours to mold as we please. We can crush them with a flick of our fingers. Before he could finish, he realized. Wait a minute. They stared in disbelief. That little thief is still alive. Chen Chang'an slowly rose from the ashes. Or rather, he wasn't just alive. He was completely unharmed. Chen Chang'an stood there. Not a scratch on him, just a bit of dust on his face. My resolve is not for you to judge. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment. But then quickly ordered, continue the attack. Zhang Xiaonan stood in the Zhang family residence, watching the battle unfold. In her hand was a jade pendant containing Zhang Tuanzuo's soul. Chen Chang'an is truly formidable. To think he could last this long. Against the 5 elders. Yu Chen, you've been in the lower realm for a long time. Do you know who Chen Chang'an truly is? What is he really after? Zhang Tuanzuo pondered for a moment before replying. Patriarch, Chen Chang'an's true nature is unfathomable. He holds grudges deeply. This time, the immortal realm has truly crossed his bottom line. Zhang Xiaonan didn't understand, she glanced at her own body. Bottom line, he could have easily saved Tuanzuo and her other self. Who would dare to stop him? But if what you say is true, he must want to take revenge on the entire immortal realm 1,000 times over. The immortal realm is far more vast and powerful than the lower realm. He wouldn't be able to touch the immortal realm's foundation. So what's the point? Chen Chang'an was still battling the 5 elders. Besides, Chen Chang'an is about to be captured by the 5 elders. Suddenly, Zhang Tuanzuo exclaimed, Patriarch, that's just Chen Chang'an's avatar. His true body is still in the 9 provinces. Zhang Xiaonan stared in shock. What? It's as if Chen Chang'an's avatars are as numerous as the stars in the sky. This isn't the first time. Zhang Xiaonan's eyes widened. He has other avatars? She recalled her past words to Chen Chang'an. The words she had uttered so confidently. Chen Chang'an, we gave you a choice. You chose to walk into a dead end yourself. When I stepped out of the teleportation formation, I initially planned to eliminate you directly. And then destroy the entire 9 provinces realm. But after seeing you, I've changed my mind. Now, not only will you die, but the 9 provinces will cease to exist as well. I know you are practically invincible in the lower realm. But to challenge the heavens, no matter how strong a person from the lower realm is, they rely on their realm. Once their realm crumbles, they will perish alongside it. Even a mere avatar possessed the cultivation of an immortal emperor. He would avenge every grudge. His target from the very beginning wasn't Tuanzuo. Zhang Xiaonan. Fear gripped her heart as the realization dawned. It was the immortal realm itself. The staff pierced through an elder's chest. 2 grand elders down, their glorious lives extinguished. Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal emperor realm cultivator. Reward. 150 million realm points. The 4th elder lunged at Chen Chang'an, intent on self-destructing and taking him down with her. I will drag you down with me. Chen Chang'an was caught in her grasp, unable to break free. Damn it. She's going to. The 4th elder channeled immense energy, forming a colossal sphere of lightning. It blasted everything around them away. The explosion grew, transforming into a gigantic eye of lightning, tearing open the heavens. The surrounding land masses were ripped apart and flung thousands of miles away. Finally, it detonated. The Grand Elder watched from above. If we were caught in that blast, even we wouldn't escape unscathed. From within the black smoke, the 4th elder's body fell. The other elders watched in horror. She rushed towards the charred remains of the 4th elder. 4th brother. She cried, her voice trembling. The 4th elder's body was burned black, but miraculously intact. The remaining elders glared at the smoke, their eyes filled with hatred. One strike from his staff nearly shattered my soul. And 4th brother, he ignited his immortal core to take Chen Chang'an down with him. This battle, it's beyond brutal. But, down below, the people watched with a mixture of fear and hatred. He must die. Please, let that lower realm scum die. We finally got him. Chen Chang'an's avatar was dead. His body, half destroyed, hung limply in midair. The crowd erupted in cheers. He's finished. As expected of the Grand Elders. Eternal life celestial venerable. along with the two women beside him, rejoiced. He's dead. He's finally dead. The 5 elders had personally slain the intruder from the lower realm. A glorious victory for the 9 provinces. This victory, this complete and utter triumph, we must record it all. The Grand Elders landed on the ground. Although that Chun Chang'an was powerful, he possessed the power of an immortal emperor, but lacked actual combat experience. In reality, he was just a fledgling. The Grand Elder gently landed beside the 4th Elder's body. "Fourth brother, you did well. My reincarnation technique still has one more use. You will be revived." Chen Chang'an's corpse fell to the ground. The crowd swarmed around it, pointing and spitting. "Dismember him. Hang his body in the most visible place in the lower realm. Let this be a warning to anyone who dares to rebel. See if anyone dares to defy us again." The Grand Elder suddenly felt a sense of unease. This energy, it's the golden talisman. To everyone's astonishment, the golden talisman rose into the air. It emitted a blinding light, shooting up into the sky. A powerful gust of wind swept everyone off their feet. "Follow me, we must destroy that talisman." The Grand Elder panicked and gave the order. But it was too late. Within the swirling smoke, a sinister smile emerged. "Lucky for me, I saved one last trick. Tremble, you insignificant ants." Chen Chang'an had returned, with a different, more powerful avatar. He was clad in majestic robes, radiating an aura of absolute authority. He walked towards the stunned elders. Their jaws dropped in utter disbelief. "No, impossible, didn't we just kill him?" "How?" "We killed his avatar. He was just an avatar. Just one avatar. And it cost us so many lives. Eternal life celestial venerable." Dropped his brush, his hand trembling. Chen Chang'an, he's alive," he collapsed onto the scattered papers, his body shaking uncontrollably. Even the two women behind him stared in shock. They couldn't believe their eyes. "It's all over, we're doomed. My records, they're all wrong. He's even stronger than before. This is hopeless? How can we possibly defeat such a monster? Could he have reached Realm Master level?" Chen Chang'an turned towards the stunned immortals. "I've taken care of that matter. Now, it's your turn." With that, he flew away, leaving behind a crowd paralyzed by fear. They were still reeling from the shock. Just then, the Grand Elders realized what Chun Chang'an was planning. "That way. He's heading for the Immortal Court. This is bad, we must stop him." But they were too slow. Chen Chang'an had already reached his destination. "I've been destroying everything, searching for the core, but I couldn't find it. It turns out these pillars were masking it with their immortal energy. Thanks to those old geezers constantly moving during the fight, I realized that this tree is the lifeblood of the Xianwu immortal realm." Standing before him was a leafless tree, protected by numerous pillars. This is what you've been protecting so desperately? There's only one thing this could be. The pillar connecting the lower realm to the upper realm." He raised his hand. "No matter what you're to do, it ends now. If this pillar falls, the entire immortal realm will collapse. Both the upper and lower realms will be doomed." The remaining Grand Elders finally arrived. Chen Chang'an's face darkened. With 2 swift strikes, he eliminated the 2nd and 5th Elders. He pointed at the remaining Elders. "You dare to stop me?" The Grand Elders knew they were no match for him. Realm Master, that's the power of a Realm Master. It's over." Chen Chang'an stood before the tree, unleashing his full power. He roared. "The immortal realm treats the lower realm like ants, tormenting and exploiting them at will, treating their lives like worthless weeds. If the lower realm cannot fight back, I will avenge them. I will avenge all the wrongs they couldn't." The immortal realm fragments rained down, marking the end of the Xianwu immortal realm. If the lower realm is gone, what use is this upper realm to me? In the neighboring Nichang immortal realm, life was peaceful and undisturbed. But suddenly, in the immortal emperor's palace, an intruder barged in, enraging the realm master. "Who dares to trespass into the realm master's residence? Do you know?" Before the realm master could finish, a panicked subordinate interrupted him. "It's not just the Xianwu immortal realm. Someone from the lower realm has invaded our realm as well. Our Imperial Guard has been completely defeated. In the main hall of the Immortal Emperor's Palace. Immortal corpses lay scattered everywhere. Among the bodies stood a figure wearing a straw hat and a long cloak. This was the one who had slaughtered the entire Imperial Guard. A lone survivor struggled to sit up. Are you an accomplice of that immortal Chen Chang'an? You dared to invade the Realm Master's residence? You will pay for this with your life. Meteors rained down from the sky. The figure looked up, a grim realization dawning. The Xianwu Immortal Realm, it's truly fallen. Could it be? Could it be that brat's doing? He activated the Eternal Life Physique. If others in the Immortal Realm find out, they will surely attack the lower realm. Through the Nichang Immortal Realm's formations. I must act quickly. I must seal the teleportation formation. In that case, it's time to unleash this millennium-old seal. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He threw off his cloak, revealing a gleaming set of armor. He was Feng Qiang, Chen Chang'an's master. A deafening crash echoed as the gates of the city ahead exploded, reduced to rubble by his power. Stunned Imperial guards staggered to their feet, yelling, "You! Who are you? Why? Why does a mere mortal possess the power of a realm master?" Feng Qiang glanced at them, his expression cold. The buildings behind them instantly crumbled, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Feng Qiang strode forward, unfazed and imposing. Meanwhile, in the Xianwu Immortal Realm, the floating islands were collapsing, breaking apart and falling from the sky. Not only were homes destroyed, but the immortals themselves had nowhere to stand. They were plummeting down to. "No, I don't want to go back to that wretched lower realm," they screamed in despair, still clinging to their sense of superiority. "I am an immortal. A superior being. I rule over those lowly mortals below." Eternal Life Venerable stood on his scattered papers, his body trembling. The immortal realm. It's collapsing. He couldn't believe it. No, this can't be happening. It can't be. This catastrophic event. I must record it. I must. He frantically scribbled, oblivious to the large rock hurtling towards him. It crashed down upon Eternal Life Celestial Venerable, crushing him and his papers beneath its weight. In the face of death, all beings are equal. The remaining Grand Elders couldn't believe it. They pointed at Chen Chang'an, their voices filled with rage. Chen Chang'an. For tens of thousands of years, no enemy has ever dared to harm the immortal realm. But today, do you have any idea? The magnitude of your crimes? He berated Chen Chang'an, his voice shaking with fear. But Chen Chang'an didn't care. He even mocked them. Crimes? Magnitude? Oh, please. Chen Chang'an's rage boiled over. He unleashed a wave of overwhelming power, crushing the elders beneath its weight. You slaughtered innocents. You treated the people of the lower realm like dirt. And you have the audacity to lecture me? The remaining elders struggled to withstand his attack. Impossible. He was hiding this much power. Was the World Tree your target all along? Did you deliberately lure us out to reveal its location? The oldest elder finally understood Chen Chang'an's plan. So, even high and mighty immortals can feel fear. Chen Chang'an formed another energy sphere, his eyes cold. Savor this fear. Because. He kicked the energy sphere towards the elders, his voice a venomous whisper. Your lives end here. The energy blast surged towards two elders, obliterating them instantly. The remaining elders watched in horror. Just one attack. But Chen Chang'an didn't give them time to react. He lunged forward, splitting another elder in two. Ah! Her body fell before the Grand Elder. Eldest brother? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in terror. He turned to Chen Chang'an, his voice trembling with hatred. Chen Chang'an? Chen Chang'an. Do you think, after committing such atrocities, you can escape unscathed? Chen Chang'an looked down at him, his eyes filled with disdain. Still trying to preach? Who are you putting on a show for? You think I have a way out? The Grand Elder panicked and fled, leaving behind a parting threat. Wait until I awaken the Realm Master. Then you'll see how foolish your arrogance truly is. How pathetically naive. The system announced. Host. For killing 2 immortal Emperor Realm cultivators, you have been rewarded with 300 million realm points. Chen Chang'an wouldn't let him escape. He formed another energy sphere in his hand. Trying to run? Too late. He hurled the energy sphere at the fleeing elder. In an instant, it was about to catch up. What? This speed? Impossible. No, just as he thought his life was about to end. A hand reached out and intercepted the energy sphere. The sphere detonated. The explosion was so powerful that it could be seen from miles away, even from the lower realm. It appeared as a brilliant star in the sky. The surrounding landmasses were ravaged by the shockwaves, reduced to dust and rubble. Amidst the swirling chaos, streaks of immortal energy suddenly shot through the air. Chen Chang'an's eyes narrowed. What? The immortal energy converged towards a single point, forming a shadowy figure. The Grand Elder, clinging to his last shred of hope, cried out in relief. Realm Master? You've emerged. I have been in seclusion for 3,000 years. The matters of the immortal realm, big and small, have been entrusted to you. Realm Master? A towering figure, radiating an overwhelming aura of immortal energy, stood before them, holding a severed head in his hand. His eyes, blazing red and filled with power, glanced at the Grand Elder. And yet, you have allowed the immortal realm to fall. You have truly disappointed me. He placed his hand on the Grand Elder's head, crushing it instantly. The Grand Elder screamed in agony, his soul fading beyond redemption. Chen Chang'an watched in silence, unsure what to say. The system alerted him. Host, a Realm Master level cultivator has been detected. The current version of the system cannot access information about this individual. Chen Chang'an frowned. So he's a Realm Master. He's different from those other weaklings. This will be a tough fight. But as long as my true body is safe, I can use my avatars. As if reading his thoughts, the Realm Master spoke. You think that as long as your true body remains hidden, you can defeat me with your avatars? Is that your plan? Chen Chang'an's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Who do you think you are? I am a god. A horrifying scene unfolded before Chen Chang'an's eyes. The Realm Master was holding his severed head, caressing it gently. His eyes were still open, staring blankly ahead. The Realm Master tossed the head at Chen Chang'an, like tossing a bone to a dog. At the same time, at the center of the formation, the teleportation array of the immortal realm. Numerous spatial gates hung in the air. Below, a vast expanse that could be the universe itself. Fengqian stepped in, sensing the residual aura. That kid must have already confronted the Abyss Master. I have to hurry, but this place is too quiet. No one is pursuing me. And there's no sign of other immortal realms teleporting here. But whether it's me or that kid, we should have caused a huge commotion. And the Abyss Master of this place is nowhere to be found. What's going on? Suddenly, Fengqian sensed an attack from behind. It was the ghost immortal. Fengqian swiftly turned and struck, his guard up. Who's there? The ghost immortal, struck by the blow, crashed to the ground. When Fengqian saw the person's face clearly, he was utterly horrified. What? Wait. You. It was the Abyss Master of Najith Wong, but he was no longer breathing. He had been assassinated. How? Who could silently kill the master of an immortal realm? Who is it? Fengqian examined the body and immediately noticed something amiss. He quickly flipped the Abyss Master's corpse over. To his shock, the Abyss Master's body was hollow. Only the shell and the outer armor remained intact. There were no wounds. His internal organs. Someone removed them. This manner of death. Unmistakable. But how could it happen so quickly? If this Abyss Master is dead. A chilling realization dawned on him. Fengqian immediately rushed into another teleportation array. He emerged in the Azure Dragon Immortal Realm. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The Abyss Master here. Killed in the same way. Another one? And this place too. Another teleportation, this time to the vermilion bird immortal realm. It was no different. An empty husk, drained of blood. They all died the same way. Their internal organs were removed. The white tiger immortal realm met the same fate. All the Abyss Masters? Dead? Wait. If all the Abyss Masters are dead, then there's no one left. Feng Qian had a chilling premonition. Then, the aura from before. Who was it? Was that person really the Abyss Master? Meanwhile, Tran Trangan stood, radiating killing intent. His eyes were terrifying. He beckoned mockingly. "Wanna dance too?" Now, the true battle of the century begins. The strongest in the world versus the strongest in the lower realm. In the vastness of space, debris continued to fall. Tran Trangan asked playfully, "Kneel down." Ha ha ha. His face twisted in disdain. "Gather all your strength. This old man only kneels before the dead." Enhanced young finger. Thousands upon thousands of immortal chi arrows surged towards the Abyss Master. But a single hand was all it took to block the attack. "Spare me the probing, show me what you've got." Tran Trangan sensed something strange. Although they were both at the Abyss Master realm, this person's power far surpassed that of the clone he had fought before. To win, I might need to rely on the realm's power. System. How much longer until the Xianwu immortal realm collapses? The system quickly responded. Based on the current rate of collapse, it will take approximately 10 minutes. Tran Trangan grinned confidently. Then let's play with him for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, inside the invincible realm, I'll teach him how to be a decent person. This fatty's worth is different from those other minions. Suddenly, a giant lotus materialized before him. It approached so fast that he barely registered it. Damn it, since when? But it was too late. The dark lotus bloomed, its petals expanding rapidly. An immense pressure emanated from it, making it difficult for him to stand. In the next instant, the lotus engulfed Tran Trangan whole. Then, it exploded. The Abyss Master sneered. "You thought a simple law could protect you? I know you're not hurt. I can still sense your aura. You're going to attack again. Trying to make me think you're cornered. But as soon as you reveal yourself, I'll strike you down. My power far surpasses yours. You're nothing but a plaything in my hands." 104,003.21500 to 3.23866, the Abyss Master was caught off guard as Tran Trangan emerged unscathed. As if it were nothing, he appeared from below and launched an attack. A lightning-fast blow. A punch straight to the Abyss Master's face. The impact sent the Abyss Master flying, crashing into a floating rock. Tran Trangan then appeared beside him in a flash. "Like sneak attacks, huh? This old man could be your ancestor in that regard. Trying to play that game with me?" He summoned the great heavenly dragon, charging towards the Abyss Master, as if to devour him whole. But the Abyss Master easily intercepted the attack, catching Tran Trangan's fist in his hand. "It's useless," the Abyss Master said with contempt. "The gap between us is insurmountable. Your resistance is nothing but a mosquito's buzz. On the other hand, I'm quite pleased with your immortal realm physique. Trying to act tough with a little bit of power? He hasn't even shown his true strength yet, and this guy dares to. Then let's see." The two clashed, their attacks colliding with devastating force. They shattered countless floating rocks that tumbled through space. Back in the mortal realm, the days of oppression under the immortal realms were finally over. The sky was clear again. Bao Nhi, Bak Wei, and others were tending to the wounded. As Bao Nhi was bandaging a man's arm, he suddenly grabbed her hand and shouted in fear. Look at the sky. The sky is falling." Bao Nhi looked up. The once clear sky was now torn open by a massive hole. Countless meteorites rained down. "What is that? What's falling?" People screamed. A sharp-eyed individual exclaimed. "Holy shit! Am I seeing things? I think I see the island master up there. I see him too. He's fighting an immortal. I'm not seeing things, am I?" Bao Nhi anxiously tugged at Bak Wei's sleeve. "Sister Bak Wei. Right now. All the regions from Mount Faitian to the outskirts of Van Chao have been destroyed. Master's clone ascended to the upper realm. And we don't know the situation there. We had to assume the worst. And act quickly. Bring Master's main body into the spatial cauldron. And hide. If those things fall. 1620 hours 5 minutes and 5 seconds. 500 to 0 hours 5 minutes and 7 seconds. 400 the 9 continents will face annihilation. The crimson meteorites continued their descent. The system's warnings blared. Xianwu immortal realm collapsing. Invincible realm. Time remaining. 1 minute. Tran Trong Nin was exhausted. Sweat dripping from his brow. This prolonged battle had taken its toll. This guy. He's completely unharmed. This is the first time I've encountered such an unbelievably powerful opponent. But that's what makes it exciting. He wiped the sweat from his face. A determined glint in his eye. This fight is truly a test. The Abyss Master stood unyielding. Not a single scratch on him. Your clone is quite durable. Without immortal energy, you can't possibly stand against me. How can a mere mortal defeat a god? The Abyss Master pressed his 2 pinkies together. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupting from the point of contact. This is your end. Only death awaits you. A formation is complete. 8 desolate god blades. Countless blades of energy sliced through Tran Trong Nin, inflicting excruciating pain. At that moment, the system announced. Xianwu immortal realm collapse imminent. Invincible realm. Countdown initiated. 10, he gritted his teeth and endured. 9.8.7.6, the Abyss Master raised his hand. The game is over, boy. His hand thrust forward, piercing straight through Tran Trong Nin's chest. 195-006.10200-006.13566 Tran Trong Nin remained unfazed, a smile playing on his lips. Really? He asked. Confusing the immortal. You may be high and mighty in the heavens. But you stepped into my territory. Host's clone has entered the realm's domain. Tran Trong Nin grabbed the Abyss Master's head. The system, enraged, addressed Tran Trong Nin. Host, I'm furious. I don't care if he's a god or a saint. The Abyss Master was bewildered. His world crumbled around him. How? How is this possible? Tran Trong Nin's eyes were cold, filled with death. What are you? All must die, the system declared. You should be the one to die. Tran Trong Nin, unwavering, commanded the system to unleash its full power. To obliterate the Abyss Master. The power surged. Only half of the Abyss Master's body remained. The rest reduced to ashes. Scattered among the dust. The system, momentarily stunned, calculated the massive influx of realm points. Fortunately, the clone was able to experience the realm's power once. He suddenly flinched. I sense something. A hand emerged from the Abyss Master's shattered remains. Energy rapidly swirled around the corpse. Tran Trong Nin was shocked. Can he still revive? A figure materialized from the swirling energy. It was a woman with demonic ears. This sight was truly unsettling. He gaped at the sight before him. Your struggles are futile. Though she was beautiful. Her body was grotesquely distorted. Horns protruded from her head. A serpentine tail extended from her back. And a fish-like fin adorned its tip. Tran Trong Nin showed no fear. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Switching to a bigger opponent this time, huh? She glared at him and waved her hand, unleashing a torrent of black smoke that enveloped Tran Trong Nin. His senses tingled with alarm. This energy. It's not from this realm. What kind of attack is this? It doesn't hurt, but I need to get out of here. 245,007.46900 to 7.47866, but it was too late. The black smoke surged into his body. Through his ears, eyes, and mouth, with such speed that he couldn't react. Tran Trong Nin realized that the black smoke was consuming him. He vanished. The smoke had devoured his clone completely, leaving only his shoes behind. Clone deceased. Returning soul fragment to the main body. He awoke with a start. His main body still felt the pain. What was that? That form? Was that the Abyss Master's true body? Damn it. No, wait. She didn't feel like someone from the immortal realm. What the hell was she? The mysterious woman watched as the massive rocks fell towards the 9 continents. I can't approach the 9 continents anymore. Just now, when the immortal realm collapsed, his clone suddenly unleashed a strange power. It felt like the power of laws. The power of a realm. If I hadn't escaped that shell in time, if he had dragged me in, the outcome would have been uncertain. Her face flushed, and she clutched her chest and tail. Sparks of electricity danced around her. But the end is near. The immortal realms are destroyed. The descent of my heavenly demon race is inevitable. Inside the spatial cauldron, Bao Nhi and the others saw Tran Trong appear. Master! They exclaimed, worried. Master, wake up. What's happening outside? Don't panic. Tran Trong reassured them. His words calmed the worried citizens. The sky is falling. Thankfully, we escaped into this spatial cauldron. Outside, the demonic woman savored the chaos. Today's battle ends here. Savor your last moments, mortals. You. A colossal tower descended from the sky, surrounded by a swarm of dragons. Once my race descends, you ants will have only one choice. Submit or perish. Her voice boomed across the lower realm. She could sense a powerful force protecting the lower realm. Interesting, boy. We'll meet again. With that, she turned and entered a spatial gate. Even inside the spatial cauldron, her words echoed clearly. 303-009.32, 133-009.32, 933 outside. Fragments of the shattered immortal realm continued to fall, raining down upon the lower realm. Time passed. 15 minutes later, the spatial cauldron activated once more. This time to return everyone to the outside world. The people looked around, astonished. We're saved? Thank goodness for this spatial cauldron. We would have been doomed without it. They all turned towards the solitary figure of Tran Trong. It's the Island Master. The Island Master saved us again. Hearing their voices, Tran Trong turned around. Bao Nhi and Bak Wei rushed towards him, embracing him joyfully. Master! Senior! Are you all right? Why did you let those immortals escape? After everything that had happened, Tran Trong finally relaxed. A genuine smile spreading across his face. Yes. It's best not to pursue a retreating enemy. He recalled the woman's attack, the one that had obliterated his clone. 329,010.18433 to 10.20800, even though my clone didn't have the Invincible Realm's power at that time. She's not someone to be underestimated. Dealing with her would have required using a significant amount of realm points to expand the realm's domain. And as for her, she only felt relief once she escaped my Invincible Realm's range. 3306010.328660H10M34S, 100 Tran Trong continued to ponder. From the start, I could sense a presence within that tower. A being even stronger than that woman. Instead of risking a fight and alerting them, it's better to wait and understand the situation fully. Besides, once I have enough realm points to encompass that entire tower, I can deal with them all at once. He thought to himself. But outwardly, he drooled. Bao Nhi and Bak Wei, standing beside him, were confused. Suddenly, a man with an imposing aura descended from the sky. Tran Trong, who had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again. The smoke dissipated, and the man spoke. As expected, it's you, kid. You've stirred up quite a mess this time. 3,550 hours 11 minutes and 6 seconds, 4660H11M08S. 766 It was Fengqian. Back in the lower realm. Old Master. Master. Ancestor. Tran Trong and the others greeted him joyfully. Tran Trong rushed towards him, eager to catch up. Where have you been? We've been looking for you everywhere. You've restored your appearance too. Fengqian smiled and reached out his hand. Oh, but it wasn't a handshake. Their greeting was unique. The ground trembled. Hey, the student can't surpass the master. Fengqian, victorious, teased him. I'll let you win this time. But his expression quickly turned serious. Disciple. I know you have many questions. But put them aside for now. The enemy you faced this time is no ordinary foe. They are beings far more terrifying than the immortal realms of the upper realm. If I'm not mistaken, they come from the ancient continent. The ancient continent? Tran Trong Nan was taken aback. Explain, Master. In the beginning, during the primordial chaos, there existed an ancient continent. On that ancient land, countless races were born. The heavenly demon race is one of them. For resources: 3,810 hours 12 minutes and 1 second, 200 to 0 hours 12 minutes and 3 seconds. 266 These races battled each other for hundreds of billions of years, with no victor emerging. But amidst this endless conflict, a small faction grew weary of war. They joined forces and shattered the dimensional barrier, and fled to our realm. They became the first masters of the immortal realms, of the upper realm. But as time passed, they forgot their purpose. They began plundering the lower realm's resources. I was one of them, back then. Ruthless, bloodthirsty, never satisfied with bloodshed. The desire for conquest continued. And the entirely. But once, during an invasion of the lower realm, my blood accidentally dripped onto a magical artifact belonging to a lower realm cultivator. The artifact showed me visions. Visions of me witnessing the ancient continent's invasion. Under the onslaught of countless gods and demons, everything crumbled, both in the immortal realms and the lower realm. I later learned that the artifact was one of the primordial artifacts from the ancient continent, brought to this realm in the distant past. According to my investigation, the more those in the upper realm fight, the more their ancient bloodlines awaken. This allows those from the ancient continent to sense our presence. 4,140 hours 13 minutes and 3 seconds. 700 to 0 hours 13 minutes and 6 seconds. 633 If it reaches that point, we're all doomed. I was terrified. I found another ancient artifact, hoping to use it to warn the upper realm. But they didn't heed my warning. Instead, they coveted the artifact. They destroyed my immortal realm, leaving me with no choice but to descend to the lower realm, buying time to find a solution. I spent my entire life trying to protect all living beings, even if it was only for a fleeting moment. But it seems my efforts were in vain. So, the heavenly demon race, they infiltrated the Abyss Masters' bodies thousands of years ago? And I was completely unaware. Ancestor, Bao Nhi asked, puzzled. If they're so powerful, why didn't they attack directly? Why did they flee? Feng Qian sighed. I don't know. Tran Tronan frowned, lost in thought. So, my decision not to attack earlier was the right one. They've been hiding for thousands of years. Provoking them now could have disastrous consequences. Well, it's useless to dwell on it now. First, let's save everyone within the invincible realm. I need to awaken Tanso. As for the rest, we'll deal with it later, after discussing it with Master. System. Calculate the cost. Saving everyone within the realm and awakening Tanso. How many realm points will it take? The system's interface displayed the results. Realm points calculation complete. Host, for destroying the Xuanwu immortal realm and eliminating the immortals, you have earned a total of 950 million realm points. Name, Tran Trong Yen realm points, 950,233. Realm domain, 249,500. km squared, distance from Mount Faition to Van Chao, 27 million kilometers, activated skill. Life and death control. Special effect. Maximum enhancement. Current abilities. For 60-0-14.32, 366-0-14.35, 233 Water Moon Mirror Flower. Eternal Immortal Tao. Eternal Warehouse, capacity 10 slots. Inventory 99 bags of salted fish. 99 bags of salted fish. 1 mythical realm key. 99 abyssal shards. Host previously exchanged for a Celestial Emperor level clone, deducting 400 million realm points. Due to insufficient realm points, the system loaned 200 million realm points, deducting 400 million realm points to repay the system. Current realm points 550,233. After displaying the calculations, the system added, "Thank you for your patronage." Trantrongan was about to explode. Damn you. For 74-0-15-033-0-15-007.766-400-000-000 realm points. I worked my ass off to earn those. And you just deducted them in an instant. System. You're a scammer. The system retorted, "What? You didn't think it was free, did you?" He sighed. "Forget it. Realm points are meant to be used. System, I want to revive everyone who died within the invincible realm." He frantically shook the system interface. The system could only shriek. "Reviving everyone who died within the invincible realm will cost 100 million realm points. Using the life and death control ability to initiate revival. Proceed?" "Yes," he roared. Realm points deducted. Initiating life and death control. Streams of life energy emerged, flowing towards the lifeless bodies, healing them. From within, fingers twinged. Everyone, even the plants and trees, came back to life. I'm not dead? I remember being killed. Am I in the underworld? I thought I was dead. What's going on? The revived were astonished, calling out to each other. "Look, the dead have come back to life." Bao Nhi gasped, her hand covering her mouth. "Oh my god. I must be hallucinating." Overjoyed, they embraced each other. Having just faced death, and now seen the light of day once more. "My child. My baby. Wah, my love. I thought I would never see you again. Wah, how is this possible?" Fuang Qian, who had lived for thousands of years, had never witnessed such a sight. The boy whose soul had been stolen by the heavenly prodigy was also reunited with his body. "My body. I'm alive again. Brother." A familiar voice called out. It was his little sister, running towards him and throwing her arms around him. "You're alive. You're alive. Where did you go?" Tears streamed down the boy's face, recalling what had happened. He couldn't believe that he was seeing his sister's smile once more. War is truly terrifying. But we're lucky to be reunited. Everyone here is alive again. Now, with that, Trantrongan vanished. Above Van Chao, a single fragment of land remained intact. Zhang Nungnian, startled, saw Trantrongan. "I've done as you asked. Now, fulfill your promise." She feared Trantrongan would attack her. Trantrongan, of course, wouldn't break his word. Seeing that Zhang Tunso was still unconscious, his eyes dimmed. "System, why isn't Tunso waking up?" The system responded instantly. "Zhang Tunso's soul has been damaged. Revival is not possible." Zhang Tunso remained still, as if her body were no longer hers. Suddenly, a new quest appeared on the system interface. Special effect. Maximum enhancement. New quest detected. Soul mission. Awaken Zhang Tunso. Zhang Tunso's soul has sustained severe damage. 554,017.37733 to 17.39400 standard healing techniques are ineffective. To awaken her, the power of the primordial origin is required. Replenish her damaged soul. To achieve awakening. Reward. Double the current realm points. Trantrongan's eyes widened. Using the power of the primordial origin to awaken her. Wait a minute. Earlier, Old Master mentioned that the ancient artifacts possess the power of the primordial origin. And there's still one down there. Attention! Host has met the basic upgrade requirements. Activating upgrade conditions for Invincible Realm version 6.0. 570 hours 18 minutes and 6 seconds. 100 to 0 hours 18 minutes and 8 seconds. 700 upgrade condition 1. Ascend the lower realm. Expanding the realm to encompass the entire 9 continents. And transforming it into an immortal realm. Integrating it into the myriad immortal realms. Upgrade condition 2. Host must acquire 20 million realm points. Upon successful upgrade, a new feature will be activated. Myriad Treasures Vault. This is part of Invincible Realm version 6.0. He was dumbfounded. What the hell? Encompass the entire 9 continents? How many realm points would that even take? The system chirped cheerfully. Host. To encompass the entire 9 continents, you would need approximately 1.92 billion realm points. 1.9 billion? He roared. You could sell me and still not get that much. 589,018.40633 to 18.43066, but the previous quest doubled my realm points. If I can find a way to retrieve that artifact and complete the mission and earn some more realm points along the way, maybe. It's all connected. Trantron and stared intently at the system interface. Annoying the system. This mission may seem daunting, but perhaps it's not as impossible as I thought. In the Fuhua realm, one of the myriad worlds of the lower realm, a panicked cry echoed. What? The Xuanwu immortal realm has fallen? And it crashed into the 9 continents realm. The weakest realm nearby? Unbelievable. Inside a towering structure, 3 elders, the 3 great powers of the Fuhua realm, gathered. According to our scouts, not only did the immortal realm fall, but a mysterious force from beyond has also arrived, taking advantage of the chaos to invade. Experts from other realms. 62,019.22833 to 0 hours 19 minutes and 24s. 500 are gathering to discuss this matter. Suddenly, a terrifying voice boomed through space. Listen well, ants of all realms. This is a warning from the heavenly demon race. The 3 elders exchanged horrified glances. A being of unimaginable power has descended upon our realm. The voice continued. Listen carefully. 623,019.42000 to 0 hours 19 minutes. 45,000. You have 10 days. Panic spread among the mortals who heard the voice. What? Heavenly? Demons? Everyone listened intently. Within 10 days, each realm must send a representative to our territory to surrender. This is your only chance. Those who refuse will be eliminated. The voice belonged to the demonic woman. She sat upon a throne. I thought the lower world would tremble and agree, but no one looks at the heavenly demon in the eye. What the hell do I despise the heavenly demon race? It's just a bunch of rats taking advantage of the 9 continents rebellion. Taking advantage of the situation to rush in. If you have the ability, come to Lin Vio Vuch Tai Vio Chan Yen. I will ask you for advice. Others also chimed in. Well said. Vong Win Vuch Trong Viet. I don't accept you either. Ad Lao Su Trong Thatch Vuch too. Unexpectedly, as a weed. Has such self-esteem. I really underestimated you. But she angrily stood up, creating a stream of demonic energy in the sky. As a weed. Lacking the awareness of a weed, so there is. Her eyes only had contempt as she looked down. Waves and waves of demonic lightning rushed straight down into the abyss. Only now could the elders see, clearly recognizing the power of the demon woman. In just a moment, and the aura of the 5 immortals disappeared. Half of Fu Hua Joy's land is gone. Countless casualties. She has terrifying power. Snap your fingers and you can destroy the lower world. The demon woman warns humans, you better know that I'm not negotiating with you. Nor do I care if you submit or not. I give you a choice. Simply is to save our time. Do you understand, weeds? That giant tower appeared again, tearing the sky apart, causing the sky to now have a hole between the universe out there and the realm. Her eerie laughter echoed in the air. Ha ha, that tower seems to have stopped. But can break through the void, attacking other realms. With this level of strength, it is indeed worthy of the heavenly demon race. But you just said. Just find the missing Hong Kai-O artifact. We'll be able to solve. How are they windy? Fong Koi Van and Bo Nhi are watching that tower through a screen. Live stream the sky. Hearing that, Tran Trangan stretched out his finger and explained in the middle. These days, the magic of the Trang Sin body has also been explored by me. Master, this formation is the result of my research. Suddenly a very large beam of light shone out. Right after that was a formation that appeared, making the beholder surprised. It will expand along with my increasing spiritual power. The only way to deal with the heavenly demon race is to expand. The scope of the formation reached the top of that formation. Fong Kui-van also understood, so that's how it is. So that's why you want to collect 10 artifacts of Hong Ko Dai. 6 absorbed spiritual power to complete expansion. Tran Trangan nodded inwardly in admiration. Let's just say that for now. Now to say that I have a system or something is still too early. Fong Kui-van pondered again. But Hong Ko artifacts, as far as I know, for we're lost in the realms, is just one of them. That year after being awakened by me. Then the divinity lost 2 with unknown whereabouts. And 1 is still in my former Phi Hu Tien Vuch. I can go back and get it. But the power of the artifact. Tran Trangan replied, definitely not enough. But the heavenly demon also said it earlier. We'll launch an attack after 10 days. If we go now it's too late. Ancestor, what are the characteristics of the artifact? If you're a little clearer, maybe we'll find it faster. Bao Nhi asked worriedly. Location of Hong Ko artifacts. Must be Bao Dia Tien Sun with abundant spiritual energy. Furthermore, it must definitely be stronger than the usual fortune. Because the spiritual power of Huang's artifact, extremely strong, will even lead to ecological. There, strange transformations take place, giving birth to creatures completely incomprehensible with common sense. Bak Wei grasped the main idea. Strange transformations and incomprehensible creatures. She suddenly spoke, startling everyone. That's senior. If you say so, then I know a place. Bak Wei remembered the place where she used to live. Tnuko Ho Talk. We are in fact a branch of the fox demon race. Tan Chao Vuch region. Heard the old man say. There is a secret in the territory of the Tan Chao fox demon, in which not only is the spiritual energy extremely abundant, but the body of the creatures in it is also larger than normal creatures. 10 times. Like a dragonfly the size of a normal elephant. Even the lake water there has a miraculous effect. Detoxify and heal. If so, there must be an artifact. Tran Trangan looking at the master as if to confirm 100% sure. The master immediately replied, that's right. We immediately split into 2 paths. I'll go find the artifact in Phi Ku Tien Vuch. You go find the other 2. Tran Trangan immediately agreed. Bak Wei, you lead the way. We will also set off immediately. Fong Kui-van didn't delay. Quickly set off. Bao Nhi said goodbye to the ancestor. Ancestor, be careful. Tran Trangan. In the space ordered the system. Use the realm shards to form a realm card. Transmigration to the lower world. Conveniently. Exchange for me a clone of the Tianchu rank. Excluding the 20 realm shards that are being merged. Tianchu clone needs 400 million points. Not enough points. Would you like to borrow? He quickly agreed, yes. In front of Bao Nhi and Bak Wei. A clone is gradually being formed. They couldn't believe it, their eyes widened in surprise. Just a clone has such a terrifying aura. So what realm must the main body be in? Did I say too much before? Didn't want to follow this master. Now. Tran Trangan's soul fragment is in the clone. The body is only empty. Tran Trangan looked at Bao Nhi seriously. Entrusted Bao Nhi 9 Chao to you for the time being. If there is danger, call me to wake up immediately. Bao Nhi happily agreed. Don't worry, master. I will definitely take good care of your body. There's 9 Chao too. Then he called Bak Wei, let's go. Bak Wei also quickly followed behind, yes, senior. The gate glows. This is the fastest space leading to that mountain. Tran Trangan and Bak Wei step through the door together. Their bodies also gradually disappeared. Piercing through the void. Go straight to where you need to go. At this time, the system is also smart. Notified that the host has reached the lower realm. Tan Chao Vuch, looking forward to this new adventure. The 2 have stepped out of the space gate. Tran Trangan looked at the scene and asked suspiciously. Are you sure? Is this the territory of the Tnu Ho Tak? Bak Wei was also surprised. It's not wrong. But how was the Tnu Ho Tak destroyed? Could it be the Tien Ma Tak? The scene in front of me was a pile of rubble. The house was destroyed. Even the trees were not intact. Tran Trong looked in front of him. For a moment, I didn't know if this was the right place to be. He replied to Bok Wei. Maybe we have to hurry. Get the artifact in the secret realm. Bok Wei worried. Want to enter the secret realm? Must go through the back of the Hotak. Furthermore, it is necessary to have the Great Seal of the Hotak. But in this situation, how do we do it? The two suddenly startled, there was a sound. Shouting loudly, hurry up, you lazy demon. Do you want to die? At the foot of the mountain, a group of people were leading each other towards. There was a shout, pigs. You guys want to enter the secret realm? Then you have to listen to us. A citizen suspiciously asked the name who shouted, Great Master. Is what you're saying true? The guy laughed and replied. That could be fake, right? Their leader relied on the strength of one person. Then wiped out the entire fox demon race. Not only did they take away their Great Seal, also knows in the existence of the Peach Blossom Spring. In the secret realm, that is the only safe haven now. Anyway, follow us, it's definitely not wrong. Bok Wei was full of anger. Wanted to rush over and kill them all. Bastards looking for death. But Tran Trong stopped her in time. Wait, don't be impulsive. Bok Wei struggled, they killed my people. Must not spare their lives. Tran Trong still tried to dissuade, I said now is not the time. Firstly, the Tien Ma Tak now are definitely watching the every move of the realms. Our actions this time must be humble. Avoid incidents. Second, these people have a problem. They are very weak. They dared to go to the extremely dangerous place you mentioned. Also said that the place is the Peach Blossom Spring. There must be a secret. Bok Wei suppressed her anger and tears welled up in her eyes. He continued, thirdly. Their destination is the same as ours. Don't know the details and act recklessly. Wouldn't that slow down the efficiency? Finding our artifact. Or how? Bok Wei is still not satisfied. But Tran Trong quickly rubbed her cheek, wiping away tears. Coaxing, don't worry, wait for it to be over. I'll let you personally kill these guys. Avenge your people. Her heart gradually calmed down a bit. Her cheeks flushed red as she agreed to follow Tran Trong. Her voice was touched, Senior. So now we have to follow them, how? Tran Trong bent down and fiddled. Not only following, for us. Can avoid danger. But what is the secret of these people? It's hard to make clear. Furthermore, I guess their secret is 80% related to mystery. His fingers rubbed against the ground. His face was full of cunning calculations. So we can do it like this. Damn it. What are you talking about? We found a safe place for you. Dare to talk nonsense? A dark-eyed master grabbed a citizen by the neck, shouting, looking angry. That citizen was terrified. Hurriedly explained, Great Master. I just feel that the normal fox demon race are also quite good. Genocide for no reason. Did the guy shout angrily, a bunch of beasts. Only good on the outside. What a pity. Die then die. The two sides continued to argue loudly and quietly. Suddenly someone stepped forward and interrupted them. This person spoke up. Big brothers. Do you really know about that Peach Blossom Spring? The two of us were driven to a dead end. Just heard you guys say. There is a place where you can escape the war. Can you big brothers let us come along? These two newcomers are Tran Trong and Bac Hu in disguise. I don't know where I got the tattered clothes. Dirty body, messy hair. All in all, it looks very poor, very well acted. Seeing that, the leader ordered. Also take them all. These guys are not inferior either. Pretending to be friendly and warmly welcoming. Welcomed you. Since you're here, we are in trouble. Although saying so, this guy was thinking in his head. Woman behind. This kid is very good. I haven't tried this kind of extreme product in a long time. And that man. Later, I don't know how to die when I enter the secret realm. Tran Trong happily thanked him profusely. The place where the fox demon lives is extremely beautiful. Golden sunshine, blue sky, charming mountains and rivers. If it wasn't for fleeing. No one wants to leave this place. A master generously spoke up. The more people the better, enough people will depart. The group of people started walking around here. Now there's only rubble left. Tran Trong Nin looked around. The damage has been done for many years. This must also be a realm invaded by the Tien Kyo of the upper world long ago. No matter where you go, you can see people. Miserable chaotic world, rampant bandits. He exclaimed before he could even see. The bearded master looked at Tran Trong Nin and scolded. Look at the dam. You want to run around? We don't care about your life or death. Don't expect us to protect you. Another guy jokingly added. They, on the other hand, don't mind helping you take care of your sister. Tran Trong Nin didn't show any emotion either. Only replied, is that so? Time passed, we arrived. Where they arrived was a clearing in the forest. In the middle of the clearing, placed a giant nine-tailed fox demon statue. Here it is, this is the place. Dung Nin is a pioneer. The leader took out a special key. Tran Trong Nin kept his eyes on him. The guy put the key in the middle of the mechanism. And shouted loudly, open. The ground began to shake violently. Everyone was panicking in fear. The ground is shaking, what's going on? What happened? Tran Trong Nin seemed to sense something. Looking up at the sky. In the sky. Now there was a giant 8-trigram formation. So that's it. The secret realm must be hidden in this forest. Tran Trong Nin spoke up, making the masters confused. What are you talking about? He pointed. This back mountain is the teleportation point connecting to the secret realm. And that great seal is probably the key to opening the secret realm. This guy didn't expect. Tran Trong Nin was able to figure it out so quickly. Shouted angrily. Boy, if you shouldn't look, don't look. The leading master angrily snatched the key. Thought to myself, no wonder 5. That year, the old man struggled to find the artifact. But only found one. Hidden so well. We want to focus enough. I'm afraid it will take some effort. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud noise in the forest. Extremely scared. Someone shouted. Look, what is that? So big, rat how? Coming out of the forest was a giant creature. Also the size of 3 adults stacked on top of each other. Everyone was scared to death. Running away in all directions, what's out there? Run quickly. Only Tran Trong Nin and Buck Wei were still standing there, observing the situation. Tran Trong Nin is sharp. Realizing that these guys were definitely up to something. Buck Wei was surprised and didn't understand. Tran Trong Nin immediately explained. Although this rat is large. But guess the strength. It's only around Wathan Gun peak level. Buck Wei was surprised. Wathan Gun, isn't that the realm that? Even I can't beat how? That's right, to destroy the demon race. Anyway, you must have the Tian Vong rank. I'm afraid there's something else backing them. He was only now officially interested in these guys. The two quickly hid behind a tree near them. Whispering to each other, Buck Wei. So now the enemy is in the dark, we are in the light. If this continues. What if Tran Trong Nin was calm, she wasn't panicking? If the enemy is in the dark, we are in the light. Then force the enemy out of the dark. He pulled out an 8 talisman of all things. The talisman has some system features. Although only 1/10 million billion effective. But for a Wathan beast, it's more than enough. Tran Trong Nin aimed carefully. Threw the talisman straight at the rat. As soon as the talisman hit it, its eyes immediately change. Like listening to his control. Frantically rushed towards the hidden group of people. They fearfully warned each other. Great Master, the monster is coming. What's going on? Tran Trong Nin added fuel to the fire. Using his 3 shoe acting skills. He hugged his head, pretending to be scared and screamed. Ouch, help. The monster is coming. Great Masters, use the Great Seal to bring us back. I'm not going to that Peach Blossom Spring anymore. Tran Trong Nin on the other side was still screaming in surprise. Speechless of Bok Wei here. It seems that the 3 shoe acting also tricked the people. They immediately knelt down and banged. Great Master, your kindness, I accept, hurry up and let us go, that's right. Even if killed by the Tien Matak. Is also in 10 days wrong. But if you don't go now, you'll have to die immediately. They couldn't believe it. Angrily kicking the person. The commoners shouted, damn it. Don't waver, it's just a rat. What's there to be afraid of? After shouting, the leader immediately rushed towards the rat. Ordered to go up. Kill this beast for me. The subordinates, although still very scared, but still quickly obeyed. Yes, yes. Tran Trong Nin stood beside, watching them fight with a cold heart. Really amateur. A bunch of Wa-then gun lackeys. Even the leader is just Wa-then. The chicks are about to reveal their flaws. I'll fan you guys a little bit. Spit out the secret, Tran Trong Nin and Bok Wei. I don't know where I got a handkerchief. They just held it and waved it, cheering, come on. Big brothers can single-handedly destroy the fox demon race. Big brother is so strong. We all rely on you. It's okay to run away if you really can't. The leader was about to be overwhelmed. Run away? If I can't take people with me, then I'll be the one who dies. The leader couldn't stand it anymore. Grabbing the necks of two hateful subordinates, the leader gradually sucked the life out of his teammates. The two subordinates slowly turned into two dry corpses. Tran Trong Nin was surprised, absorbing two amateurs, but the strength instantly went from Wa-then to Luyan Hu. Not bad, it seems like that's all. Still not enough to force you to reveal your trump card. So, big brothers, don't blame me. He pretended to open his palms. Go halfway for them. He threw 10 talismans flying out. Each one hit those weird creatures here, including dinosaurs. Triceratops, four-eared red wolf. Tired for a long time. Finally, they were able to destroy. The rats had tiredly panting. Rustling sound behind, making them turn back alertly. From the forest, a series of giant creatures rushed out. Attacked them. Dinosaurs, tigers, wolves. Each one's eyes were red. Like they were very bloodthirsty. What's going on? The monsters are all here. Leader, think of a way. Aren't you invincible? Leader, keep going like this, don't say we can't keep the mission. We had to die here too. The subordinates were scared. Could only beg the leader to do something. They are afraid of death. Unexpectedly, the leader was even more afraid of death than them. Immediately ran away. No, I won't do it anymore. Even if the mission can't be completed, I don't want to die here either. The immortal body is hard-earned. I don't want to be like this. The leader quickly pulled out the key. Hurriedly afraid of not making it. This guy quickly put the key in its place. The key started to activate. This guy shouted loudly, expressing what was in his heart. Don't want to become its food. Suddenly something popped up from the ground, making the guy startled, Right after that, a carnivorous plant popped up and tossed the guy up. Around the mouth of the tree were only sharp teeth. Even in the throat. Circle after circle extending all the way down the throat. In one gulp, it swallowed the leader into the system. Also notified the host at the same time. Detected the existence of a high-level creature in the outer realm. Kill it. Tran Trong Nin laughed excitedly, oh my eyes. The guy behind is out. The boss is dead, they can't believe it. Boss. They were now like snakes without heads, not knowing what to do. Another one was eaten by the flower and taken away. This time, it didn't swallow it whole, but cut the person in half. Everyone was scared and ran to find a place to hide. Ha. Bok Wei witnessed the tree not only catching people, but also powerful giant creatures. Were also caught like frogs. What's going on? A tentacle swung up and attacked her. Get out of the way. Fortunately, Tran Trong Nin caught up with her, taking her to a safer place. But it seems like this rescue touched something, making Bok Wei blush instead of scared. Then her face flushed red. Senior, here. What is this? Could this be the one behind it? Tran Trong Nin didn't have time to answer. Then the tree popped up again on the ground, transforming into another fatter shape. More talkative, this time he also knows how to say, Little girl, you are very smart. But you can see through my plan. The biggest flower slowly moved and opened. But that kid. You are also not simple, you dare to play with my slave? Mine. Tran Trong Nin questioned. The fox demon race is the one you killed? But this guy didn't care. He shouted at Tran Trong Nin. Do you know your crime? Now it has fully bloomed. Inside was a giant eye. Ma de Tri Nyen, Tian Hong Gun. Shout as you shout. Who's afraid of who? He chuckled, wah. Furthermore. That's right, this aura is exactly like the Teen Ma talk. It's the mark on the flower's eye. That's the ancient artifact. The flower bloomed to its fullest. In the middle was a giant eye. On the eye was the ancient divine mark. The thing that Tran Trong Yen was looking for. This flower is called Ma de Tri Nyen, Tian Hong Gun. It shouted loudly. Do you know what your crime is for daring to disturb me? I took great pains to kill the fox and manipulate the slaves. I'm about to absorb that delicious human essence. But you guys ruined the whole plan. I want you dead. The people looked at the flower in fear. It's Mata of Long Duong Joy next door. Was eaten clean by it. Why did that kid provoke it? It killed us. It gloated. No one can save you ants. Tran Trong Yen gave it a disgusted middle finger. Launched an attack that it couldn't resist. Neatly destroying several tentacles in the flower's face. Goodbye, carnivorous flower. An interesting flower. Killed in an instant. The system also quickly announced. Congratulations to the host for killing the Tian Hong 5th level demon. Reward 10 million points. Domain on the other side. The demon woman with demon ears seemed to sense a tremor. This demon-eared woman is named Han Hai. From the Tianman Not Tak. She opened the map. On the map was a warning point. Tanfong VUC's spiritual power fluctuation is too strong. Could it be that kid from before? But right after that, she quickly dismissed her thought. Turn off the map, no, if it was that kid. The spiritual power would be more domineering. Now. It's not the time to focus on these things. Wait for Gochu Gimlam. That kid will definitely lose. I'm looking forward to it. Han Hai stood in front of a giant statue. With complacency in her heart. Her face flushed red with delight. By then, how should I trample on that kid? He. Back to Tran Trong Yen. Bak Wei stood. Witnessing from the beginning. She couldn't help but feel. Sighing, I thought it would be a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, with just a casual wave. He already killed the Tian Hong Gun overlord. Too exaggerated. Not only killed the monster. But even the barrier between the secret realm and reality. Was also pierced. The key is, this is just a clone. Now it's just a corpse lying there. Where the stream of energy just went through. Was also torn a long way in space. She had only been following Tran Trong Yen. She hasn't helped with the fighting, but she has already won. Bak Wei blushed looking at his solid body. How deep is the senior's strength? I haven't researched it carefully yet. I remember the time I was taught by the senior before. I don't know if I can stand it. The senior's strength, and in Tran Trong Yen's mind, was very confused at this time. His hand was still holding up the middle finger. As if he was fighting. Not good, I tried to restrain myself as much as possible. But this move. I'm afraid it was still discovered by the Tianman attack. Like this identity change. Changing the weak one has a lot of trouble. Changing the strongest one will be discovered by the Tianman attack. But I have to. Endure, everything will be fine. When the time comes, take the artifact off its forehead. Suddenly the demonic energy inside the artifact erupted. The flower rose up, resurrected, and screamed loudly, ah! Making Tran Trong Yen surprised. It turns out it's not that easy. Tran Trong Yen, sweating profusely, gasped for breath as he recalled. I was just killed by Chow. These humans, devoid of martial virtue, dared to ambush me. Absolutely not good people. Moreover, they even wanted to seize my life-saving divine weapon. A gift from my father. Only now did the flower notice the crevice beside it. Without hesitation. The flower immediately slipped into the crevice and fled. Before leaving, it still boasted. The heavens won't abandon me. Ha ha ha. Foolish humans. Once I mature and return to my peak state, I will definitely return and kill you. He looked on coldly and ordered, catch it. Did you think I'd let you go, Chow? He then picked up Matter's root and gently pulled it down, causing it to cry out in pain. Ow. Tran Trong Yen, a surge of murderous aura stepped on the flower and walked over. What's going on? Logically, you should be dead. But now you're still alive? Could this be the effect of the divine weapon? The divine weapon once again emitted a sparkling demonic aura. Sparkling, sparkling. The flower looked up at its forehead. Stage 1 of the life-saving divine weapon is activated. Yes. I am invincible now. You're bullying me too much. I just saw some potential in you. I was even considering taking you as my dog. Don't think I can't defeat you. Matter, as if leveled up, looked stronger now. Its eyes narrowed. To put it nicely, it looked more mature and grown up. To put it bloodily, the flower was aging, nearing its end. It chuckled condescendingly. Ha ha ha. Who is the most superior race in this realm? I cannot be killed. Tran Trong Nen was surprised. Not dead? His eyes narrowed with a cunning smile. So in the end, humans are easily scared. He widened his eyes frantically. You want to steal the divine weapon, don't you? But it's useless. The divine weapon has long since become one with me. This guy probably hasn't seen death and resurrection before. I can take this opportunity to intimidate him. Wait until the elders of my clan arrive, then we'll kill him together. Bak Wei, beside him, asked worriedly, we can't kill it? Then how can we obtain the divine weapon, senior? What should we do? We're at a dead end. What's the matter? Tran Trong Nen grinned with amusement, his face contorting. The flower stared at him blankly. Unable to comprehend the situation. Ha! Idiot! I am invincible now. Why are you still struggling? Once again, a middle finger strike, and Matter's energy was extinguished. Extinction. Congratulations, host, on killing the 5th level pre-emperor demonic creature. Reward. 100,000 domain points. The ancient divine weapon emitted a demonic aura once more. Reviving Matter's eye. The flower became arrogant again. I told you, you can't kill me, fool. The notification popped up again. Target has been resurrected. Tran Trong Nen's eyes lit up as if discovering something novel. Just stay there, my experience baby. He now regarded this flower as a super fast experience farm. Experience comes so quickly this way. Another middle finger strike followed. This wasn't even a fight anymore. It was more like an RPG adventure game, battling a boss. And the boss here was Matter's eye. Tran Trong Nen would be the protagonist with infinite lives, while Bak Wei was his supportive companion. Their mission? To defeat the boss and claim the treasure chest behind it. The system continued its announcements. Congratulations, host, on killing the 5th level pre-emperor demonic creature. Reward. 100,000 domain points. Target has been resurrected. Congratulations, host, on killing the 5th level pre-emperor demonic creature. Reward. 100,000 domain points. Target has been resurrected. Congratulations, host, on killing the 5th level pre-emperor demonic creature. Reward. 100,000 domain points. Target has been resurrected. Congratulations, host, on killing the 5th level pre-emperor demonic creature. Reward. 100,000 domain points. Target has been resurrected. The system's voice echoed continuously. The townspeople who witnessed this were terrified. Demon. He's a demon. Mother. Why? Do I find him even scarier than the Heavenly Demon Clan? On the other side, Trantrin continued diligently farming domain points. A sense of joy welling up within him. Ah, this is the feeling of being cleansed by domain points. So exhilarating. I'm so excited. 2 hours passed. Matcha was now utterly drained, regenerating at an incredibly slow pace. The ground was littered with its shattered remains and sparkling pearls. The system announced. Total domain points received by the host. 500 million. Trantronin sat down and observed the flower. Its resurrection speed has slowed down. It seems the power granted by the divine weapon has its limits. He couldn't help but taunt. I thought this divine weapon would be difficult to obtain. I didn't expect it to be this simple. Trantronin reached out to take the divine weapon. But it seemed impossible. Indeed, the divine weapon couldn't be forcefully removed. Physical means won't work. I'll have to find another way. Meanwhile, other items dropped from Matter's eye. System, take an inventory. As you command, host. Inventory complete. 50 cloud returning immortal pills. Their effects are comparable to the heaven-splitting pill. 1 immortal pill can be exchanged for 10,000 domain points. Can I exchange them now? He held a cloud-returning immortal pill in his hand, admiring it. To think these are so valuable. It's just that 50 pills are too few. If it weren't for its slowed regeneration, I could have farmed another 100 pills. With that thought, he tossed an immortal pill to Bakwei. Bakwei, try it and see its effects. Bakwei obediently replied, yes, senior. She took the pill, put it in her mouth, and swallowed. Then, she sat down beneath a tree to prepare. Trantronin turned to the crowd and said, everyone. You can leave now. The townspeople were still terrified. They cautiously took a step back, wary of Trantronin. They glanced at the mess on the ground. It's better to be cautious of this outsider. Trantronin didn't pay much attention to their attitude. He made his offer. I can protect you. I can also grant you the power to fight against the heavenly demon clan. In exchange, you must submit to me. Their previous wariness vanished, replaced by excitement, especially among the men. Really? I'm willing. If you can make me stronger, you can even have my life. Very well. Take this pill. It will be your first step towards becoming stronger. A satisfied Trantronin tossed the immortal pills towards the crowd. More and more people yearned for strength. Yes, I want to try it too. They all sat down and began cultivating. Each person was met with a system notification. Cultivator True 2 has broken through to the 3rd level of Chi refining. Rewarding host. 5 domain points. Cultivator True BA has broken through to the 1st level of foundation establishment. Rewarding host. 50 domain points. Cultivator Loon Neon Jop has broken through to the 1st level of golden core. Rewarding host. 100 domain points. Cultivator Lean Neon It has broken through to the 5th level of golden core. Rewarding host. 200 domain points. The system's voice continued to ring out. 3 hours passed. Bakwei finished her cultivation. After the cultivation session, the system displayed a summary. On the left was a full body image of Bakwei. On the right were her stats. Contracted follower. Bakwei. Race. Heavenly Fox Demon. Intimacy. 4 stars. Cultivation level. Half immortal. Detecting a change in contracted follower Bakwei's cultivation. On the verge of breaking through from half immortal to immortal soldier. Calculating domain points. Domain points calculated. Trantrang looked at the display in front of him with excitement. Wow! The 5-dot system even has this function? He tapped on various icons. And a list of disciples appeared. Link. Bao Nhi. Red dress. Bakwei. He tapped on Bao Ni's link. The system displayed her information in a similar fashion. Bakwei. Bao Nhi. Race. Human. Intimacy. 5 stars. Cultivation level. Half immortal. Not bad. If you want to see their profiles, just pull them up directly. No need to inspect them further. He chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Bakwei's face flushed red, her breath hitching. She looked at Trantrang and, thinking. The heavenly Tao restriction of the Tanfang realm is preventing me from breaking through? My spiritual energy is still surging. At this rate, my body will burst from the excess. Unless Senior is willing to assist me in my cultivation. To help me stabilize my spiritual energy. But how can I ask such a thing? Suddenly, she jolted. She could clearly feel it draining away from her body. My spiritual energy. It's suddenly draining away. The breakthrough signs are gone. My cultivation. It's returning to its previous state. What's happening? Bakwei clutched her body in pain, trying to stop the spiritual energy drain. But it was no use. Trantrang was also taken aback. He looked at his domain points, which were plummeting rapidly. He immediately called out to the system. Are you malfunctioning? Why are my domain points being deducted like this? Suddenly, a voice echoed. Use the name of the secret realm seal to open. Trantrang looked towards the source of the voice warily. A spatial gate opened there. To his surprise, from within the gate emerged another group. Leading them was another Grand Master. And another Tranmigrated. And a group of people identical to the townspeople. The two sides stared at each other in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. The Grand Master's eyes widened as he exclaimed. "You, brat! I'm not seeing things, am I? Why are you inside the secret realm? Aren't you?" He pointed at Tranmigrated number 1. Then turned back to Tranmigrated number 2. "What the hell is going on? What's happening?" Tranmigrated number 2, who had been stunned all this time, couldn't understand a thing. "I'd like to know what's going on too." The ancient divine weapon lay there, emitting an ethereal aura. Tranmigrated number 1 sensed it, and quickly turned to look at the divine weapon. Ha! The newcomers, still disoriented, stood there dumbfounded. Tranmigrated number 1 looked at the flower. The divine weapon was gone. Did the divine weapon just run away? No, that's not it. His domain points were still being deducted. Bakwei's increased cultivation level was also draining away. This is related to the divine weapon's sudden disappearance. He looked at Bakwei, who was still enduring the pain. Come to think of it, in this secret realm, the most powerful thing should be that divine weapon. Tranmigrated number 1 seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. I think I was wrong. Its ability might not be regeneration. That divine weapon, it has a more formidable ability. What could it be? Meanwhile, Fong Kuei-van arrived in the upper realm, traversing through its various immortal realms, searching for the divine weapon. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of the heavenly demon clan. After careful observation, he noticed a desolate area nearby. Setting foot on the ground, Fong Kuei-van cautiously activated his protective gear, utilizing concealment techniques to avoid any mishaps. Hiding behind a cliff, he peeked inside. He was immediately taken aback. This is the frontline battlefield between the heavenly demons and the upper realm? Inside, there were numerous tents, demonic beasts, and an eye-shaped spatial gate in the sky. This place is heavily guarded. Many heavenly demons here possess heavenly venerable level strength. There are even quite a few immortal emperor level experts guarding this battlefield. Even if my disciple were to come here, it would be a fierce battle. Inside, a heavenly demon had captured a female cultivator. He held her up as if showing off a prize. Ha ha ha. Look what I caught. This heavenly demon was De Kwang, deputy commander of the heavenly demon clan's 3rd Legion. A 3rd level realm master. De Kwang caressed the trembling female cultivator's face, his voice filled with amusement. A little mouse that couldn't escape. The woman was an immortal venerable, now covered in wounds. Her clothes were torn, and she could only plead. Please spare me. Just spare me. I'm willing to give you everything. I can offer you my body to assist you in dual cultivation. Another figure, clad in battle armor, approached De Kwang. How noisy. Kill her. Yes, sir. De Kwang cheerfully complied. Blood splattered before the armored figure, but he paid no mind. He simply ordered, kill all those who call themselves immortals. Leave no one alive. The woman's scream echoed through the air. The cold-blooded figure was Kong Min, commander of the heavenly demon clan's 3rd Legion, a peak-level realm master. Fong Kuei-van, witnessing this from afar, couldn't help but feel enraged. Animals, calm down. We still have 8 days. Finding the divine weapon is the priority. I'll mark this place first, and return to eradicate them after regrouping with my disciple. That's settled then. Fong Kuei-van quickly turned and left. As for those people, they can only fend for themselves. 15 minutes later, Kong Min sat leisurely on a large rock, informing his subordinates. The formation here is complete. Now, we only need Fai Lin from the 5th Legion to set up his formation. Then, we can welcome the Lord's descent. De Kwang, standing beside him, replied. That chap Han Hai is too cunning. After setting up the first formation, he clung to the Lord. How shameless. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, shouting. He knelt down, trembling. Commander, we just received news. Your son, young Master Mada. His life tablet is cracking. He's in grave danger. This subordinate was a life tablet keeper, responsible for monitoring the lives of the heavenly demon clan members. They used life tablets to observe the life force of their kin, relaying the distress signal. De Kwang said in disbelief. Ma Da has the ancestral divine weapon that the commander gave him. How could he be in mortal danger? That divine weapon. The commander obtained it from a heavenly god clan expert back in the eternal antiquity era. How could it pose any threat to his life? Could it be the divine weapon's consciousness still lingers and is connected to the heavenly god clan? Kong Min straightened up and ordered, "Continue." Ma Ban continued his report, trembling. There's only one person. His cultivation. It's close to a mortal emperor level. One person. So bold. Kong Min's face darkened. To think someone would be so arrogant. De Kwang, noticing his darkened expression, quickly suggested, "Commander, allow me to lead a team to reinforce young Master Ma Da." Young Master. My soul-refining demonic art. It still needs one last soul. I'll use that brat as a sacrifice. Kong Min's eyes were filled with rage. Go. He ordered. It's best to capture that kid alive. I want to see who dares to lay a finger on my son. Meanwhile, at the other side, the townspeople, Tran Trang and Number 1, and Tran Trang and Number 2, were in a chaotic brawl. They yelled and screamed, creating a scene no different from a marketplace. Some pulled hair. Some threw punches. Some watched. Some flailed their limbs aimlessly. Damn it. Who's faking their death? Shameless. You fiend. Take this. As everyone fought, the Grandmaster stood there with his jaw agape. What in the world? Why are there two identical people? Suddenly, it dawned on him. I understand now. This is also part of Master Ma Da's plan. In this place, Master Ma Da is an invincible being, like a god. He's toying with these people. And then he'll devour them all. With that thought, he arrogantly pointed at the two Tran Trang ants. You ignorant swine. Silence. Listen up. I don't care if you're real or fake. You're all going to die here today. The men will be fertilizer. The women will breed offspring for us. Especially you, white-haired girl. I want you to bear a dozen children. This was the Grandmaster's true nature. He held no regard for anyone. Suddenly, the flower revived. It scrambled to its roots and repeatedly slammed its head against Tran Trang in Number 1. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Please. Or just kill me. Please. The Grandmaster, who was boasting just moments ago, now stared in shock. This is Master Ma Da? The flower, fearing it would be implicated, immediately lashed out, sending the Grandmaster and his entourage flying for miles. Ma Da then turned back and acted cutely towards Tran Trang in Number 1. Master, it said sweetly. Look. I've taken care of those who were bothering you. Tran Trang in Number 1, with a sly grin, sat down beside the flower, causing it to break out in a cold sweat. I just so happened to have some questions for you. After a bit of interrogation, he got some results. From Ma Da, he learned that the divine weapon's first ability was resurrection. For example, it could revive a shattered Ma Da into a healthy one. But the wearer would experience a momentary death and then be remade, restored to their previous peak state. However, there were limitations to this restoration. The recovery time would gradually increase. Initially, it was 5 seconds. The second ability was time reversal. It could rewind the spacetime of a specific location back to a past point in time. For instance, if Tran Trong Nin at 1:30 p.m. was affected by time reversal, he would be sent back to 12 p.m. Tran Trong Nin at 12 p.m. would then be Tran Trong Nin Number 2. Bakwei's cultivation level regressing after the lunar eclipse was due to the influence of time reversal. Tran Trong Nin Number 1 surveyed his surroundings. The problem stemmed from this. Based on the time reversal ability, he should have been sent back to when he first arrived at Tanfong Realm. But currently, Except for the 500 million domain points. Everything else had reverted to its initial state. The spatial transition hadn't changed. And there was an extra copy of himself. Trantron Nin number 1. Turn to Trantron Nin number 2. Hey, imposter. You got some guts. Imitating me right in front of me? Trantron Nin number 2 wasn't one to back down. He flipped him the bird. Who's the imposter? Don't you know in your heart? It seems there's one thing I need to verify. Trantron Nin number 1 walked towards Trantron Nin number 2. Trantron Nin number 2 was ready. Ready to play the real or fake monkey kink game with me. You're too naive. The two charged at each other. The pressure they released was so intense that Bakwai couldn't withstand it. One move after another. They were evenly matched, even obliterating a corner of the forest. Mada, watching from afar, didn't dare interfere. He found a safe spot. And muttered, damn, if these two lunatics go all out, they'll even fight themselves. No wonder he could subdue me so easily. Turns out he was hiding his true strength. This level of cultivation is on par with De Kwang. Without the divine weapon to protect me, I'll be killed by the aftershocks if I'm not careful. I need to find the divine weapon quickly, it must be somewhere around here. Outside, the two continued their exchange. But it seemed they were getting bored. Their moves were identical. Their strength equal. He could basically confirm it now. But one final step remained. Trantron and number 1 suggested. Hey, how about we change the verification method? Trantron and number 2 agreed. That suits me just fine. They landed. The verification is simple, he said. I'll ask, you answer. But to ensure fairness, the questions will be asked by the two Bakways. How's that? Trantron and number 2 added. And the questions must be about personal matters. Trantron and number 1 readily agreed. The two Bakways, seizing the opportunity, bombarded them with questions. Then, we'll be bold, seniors. They both said in unison. First question. Senior, do you have feelings for Bakwai? The two froze. Can we change the question? The two Bakways didn't hesitate to switch gears. Then, what's the most embarrassing or outrageous thing you've ever done, senior? I once imitated Lu Min Fai in Interstellar Crossing. And swept through the experts, dominating everyone. Back then, I had both hands in my pockets. And knew no rivals. Both of them, as if exposing their own weaknesses. Could only grit their teeth and answer in shame. But the two Bakways saw it as an accomplishment. Their eyes filled with admiration. No rivals. Senior, you're so awesome. The two Trantron NS covered their faces and hid behind a tree, avoiding everyone's gaze. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. They just wanted to disappear into a hole. But there was no escape. Determined to press on, the two Bakways continued their assault like relentless announcers. Their voices bombarded the two men's eardrums. Next, senior, please answer my question quickly. Senior, have you ever told anyone about your heroic deeds? During that interstellar travel. How many girls admired you two seniors back then? Have you two seniors ever dual cultivated with anyone else? Is the dual cultivation position as lustful as described in the books? The two of you can't stand it anymore. Try to control these two mouths. Stop, stop, stop. These questions are a bit too much. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, silently protecting each other. No need to ask anymore. I've confirmed it. My sense of humor is messed up. How can I possibly say it out loud? I've spent 25 years of innocence with them. Good brothers, let's go share information. You could only watch their backs as they left. They walked away, arm in arm. Why didn't they answer her question? A voice appeared in the lower realm. Finally, you've arrived. Outside the secret realm. Deputy Leader D. Kong has arrived. Bringing along an army of followers. He arrogantly shattered the barrier. I couldn't resist. But to see that brat kneeling, begging for mercy. Inside the Demon Fox secret realm, at this hateful moment. The two Chun-Shanons took turns bullying the little flower child. It's your fault, you helped me find the artifact. Otherwise, it'll take me a lot of effort to find it myself. This artifact has a consciousness and is hiding from us. It would be much easier for you, as its master, to find it. You're doing a good job as a tool. You deserve a reward. The little flower said tearfully. Don't tell me the fight you had earlier. Was all an act for me? Suddenly, Chen Chang'an number 1 sensed something. A crack appeared in space. It seems like someone is trying to tear apart the secret realm. Chen Chang'an number 1 warned Chen Chang'an no 2. There's a powerful aura coming from outside. Space was torn apart with a loud bang. Sharp claws grabbed the space and gradually entered. It was the Demon King. He had ripped a large hole in space. He laughed out loud. Here we are. Ha 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 ha. The Demon King stuck out his tongue and scanned the area. It was you lot who defeated Mata? The little flower child stared at the figure in front of him. He thought to himself. It was Elder Di Kong. Possessing the cultivation level of a domain master. He had personally led an army to save me? I can live. Di Kong was a little puzzled. Ha? Why is there another rotten worm here? Get lost. It doesn't matter. Mata shouted excitedly. Elder Di Kong. Save me. But before he could finish, Chen Chang'an no 2 kicked him in the mouth, shutting him up. He put away the artifact. His eyes darkened, and he prepared for battle. Good, very good. So the people here were all reinforcements. All at the celestial venerable level and above. What a grand gesture. It seems that this guy's identity is very high within the heavenly demon clan. Several of his subordinates stepped forward. Ha 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 ha. Deputy leader, those two are just rotten worms at the celestial emperor level. Quote. They're too insignificant for you to deal with personally. That's right. Dealing with lowly humans like this would dirty your hands. Their souls. We will personally offer them to you. And we'll feed their bodies to the dogs. The dog they were talking about was a demon dog. With 3 heads and 3 tails. Very ferocious. Di Kong was very satisfied. In that case, tear them apart. What a great source of points. The two Chen Chang'an smiled happily in unison. He. They clasped their hands together, prepared. The great heavenly dragon technique is ready. It made them flinch a little. There was only one dragon before. But this time, there are 2. 2 heavenly dragons, their power doubled. Wherever the dragons went, the demons were torn in half, and the humans saved. The system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for killing a celestial venerable level expert. Reward. 50 million points. Domain. Plus 2 fragments. Realm. Plus 5 Yang attribute treasures. Congratulations. Congratulations to the host for killing a celestial emperor level expert. Reward. 150 million points. Domain. Plus 2 fragments. Realm. Plus 5 Yang attribute treasures. The little flower was sweating profusely, his eyes wide with shock. With just one move, they had slaughtered several celestial venerable and celestial emperor level demons. These 2 are monsters. Real monsters. The battlefield was too brutal. In addition to the sounds of explosions and death, there was also the ice shout. Damn artifact. Second ability activated. Dog form. No one noticed it as it quickly fled. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on Di Kwang. I have to escape. If I don't, once they're done with Di Kwang, I'll be next. Di Kwang couldn't believe that in just a couple of moves, half of his subordinates were gone. He tried to calm himself down. Don't panic. I've lived for so many years. And I've never seen anyone like this. And the key thing is, he's a lower realm cultivator. Damn it, what kind of god is he? The elite troops I spent thousands of years training. Completely wiped out. He was heartbroken. He's a being capable of conquering any lower realm. With ease. Alone. I'm no match for 2 Abyss Master level cultivators. I need to retreat and report this to the commander. Tran Trong Nen saw him trying to sneak away and turned back, tearing open a spatial rift. Trying to run? It's not every day I encounter a different type of heavenly demon. I have some questions for you. He swiftly flew towards Tran Trong Nen too. I'll go stop him. These goat demons are yours. Tran Trong Nen too nodded, agreeing without hesitation. In a flash, Tran Trong Nen 1 caught up to Di Kwang, placing a hand on his shoulder, startling him. Running away? Weren't you all cocky a moment ago? Why don't you continue? Di Kwang couldn't believe how fast he was. Looks like I can't avoid a fight today. Even though my soul transformation demon art isn't fully mastered yet. It's enough for a desperate struggle. 43,001. 17166-00119000. He swiftly unleashed his technique. 10,000 soul palms. Countless palms materialized in the air. All aimed at Tran Trong Nen. Die! He roared. Tran Trong Nen remained calm, casually raising his hand in response. He effortlessly blocked all of Di Kwang's soul palms. Now's my chance to escape. Di Kwang had only pretended to fight. His attack was a diversion to create an opening. Not so fast. Tran Trong Nen had appeared beside him, delivering a swift kick to his face. His face was already ugly. Now he's lost some teeth. 58001.44933-001. 45866. Where do you think you're going? His kick sent Di Kwang flying 10 meters. He screamed in pain. Tran Trong Nen pressed his attack, raising his hand and aiming at Di Kwang. Young finger. In an instant, the young finger pierced through Di Kwang. Effortlessly. Di Kwang burst into flames, screaming in agony. On the other side, Tran Trong Nen too was calmly patting Di Kwang's subordinates on the head. Looking at him, they could only think. An Abyss Master level heavenly demon, so weak? Tran Trong Nen too noticed something. Hey, he called out to Tran Trong Nen 1. The power of your young finger just now. It was different. What happened? Tran Trong Nen 1 realized it too. The power itself hasn't changed, but it seems to be more effective against heavenly demons. 82,002.23233 to 2.25833. It's dealing triple critical damage. When I fought that white-haired woman, my clone's attacks were repelled. But this time, it's like something amplified my strength. Whoa! It's so hot. The ancient artifact in his pocket suddenly flew out, surprising him. It's the artifact. Smoke billowed from the artifact, taking the form of a woman. Young hero. Are you a spirit? Tran Trong Nen asked, bewildered. Spirits were sentient beings that resided within artifacts, possessing their own thoughts and wills. Legend had it that only ancient gods could create them. The success rate was incredibly low, making artifacts with spirits incredibly rare. The spirit suddenly flew towards Tran Trong Nen and embraced him, startling him further. Please, save me. Save my master. At that moment, Bak Wei rushed towards them, shouting, Senior! Don't let her get close. She'll take the spirit away. But it was too late. Bak Wei leapt forward to intercept them. But the woman in Tran Trong Nen instantly vanished into thin air. She was filled with anxiety, searching for any sign of Tran Trong Nen. Senior? Where are you? Tran Trong Nen too was stunned. Another clone? Vanished? Even me? As he thought that, he too disappeared without a trace. Bak Wei couldn't believe her eyes. Panic surged through her. They're all gone. The ancient spirit's wish. Meanwhile, in a different place, where Tran Trong Nen had been transported, alluring voices called out. My love, wake up. My love. Tran Trong Nen slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in a surreal, dreamlike setting. Where am I? The immortal realm? He wondered. A woman's hand gently poked his cheek. Silly, my love, she said, her voice soft and sweet. You said you wanted to spend a passionate night with me. Her words and actions sent a jolt through him. He was utterly confused. Did I fall asleep as soon as we got into bed? His jaw dropped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Holy shit. Who are you? This isn't a dream, is it? What did that spirit do? The woman before him had long, flowing blue hair and breathtaking beauty. She was a woman of the celestial race. The spring goddess, too high. She smiled gently at him, her eyes filled with love. I've been waiting for you to be entangled in each other's embrace. She leaned closer. Tran Trong Nin's face flushed red. Silly, she teased, trying to play hard to get. You can't escape me. Tran Trong Nin scrambled back, horrified. I've hit the jackpot, he thought. System, where are you? 155,004. 44500-004. 47266 I'm here, host. Don't worry. You haven't transmigrated. Congratulations, host. You're about to say goodbye to your single life. That's great and all, but what's going on? Why am I in a strange place? With a strange woman. Before he could finish, a hand reached out and pulled him down onto a soft bed. My love, she cooed. Why aren't you answering me? Tran Trong Nin was caught off guard as she embraced him. He couldn't escape. This. My love, do you want to try something new? Don't worry, I'll play along. Tu Hai straddled him, posing seductively. He could only gulp. Her hands gently traced the contours of his muscular abdomen. Let's continue, she whispered. Where we left off. Tran Trong Nin grabbed her hand and pushed her away, startling her. I feel like this is too rushed. How about we reschedule? Don't you understand? Tu Hai smiled, suddenly pinning him down. You said that 3 times now. Are you playing games with me? Her sweet smile instantly morphed into a terrifying visage, as if the previous smile had never belonged to her. What? Tran Trong Nin exclaimed. 3 times? I don't have any memory of that. And her face changed so quickly. Forget it. I need to subdue her before she goes completely crazy. Suddenly, a voice echoed through space. Stop this. Time froze, following the voice. What the? Time? Has stopped? Even Tu Hai was frozen in place. It was the spirit. The one that had appeared earlier. She materialized and addressed him. Young hero. Tran Trong Nin pushed Tu Hai off of him. It's you. As expected. My abilities have no effect on you. The system appeared, indignant. HMPH. A mere spirit. Dares to play tricks in front of us? Such pathetic tricks are beneath us. Who's your grandpa? Whose? Before the system could finish, Tran Trong Nin kicked it repeatedly, annoyed. Damn system. You're still trying to act tough? The spirit's face fell. Why, young hero? I'm sorry. Time is short. Please allow me to explain. She began to reminisce. We're back in the ancient immortal realm. Thousands of years ago. When the covenant between heavenly demons and celestials was still unbroken. This place is the Ma Kingdom, located in the southeast of the ancient continent. It's my homeland, and my master's homeland too. It was also the first kingdom to be destroyed after the ancient war erupted. 3 days from now, your actions here will directly impact the future. This is my last power. Time travel, young hero. You don't belong here. I helped you possess a male consort connected to my master, granting you a level of existence here. 235007. 17,866-007. 19,766. A surge of immortal energy entered his mind. These are the body's memories. Fragments of memories flashed before his eyes. The original owner's name was also Tran Trong Nin. He was a mortal with no cultivation talent, living in the mortal realm. He was known for his handsome appearance and his womanizing ways. When he met the artifact's master, he was captivated by her beauty. The artifact's master, enamored by him, fell head over heels. They yearned to be together. Unfortunately, every time they tried to be intimate, one of his previous admirers would interrupt them. Each time, the original owner would find an excuse to flee. This was the 3rd time he had arranged to meet the artifact's master. The memories were vivid. Tran Trong Nin pondered. No wonder she was so angry. 256007. 55,266-007. 57,500. He stood her up twice. That's not the point. System. Are you there? Report. You finally remembered me. Confirmed. Everything she said is true. Furthermore, the negative side effects of my possession won't affect you, host. You can still unleash your full power. Good job, system. The system blushed. Host. That's the first time I've heard you compliment me. The spirit looked at him. Puzzled. Young hero. Why are you sighing? 271008. 23,766 to 008. 25,733. Are you upset that I interrupted your intimate moment? Don't worry. You can continue afterwards. No. Tran Trong cried out, exasperated. 275,008. 31,100 to 008. 33,000. Don't think of me as that kind of guy. I'm not interested in being a kept man. If you don't. There are plenty of other handsome men waiting to be doted on by my master. What the? He was speechless. What kind of player is she? I'm a faithful man. One woman is enough. 282,008. 43,733 to 008. 44,566. She continued. 284,008. 45,933 to 008. 49,333. Ah, yes. My master has 232 male consorts in her palace. You are the 233rd. She wanted to be intimate, but she fell in love with you at first sight. You brought me here just to tell me this? Tran Trong was speechless, utterly dumbfounded. No, it's not that. You're wrong, my master. She's going to die. The spirit's voice was filled with sadness. I'm an artifact born to protect my master. My power is meant to safeguard her life. But I can't be by her side. No matter what I do. In the end, I could only watch as she was killed. Over and over again. Her eyes, filled with tears, met his. Please, save her. If you do, I'll serve you as my master. I'll do anything you ask. Tran Trong's expression turned serious. First of all, you're a spirit. Saving your master won't make you my possession. Secondly, you belong to your master, no one else. In other words, you could easily use me to achieve your goal. And then send me back. The spirit cried out, her voice filled with desperation. I won't gamble with this only chance. But, I will help you. Tran Trong cut her off. The spirit was stunned, her eyes widening with disbelief. Tears welled up, her heart filled with gratitude. System announcement. Maximum enhancement activated. Special quest detected. Quest details. Help the spring goddess, too high, overcome her destined tribulation. Obtain the divine artifact. Quest reward. 500 million realm points. And the eternal time la physique. So, it wasn't kindness after all. But ambition. He chuckled inwardly. Well, random quests with such generous rewards don't come along every day. Young hero, thank you. It's a deal. We have 3 days. Time flows at the same rate as yours. The surrounding air shimmered with spiritual energy. She began to fade. The next test awaits. Rely on yourself. Time resumed its flow. Tran Trong quickly grabbed Tu Hai's hands. How could I possibly make light of you? I cherish you dearly. Tu Hai blushed, her eyes wide with surprise. Tran Trong gazed at her lovingly. I just feel that treating you casually like this would be disrespectful. I want to give you the best. Tu Hai, her doubts fading, looked at him. Is that so? I thought you were teasing me. I also want to give you the best. She leaned against him. My love, why don't we go home? I'll take good care of you. All right. He thought of Tanso. I'm a man of my word. Once I obtain the artifact, I'll focus on earning more realm points. And upgrading the system. Expanding the realm to an immortal realm. Then let me take you. Before she could finish. 360-0-11.16 933-0-11. 18,833 The ceiling exploded, creating a massive hole. He was startled. A silver-haired woman, sword in hand, fell from the sky. Sister Too High. You're dead. Junior sister. Why are you so angry? Too High showed no fear. Instead, she smiled. And raised her hands in mock surrender. You steal my consort and still have the nerve to talk? The silver-haired woman was furious, her face turning purple. An intense killing intent radiated from her. She looked a lot like the heavenly demon, Han Hai. It's her. Tran Trang and recognized her. She's a heavenly demon. I can't believe she was Too High's fellow disciple. Thousands of years ago. You just confessed your love to me. And now you're trying to get into Too High's bed? She grabbed his shirt angrily. Wait. Wait a minute. What's going on? 381,011. 5,933,320 hours 12 minutes and 1 second. 333. I'll settle this score with you first. She grabbed him like a frog. And dragged him towards a spatial gate. Tran Trang and struggled in vain. Crying out in alarm. Too High smiled and patted his cheek. Oh my, junior sister, coveting my belongings? That's not a good habit. Tran Trang was dragged into a different space. The demon realm. It was a barren wasteland. Dotted with colossal fortresses that pierced the heavens. She finally released him. Wait. Give me a chance to explain. Tran Trang was utterly helpless. Is this a love triangle? Seriously? Han Hai, no longer consumed by jealousy, said coldly, drop the act. This is the heavenly demon territory. Too High. Can't reach us here. Explain yourself. Why haven't you completed the mission I assigned to you? She glared at him. No more pretending. This is the heavenly demon territory. Too High. Can't reach us here. Explain yourself. Why haven't you completed the mission I assigned to you? Her questioning left him flustered. I thought he was just an ordinary consort. But he has a special role? It dawned on him. Long ago. Han Hai recruited the original owner as her servant. She had been planning this for a long time. She ordered him to get close to Too High. And steal the artifact. He was supposed to strike. When Too High was blinded by passion. But my possession interrupted his performance, causing the plan to fail. Han Hai. Too High. I almost couldn't tell them apart. Han Hai's gaze burned into him. Not only did you fail to obtain the artifact, but if I hadn't intervened, you would have actually gone back to Too High's palace. Who knows what would have happened? He waved his hands, denying it. Of course not. This was all part of my plan. But I don't understand anything yet. By following Too High, I might be able to gather some valuable information. You're different today. You spent time with Too High. Failed to retrieve the artifact. And even learned some indecent behavior. She's suspicious. Until we gather enough information, we need to maintain the current dynamic. As for this woman, I have no choice. Thinking this, Tran Trang reached out and grabbed her breast, squeezing it. Blood gushed from his nose. But he held on, forcing himself to act like the original owner. Han Hai trembled with anger. You bastard. You're dead. She cursed him endlessly. But her expression betrayed her words. Tran Trang, based on the original owner's memories, knew that this was a normal way of interacting between him and Han Hai. Too High's influence is strong. Perhaps a familiar environment will make her lower her guard. I'm willing to venture into the tiger's den for her. He impulsively grabbed her slender waist. She gasped. Her face flushed crimson. All right. All right. Let go. I have important matters to attend to. Letting go is not an option, he thought to himself, smirking. That's right. I'm not a pervert. Message for host. The objective is to simulate, not to surpass him. I'm simply replicating the way the original owner interacted with Han Hai. Rest in peace, original owner. I will. Carry on your legacy of pleasure. They were at the border of the Twyman Kingdom, a land ruled by demons. As soon as the demons saw Han Hai, they began whispering and gossiping. She has the nerve to show her face here. She's always frolicking in the celestial realm. And now she's sleeping with those lowly humans. Disgusting. A stone, thrown by an ugly woman, struck Han Hai. You white-haired demon. Shameless whore. She shrieked. Beside her, a young boy joined in the insults. His parents, alarmed, quickly scolded him. Why are you provoking her? You'll bring bad luck upon us. White-haired demon. Three-mouthed bitch. Go to hell. Immoral celestial. Tran Trong and watched as the rumors and insults spread. He felt a pang of sympathy for Han Hai. So, she's not having a good time in the demon realm either. As if sensing his gaze, she shot him a sharp glare. Do you want to lose your eyes? He quickly looked away. They continued walking. After a while, they arrived at a large hut. Wait here, she warned him. Don't cause any trouble. Even I can't protect you if you do. Tran Trong and blew her an exaggerated kiss. I understand. Come back soon. I'll miss you. She grunted in response and turned away, not noticing Tran Trong and sly grin. As soon as she was out of sight, he slipped away. Now that I'm here, I can't just sit around and wait. The spirit gave me too little information. All I know is that this is the ancient continent, 30,000 years ago. In 3 days, the ancient war will erupt. And I had to save Tu Hai during the war to obtain the artifact and become her master. He stealthily made his way through the various camps, observing everything from weapon forges to demon training grounds. The demons are constantly recruiting, fully prepared for war. Basically, in 3 days. As long as I can keep that player girl alive, this mission will be a piece of cake. But I still don't understand how this continent works. What kind of power the demon generals possess. And what level I can reach here. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Look what I found. Hey! Isn't this Han Hai's little pet? A burly demon charged towards him, throwing a punch. I don't understand why Han Hai rejected Lord Haksat's love. She's clearly unwanted. She doesn't understand Lord Haksat's feelings. And she's always dragging this pretty boy around with her. Tran Trong Nin dodged the punch. And another, even larger demon stepped forward. Shut up. How dare a human compare himself to me? The other demons bowed respectfully to the newcomer. The young demon, whose face resembled a carnivorous flower, growled. Let's kill this kid. That Han Hai girl won't dare to say anything. You bastard. You're dead. She cursed him endlessly. But her expression betrayed her words. She didn't know what was happening. As she was slapped across the face, unable to resist. You useless girl. An elder demon roared. You failed to obtain the artifact. So what are you doing back here? Do you have any idea how important that spring goddess's artifact is to our plan? You're good at causing trouble, but useless when it comes to getting things done. Han Hai knelt on the ground. Uncle, patriarch. At least someone had to return to report. If I had died out there, I would have wanted the patriarch to at least have a memorial tablet for me. Hearing this, the elders softened their expressions. Han Hai, you are the daughter of a hero. Although some in the clan may have prejudices against you, we all have high hopes for you. We were waiting for good news. But look at you now. The Celestials are suppressing our heavenly demon race everywhere. We've been driven back. And many tribes refuse to spare us. If we hadn't lost to the Celestials thousands of years ago. 5-73-0 hours 18 minutes and 9 seconds. 000 to 0 to 18. 11,633 we wouldn't be in this situation. I told you so. The elder demon is spat. That human you keep around is useless. He has no power. And he's an idiot. We should have thrown him into a cauldron and cooked him long ago. Han Hai lowered her head. accepting the blame without hesitation. It was my fault. My plan was flawed. He's innocent. He successfully got close to too high. Just give me a little more time. And I'll use him to obtain the artifact. The elder demoness, enraged, threw her staff at Han Hai. You fool! Those who succeed are rewarded, while those who fail are damned for eternity. It seems you need to be taught a lesson. There's no need to be angry, Patriarch. Speaking of lessons, isn't Haksat, our strongest warrior, supposed to have broken through to the Demon King realm recently? He needs a healthy clansman to help him consolidate his power. Let him handle this girl. Good idea. Haksat's matter is a priority. Summon him. A moment later, a young demon rushed in, panicked. It's not good. Lord Haksat is dead. Everyone was stunned. 604,019. 11733-019. 13,366. His body was found in a corner of the training grounds. He was brutally murdered. No one saw what happened. What? The elder demoness' eyes widened, her jaw almost unhinging. Seal the borders. Seal them now. Tighten security. Not even a fly can get through. Someone infiltrated our territory. All high-ranking warriors, assemble. She roared. Find the culprit. We must find the culprit. Taking advantage of the chaos, Han Hai slipped away. As she hurried away, she thought. That idiotic consort. He didn't get caught up in this, did he? Tran Trong Nin was sitting beside a wooden barrel. You're back. He called out, waving. Seeing him safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Let's go. Hurry. Where are we going? To the Toei Min Kingdom. While the two were running away, the system took the opportunity to send a notification. Congratulations to the host for defeating a heavenly demon level. Demon King, get 9 billion domain points. At this time, at Toei Min Kwak, the people looked on with admiration. Toei Min Kwak is located on the border of Tien Mavak. If it weren't for the goddess who day and night purifies the demonic energy. Unimaginable. What kind of days would we live? Just saw someone coming out from inside. The children eagerly said. Ah, she's here again. Thuong Hai, as beautiful as ever, walked out. She muttered. Use my divine power to purify the 4 directions for the nation. Eliminate all evil and filth. At Toei Min Kwak, where the radiant light shone. The original name of Toei Min Kwak was Toei Min Kak. It is the border between immortals and demons. The last battle between immortals and demons. When the demons were about to invade the immortal realm, the angels used ancient beasts to suppress them. Sealed the demon lord's head. Ancient statues and tens of thousands of demon statues here. And the survivors of the battle. And the immortals who lost their homes established a nation here. However, the demonic energy leaking from Mind Gwyn, constantly eroding the demon lord's head seal. Never giving up on breaking the seal. The spring goddess purification ritual. Also from once every few months before, gradually increasing to once a day as it is now. Toei Min Kwak is located on the border of Tien Mavak. If it weren't for the goddess who day and night purifies the demonic energy, then it's unimaginable. What kind of days would we go through? Thuong Hai repeated the words and the ritual. Use my divine power to purify the 4 directions of the nation. Destroy all evil and wicked. The people below also folded their hands in prayer. Spring goddess, love the world. Eliminate evil, spread spring light. All things awaken, fresh flowers bloom. We all look up to the goddess above, looking at the few people below who couldn't help. Just whining in her ear. Making her annoyed and couldn't help but glare at them. Disperse the people. I said, every time I purify the demonic energy. Then in the square, it is forbidden for people to gather. The people behind, hearing this, took orders. She frowned, the demonic energy today is not right. I hope nothing happens. An old man scratched his nose and thought to himself. The goddess is too sensitive. It's not like the demon lord is alive. Every day is the same, it's annoying. Purify every 10 days. Big purification every 3 days. Small, it's not that much trouble, people. If you want to watch, just watch. Suddenly there was a curse that startled him. Damn it, it's really troublesome. What happened? How can that be? There was a voice screaming, not good. The demon lord has broken through. The seal is broken. Run. The aura emanating from the temple was billowing. Like a rolling wave. Huge cracks appeared in the ground. People are scared. Running away in all directions. Larger and larger cracks appeared in the ground. Running along a long section. Forming a dark abyss. In a moment of carelessness, the little girl who was running around with her mother fell down. But other people were running and shouting. Help, earthquake, someone come save my child. From above the platform, hurriedly shouted to the people below. Don't panic, the immortals of Toei Minkwak, help me. If you hold on for another 15 minutes, I can lock it again. We still have time. But when she turned around, no one wanted to stand up to help. They took their wounds. And said to her. Goddess, please forgive our incompetence. To stop the demonic energy. We have just exhausted our strength. Goddess, please enter the formation and restore the seal first. She was surprised to see the group of people sitting there playing dead. Her eyes seemed to have something die a little. Your immortal power is clearly very abundant. Urgent matters should be prioritized. She opened the formation and began casting spells. Everyone get out of the way. Protect the people, don't let the casualties increase. As soon as Thuong Hai left, the group of people started talking lively. The goddess is really the same as before. Just rush in by herself, wouldn't it be fine? Or how? Why do you have to bother us like this? Anyway, it will be settled later, right? Should we go to Chaolon to listen to songs later? Anyway, just leave it to the goddess. These are not big deals. Anyway. Only she can seal that demon. Very quickly. Thuong Hai entered the demon sealing formation. Seeing that, he immediately greeted her. We meet again. Angel's little girl. Ancient demon Lord Dusu. He stuck out his long tongue and shook his head. Since the last time you set foot here, the time has been shortened a lot. Last time was the day I was reborn. She resolutely said, with me here, I will never let you go out and continue to cause harm to the world. He laughed loudly and mocked, you are just a puppet sent by the angel race. In 3 days, I will return to the 9 heavens and trample the 9 continents. No one in this world can stop me anymore. By then, you will understand that everything you can save is just a charity that I casually throw down. As he spoke, he released the child who had just fallen to her. Seeing that, she felt something was wrong. But she still ran to catch the child. When Thuong Hai was about to touch the baby, a blood spear rushed down from above. Then the spear plunged down deeply into Thuong Hai's small body. You can't save anyone. Du Su summoned more blood spears aimed straight at the goddess and fell. Seeing the goddess pierced by a spear, blood flowing from the wound, still trying to hold the baby's hand, sacrificing her life with a little regret, he laughed even louder. For those ants. I don't know how many times I've sealed them away, right? But you must be at your limit too, right? Her eyes were cloudy, losing their light. But her voice was firm and without fear. As long as I live for one day. Don't even think about taking anyone's life. And don't even think about taking a step out of here. Use my eternal life. Dedicated to the Supreme God. Demonic energy dissipates. He looked at the light that he considered fragile. No one can stop it. The war will soon begin again. I'm looking forward to it. There was no more demonic energy on the ground at this time. The people cheered with joy. The demonic energy has been purified. The life force is so strong. It's the goddess has saved us. The little girl also went back to her mother who was crying miserably. Seeing the little girl, the happy woman rushed over to check for injuries. Tu Van, you were just now. It wasn't the little girl. Who widened her eyes and said to her mother like a lost soul. Mom, the goddess is dead. Hearing that, the mother immediately retorted. Don't talk nonsense, the goddess can't die. First stage, power activated. Transition to the king of Toei Minkwak and took Thap. The young man laughed proudly. Our Toei Minkwak is blessed to have a goddess. 3 generations of people are blessed. But others, hearing that, hurriedly gathered to flatter him. That ancient heavenly demon, there's no need to be afraid. The goddess will lead us again. To defeat this old demon. She spoke sternly. King, the heavenly demon's power is strong, we can't be careless. This time, thanks to the immortal's efforts, we barely succeeded. Once in 3 years, he continues to attack the seal. Toei Minkwak will face a great disaster. Goddess, you're kidding. With you. Plus the abundant immortal power of Toei Minkwak. Are we afraid? We can't handle that old man's half-dead body? Your Majesty, please don't underestimate the enemy, please make arrangements early. Tuk Thak didn't intend to listen to her. He immediately interrupted her and said coldly. Our Toei Minkwak is just a small land. Sandwiched between 2 realms. The heavenly demons use the country's military power to guard the temple's seal, that's all. Not to mention the heavenly demon's harassment. And the immortal realm's orders. We are tired all day for the sake of the immortal realm. It's no use to die. I have an idea. Toei Minkwak is willing to replace the immortal realm. Completely eliminate the heavenly demon spies around Toei Minkwak. So even if that old man breaks the barrier and gets out, he will be isolated without support. At that time, support the goddess and the immortals together. Attack the heavens. At this point, the goddess stood up and saluted. Interrupting him. The war between immortals and demons cannot happen. It cannot happen. It is not a war that the king can participate in. King, if there is nothing else, please allow Thuong Hai to excuse herself. She left, leaving behind the silent banquet. Tuk Thak raised his glass coldly, looking at Thuong Hai's back, seeing only a tiny part of her. Lack of vision. At the Spring Goddess Palace, a voice was heard from somewhere, rewarding the Spring Goddess for purifying the demonic energy. The nation rewards her with 10 pieces of Tien Cam. Mua Duan Lindan. A stunningly handsome man. Looking at the handsome man who had just been bestowed, she said to him coldly, as usual. Take him to the room. The innocent young man, hearing that, had some deep thoughts. Take me to the goddess room? The goddess is really in a hurry. Everyone says the goddess likes handsome men. My once in 4,000 years beauty has naturally caught the goddess' eye. As long as I conquer the goddess, then I will be the highest ranking man under the king. But, sister, do I bathe first or do we go straight to bed? The girl in front glanced at the newcomer. Poor you. You are number 234. Try to get along with everyone here. After saying that, she pushed the young man into a room. Not very luxurious. Then she closed the door coldly and left. As soon as he entered, he saw in the shabby room several men lying around. Seeing the bright-faced young man, they greeted him indifferently. Oh, newcomer? Another unlucky guy, welcome you. He shouted in denial. No, I'm here to serve the goddess. What do you mean? You pathetic bunch, do you think you're worthy? At least let the goddess see my face. I don't believe it. There could be any woman in this world who doesn't need a man. She opened the door slightly and laughed contemptuously. Such goods. Not even half a finger of Trantrongan. Can't compare to you. Just give up your dreams and face reality. What? Who is Trantrongan? Who is he? He is not someone you can compare to. He is the one in the saint's heart. Tuong Hai at this time suddenly saw an image of Trantrongan, taking advantage of Han Hai. Can this teleportation array take me to Tuong Hai's heart? Han Hai pushed him away in embarrassment. Pervert, we're here. By some magical means, Han Hai and Trantrongan appeared in the saint's room. She tilted her head and said, You're so bold. To use the heavenly demon teleportation array to reach the goddess temple? Completely eliminate the heavenly demon spies around Toei Minkwak. So even if that old man breaks the barrier and gets out, he will be isolated without support. At that time, support the goddess and the immortals together. Attack the heavens. At this point, the goddess stood up and saluted, interrupting him. The war between immortals and demons cannot happen. It cannot happen. It is not a war that the king can participate in. King, if there is nothing else, please allow Tuong Hai to excuse herself. She left, leaving behind the silent banquet. Tuk Thak raised his glass coldly, looking at Tuong Hai's back, seeing only a tiny part of her. Lack of vision. At the Spring Goddess Palace, a voice was heard from somewhere, rewarding the Spring Goddess for purifying the demonic energy. The nation rewards her with 10 pieces of tea and cam. Mua Duong Lindan, a stunningly handsome man. Looking at the handsome man who had just been bestowed, she said to him coldly, as usual, "Take him to the room." The innocent young man, hearing that, had some deep thoughts. Take me to the goddess room? The goddess is really in a hurry. Everyone says the goddess likes handsome men. My once in 4,000 years beauty has naturally caught the goddess' eye. As long as I conquer the goddess, then I will be the highest ranking man under the king. But, sister, do I bathe first or do we go straight to bed? The girl in front glanced at the newcomer. Poor you. You are number 234. Try to get along with everyone here. After saying that, she pushed the young man into a room, not very luxurious. Then she closed the door coldly and left. As soon as he entered, he saw in the shabby room several men lying around. Seeing the bright-faced young man, they greeted him indifferently. "Oh, newcomer? Another unlucky guy, welcome you," he shouted in denial. "No, I'm here to serve the goddess." "What do you mean? You pathetic bunch, do you think you're worthy? At least let the goddess see my face." "I don't believe it. There could be any woman in this world who doesn't need a man." She opened the door slightly and laughed contemptuously. "Such goods. Not even half a finger of Trantrongan. Can't compare to you. Just give up your dreams and face reality." "What? Who is Trantrongan? Who is he?" "He is not someone you can compare to. He is the one in the saint's heart." Tuong Hai at this time suddenly saw an image of Trantrongan, taking advantage of Han Hai. Can this teleportation array take me to Tuong Hai's heart? Han Hai pushed him away in embarrassment. "Pervert, we're here. By some magical means." Han Hai and Trantrongan appeared in the saint's room. She tilted her head and said, "You're so bold. To use the heavenly demon teleportation array to reach the goddess temple? How, junior sister? Trongan?" His hand still refused to let go of Han Hai's. "Bun." He looked at Tuong Hai in embarrassment. Han Hai puffed out her cheeks and glared at Trongan. "I clearly set the exit at the outer corner of the main hall. It's all because of this talkative guy. He kept touching me, making me lose my composure. I haven't got the artifact yet. I can't ruin the big plan." After saying that, Han Hai decisively threw Trantrongan into Tuong Hai's arms. "Get lost, you good for nothing. You can actually be loved by that stupid woman? Tuong Hai, I don't want you anymore. Nam Hao has someone else in his heart, I don't want you. I'm returning you to him, the debt is cleared." Trantrongan understood and hugged Tuong Hai tightly. He chuckled, well. You're getting pretty good at acting, almost as good as me. Well done, Tuong Hai. Unexpectedly, you even managed to meet such a loyal Nam Hao. I'm leaving. Before leaving, she winked at Trantrongan and mouthed, "Don't forget the mission." Trantrongan winked and pouted, signaling that he understood. Tuong Hai kept a smile on her face. You two were exchanging glances under my nose. You think I can't see? Just by looking, I know what their purpose is. An image from the past lingered in her heart. It's for the artifact, right? Han Hai, your acting skills are still so bad. You haven't improved since you were a child. You can't fool me at all. Seeing Tuong Hai turning around to leave, Trantrongan hurriedly followed behind. My love, actually, it's like this. But she only replied wearily. If you want to explain while we bathe. Hearing that, the goat in him couldn't help but react. Bathe? Is it what I think? Whether it is or not. Host, I would like to invite you to a meal right now. 9 turns of the large intestine. Scene changes to the bathroom. The maid stood outside, listening to the sounds from inside with excitement. Did the goddess just take someone to Tantradine? It seems someone is going to be favored tonight. I saw him, he's very handsome. Trantrongan held a towel in his hand. He couldn't help but smile. The goddess thoughts are still hard to grasp. Now there's a problem that's bothering me deeply. Should I wash her front or back? Seeing that he didn't make a move for a long time, she turned her head and asked, Trongan, can you do it? Hearing these words, his pride was hurt. He immediately replied, Woman, you're playing with fire. Ignoring his constant nosebleeds, he grabbed the towel and started scrubbing. You doubt me like that? Well then, let you witness the power of these magical hands. Seeing Trantrongan getting down to business, she asked in bewilderment, what is this white thing? He used 18 different scrubbing techniques and answered enthusiastically. Using cow's milk as a catalyst in the scrubbing process. The cow's milk will penetrate the skin, making your skin even more supple. Nah, the women outside were eavesdropping and blushing. Where did you learn this technique? Just like that? This sound is too hot. What to do? Such skillful techniques. You've served a lot of girls, Han Hai, right? Only you, an honest person like me, doesn't have that much experience. She asked suspiciously, really? He remembered Tone So and felt a little excited. Furthermore, I've only bathed with one person. She's the most beautiful girl I've ever met. It's a pity that I was wearing dirty clothes at that time. Han Hai, sorting through her memories, understood in a different direction. He was talking about the time they bathed together. A long time ago. Why did he keep talking so smoothly? Is this true? Wait until I finish the matter. With the artifact, then I will marry her. Specifically, Tonso. And enjoy the ultimate pleasure. From the artifact in Tonso, he said in his mind. So she misunderstood even more. Am marry? I haven't agreed yet. His attitude seemed very sincere. Not like acting. So he really cared about her that much. It's a pity that she's just a mortal. Can I also have ordinary happiness? Suddenly he said loudly, alright, the last step. Foot massage. Tongue to an acupoint, press it wherever you feel good. She gritted her teeth and endured. After finishing, she got up and walked away. He used too much force, scaring her. I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't handle it. This time I'll be gentler. I'll be careful. Fuan Hai turned away to hide her blushing face. Why does this man know how to make her feel good? After a while of embarrassment, she turned around and said, I understand your intentions. It's too early to talk about marriage. Now we have more important things to do. The demon ceiling formation is starting to get damaged. The demon will reappear in 3 days. You must leave this place quickly. While I can still protect you. Before the disaster happens, I will take you to the immortal realm. It's okay. I will take action, you. You don't know at all what you'll have to face next. No matter what happens, I will not leave you. With me here, no one can hurt you. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire bathroom fell silent. She smiled, a mixture of embarrassment and speechless amusement. You don't even know how scary the demon is. And you dare to boast. But then again, if it were someone else, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Already, she spoke up, breaking the silence, let's go back to the room. In the dimly lit room, 430-7013-348-330H13M35S, 966 Tran Trong and sat up. And looked at Thuong Hai, who was sleeping soundly beside him. While getting dressed, he looked at her beautiful sleeping face. He chuckled to himself, she had accumulated too much stress and fatigue. Helping her relax a bit. And she fell asleep quickly. Then, with just a flash of light, he transformed into a completely different appearance. As he walked, he gently cracked his neck. Ancient heavenly demon, right? I want to see what kind of stuff you are. After saying that, he quickly moved to the scene. Deep cracks appeared. As soon as he landed, he heard someone whispering. Divine power. Only the goddess possesses such orthodox healing power. He carefully hid and observed. Several guardian immortals were discussing. Don't just poke at one spot like that. What if the seal breaks and cracks? Let it crack. Isn't the goddess here? Let her fix it. If she doesn't seal her divine power, where will our king's power come from? How can he expand the nation's power? How can he cultivate an immortal army? Calling that woman a goddess is no different from calling a cow. Stupid. She only knows how to seal for us to enjoy for free. Hearing them discuss, his eyes were full of contempt. remembering the time he bathed with Thuan Hai. She had some worries in her heart. She said, no matter how many times I seal it. But I don't know why. The time to maintain the seal is getting shorter and shorter. The speed of my divine power recovery can't keep up with the speed of the seal being destroyed. I'm scared that one day I won't be able to stop the demon anymore. Now all the mysteries were solved. His eyes were full of disgust. For their own benefit, they don't care about the lives of others. Seeing a stranger join, the group panicked and shouted. Who's that? A mortal? How dare you enter the sealing temple? You ants are not worthy of knowing. Die to make room. He gently lit a fire. The group burst into flames. They collapsed and cried out miserably. The system cheerfully sent a notification. Congratulations to the host for sealing a Peak Tien Soy. Reward: 7 million domain points. Get 1 yang treasure. Salted fish. He walked to the burning fires and picked up a few staffs. He broke them all. All the staffs. He looked at the people who were about to turn to ashes with contempt. This artifact seems to be directly transferring divine power to another location. I don't know how much they've drained in such a short time. As soon as he broke the staffs, the outer layer of the seal cracked. Thuan Hai was startled awake at the same time. A whirlwind of evil energy rose behind her. Soon the evil energy woke up the entire land that was sleeping. Panic screams from somewhere sounded like alarm bells. Demonic shadow attacking from the sky. The heavenly demon is resurrected. Thuan Hai hurriedly grabbed the thin blanket to shield herself. And temporarily flew out. After so many years of sealing. Why is it coming early? It's clearly 2 more days away. This is bad. Han Hai was also surprised. The ancient heavenly demon is resurrected? With Thuan Hai and the artifact there. How did the seal break? Did that kid really steal the artifact? Tuk Thak held his head. His face was pathetically distorted. The demon is out. This is impossible. Protect me. Protect me. I'm going to the immortal realm for help. At this time, the situation in the demon realm was even more urgent. Quickly report to the captain of the 5th Legion. Assemble. Use the largest formation to welcome our king. Du Su laughed excitedly, breaking the chains that had bound him for so long. I said, in this world, no one can lock me up. I will descend upon the world and plunge the immortal realm into chaos. But the first important thing is to chop the little girl who opposed me into 10,000 pieces. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. Hung on the roof of this main hall. To make a sacrifice and announce to the world that the great ancient power, your king, has returned. In his joy. Thinking that he could finally escape from that rotten pit. But no, a hand from outside the gate grabbed his head. Then, Tran Trong and jumped down. To play with him. His eyes were cold and murderous, staring at him. The aura of a superior being seemed to command, go back. Then, with one hand, he sent him back. He quickly reacted and landed perfectly. His voice was full of anger as he roared. Who are you? That little girl should be the strongest in this temple. But she wasn't even my opponent. Why could this person push me back? To the sealed land, with one palm, Tran Trong, and slowly descended. His blue eyes were like headlights. Shining brightly in the darkness. Just a passerby. Spiritual energy shouldn't trigger a war. He didn't know whether the outside world had started a war because of him. But one thing was certain. This guy would definitely cause a big commotion if he got out. The casualties would be severe. If not handled properly, it would threaten the saint's life. And delay the time to obtain the artifact. He heard footsteps behind him. The footsteps of demons were approaching. I don't care who you are. Or how powerful you are. Now I only want to do one thing. Seal you all, leaving no one behind. Because you might stop me. Demonic energy breaking through the human realm's 1,000-jiang barrier. And going straight to the immortal realm. Since the last time, demonic energy shook the 3 realms. It was in ancient times. When the heavenly demon army invaded Toi Min Kwok. The immortal realm was also affected. Toi Min Kwok. What aura is that? That demon is out. The world is about to be in chaos again. Soon, a large-scale mobilization took place. Immortals, hear my order. All forces from all realms. Immediately gather at Toi Min Kwok. Suppress the demon Lord Du Su. Immortal Realm, acknowledge the order. Tanfong Tian Vuk, acknowledge the order. After issuing the mobilization order, Lin Du Tian Quan looked into the distance with worry. This battle concerns the lives of all beings in the world. My lords, please be careful. One of the 4 divine beasts, the vermilion bird, Lin Quan Tian Quan, commanded his troops. As he flew, he laughed loudly. Those remnants of the past era are just so disobedient. Do they really think we're still afraid of them? Chapman Tian Quan quickly led his troops to the scene. Exuding a monstrous evil energy, he warned the immortals. If anyone underestimates that demon, be careful, lest you be sealed without knowing it. We must join forces to defeat that demon. Only by working together can we eliminate him. Only we immortals can stop him and save the people. At this time, in Toei Min Kwok, the sealing temple was filled with evil energy. The people panicked and ran for their lives. The men who had been bestowed were both trying to save their lives and too lazy to move. There's demonic energy everywhere. There's no safe place left. Nonsense, of course it's by the goddess side. He thought to himself and got angry. He gritted his teeth. Tran Trong-en, at this time, he's probably hugging the goddess and begging for protection. That bastard, why is he being favored? And we had to bear the brunt of this? In terms of looks, I'm definitely not inferior to anyone. I must find him and see what he looks like. The brothers behind him hurriedly stopped him. It's better not to run around, it's too dangerous. That's right, let's hide here. You fools. As long as we can get the goddess favor later. What's so scary about a little demonic energy? With the goddess here, everything will be solved. Fuang Hai, on the other hand, was shocked by the scene around her. She froze in place. The people and immortals around her were pleading, but their tone was commanding. Goddess. Restoring the demonic energy seal. But when she arrived, there was nothing but chaos. This is bad. The demon sealing formation is completely shattered. I can't seal it alone anymore. Upon hearing this, everyone angrily questioned Chongsher. What do you mean you can't seal it anymore? Are you just going to let the demon lord escape? If we had enough people to help, maybe we could buy us some time. Buy some time? What good would that do? Aren't you the divine maiden? It's your responsibility to maintain the seal. Now you're dragging us down with you? Leaving the people of Toei Min Kingdom to be infected by demonic energy? What kind of divine maiden are you? Let's run. Your Majesty, run. Chongsher decisively pushed him away. She shouted at them in anger. A powerful aura exploded from her, sending everyone flying. Silence. As her anger raged, the seal on her wrist, like a key, suddenly began to glow. It drew out all of her fury. She quickly regained her composure. I almost lost control. I will stay here and purify the escaping demonic energy. Before the demon lord revives, I will make sure everyone can avoid the demonic energy and return to the immortal realm. Tuk Thak arrived with his entourage in tow. There's no need, soldiers. I've informed the immortal realm. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. The immortal realm has sent reinforcements. We will suppress the demon lord. Chongsher angrily snapped. Suppress? With what? What are you talking about? You're going to use that tiny bit of divine power you stole from me? You're still lying to me? Do you have any idea? How many immortals died to create this seal? With my protection, we could have had 10,000 years of peace. It hasn't even been 6,512 years. Do you understand that once the demon lord breaks free from his chains, you, me, everyone here will die? He acted as if he was completely innocent. How dare you, the divine maiden, falsely accuse me? As per my plan, the immortal realm has been alerted, and they'll be arriving in Toei Min Kingdom soon. The divine maiden, however, has proven incompetent. She couldn't even watch over the temple. And now she's trying to blame me? Hearing his shameless words, she glared at him, blood rushing to her head. As she was about to respond, a nearby soldier suddenly shouted. Look, everyone! The demonic energy has stopped spilling out. It's true. The suffocating pressure from the surrounding demonic energy also seemed to have lifted. Chongsher froze. The seal is enclosed, so why has the demonic energy? Tuk Thak dismissed it. He let out a triumphant laugh. I told you. He's been sealed for thousands of years. Quote. Surely his power must have been drained. You're overreacting as always, Divine Maiden. Quickly, bring me the Heavenly Insight Mirror. Let's see what's happening inside the demon abyss. The Heavenly Insight Mirror consumed a massive amount of immortal energy. It allowed the user to see any location within the mortal realm. Staring at the giant mirror, Chongshur felt her energy drain and her heart sink. Panic spread through the crowd. What's happening in the demon abyss? Like a giant screen revealing everything to the world. The people seeking refuge could also see the images reflected within. There's someone inside the demon abyss sealing formation? That's the demon lord. He really has broken free. The demon king, known as the nemesis of immortals, has also awakened. We're doomed. There's someone crazy enough to enter the demon abyss? He's dead for sure. No one has ever survived an encounter with the demon army. Don't say that. We don't know how strong he is. But his dodging skills are amazing. Let's just hope he can hold on until the immortals get here. Chongshur clutched her wrist nervously, wondering why he was in there. Chen Chang'an remained unaware of the events transpiring. Outside, the flames burning in his hands were as sharp as blades, making quick work of any demons that dared to approach. It was as if he was effortlessly playing a fruit-slicing game. Those watching through the mirror were astonished. He's actually holding his own against the demon horde? Chen Chang'an jumped up, grabbing one of the chains. The demon lord scowled. Chen Chang'an then picked up the large rock that had been used to seal the demon lord earlier and smashed it on his head. From outside, Tuk Thak cried out in amazement. Magnificent! That must be an immortal sent by the immortal realm. To think someone actually managed to stop that demon. Some of the 100 male concubines, secretly watching from afar in Changzai's cold palace, wondered, just who is that young man? To be able to fight the demon lord on par. It's fortunate that we are saved. Min Nation. Since when did such a talented immortal appear? With such extraordinary power. If we had his protection. Follow him to the immortal realm. Tran Truong'an is nothing but the goddess's dog. But no one knew. Only Thuong'an was stunned from beginning to end. Her eyes widened, looking at Tran Truong'an fighting in the seal. Looking at the group of demons torturing her. Being gently sealed away by him one by one. Although his appearance has changed a bit. But it wasn't difficult for her to recognize this man. Isn't he Tran Truong'an? He also said before that I wasn't bragging. No one in the world can match me. But the demon who intended to sneak past. To escape through the dimensional door. But all were quickly destroyed by him. Every time a demon is destroyed, one more point is added to the seal. The Demon Lord level demon rewards 50 million domain points. Well, it seems like you're the only one left now, right? The Demon Lord laughed loudly, looking down on the young man. Just because you have a little bit of power, you dare to speak such big words. Do you really think you're invincible in the world? Whatever. Before I get out, I'll use you as a sacrifice first. Then he laughed maniacally again, releasing a large amount of demonic energy from within him. Apart from my heyday, even the immortal realm, your master, wouldn't dare to stand in my way like this. Whoever stands in my way will die. And the lucky one to be on the chopping block is you. The system quickly sent another notification. Detected the presence of a strong person surpassing the realm master level. Host, please be careful. He coldly replied to the system's warning. What's there to be afraid of? Let's see what happens. Tran Trang in small figure, standing in front of the exit. Like a guardian. After transforming, he still looks quite impressive, doesn't he? The system sent a danger warning. New realm power detected. The demon's legs seemed to grow larger. After the first charge, his whole body erupted in blue flames. He walked step by step towards Tran Trang and to settle the score. You're strong. But you're still a bit too inexperienced to get past me. After saying that, in the blink of an eye, he jumped up, rushing into a close-quarters attack with Tran Trang in. His punch was as if it could shatter space itself. Both were knocked back by the counterattack. The system reappeared with a warning. The opponent's level is far beyond the clone's level. Do you want to switch now? To a higher level clone? He was slightly surprised. Just throwing a punch is enough to shatter space. This tribulation is too absurd. Don't joke with me, system. I'm asking you, if this clone breaks, I'll be sent back to the beginning, right? If I can create a clone down there in time, can I stay in this space? The Demon Lord lunged at him. What are you mumbling about, kid? I haven't even used my full strength yet, so don't give up so easily. It's too early for that, I'll slowly torture you to death. Then, through the mirror, a giant green light engulfed Tran Trang in. The surrounding space was enveloped in light. Outside, no one could see anything and became even more confused. What's going on? That Demon Lord's power. Isn't it supposed to be weakened by the seal? What is that power? That's the power he had at his peak. Huang Hai explained about the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is born from the desires of all things. As long as desire exists in this world, he will be immortal and indestructible. Invincible in physical strength. Even a god might not be able to defeat him directly. He can only be sealed, and it has been 10,000 years since then. All these years, the seal should have worn away all his demonic energy. But how? Suddenly stopped speaking. Putting together the information from what she had seen, everything gradually became clear. He's been using his demonic energy to devour those demon generals, creating the illusion that he is weakened and declining. Hearing this, they panicked. What? The Demon Lord has recovered to this extent? That immortal can't possibly be a match for the Demon Lord. The system continued to issue warnings in his ears. Warning. The opponent's level far exceeds the current clone's level. He closed his jagged teeth and looked at Tran Trong Nin arrogantly. What a tenacious little shrimp, what a pity. The appetizer is over. After saying that, he rushed in to engage in combat. Tran Trong Nin was not to be outdone and smiled faintly. I always thought the flower in the mirror, moon in the water, looked like a replica of me. But the highest level clone generated each time seems to be when I encounter the strongest opponent. Hearing that, the system had a bad feeling. Tran Trong Nin asked the system. Hey! Want to create something interesting together? Trong Nin formed a seal, creating a golden python to attack the Demon Lord. It's useless. My physical body is tempered from countless demonic energies. No immortal technique can take my life. Fear, all emotions, will be transformed into my strength. I can sense the boundless fear outside, waiting for me. Tuk Thak's face turned pale as he shouted. Immortal, you can't hold back the Demon Lord anymore. While the demonic energy is not obstructing us, is there any way to seal them? She hesitated, unable to answer. Looking at the people in front of her, and then at Tran Trong Nin fighting in the mirror, she became even more anxious. Her mission told her that she had to quickly seal the formation to protect everyone. But Tran Trong Nin was still holding on. How could she abandon him? Once the formation was sealed, he would surely die. Inside, Tran Trong Nin focused on the enemy in front of him. He told the system to start switching clones. A moment later, a powerful aura emanated from the seal gate, pushing back against the ground. The powerful aura pushed everyone back. The more afraid they were, the more chaotic they became. Hurry up and take action, Spring Goddess. Do you want to see the Demon Lord escape? Han Hai hid in the distance, carefully observing the Demon Lord's condition. It seemed even better than he had imagined. He had to get the news out there quickly. But Huang Hai was busy, so she definitely wouldn't care about that Tran Trong Nin anymore. He didn't know if that fool could find a safe place to hide. Taking advantage of the chaotic demonic energy, he might be able to take him away. At that moment, a powerful voice boomed from above, suppressing all the panicking people below. The heavenly troops have arrived. We will take over for now. Tuk Thak and the others turned around and were overjoyed. The heavenly troops have finally arrived. Reinforcements from the immortal realm are here. Heavenly troops, please eliminate the Demon Lord. Under the command of Lin Du, the immortals attacked in unison. Soldiers, follow me and suppress the Demon Lord with the 7-star formation. Just then, Huang Hai spoke up, please wait a moment. There's someone inside fighting the Demon Lord. His life or death is unknown at this time. He's the one who stopped the Demon Lord from immediately breaking through the barrier. Can we get him out first? The cold words were like a slap in the face. A bucket of cold water was thrown on Thuong Hai. In the immortal realm, who can fight the Demon Lord alone? To fight the Demon Lord? In this situation, he's probably already reduced to ashes. Moreover, compared to the 10 million lives in the immortal realm, what does the sacrifice of one person matter? Step aside. Right now, every second counts, Thuong Hai. Your loved one is guilty of failing to guard the seal. And now you dare to obstruct us? Do you want to be charged with another crime? It's a shame that you, the spring goddess, would act so recklessly in the face of the greater good. Hurry up and form the formation with me. Inside the sealed chamber, the Demon Lord lifted Tran Trong Nin up by the neck, mocking him. Helping the little shrimps of the immortal realm by time. To create another seal? It's all futile. He laughed loudly as he spoke. He tossed Trong Nin aside and quickly flew out. It's been a long time since I've heard such delightful screams from immortals. As Tran Trong Nin fell freely, the system displayed a notification. Clone formation complete. Immediately, a surge of demonic energy, even stronger than the Demon Lord's, soared upwards. The Demon Lord, who was feeling triumphant, was suddenly stopped. Tran Trong Nin appeared like a supreme being, blocking his way. I permit you to leave at noon. As he spoke, he used his demonic energy to bind him tightly. The Demon Lord roared in anger. What the hell? Are you crazy? Once the grand formation is complete, you won't be able to escape either. If I'm completely sealed, that girl will be useless too. His gaze grew colder. He tightened his grip. Don't underestimate me with your limited knowledge, you shrimp. Above, the ritual was complete. The formation is set. From now on, the Demon Lord will be completely sealed. No one can break through and escape. The sealing went very smoothly this time, thanks to the combined efforts of all the immortals. It's all thanks to the suppression of the heavenly troops. Amidst the celebrations, Thuong Hai was filled with sadness, thinking only of Tran Trangan. Han Hai, on the other hand, was eager to escape. This is bad. If the Demon Lord is truly sealed, then the Second Legion arriving here will face the full force of the immortal army. But before she could take half a step into the teleportation formation, a large hand stopped her. Now that the matter is settled, it's time to assign blame. Our territory has been infiltrated by a rat. What should be done about this? Seeing Han Hai exposed, Thuong Hai was both surprised and confused. Why is she here at a time like this? The immortals won't spare her. Quiet. The heavenly general looked at Thuong Hai sternly. Thuong Hai, the celestial realm entrusted you with the divine artifact to guard the seal of Min Nation. They placed their trust in you. But now the seal has been broken. And there's even a demon here. You two know each other, don't you? Ignoring her explanation, Lin Diu slapped her away. You dare to collude with demons? What is your crime? Just as the immortals thought everything was over, a tremor shook the ground. They turned around to see the seal shattered. The new seal is broken? Was it faked? The seal shouldn't have any flaws. What's going on? A moment later, a red orb, like molten lava, rose into the air. You bunch of idiots. Who are you trying to judge? The new arrival left everyone rooted to the spot. An unprecedented, powerful aura. Who is that? This can't be. The Demon Lord. How? Tu Hai's mind went blank. Words failed her. Is the Demon Lord dead? The sight of Tran Trong Nin standing atop the Demon Lord's massive skeleton was a shocking sight. He looked down with disdain. I've had my eye on you immortals for a long time. Tuak Thak exclaimed in astonishment. Demon. He's a demon even stronger than the Demon Lord. From his lofty position, he unleashed an overwhelming aura. Every word he spoke was drawn out and deliberate. System, I want to eat fish. This oppressive aura is terrifying. Even the Demon Lord can't breathe. Are we really supposed to stop this monster? This overbearing demon. His aura is too much. The weak-willed either vomited or fainted. The stronger ones could barely breathe and couldn't stand. In this overwhelming demonic aura, even standing was impossible. Where did he come from? But the powerful heavenly general, still capable of fighting, frantically channeled his celestial energy to resist. There's no time to hesitate. We must stop him, even at the cost of our lives. If he escapes, the consequences will be unimaginable. Before he could finish his words, the heavenly general was punched in the face. His teeth flew out of his mouth. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he sent 2 other heavenly generals flying like deflated balloons. They disappeared into the distance. Then, the demonic aura intensified, making it hard to breathe. Tushthak finally felt fear. He watched in terror as the heavenly generals were defeated one by one. One hit took down a heavenly immortal. The formation seal must have weakened him considerably. We still have a chance to win. Justice always triumphs over evil. Heavenly immortals. Immortal Emperor Realm. Follow me and set up a formation to block him. As he said this, he suddenly stopped and looked at the huge black thing above his head. No one dared to move forward. All the courage they had just now turned into fear. Their bodies trembled. They just wanted to run away before things got worse. It was like a demonic tornado, sweeping everything in its path. The system kept announcing points. Congratulations to the host for successfully sealing an Immortal Emperor Realm. Reward: 150 million domain points. In the face of Tran Trongin's terrifying sweep and the current interface, both Thuong Hai and Han Hai were wide-eyed and speechless. Tran Trongen coughed in the silent dust cloud. He stood there, listening to the surroundings. An immortal charged at him with his sword, catching Tran Trongen off guard. But in the end, he was pinched on the cheek and couldn't resist. I'm done for. I'm being countered. Oh, it's that Fong Tan Duong kid. He's fallen into the demon's hands. He's beyond saving. He cried out, using his ultimate tear-filled eyes to look at Tran Trongen. Do you understand Chinese? I was wrong. I was wrong. Hero. Spare my life. Seeing this, Tran Trongen was amused. He patted Fong Tan Duong's cheek. These guys are your masters? And they're like cute, clingy puppies? So Fong Tan Duong was like this before, huh? He threw Fong Tan Duong back to his companions. He put on a disgusted expression and said, "Get lost. Next time I see you, it'll be your death day. My good master, please don't go looking for trouble anymore. The appetizers are done. Time for the main course." He walked up to Thuong Hai. Seeing him, she unconsciously backed away and muttered his name, Tran Trongen. He said arrogantly, "Release her spirit." Immediately after, the time-freezing power lit up the area. A girl quickly appeared right in front of Tran Trongen. She said shyly, "Young hero." In front of the scantily clad beauty, he chuckled coldly and said, "You gave me too little information. In one day, I've roughly figured out the cause and the biggest threat of the war between immortals and demons. I've taken care of it. The demon Lord Dusu, the goddess, is considered saved, right? Unfortunately, I can still sense that something even more terrifying is yet to come. Master still can't escape her tragic fate. There's a horde of monsters out there, trampling us, making our lives a living hell. What else can I do? Can you remember who sealed her?" The spirit covered her face and said dejectedly, "I only remember that in countless previous attempts, I could never save Master from that person. But in the end, Master still died in the same way. That's something I can't prevent." He looked at her speechlessly. "You asked me for help," he said frustratedly. "It's easy for you to say. You didn't leave me anything. You think playing charades is for me to guess? Childish." She replied helplessly. "I'm sorry. I really can't remember Master. She bears too much. Master shouldn't bear such a cruel fate. 2 days left for the trial. It's up to you to stop fate." After saying that, she disappeared. Tran Trongen cried silently. One hit took down a heavenly immortal. The formation seal must have weakened him considerably. We still have a chance to win. Justice always triumphs over evil. Heavenly immortals. Immortal Emperor Realm, follow me and set up a formation to block him. As he said this, he suddenly stopped and looked at the huge black thing above his head. No one dared to move forward. All the courage they had just now turned into fear. Their bodies trembled. They just wanted to run away. Before things got worse, it was like a demonic tornado sweeping everything in its path. The system kept announcing points. Congratulations to the host for successfully sealing an Immortal Emperor Realm. Reward: 150 million domain points. In the face of Tran Trong-Ant's terrifying sweep and the current interface, both Thuong Hai and Han Hai were wide-eyed and speechless. Tran Trong-Ant coughed in the silent dust cloud. He stood there, listening to the surroundings. An immortal charged at him with his sword, catching Tran Trong-Ant off guard. But in the end, he was pinched on the cheek and couldn't resist. I'm done for. I'm being countered. Oh, it's that Phong Tan Duong kid. He's fallen into the demon's hands. He's beyond saving. He cried out, using his ultimate. Tear-filled eyes to look at Tran Trong-Ant. Do you understand Chinese? I was wrong. I was wrong. Hero, spare my life. Seeing this, Tran Trong-Ant was amused. He patted Phong Tan Duong's cheek. These guys are your masters? And they're like cute, clingy puppies? So Phong Tan Duong was like this before, huh? He threw Phong Tan Duong back to his companions. He put on a disgusted expression and said, Get lost. Next time I see you, it'll be your death day. My good master, please don't go looking for trouble anymore. The appetizers are done. Time for the main course. He walked up to Thuong Hai. Seeing him, she unconsciously backed away. And muttered his name, Tran Trong-Ant. He said arrogantly, release her spirit. Immediately after, the time-freezing power lit up the area. A girl quickly appeared. Right in front of Tran Trong-Ant. She said shyly, young hero. In front of the scantily clad beauty. He chuckled coldly and said, You gave me too little information. In one day, I've roughly figured out the cause and the biggest threat of the war between immortals and demons. I've taken care of it. The demon Lord Du Su, the goddess, is considered saved, right? Unfortunately, I can still sense that something even more terrifying is yet to come. Master still can't escape her tragic fate. There's a horde of monsters out there, trampling us, making our lives a living hell. What else can I do? Can you remember who sealed her? The spirit covered her face and said dejectedly, I only remember that in countless previous attempts, I could never save Master from that person. But in the end, Master still died in the same way. That's something I can't prevent. He looked at her speechlessly. You asked me for help, he said frustratedly. It's easy for you to say. You didn't leave me anything. You think playing charades is for me to guess? Childish. She replied helplessly. I'm sorry. I really can't remember Master. She bears too much. Master shouldn't bear such a cruel fate. 2 days left for the trial. It's up to you to stop fate. After saying that, she disappeared. Tran Trong-Ant cried silently. Being left behind to stop her cat? 2 days left. Where do I go? It's like I'm lost in a fog. The future of this whole thing. From the beginning, I thought that as long as I took care of the key person and stopped the war between immortals and demons, then I could resolve this. But now it seems that I was too naive. The fact that they can survive to the end proves that Du Su, when he first emerged, couldn't defeat them. He was even defeated by them. Although I can easily kill people and make people hate me. But who knows how big of an impact the butterfly effect will have. Thousands of years from now? If I mess up, things will be completely messed up. If the spirit's words are true, then Du Su is just a pawn. Behind this, there's an even bigger conspiracy. A goddess involved in something this big? This is unbelievable. All right. Time to get to work. Thinking up to this point, he brazenly kidnapped Thuong Hai and took her to Han Hai. Han Hai. Witnessing this from below, oh my god. But then she quickly opened a teleportation gate. The three of them left peacefully. The people behind trembled and didn't dare to make a move. Are we just going to let them leave like this? What else can we do? Are you going to stop them? First, take the people here with us. As for how to know what happened in the future, I'm sure there's a way to find out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look back at the people behind him. Whoever dares to follow, they're dead. Oh my god, they're finally gone. My legs are weak. What should we do? Ask the gods for help. Why didn't Thuong Hai resist? She just submitted to the demon? That woman doesn't belong to any faction. What does she want? What will she choose? Only she knows. So what should we do now? Quickly report this to the gods. The goddess has betrayed us. Just like Cheyenne Chim said. She's just a puppet that failed to be raised. One more thing. Form a team led by Phong Tan Duong. To track down that demon. See what he's really up to. Our strength is not enough. We might be wiped out before we even get close. I am one of the heavenly generals in charge of the immortal realm. For the sake of the immortal realm, I'll be in charge of this operation. I'll assign each of you a task. If you find any trace of them, report back immediately. Inside this is a tracking talisman. Choose the right moment to use it. The immortal realm will remember your sacrifices. Phong Chunyang hesitated. About that. Shouldn't we come up with a more solid plan? We're all exhausted. And that demon. Before he could finish, Ling Miao Celestial interrupted him. I'm not asking for your opinions. I believe that demon is the first disciple's new form. You will get to the bottom of this. Consider it your duty. To the immortal realm. That female demon. I heard she's being held captive in the netherworld. She's Chongjai's sworn sister. That formation is her innate ability. We can use it to enter the demon realm. It's dangerous enough to enter the demon realm, let alone following a new demon lord. This is a suicide mission. We're safe for now. But they're not in a good state. In a flash, he turned to look at the Han sisters. They were still frozen, struggling to accept reality. They must have seen something that shattered their worldview. He said lazily to the system. System, let's go home. Go home? Host, wake up. This is the ancient era, millions of years ago. You don't have a home here. Are you giving up on the divine artifact? This is just my clone. Not my true body. This means I can go back anytime and find the answers. The system returned to its original form. When the mind returned to its original form, he immediately heard the voice of Master calling in his ear. As soon as he returned, he saw two figures hugging him and crying miserably. He returned, and Sister Bayu conveyed his words. You scared us to death by suddenly disappearing. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, his heart bloomed like a flower as he touched their cheeks. I've put you through a lot. Master, are you back yet? Ya has a lot of questions for Master. The Grandmaster is on his way back. Great, I can't believe I can check the historical details. In a ruined corner of the 9 continents of the Great Continent, Elder Zhang. You're alive? Reincarnation is truly powerful. With you here. The profound sky realm. We have a backbone. We are immortals. However, it's like slipping past the road below these 9 continents. We can no longer bear Chen Xian'an's control. Furthermore, we must fight back and regain our dignity. Return to the immortal realm. The heavenly demon has appeared. There's bound to be a battle over the ancient continent. On the contrary, it's a stable solution. However, to return, we need to control the 9 continents' peak. I have a plan. Zhang Tuansua. As long as we act discreetly and assassinate her. Horror. We can exploit Chen Xian'an's weakness. She's the closest person to Chen Xian'an. I'll use her to retrieve the 9 continents' peak. And release the monster that has been buried for millions of years under these 9 continents. The immortal realm is destroyed. We've long since parted ways. Before we leave, let's set a fire. According to our investigation, to preserve Zhang Tuansua's soul, Chen Xian'an entrusted the 9 continents' peak to the Zhang family head. The entire Zhang family has been working tirelessly day and night, guarding Zhang Tuansua's side to protect his soul. The guard is very tight. I once tried to reason with them face to face, but it was pointless. They won't let anyone near. Elder Zhang. How can we get close to Zhang Tuansua? Firstly, the location of the Zhang family is in the sky above Yunzhou. Chen Xianan is by his side. This is a perfect opportunity for us to act. Secondly, the reincarnation tattoo of the reincarnation realm's 5th level controls the 6 paths related to the reincarnation force, soul snatching. An extremely secretive soul snatching technique. In reality, it's virtually impossible to detect any flaws. It has never failed. Thirdly, I ask all immortal cultivators who have grudges against the Zhang family to seek revenge, and those with grievances to settle them. Create a diversion on the outside, in the name of anti-immortality. Remember, the only person we need to be wary of is Chen Xianan. The operation must be completed within 5 minutes. Once the time limit is exceeded, retreat immediately. Otherwise, we'll all be immediately detected by Chen Xianan and dealt with on the spot. 5-minute countdown, commence operation. Tuan Zio's meditating in motionless body suddenly frowned in discomfort. Over there, those old men also started to circulate their immortal power and appear. The people below looked up at the sky in shock. It's those immortals, the survivors of the profound sky realm. Why are they suddenly here? The old men shouted and charged forward. Have you forgotten that you are traitors? Hearing this, the people of the Zhang family prepared to fight. The profound sky realm is cleansing its ranks. Those who are not involved, leave this place immediately. Protect Tuan Zio. Tuan Zio is the lifeline of the Zhang family. I can't let him get hurt. Outside, the battle raged on. Attacks and defenses causing quite a commotion. Tuan Zio, inside, felt an inexplicable discomfort in her mind. At this moment, she was being spied on by someone else. His hand seized the opportunity to wrap around her. Tuan Zio secretly rejoiced. The plan was a complete success. Yes. But at this moment, another hand appeared and restrained him. Zhang Ningren, what are you doing here? Zhang Ningren kicked him away with one foot. Get lost. This level of soul attack intensity, I understand. I can't believe you've fallen to this extent. Willingly submitting to Chen Chang'an's coercion to protect Zhang Tuanzio. Long ago, you severed the soul bond between you and Zhang Tuanzio. I thought you would at least have some defiance. Some of the pride and dignity of an immortal. Waiting for the day to bite back like you. I can't believe you're actually afraid of him. As he spoke, he stepped forward, distorting Zhang Ningren's soul form. You know my true body's strength is a whole level above yours. There's no chance of winning in a real fight. And you're willing to give up tens of thousands of years of cultivation. The powerful soul you've condensed. Just to stay in my hands. And protect a fragment of Zhang Tuanzio's soul? She frowned and glared at him. You fool. I know Tuanzio better than you. Only if she lives will we have a chance to survive. So don't even think about laying a finger on her. As she spoke, Ningran's soul erupted, with red flames that burned her soul. How could it be? Moments later, a blinding light erupted in her consciousness. Nothing could be seen clearly after that. Two souls, one red and one yellow, appeared within Tuanzio. The yellow one was pushed out by an internal force. The old man's true body, upon receiving the soul fragment, rolled a few times on the ground. Naturally, Ningren also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yu Chen rushed to help her, worried. Family head, are you all right? Family head. Before long, those immortals had gained the upper hand. And the Zhang family was pushed into a corner. Do you really want to kill our Zhang family? The old man refused to give up. There's still time to finish off these people. And see Zhang Tuanzio, he gritted his teeth. Zhang family, Zhang Ningren. Today, I will annihilate you all. Mistress. Hearing another arrival, the old man clicked his tongue in annoyance. Another group arrived, escorting Tuanzio to join the fight. Don't you dare come near our mistress. He was running out of patience. He unleashed a surge of pressure, threatening them like ants. Where did these weaklings come from? They couldn't bear the difference in power. And trembled involuntarily. Is this the prelude? This is not someone we can fight against. How can Master always fight enemies like this? We're doomed. Master, I'll still serve you faithfully in the next life. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in their minds. Quiet down. The fight hasn't even started yet. It's quite uncomfortable for me to blink like this. The old man froze. He gritted his teeth in anger, almost shattering a tooth. An immortal soldier? It's just a bunch of swords. I could have wiped them all out with a snap of my fingers. But now. How dare you stand before me? How dare you confront me head-on? Everything has changed. Are you the ridiculous ones, or am I the ridiculous one? I am the immortal emperor. One of the rulers of the immortal realm, with tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Yet, I'm helpless before a bunch of ants. This is all your fault. Footsteps approached from afar. Chen Chang'an walked over slowly. His expression blank, devoid of any emotion, causing both joy and fear. Chen Chang'an is here. Isn't there still 10 seconds left? Chen Chang'an flicked a spark from his fingertip. Looking at the chaotic crowd with a smirk. Yunzhou seems a bit lively today. The old man froze at the sight of Chen Chang'an. Those present, as long as they were on the old man's side, were instantly obliterated. The system sent out notifications frantically. Congratulations, host, for eliminating a third-level immortal venerable. Reward: 50 million domain points. Like a grim reaper, he walked towards the old man step by step. How do you want to die? This oppressive feeling is terrifying. Even stronger than facing the heavenly demon from millions of years ago. I'll do anything. Please spare my life. Master is so powerful. Even the earth-shattering immortal emperor kneeled. So strong. In this life, if I could reach this realm, I would be overjoyed. You dare speak with such disrespect? Thinking like that is not just foolish. Give me a reason to delay your death. The old man scrambled back a bit. Stammering, yes, yes, yes. I'm willing to tell you all my secrets in exchange for my life. Tell me about the ancient times. Tell me everything within 5 minutes. Chen Chang'an's face showed impatience. Seeing this, the old man became even more flustered and said, and what I'm about to say is my biggest secret. I know where the immortals of the immortal realm came from. Where the heavenly demon came from. I also know who the heavenly demon woman who appeared days ago is. She is Han Shi, the sanctus of the heavenly demon. It is said that she has been leading the demon army for tens of thousands of years. Always searching for someone. They don't know exactly who it is. She appears to be conquering realms everywhere. But all of that is just a facade. The true goal of the demon army. Chen Chang'an was losing his patience, urging him to continue. When I first met her, it was tens of thousands of years ago. The immortal venerable above sent me and a few others to investigate another demon. I saw her with my own eyes. It took them less than half a day to find their place. You watch here, I'll go find a hidden place to send a message. But that demon, even when sleeping, is terrifying. My cultivation level was still weak at that time. I was really scared, so I didn't dare to act rashly. I had Fong Tan Duong accompany me to keep an eye on me while I and the others went to send the message. But when they arrived, she was gone. I will use the reincarnation mirror to show you what happened back then. Tens of thousands of years ago, on the ancient continent. Tan Duong heaven, where the demon is. Tan Duong scratched his head and replied. Sorry, I lost track of her. I didn't dare to get too close. When I wasn't paying attention, that demon took the opportunity to use spatial magic to teleport away from the trajectory of the spatial magic. I can roughly guess that they are probably in the dark, dense forest ahead. Why did you stop them? You can't even do such a small thing. Do you know how much importance is placed on this above? Divine Envoy. You went deep into the heavenly demon realm. The old man with a covered face turned around and said. Forget it. He nervously called out. Divine Envoy. Before leaving, the old man said. If that demon is really as strong as you say, and casually killed them, then what we're seeing now are only corpses. Your judgment is correct. Now it's enough to know their location. As if relieved of a burden, Fong Tan Duong knelt down on the ground. Thank you, Divine Envoy, for your forgiveness. To be honest, I've never seen a demon like that. Just being near her, my body involuntarily trembled, suppressed by fear to the point that I couldn't move. I really couldn't move. I can't imagine someone like that If they really started a war, how many people would die because of her? We must find her. And seal her, no matter the cost. Our divine envoy's mission this time is to subdue that new demon. Even the goddess disciple has been dispatched. Even that person has been alerted. Although it's easy to find someone, this forest ahead has countless high-level demonic beasts. Extremely ferocious. This will greatly hinder our search progress. The old divine envoy took off her hood, revealing large scars. She said calmly, "You might not get what you're looking for if you go in. The point is, these beasts' demonic energy is high. They are strong, respecting power. They fight and kill each other all day long, devouring each other, until there's only one king left. Cultivators below 10 ton will be torn to shreds by the beasts if they enter. With the strength of those two girls, entering recklessly is no different from meeting their ancestors. And that demon is silent at this moment. I don't know what she's planning. That demon is the strongest being, surpassing all heavenly demons. But even so, even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, we must go in and crush that beast." So the old woman also, and those who followed her, flew into the forest to track. In the quiet forest, Thuong Hai and Han Hai, dragging the large Tran Trong in, hid in the forest. They walked cautiously, looking around. They were wary of mutated plants and ferocious beasts. They all ignored them. Strange, these guys were so ferocious before. Why are they so docile now? Demons are born from the desires and evil thoughts of the Creator. Although they are ferocious and warlike, their rules are very simple. They instinctively respect the strong and admire their king. That king was originally Du Su. And now it must be the one we're helping, right? At this moment, Han Hai seemed to realize something and suddenly stopped. Then she suddenly let go and threw Tran Trong in to Thuong Hai. She went up to a few large beasts, prying open their mouths, punching and kicking them. "You guys like to chase so much, huh? Come on, bite me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I hold grudges, you know?" Tran Trong Yen's large body fell on Thuong Hai, causing her to fall as well. "I can't hold him." When Han Hai accidentally hit too hard, it angered the beast, which opened its mouth wide and lunged at her. She quickly hid behind Tran Trong Yen. She pushed him forward and threatened, "I'm going to break your teeth." As soon as they saw him, the demons panicked and ran away. Thuong Hai angrily knocked on Han Hai's head and shouted, "Stop messing around." Then they rested by the Blue River. Han Hai took out something that looked like a robotic cat, using the boundary treasure. Low-level demons. Fast breeding but mushrooms. If you step on them, they'll release a foul smell and a loud noise. Play hard, party hard. At a critical time like this, we still have to stay vigilant. After setting up the butt mushrooms around them, she felt relieved to return to the shelter. What should we do now? The heavenly demon clan hates you to the bone. Now even the immortals are after you. The title of goddess is not even as good as a lowly demon like me. Besides, we can just run away. Why do we have to bring him along? Isn't that asking for trouble? You fool, with him here, those immortals will be wary. They won't easily approach us. That's why we have a chance to breed. Besides, don't you want to know who he really is? He looks exactly like Tran Trong Yen, Han Hai replied indifferently. I don't want to know. Anyway, as long as that fool follows us, it's fine. But I think it's him. 2 days ago, he suddenly became different. I found a chance to check his origin. It's very special. His origin is the same as back then. I can't tell if he's an immortal or a demon. But one thing is for sure. With the hidden energy in his body right now, if he unleashes it, it's enough to destroy heaven and earth. I can be sure that no one in the immortal realm can defeat him. There are many things we don't know about him. So after he wakes up, if we don't handle it well, he'll kill us. She laughed sarcastically at Han Hai. You mean kill you, right? Why just me? Well, how did you treat him back then? Your methods weren't very gentle, were they? Besides, you approached me pretending to look for him. Because you wanted to steal my artifact. You two are so evil. You're breaking my heart. Han Hai retorted like a bristling kitten. You're talking nonsense. I knew it, you were just teasing us, right? You're not going to tease us for that long, are you? Huang Hai smiled gently. Can't I? You haven't spoken kindly to me, your senior sister, in a long time. You're always running around. Clearly, you have nothing important to do. But you put on a busy act. Han Hai folded her arms and puffed out her cheeks. I'm very busy. Those old men in the clan are all flattering me. She flicked Han Hai's forehead and laughed helplessly. Stop being stubborn. I know you're used to being lazy. A small matter. And you can't stick to it for long. You hate fighting the most. And sending people to sell salt. So you don't have to get involved in what happens next. Huang Hai said with firm eyes. You don't have to get involved in what happens next. As for the matter of sealing Du Su, I will personally explain it to the immortals. As for Tran Trong Nan, he's a special case. He has neither the nature of a demon, nor the spiritual energy of an immortal. His appearance has shattered everyone's perception. Furthermore, he could have clearly gone on a killing spree back then. But he only saved us. And I also discovered that he can talk to my artifact. Hearing this, Han Hai was extremely shocked. He might be from the future. Although I don't know what his purpose is. But one thing is for sure. He might not be our enemy. Han Hai said, he's always had that strength. So he was playing dumb all along. I even teased him before. She often pondered. Currently, the conflict between the two realms, immortals and demons, is escalating to the point of no reconciliation. The two sides are drawing their swords. Once one of the two sides, demons or immortals, obtains Tran Trong Nan, war is likely to break out. Master accepted you as a disciple back then, to become a beacon of peace between immortals and demons. This peace has not lasted long. I can't let these peaceful days be consumed by war. So, we can't hand over Tran Trong Nan for now. Han Hai panicked. Her pupils constricted. You're crazy. What can we do? I'll stop the divine envoy from chasing you. You take the sleeping Tran Trong Nan and find a hidden place to hide. When the danger is over, I will contact you to come out. I'll go back and tell Master about the situation here. Master will definitely help us. Looking at Huang Hai, who is always looking out for the world, Han Hai wondered. Is protecting all beings in the world really that important? But then she nodded firmly in agreement. Somewhere in the forest, the Divine Envoys group was chasing after them. While searching for clues, they also casually eliminated the demons that were in their way. It's the teleportation array over there. There's movement. Remember to let me know you're safe, okay? Han Hai glanced at Huang Hai and quickly took Tran Trong Nan away. They were halfway through the teleportation gate when the Divine Envoys people arrived. Found them. Spring Goddess Huang Hai. You actually let the demon escape? As soon as Han Hai's tail disappeared behind the teleportation gate, Huang Hai gathered her strength. She placed her hand on her chest and whispered, Artifact. Help me one more time. As the Divine Envoys people rushed forward, the artifact's power enveloped the entire space. Time within the artifact's range of influence froze. Divine Envoy, please forgive me. Spring Goddess Huang Hai, I'm stopping you here. I only hope that the Divine Envoy will allow me to meet Master. Tran Duk Divine Envoy. Suddenly, at this moment, a spatial crack appeared behind Huang Hai. Huang Hai, you have disappointed me so much. She was surprised to see the person who had arrived. She stammered, Master. Her time-freezing technique was quickly broken by Tran Duk Divine Envoy with one hand. Both her words and her eyes were full of disgust. I trusted you and gave you the artifact to guard against the heavenly demon Du Su. But what have you done? The seal has already been broken. You let the heavenly demon harm all beings. You still don't repent even now? You even sided with the heavenly demon? Take her back to the sealed land. I will deal with her myself. Huang Hai hurriedly knelt on the ground and tried to explain. Disciple is willing to accept punishment. But there's another reason why Du Su broke out of the seal. Master, please give me a chance to explain. We'll talk about it when we get back. I will decide. Fuan Hai, I'll take you away first. You continue to follow the newly emerged demon lord. You must find and seal them before they reach the heavenly demon clan. Seeing the Tranduk master and disciple leave, the old divine envoy sighed. The demon is still in the forest. First, spread out and confirm the demon's location. Then wait for everyone to gather and seal her again. Then, in the blink of an eye, everyone began to spread out and search. Do you think we can successfully seal that guy? Don't worry, there are so many divine envoys here. They are the closest to gods in the immortal realm. They are all at the realm lord level. If they can't handle it, then unless the gods themselves descend, no one can restrain that demon. At this time, a teleportation gate opened in the sky. Han Hai and Tran Trangan, hugging each other, fell down. Although she was the one who opened the teleportation, there was a little problem this time. She shouted, "Where the hell is this place?" They just fell freely down, right in front of a demon beast that was sunbathing. The old woman quickly caught the signal and led people over there. She glanced at Tran Trangan and muttered, "My waist is about to break. When is this guy going to wake up? With this guy, we can't run fast at all. The distance we can travel is getting shorter and shorter. We want to escape, but the location positioning is becoming more and more inaccurate. If this continues, no one will be able to get out." Suddenly, she froze. Her eyes sparkled as an idea flashed through her mind. She pushed Tran Trangan towards a demon beast that was hiding nearby. She said, "I'm giving him to you." Seeing something as dangerous as a time bomb, the beast immediately refused. It didn't dare to take him. After pushing Tran Trangan to the beast, she dusted her hands and left. That's much easier. Sorry, their target is you. I'm just a passerby. I don't want to suffer like this. So, I'm sorry, but you're on your own. Bye. After saying that, she opened the gate. Before leaving, she waved goodbye. I'm not going to do something so tiring and pointless. The divine envoys quickly arrived. When they got there, they saw the scene that Han Hai had unintentionally created. Seeing the figures of a person and a demon beast, the old woman signaled for the people behind her to hide. They quickly spotted Tran Trangan sitting on a rock, looking thoughtful. And there's a demon beast there too. He's not only suppressing the demon beast, but also making it his slave? Why is he closing his eyes and not afraid like this? Could it be that he's already prepared and waiting for us to take the bait? Let's go. Or should we wait for everyone to gather? As she was racking her brain about what choice to make, Tran Trangan unconsciously released a huge amount of demonic energy. This aura is too terrifying. He knows we're here. He's deliberately pretending not to notice us? No. We can't get any closer with our current manpower. If we attack by force, we might get dragged in ourselves. We have confirmed the demon's location. Let's gather first. After saying that, she ordered the entire team to retreat. The demon beast in front of Tran Trangan wagged its tail cutely. As soon as it sensed someone approaching, it became alert. Han Hai came back, looking exhausted. Forget it. I guess I should find a safer place for you. The demon beast growled in disgust, as if to say, "Why are you back?" She ignored the crying beast and left Tran Trangan behind. I didn't mean to abandon you. You understand, right? I've tried my best to get you this far. As the old woman's group returned, they ran into Fong Tan Duan's group. She quickly got to the point. Found the demon lord? Although we didn't see him move. But I can be sure that he's definitely waiting for us to fall into his trap. He must have discovered us. I've seen through his act. But our current situation is very passive. The enemy is in the dark. And we are in the light. Let's wait for all the divine envoys to gather, then we'll go back. At this time, Han Hai, carrying Tran Trangan, arrived at another location. She stepped out of the teleportation gate and looked around cautiously. After placing him in a geographically advantageous location and making him look cool, she reluctantly left. This place is hidden enough. Senior sister said you're very important. But I don't have the power to get you out of here now. I can't let those damn perverted divine envoys capture me and subject me to their cruel torture. If that happens, I'll be left with nothing but merciless torment. Meanwhile, wife, what should we do now, divine envoy? Waiting here isn't a solution. What if, during this time, that demon escapes? Moreover, this could be a trick. It might be just an illusion. You're so naive. The heavenly demon's personality. You're not as familiar with it as we are. They're wicked and sinister, deceitful and experts at ambushes. Once they have a suitable opportunity, they'll strike like a venomous snake, tearing you apart. So that's it. You mean, when we entered, we fell into a trap set by that demon? They definitely won't miss such a good opportunity. Exactly. The fact that he hasn't attacked us directly means he must have some reservations, trying to gauge our strength. How many people we have. That despicable and vile. Wait for the 3 divine envoys from the second team to arrive. Then we'll deal with him together. While they were discussing how to deal with him, they suddenly noticed a figure sitting in the distance. The wife was terrified. She felt like she had been electrocuted, struggling to speak. When did he get here? Or to put it another way, he's been there observing us all along. This is bad. Our plan has been exposed. Run! The wife screamed with all her might. Seeing this, the others panicked. Why is he everywhere? Are we surrounded? They ran as fast as they could. That bastard. Treating us like monkeys in a circus. The demon beast seemed to enjoy the chaos, chasing after the divine envoys. Run, that thing is coming. He really did ambush us. Good thing, wife, you saw it first. That demon is using these beasts to wear us down. Before that light could hit them, the demon beasts were left behind. I won't let you succeed. Han Hai had just arrived at the teleportation gate when she saw the fleeing divine envoys. This is bad luck at its finest. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it. Not even if you killed me. To think that those high and mighty divine envoys would be reduced to such a sorry state before Chen Xiannan. They actually thought Chen Xiannan was sleeping and setting a trap? So she turned around, sat down behind Chen Xiannan, and placed her hand on his back. Several formations appeared behind him. Not sure if this will work, but let's try it. Moments later, her hand seemed to sink into Chen Xiannan's body. Soon, she successfully entered his body. Now, Chen Xiannan's body, under Han Hai's control, opened its eyes in astonishment. It worked. Then, she walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the fleeing divine envoys who were running for their lives. But they suddenly realized something was wrong. Seriously wrong. Those 2 brats split from us and ran away to save themselves. Divine envoys? Like us. Exactly. Our lives, as divine envoys, are precious. We've been led around by the nose this whole time. Once we have enough people, we'll make him pay. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Hello there. Holy crap, he's back. He never intended to fight us. He's just been toying with us like birds in a cage. Wife, do something. You fools. Wife, act now. The wife scolded the young men. We're dead if we attack him now. We had to escape with everything we've got. We shouldn't have split up. Now, he can find us wherever we go. He can find us no matter where we are. There's no denying it. We're surrounded. We need to get out of here first. Thinking this, she quickly turned and ran in another direction. Let's go this way. The wife and the others ran as fast as they could. I see the exit. We're finally out. He didn't chase them. He just stood there, watching as they ran for their lives. She laughed, hands on her hips. Idiots. Bunch of idiots. Chen Xiannan. Chen Xiannan. I can't believe it was this easy. Even in a coma, you can scare them witless. You're so amazing. Han Hai. I really hit the jackpot by entering your body. Controlling you, scaring them, and saving myself. I can really feel it. An endless surge of power flowing through this body. The only difference is, well, I'm a girl. And entering a man's body, well, there's something extra dangling. The strange sensation sent shivers down her spine. Her face flushed bright red. Meanwhile, the group that had split up was unaware that the wife had fled. They charged towards the demon. Found you. Now die. I only meant to scare them. Who knew they'd chase after me? More recklessness than brains. The problem is, they're the divine envoys from the second team. You forgot about them. Wait. Don't come any closer. Wait for what? I'm taking this opportunity. Right in front of the wife and those 3 divine envoys. They want to kill you. Little did they know, her outstretched hand unleashed a surge of demonic energy. Powerful enough to split the forest in 2. When Han Hai opened her eyes and saw the carnage in front of her, she saw her own power stretch for 10 kilometers. Outwardly, she remained calm. But inside, a storm raged. This is insane. One lucky soul managed to dodge in time. He trembled, drenched in cold sweat. A single attack, it eliminated. Old Li, Old Chen. All at the domain lord level. Never before have I seen such a powerful monster. Perhaps only someone at Tran Duke's level could stand a chance against this. Everyone, forgive me. I cannot roam the world with you any longer. I must stay here and use my body to test his true strength. For the greater good. One last sacrifice. Han Hai was stunned, looking at the man beside her. He transformed from an ordinary man into a demon beast, roaring as he charged. At least I'll take a chunk of your flesh with me. Your shoelace is untied, look down. Is there really no weakness? Han Hai quickly snapped out of it. She turned and threw a punch. It wasn't a full-powered punch, but it was enough to obliterate him. Damn demon, couldn't you just let me land a punch? I'm not giving up. Bastard. And so, a new day arrived. Sunlight sparkled, bathing the flowers in a golden glow. The mushroom demons, hidden beneath the grass, began to stir. Inside a house in the canyon, there was a series of coughs, followed by the sound of vomiting blood. And even blood splattering. Han Hai had left Chun Chang'an's body. Clutching her chest, she coughed and coughed, trying to regain her bearings. Wiping the blood from her lips, she staggered towards the bed. I didn't expect the side effects to be this severe. She lost her balance and collapsed. The author was kind enough, realizing it would hurt to fall on the floor, so he arranged a convenient fall straight into Chen Chang'an's arms. In her daze, she instinctively embraced his strong, alluring body. The night was quiet, clothes were scattered everywhere. Then, she woke up with a start. Seeing herself taking advantage of the unconscious Chen Chang'an, she froze, unsure of what to do. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Covering her burning face, she peeked at the unconscious Chen Chang'an. Damn it. She couldn't help but reach out and touch him. Did I just sleep with him? I must have been suppressing it for too long, and accidentally released it on him while I was unconscious. What should I do now? Senior sister told me to protect him, but I. She leaned down and softly called his name, staring at him for a long time. Her mind was a battleground of conflicting thoughts. But having intercourse with him will help my injuries heal. My cultivation is also showing signs of a breakthrough. It's for my recovery. It's okay to continue just a little longer, right? If I'm not in good condition, I won't be able to protect him. Perfectly good reason, isn't it? Just one last time. I'll let you imagine what happened next. Meanwhile, in Toei Min Kingdom, the divine maiden Changshi was being escorted back by the divine envoys. This divine maiden must have been fooling around with those male concubines for far too long. That's why the formation's power was depleted, allowing that demon to escape. Immortal, you must punish her. How she will be punished will be up to Tranduk. He is known for his fairness and integrity. He'll handle this matter flawlessly. We simply await his orders. The escaped demon is the most pressing issue right now. Once he returns to the demon realm, war is likely to break out again. You mortals below should prepare yourselves. We must return and rally the immortals for battle." With that, the three of them left. One of Tukthak's servants spoke up. "Your Majesty, the heavenly demons have been preparing for war for years. They're just waiting for the demon lord to lead them." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed those idiots. "I told you to steal divine power. I told you to damage the formation. I told you not to mess things up. Now there's a giant hole in it. Do you want to die? Figure something out, or if those immortals investigate, we're all doomed. Have you forgotten, Your Majesty? We gave those male servants to the Divine Maiden to keep her happy. All for this very day. We just need to insist that the Divine Maiden was indulging in carnal pleasures, blinded by lust, and missed the best opportunity to seal the demon. That's what led to the demon lord's escape. Moreover, once the war between immortals and demons begins, she will be labeled a war criminal and will immediately become everyone's target. Then, both mortals and immortals will come for her, and will be able to escape." Tukthak was satisfied with the plan. "Thank you for reminding me. Indeed, that was our original plan. Let the immortals and demons fight, and we mortals will reap the benefits." Meanwhile, at the ceiling formation, Chongshur showed Tranduk the scene. "This is what happened. Child, you deserve to die for your negligence. Imprisonment, 1,000 years in Thunder Prison, enduring the searing flames, is a lenient punishment. I have warned you countless times. That sealing the demon lord is no small matter. It affects the 3 realms and all living beings. As things stand now, even I find it difficult to help you." As she spoke, she grew more and more furious, flicking Chongshur on the forehead. "You should have come to me sooner. You should have sought your master's help." Chongshur felt wronged. "You travel between realms, how am I supposed to find you? Don't you have my communication device? I only see you once every few hundred years. And each time, you forget as soon as you turn around. I suspect, you have a man out there. And you can't even be bothered to care about us." Tranduk touched her own cheek with pride. "With my beauty, what man could possibly be worthy? Besides, love only clouds the mind. Yes, no man in this world is worthy of my beautiful master." "Child, why are you talking so strangely?" Chongshur pursed her lips, suddenly pouring out her heart. "Master, it's been so long. I miss you. It's no use missing me. This situation is very difficult, even for me." Chongshur's excitement faded as she muttered under her breath. "You dense woman, you little brat." The two of them continued exploring, eventually arriving before the demon lord's remains. Standing before the skeleton, Tranduk couldn't help but gasp. The demon lord, he ended up like this? Who could have done this? The demon lord's power came from the world's fear and malice. No immortal could have completely eradicated him. Not even the celestial race could have done this. Zihai said that Han Hai's servant, Chen Chang'an, is responsible. He has surpassed the demon lord and become the most powerful heavenly demon ever. Under Han Hai's care, the news will spread soon enough. Right now, as long as Chen Chang'an doesn't fall into the hands of the heavenly demons. With their current strategy, they won't rashly start a war. Master, you've met Chen Chang'an. He's not a bad person. He even protected us. He doesn't belong to this world. Yet he did what was not his duty. If it's him, perhaps he can prevent the war between immortals and demons. You can barely protect yourself. And yet you're thinking about such grand things? Silly child. Regardless, this is a good opportunity for you to redeem yourself. Before the heavenly demon army finds Chen Chang'an, you and Han Hai must bring him to me. That way, your punishment will be lessened. He will either become one of us, or we'll seal him forever." Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an showed no signs of waking up. After sleeping with him, a radiant Han Hai prepared to leave. "Thanks for the hospitality. Don't go wandering off. I'll be back as soon as I'm done." She activated the teleportation formation. Feeling the changes within her body, she grew more and more excited. "Wow, my body feels so much lighter. Doing that with him actually helped me break through to the Demon King realm. Could he be some kind of cultivation furnace?" She looked down at the camp of the heavenly demons, the territory of the Raktran clan. Suddenly, she heard the sounds of a lively gathering. Tonight's fight is going to be exciting. Tonight, all heavenly demons at the Demon Ring realm and above will participate in the tournament. I hear even the 4 heavenly kings will be there. This grand feast is to welcome the return of the Demon Lord. The Raktran clan leader suddenly announced. I have 2 pieces of good news. First, we have been oppressed by immortals for far too long. But now, our Demon Lord has returned. We no longer have to bow our heads. Our time is coming. This prisoner, however, was captured during our patrol. He's been abandoned by his comrades. He's at our mercy. Fong Tanyong coughed a few times, trying to open his eyes and look at the surrounding demons. Update my information. And eliminate him. Extract his bones, organs, and simmer them into a stew. The second piece of good news. The winner of this tournament will have the honor of mating with my niece, Han Hai. As he finished speaking, the audience erupted. The most beautiful woman in the heavenly demon realm. I've dreamt of this moment. If Lokwa wins, what about us? What are we supposed to do? She replied casually, I'm her uncle. Of course I can arrange something. The top 5 will all have a chance. Han Hai was stunned, unable to comprehend what she just heard. She stormed into the arena, her rage uncontrolled. I object. This tournament is ridiculous. Your desires have nothing to do with me. How could you treat me like this, uncle? He replied indifferently. Your deceased father entrusted you to my care? I have the right to make decisions for you. And we gave you a task. To retrieve the artifact. But you failed. You ruined our plans. Failing to retrieve the artifact is a disgrace to our family. A disgraced heavenly demon has no right to speak. However, fortunately, your beauty is undeniable. It's not a death sentence. I want to help you. This is your chance to satisfy everyone and save yourselves. Right now, everyone is filled with a thirst for battle. This is the state we heavenly demons need to maintain. Now, we need to raise stronger warriors. You are indispensable. Give birth to powerful offspring for our clan. Consider it a contribution. Han Hai yelled furiously. Contribution my ass. Why don't you offer them your partner? Lokoa was speechless. The one sitting at the top finally spoke. Silence. Her opinion doesn't matter. Proceed as planned. Just fight. This is so boring. Someone in the crowd excitedly yelled. Bloodthirsty Heavenly King, enter the fray. The Heavenly King has spoken. Savor this pre-war frenzy. Let's begin. Seeing that they were ignoring her, she clenched her fists in anger. Don't think you can control my destiny. I'll stop you. Just you wait. Her words were met with laughter. Ha 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 ha. She says she's going to stop all of this. Ha ha ha. She's just at the Demon King realm. What can she do? Seducing men is more her style. Duan Ji was losing it. Spouting nonsense to comfort herself. You're not that strong. But you're good at bragging. What are you going to do when you fail? Poor thing. You don't even know what you're talking about. Starting to think like a beast, eh? Ignoring their mockery. She stood tall. She walked away. Where is she going? It's just a little girl bragging. We're actually looking forward to the excitement. After the tournament. Lokoa roared, let the tournament begin. Soon, the first fight featured Tan Duan as the punching bag. After throwing a few punches, the red demon transformed his hand into a scythe, ready to strike. Tan Duan was terrified. I'm finished. The spectators roared, death to the immortal. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky. The red demon was obliterated in an instant. The entire arena was in an uproar. A bolt of lightning? What was that? Standing before Tan Duan, Chen Changnan looked around. It turned out Han Hai was using his body to make a statement. Even if the side effects are severe. Even if I had to sleep with Chen Changnan countless times to recover, I will not swallow this anger. Using Chen Changnan's body, she declared. Han Hai is my woman. Step forward if you dare. Lokoa was enraged. Those at the top were also shocked. The other fighters growled and charged at the newcomer. She glanced at them coldly, and with a flick of her wrist, they all crashed to the ground. What? Those were 3 heavenly emperor-level demons. Isn't this a bit too flashy? She pointed at the so-called strongest, who were sitting above. They were taken aback. Unleashing her aura, she declared, "Get down here. I'm going to crush you." The demons burst into laughter. That arrogant fool. He's dead. He's going to die. He thinks that just because he defeated 3 demon emperors, he can challenge the heavenly kings? This is laughable. We won't even give you a chance to beg for mercy. Yafeng, it seems you have a new plaything. Do you know that reckless heavenly demon? He could just be a wandering nobody. Otherwise he would know our position. Yafeng looked at Chang Nan with amusement. Someone you've never met. We'll show you the true meaning of power. Before he could finish, Chang Nan's hand was already on his face. The wife reacted instantly, with a swift movement, sending Yafeng crashing to the ground. The audience gasped in astonishment. He defeated a heavenly king with one move? As the light from above shone down, Lokoa craned his neck, trying to see. Witnessing such power, they finally understood the meaning of fear. Hey, kid, this isn't good. He actually managed to injure a heavenly king. This has never happened in 1,000 years. Yafeng cursed, "You're dead. I'll skin you alive." How does it feel for a high and mighty heavenly king to be slammed on the ground? As he spoke, he slammed Yafeng's head on the ground repeatedly. The excitement and enjoyment radiating from Chang Nan silenced the entire arena. "Heavenly King, are you seeing things clearly now?" Han Hai asked with a sneer. The other heavenly kings could no longer remain seated. They leapt down into the arena. Here they come. This isn't going to be easy. Yafeng, recovering from his daze, pushed his comrade's hand away and roared, "Back off. You should have waited until I was finished. Do you really think you could succeed while I was distracted? Save the bragging for after you've actually accomplished something. Threatening the 4 heavenly kings? This is no longer your problem." Facing the heavenly kings, Han Hai felt a surge of fear. "You little pest. You've lost your last chance to escape. When we heavenly kings join forces, even Tran Duk would be wary. What chance do you, a mere heavenly demon, have?" The crowd roared with excitement. The 4 heavenly kings have joined forces. He's finished. It doesn't matter where he came from. He's not leaving this arena alive. Yafeng cast a spell. Enough talk. Let's crush him. A formation appeared above Chen Chang'an, raining down poisonous needles. This is bad. I was too reckless. It felt good to vent my anger. But now I'm in trouble. My meager possession skills can't unlock this body's full potential. Moreover, the side effects are kicking in. This demonic possession drains the spatial magic I've mastered. The more spatial power I use, the greater the drain. Out of the 7 great immortal laws, the law of space is the most difficult to grasp. Since birth, I have had a strong affinity for spatial magic. I've even mastered the soul communication technique. To be frank, I'm a prodigy in this field. By combining the two, I can use spatial magic to directly enter another person's body. However, I can't use this technique often. I created it myself. And overuse will harm me. If I force it, I'll turn to dust. She dodged the needles. But then vines burst from the ground. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. The side effects are getting worse. Maybe I should avoid using Chen Chang'an's techniques. My combat experience is limited. I'm no match for the 4 heavenly kings. I just need to find an opportunity to escape. Electricity surged from one of the heavenly king's horns, preparing to unleash alternating current. He focused on Han Hai, attacking relentlessly. You seem to use lightning as well? Now try mine. The heavenly kings blocked her path, forcing Han Hai further and further into a corner. The more she fought, the more desperate her situation became. A blinding flash of lightning descended, engulfing both Han Hai and Chen Chang'an. She smiled, satisfied with her work. The combination of the 4 heavenly kings can completely make a domain god level expert fall into a predicament. Not to mention I still can't display Chen Chang'an's peak strength. This is a bit too much. Now the body is starting to fail. If this continues, it will be exposed. And if not handled properly, Chen Chang'an's body will be destroyed by them. Dare to talk nonsense with the Heavenly Cane. This is your end. This kid can be dealt with by the 4 Heavenly Canes. Is also a great honor. The wild demon doesn't know how to respect. What's the use of keeping you? I'm waiting for you to weaken and then take your life. The final blow to me. Han Hai falls into a dilemma. She's wondering what to do. Suddenly Tran Trangan intertwined his hand with that demon. Turned to look at him. One hand tightly grasped his hand, the other kicked. Seeing that, she was extremely confused. It's not me. The body moved on its own. Could it be that Tran Trangan is back? Don't know the specifics. Only saw one arm of that demon. Was gently removed by Tran Trangan. He screamed in pain. Lo Coa broke out in a cold sweat. Others were shocked by this scene. Their whole body unconsciously stiffened. Tran Trang then looked at him screaming in pain. The aura emanating from him suddenly shifted to an exceptionally high intensity. Just looking at it is scary enough. Let alone fighting him. Wasn't he already down? He broke the Heavenly King's arm. This must be a dream. From a corner, Fong Tan Duan recognized the familiar aura. His whole body trembled involuntarily. It really is him. This aura is unmistakable this time. This is bad, I had to get out of here quickly. The Heavenly Kings, seeing this sudden change, tensed up and retreated a few steps. What's going on? Did he intentionally hide his strength? Why did his aura suddenly change? Be careful. Han Hai at this moment was going crazy. Screaming in Tran Trangan's mind. Now, let's run. I've exhausted too much primal force now. Plus, the erosion is starting. So I can't let the side effects worsen. Tran Trangan's body suddenly stood motionless. Han Hai quickly realized something was wrong. Don't tell me you. Now, the Heavenly Kings hesitated, not daring to make a move. Tran Trangan's aura grew more and more intense. He was like a pillar of murderous intent standing in the center. The crowd watched intently. In the not-so-spacious area, they shouted in unison, "Let's go together." The 4 Heavenly Kings unleashed their ultimate moves together. There's no escape this time. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, his eyes flashed. Tran Trangan effortlessly glided past the 4 Heavenly Kings. His movements were graceful, his strikes swift. Not a single wasted motion. Incredibly fast. Those behind him struggled to stay on their feet. Or rather, no one could stand anymore. They could only vomit blood, wondering how could this be? All those who witnessed it were utterly stunned. Rooted to the spot. Inside Han Hai was feeling the sensation of being asked to pay the price. Every time Tran Trangan used a move, her soul thinned. You're using up my primal force. I can't take it anymore. But Trang Nan was in auto mode. He didn't care about such things. He just raised his hand, gathering energy. She looked at him with a panicked expression, on the verge of tears. Wait a minute. Are you trying to wipe out the entire demon race? With an explosion like a mushroom cloud piercing the sky, the powerful blast blew away the entire arena. Han Hai, inside Tran Trang Nan, felt the erosion. As the price to pay, night had fallen. The information gathered this time was not insignificant. Unexpectedly, the demon lord was killed by an unknown demon. Now there's no leader. We must report this immediately. Let the Heavenly Kings know. Should we establish that unknown demon as the new demon lord? Not at this time. They all felt it. An incredibly overbearing aura approaching. A sense of unease and fear surged within them. By the time they returned, the once beautiful landscape had transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. What happened? Wasn't there supposed to be a celebration? Why did it turn out like this? Somewhere amidst the ruins, Lo Qua, missing an arm, coughed violently. To think there exists such a formidable demon in this world. A snap of his fingers leveled this place. Over 80% of our demon race's experts have been reduced to ashes. His breath fading. Fong Tan Duong, enduring the pain, desperately tried to escape. Fortunately, I got out a step ahead. I must quickly relay what happened here to the celestial race. That night, upon returning home, Han Hai immediately got to work. Her clothes were hastily thrown around the room. Empty, my body is drained, she muttered as she struggled to move. Her hands roamed all over Tran Trangan's body. She paused, looking at him still unconscious in front of her, unaware of what she was doing. After a while, she shivered unconsciously. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Even her tail was not calm, but moved enthusiastically. She leaned down and placed a deep kiss on Tran Trangan's lips. Her small lips lingered, as if reluctant to part. Their hands intertwined. She gazed at his face, her rationality gradually being overwhelmed by desire. Her sweet breath escaped her lips onto his oblivious face. Just a little bit more. It's just a small matter for you, isn't it? Who told you to be so reckless with me just now, huh? Suddenly, that rainy night became unusually long. In a strange way. The next day, the last day, before Tran Trangan traveled to the ancient continent. Celestial palace in the celestial realm. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a thing happen? This absurd claim must be a ploy by the demon race to deceive us. This is simply too outrageous. Let's wait for the results of the second investigation. In the main hall, news arrived quickly. The investigation team has returned, reporting to the Celestial Lord regarding the anomaly that the guards discovered this morning. The near annihilation of the demon race is confirmed. You're saying the demon race was wiped out by one person? Is that true? That's impossible. With the power of a single person to destroy the entire foundation of the demon race. Who in the world possesses such overwhelming power? Unheard of. This is sure to shake the entire ancient continent. We must investigate further immediately. Who knows if this new demon lord is also among those unfortunate souls? But with the demon race going through this again, the Great War can no longer take place. This person has actually done us a great favor. Someone this extraordinary must be on our side. Only then can we be at ease. The divine Tao rules all beings, ghosts, and gods. The divine realm opens. The celestial descends. Greetings, Celestial Chuck Min, as countless people paid their respects. He emerged from the grand formation. Some were carried on palanquins, rode horses, or soared through the air. He was the second young master of the Long clan, one of the three great families among the Celestials. If I can gain his favor, then I have a chance of advancing to divinehood. The one sitting majestically on the throne was Long Man, the gatekeeper of the Celestial clan. Long Lok, out of curiosity, glanced up, only to be caught. Audacious. A lowly celestial servant dares to lay eyes on the Lord. Those who did met a gruesome end. Apart from excruciating pain, they also had to endure blood loss. You are the divine messenger serving the Celestials. Show them what the rules are. Tran Duk bowed deeply. This humble servant is present. What are your orders? The Celestial Lord knelt and kowtowed. This deity has come here to prepare the warrior needed for the intergalactic tournament. This person must have the title of the strongest warrior in the continent. Moreover, they must have a distinguished record of participating in large-scale wars and achieving great victories. Those kneeling below gritted their teeth under the immense pressure. The pressure was too much. A single divine decree held such power. My cultivation is rapidly declining. You have 1 day to find this person. Tran Duk shuddered and accepted the order. Your subordinate has a question. Why do they have to have participated in war? If it's just the strongest warrior, I might be able to find one. But this war thing, don't you think? A warrior with the title of war hero participating in the intergalactic tournament. Sounds rather impressive? Other warriors have titles like World Destroyer and Slayer. How can my warrior be inferior? Celestial sin. According to the latest intel, the demon race has been nearly wiped out. Over 80% of their experts are dead. The war is probably over. His voice boomed like a beast's roar. There's no war? How can that be? Even this small amusement can't be fulfilled? Ancient continent. Do we even need to keep them around? Use the divine time artifact to resurrect them. Wouldn't that solve it? Have you forgotten? It's precisely because we're worried about unforeseen consequences. That's why we left this loophole. Huang Hai, at this time, was unaware of her master's situation. She anxiously ran towards Han Hai's place. Han Hai, usually stubborn and mischievous. Who knows if she took good care of Tran Trong In. Things have come to this. As long as I bring Tran Trong In back and explain to Master, everything will work out. She quickly arrived at the house in the ravine. Inside the house, Han Hai had also woken up. I can't believe we rolled around until morning. Oh, this feeling of complete rejuvenation. I thought replenishing primal chi. Too much would be bad. But even my cultivation has increased quite a bit. That bastard is really something. Making me go at it all night. But what should I do next? You've wiped out 70 to 80% of the demon race. Where should I go from here? Even though they never cared about me. And used me. Treating me like a pawn in their plans. Just because I was sent to the celestial realm as a hostage when I was little. Ignoring my life and death. And then, when I was 9, they made me steal the divine speed technique. Almost getting me executed for disobeying Master. Almost getting executed. At 50, they ordered me to sow discord between the two races. Giving me ridiculous orders. If I had been a little slower, they would have turned me into fertilizer. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Not a single good thing. Now they're all gone, I'm finally free. I have no more ties or obligations. Should I just run away? Just you and me, we can go anywhere. She said, her hands trailing down. Her mischievous hands roamed across Tran Trong In's muscular chest. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Huang Hai politely knocked and called from outside. Junior sister, it's me. I need to talk to you, open up. The knocking grew more and more urgent. Han Hai's face flushed red, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, at the Divine Phoenix Palace. If the divine artifact chose Huang Hai back then, she was destined to become the Celestial's plaything. A puppet to fuel endless war. I remember that divine artifact has 3 stages. The first resurrection has a 5-second cooldown. The second gradually accumulates. What a hateful calculation. In short, find her, then slice her, trap her in the coffin. Keep taking her life, tens of thousands of times. That should trigger the 3rd stage, time reversal. Right? Hearing his disgusting laughter, Tran Duc wanted to leave, but couldn't. Suppressing her disgust, she hastily said. But to resurrect the entire demon race, I'm afraid the divine artifact won't be able to handle such intense usage. The puppet's body might be destroyed. He angrily interrupted her. You think this deity cares about the life and death of some lowly creature? From a lowly star system? If it can be done, do it. If not, then scram. This deity has no shortage of servants like you. Tran Duc immediately backed down. Please calm down, Celestial. Tran Duc didn't mean to defy you. If you want to live, then fulfill my request. Otherwise, my beloved pet will have a feast. Everyone was stunned. Even that terrifying creature is here? This is bad, that creature is not something we can confront. If we let it attack our ancient continent, everyone will die, leaving nothing behind. She shuddered at the thought of the consequences. He snapped his fingers and said nonchalantly. After finding the warrior, put them in this coffin. Everything will change. The coffin will capture their soul. Ultimately, this coffin will create a loyal dog that only obeys my commands. After all, not every dog is loyal to its owner. Think carefully about how to do this. How to properly serve me. I'll stay here for 1 day. Tran Duc, tense and sweating profusely, replied, Tran Duc understands. I was too busy playing before. And forgot about this warrior collection thing. Now I can dump this on them. And have an excuse to shirk responsibility. A bunch of foolish slaves. Went for a stroll and picked up some celestial maidens as concubines. Trying to appease him, they respectfully replied. You are merciful, Lord. Huang Hai will bring Tran Trang back. You know what to do, right? Outside, Huang Hai's face was red from knocking. But the door remained closed. Junior sister, open up. What are you doing in there? Why'd I hear strange noises? Huang Hai panicked, not knowing what to do. She must be here to take Tran Trang away. If I don't answer, she'll eventually leave. This damn man, such a flirt. I remember Huang Hai also liked Tran Trang. After a while of knocking, it suddenly fell silent. Huang Hai thought Huang Hai had given up and left. But no, before she could rejoice, Huang Hai returned. Huang Hai suddenly shouted, I found that woman from before. Who was secretly with Tran Trang. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Han Hai burst out of the door, shouting. I'll bite his leg off. He only realized he had been tricked when he saw Tian Hai's gaze fixed on him. You can't hide from me. Tell me, why are you, a mighty demon, so interested in someone else's love life? Oh no, I fell for it. Huang Hai asked expectantly. He's in your room, right? What's he doing in there that he won't answer me? Master has made arrangements. I'm here too. Before she could finish, Han Hai rushed inside and slammed the door, leaving Huang Hai speechless outside. Her anger reached its peak. Her face twitched. That damn girl took Tran Trang away? Don't joke with me, I finally have someone by my side. Why should I give him to you? Tran Trang can't help you. Just go back and accept your punishment. You have the divine artifact. You don't need to be afraid. As long as you don't blink. I'll come back to visit you every year. This leg is so thick, how am I supposed to wear it for you? Suddenly, she froze. At that moment, Tran Trang woke up. Identity change successful. Tran Trang opened his eyes to this scene. His face flushed red. He stammered, almost biting his tongue, Han Hai. Han Hai quickly covered his mouth and said in a panic. Shush, be quiet. Their eyes met. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. You're sitting on me so naturally. Do you want to do it again? She shouted in embarrassment. Get your head out of the gutter. Get up and leave with me. Once we're settled in a new place. If you still want it, listen to me. I'll decide how many times we do it. Got it? She was screaming internally. He wasn't hurt? Was he pretending to sleep all this time? Aren't you curious who I am? Just going to run away with me like this? She replied irritably, not curious. You're my slave. Always like this. Outside. The knocking resumed. Han Hai, open the door for me. Tran Trang smirked. System notification. Host. Automatically monitoring clone's behavior. And reporting to you. This is my first time doing this. How do you remember? He replied casually in his mind. Han Hai struggled to activate the teleportation. And asked, what do you mean? Han Hai. If you don't open the door, I'll tear this place down. Tran Trang walked towards the door. Talking to the system. Good boy, we can do anything. As long as I want it, we can get it. Before he could act, both Huang Hai and Han Hai were stunned. Tran Trang. Wait for me. Tran Trang started processing the information. When I shut down the clone, being a product of the system. The two are symbiotic, their information connected. Taking advantage of this, I can use the system to observe the world for me. Firstly, to avoid drastically altering the course of history. Secondly, to wait for the right moment to act. It's better than running around like a headless chicken. But host. Returning in this way isn't very domineering. Not very handsome. Do I have to wait until everyone is on the verge of death to make my entrance? Is only saving the day at the last minute cool? That's what those superpowered heroes in fantasy stories do. Would do. But I'm not. If I'm already invincible, why should I care about those tragedies happening? Again, don't just focus on eavesdropping. It'll affect your support. There must be a random mission now, right? The system, its cheeks pinched until they almost split, hastily replied. Yes, yes. Then it displayed a series of information panels. From mission summaries to detailed descriptions. Tran Trang skimmed through them. He paid particular attention to the missions within reach. To summarize. 1. Save the Divine Artifact's core, which requires Primal Chi. 2. To gain the Divine Artifact's recognition, I need to resolve Huang Hai's life-threatening situation. 3. Become the master of the ancient continent. Based on the events of the past 2 days and the future situation, I've figured out the whole story. The final 1-day deadline is enough. Resolving Huang Hai's predicament, superhero, divine artifact, and all that. Huang Hai and Han Hai stammered, their faces pale with fear. What is he talking about? He's definitely not simple. He smiled harmlessly. Say, are you going back to the celestial realm? Why not take me with you? At the cliff, the system announced. Calculating domain value. Han Hai and Huang Hai turned to look at Tran Trong Nin. They said nothing. The system finished calculating and continued its announcement. Congratulations, host, for killing a Angel level city lord. Reward 500 million domain value. Congratulations, host, for killing a gold level demon magician. Reward 5,000 domain value. Tran Trong Nin was stunned by the result. So during the time Han Hai was in my body, she killed everyone. Why is all of this counted as domain value? Tran Trong Nin rejoiced, AFK is awesome. At this moment, Tran Trong Nin pondered. Back when Han Hai was using my body to fight, the system reported everything to me, including the near annihilation of the demon race. Objectively speaking, in the future, the demon race shouldn't exist anymore. But in this life, I saw the demon race not diminishing, but increasing instead. I immediately understood, someone resurrected them during this time. And the only one capable of doing that is Huang Hai with the Divine Time artifact. Activating its third stage, Huang Hai held the communication talisman. Her face slightly worried. I'll send a message to Master first. Tran Trong Nin's train of thought continued. Eliminating the demon race doesn't solve Huang Hai's dilemma, meaning there's someone higher up orchestrating all of this. He wants Huang Hai dead, and keeps resurrecting the demon race. Based on the current information, this is all I can analyze for now. But if we don't find the mastermind behind this, who's pulling the strings? I'm afraid there will be more disasters. By then, we might be completely helpless. Suddenly, an arrow flew from out of nowhere. The arrow whizzed past Tran Trong Nin, and headed straight for Huang Hai. She was their target. Han Hai quickly realized and shouted, danger! Senior sister, watch out! Huang Hai, still confused, turned around, seeing Huang Hai in danger. He snapped his fingers. Tran Trong Nin snapped, stopped the arrow and saved Huang Hai. Though saved, Huang Hai was still knocked back. Han Hai shouted angrily. Who's sneaking around? Show yourself. Huang Hai regained her composure. Trong Nin, thank goodness you were there. From within the cliff, a group of menacing figures emerged. Their faces grim, found them. Tran Trong Nin glanced at the uninvited guests. More and more of them appeared. Surrounding Tran Trong Nin looked up. Those in the air announced. By order of the Celestials, all forces of the ancient continent shall unite to punish the thief. For the survival of the ancient continent, Huang Hai must die. Unrelated insects, get lost. With that, one of them raised a staff and fired a blast towards Huang Hai. He shouted gleefully. Success! I killed the first divine maiden. Tran Trong Nin reached out, pulling Huang Hai out of the attack. Seeing Huang Hai unharmed, the attacker was stunned. What? She dodged it? But I clearly hit her in that green smoke. Han Hai rushed out, cursing. Bastards! What are you doing? Han Hai escaped the smoke and pointed at Tran Trong Nin, scolding him. You ungrateful wretch! You didn't save me. Tran Trong Nin, still holding Huang Hai, replied indifferently, you could have escaped. Clearly, Han Hai was furious. You're such a dog, this lady. Let him hit me on purpose. Tran Trong Nin, I can't believe you're sucking up to Huang Hai like this in front of me. And behind my back. You're basically putting 100 cuckold hats on me. The attackers suddenly pointed. There's still a demon? I thought they were all wiped out. Probably a stray. This small number of demons won't start a war. The Celestial said it. We need to activate the third stage of the divine artifact. On that woman. That's right. Tran Trong Nin overheard the word, Celestial. Thuang Hai stepped in front of Tran Trong Nin. Tran Trong Nin, don't move. I need to understand what's going on. Thuang Hai addressed the crowd. Surrender peacefully. If you have any conscience left. Don't resist. Thuang Hai said angrily. I hear. You want to revive the demon race. Do you know what that means? An old man stepped forward, channeling spiritual energy. War is terrifying, but a destroyed planet is even more despairing. Only by your death can we survive. We have received your blessings, Divine Maiden. But since you are the Divine Maiden, help us one more time. Thuang Hai was horrified by their words. You're the beast kin from the spirit realm. The attackers all stared at Thuang Hai. We have no other choice. That day, the angel said he wanted to see a battle between immortals and demons for fun. If we don't please him, that city's monster will eat us. This has spread throughout the Hongkou Dialogue. We won't kill you. But another group and another strong person will come and fight you. Thuang Hai, with her pupils constricted in fear, asked why. Goddess. You are not the enemy of the whole world. Your master is the angel's executioner. So he can't save you this time. Hearing these words, Thuang Hai panicked. Unable to believe what she had just heard. She seemed to want to collapse. A moment ago, Thuang Hai's master asked for help. But it seemed no one could help. Tran Duc, this matter involves the entire city. We can't help. We can't do anything about MANHUA. Stop dreaming. From many eras ago until now, no one has been able to succeed in saving the one chosen by the angel. We can only pray for her. I remember that girl's parents were also sacrificed like that. Even now, she still worries about the well-being of her loved ones. Tran Duc responded to the heartless words of the crowd. You all have been to Thuang Hai for many years. You've been lucky enough to befriend everyone here. And have helped them. I'm not asking you to intervene right now. Just hoping that you can give Tran Duc some options. Tran Duc continued, her voice trembling as she held up the token. Let me save my disciple. But everyone rejected Tran Duc's plea. I can help you with anything. Except for the angel's business. We really have no other choice. That angel is really something. You've helped him do so many dirty things. And you can't even beg for mercy once? The Dulin Dai Luke next door offended other angels not long ago. And was destroyed. I still suggest you give up on that goddess. The angel's trap has been set. She's bound to die. Tran Duc remembered a time when she said, you know, Thuang Hai. The greater one's ability. The greater one's responsibility. Thuang Hai, still young at the time, looked at her master with wide eyes. Really? Tran Duc affirmed. Of course. It's just a pity that master has done so many bad things and no longer has the opportunity to be the place where the hearts of the people turn to. Hai smiled, comforting her master. Don't you still have me here? I will protect everyone and inherit master's will. Remembering this, Tran Duc frowned in anger. She said angrily, thank you. Don't come back. Then she threw the communication token to the floor and turned away. On the other side of the communication token, the voices continued. Don't do anything stupid. Tran Duc ignored the heartless people and was determined to save her disciple. Thuang Hai, I will definitely save you. Out in space. The people who couldn't dissuade Tran Duc fell silent. She cut off contact. We can't stop her. I guess she's about to do something stupid. Hongkou Dialogue will be gone soon. Join me in witnessing this final spark. Go to. Tran Duc is opening her friends list to gather everyone. Tran Duc has gathered a group of people to spread and announce something. Angel Tran Duc, what is it that you have called us here for? She finished speaking and pointed to a small planet. Please. Come and take a look. In the vast sea of stars, there is a small planet that has never been discovered by angels. Tran Duc announced to everyone. Its name is Ko Chao Dai Luke. Everyone looked in the direction Tran Duc was pointing, listening silently. Tran Duc continued solemnly. I've spent many days scouting the area. The spiritual energy here is abundant. The perimeter of Tin Hai City is lined with crystal stones. that help isolate divine power from the currents. For many years, this place has been unclaimed. We can hide from the angels' search here. And not become a slave planet. It's a good place to go. Everyone was shocked and surprised. Angel Tranduk, are you planning a migration? That's right. Until now. Our lives have been hanging by a thread. The angels are unpredictable. If this continues, we will all be killed one day. For being useless. Tranduk was determined. So before we migrate, we have to use it to our advantage. Strike first and take the initiative to kill him. As Tranduk spoke, she thought back to the sight of those girls being forced by that angel to do dirty things. The more she thought about it, the more determined she became. The people present were shocked. They were speechless. One of them started to speak. Angel, don't joke. Once we fail, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Killing a god is a serious crime. Even if we succeed, what should we do? Tranduk was angry. There must be people here who want to be slaves. Please step forward. Our descendants can only be free from this rule. If we take action now. If we don't, our children and grandchildren will only face a more tragic fate. Everyone became worried. Tranduk continued to persuade them. We bowed our heads in submission. Paid tribute, and flattered them, wasn't that enough? But now we're still in this situation. Hearing Tranduk's persuasion, everyone seemed to understand. Angel Tranduk, we are willing to participate. We hope to go together. Tranduk smiled. Thuong Hai, Master will protect you. By then, the world we bring will be free from war and disaster. Hearing this, Thuong Hai burst into tears. Thuong Hai's master had died trying to save her. The evil people who came to kill Thuong Hai said scornfully, an angel is someone you lowly beings can shake, really? Han Hai and Thuong Hai cried their hearts out when they saw their master's head. The bad guys were holding Tranduk's head in their hands. Fortunately, the assassination plot was exposed early and did not harm our beloved angel. But this act made the angel very unhappy. He ordered us to use the most extreme punishment to make an example of her. These people are so blind. They kept saying, don't kill the goddess. They even tried to stop us from starting a war. She deserved to die. She even wanted to kill the angel. This fool deserved her death. The angel was careless. If that monster in the sky found out, it wouldn't spare the Hong Ko Dai Luke. Offending an angel, let alone a realm master or a god realm expert, would mean death. No one is an exception. And one more thing, before she died, she even apologized. I bet she was begging the angel for forgiveness. Ha ha ha, what a foolish woman. How could the angel forgive her? I'd love to know what she was thinking at that moment. Tran Trongan listened silently to the taunts of those evil people. From those evil people. Suddenly, the bad guys threw Tin Duke's head up and said, the end of a sinner is to disappear completely. Han Hai and Vang Hai cried out in tears. No, stop. They were about to destroy Tran Duke's head as well. The leader's eyes widened in surprise as Tran Trongan charged at them. He snatched Tran Duke's head from the bad guys. Tran Trongan held the head and returned to the two girls. I got it. Tran Trongan gently held the head. His eyes filled with sympathy as he handed it to Vang Hai and Han Hai. Vang Hai hugged her master's head and cried heartbrokenly. Master, Tran Trongan said, there used to be a country in the east that was invaded and oppressed by sea barbarians for many years. This nation has never accepted its fate. Many people appeared, just like your master, who disregarded their own safety to save the people of the world. They are all heroes. The group looked at Tran Trongan, who had taken Tran Duke's head. Tran Trongan continued. Even though they died, their souls deserve respect forever. We can never allow these scoundrels to humiliate them. Being called scoundrels, the evil people were enraged. Tran Trongan looked at the two pitiful girls in front of him and said, Vang Hai, this Hong Ko Dai Luke is in turmoil. Things are changing constantly. The way of heaven and earth and morality no longer apply. But with your compassionate personality, it's unavoidable that they will want to sacrifice you. In exchange for this so-called peace, you have a choice to make, to fight or to flee. Vang Hai hugged her master's head and remained silent for a moment. her tears mixing with anger. She said, "Everyone is wrong. Even if this planet is destroyed, I won't let that angel succeed." The system announced. Von Hai's chance of survival has increased by 50%. Hearing this, Tran Trongen laughed. "Then let's fight." Tran Trongen called to Hong Hai. "Immediately activate a teleportation formation. The more accurate the location, the better." Hong Hai composed herself and asked, "What now?" "It takes a very long time to set up a formation. They won't give us a chance." Did the evil people hear that they wanted to escape? They charged toward Tran Trongen's group. Tran Trongen attacked and said, "Don't give them a to escape." The first one who rushed forward was immediately struck by Tran Trongen and collapsed to the ground. Looking at them coldly, Tran Trongen said, "Escape? I'm going to kill that angel." Everyone froze, shocked by Tran Trongen's declaration. He said he wanted to kill an angel. They burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, just the three of you? How dare you utter such words? You're the first. Even the strongest demon lord of old, who led all demons, couldn't do it." Hong Hai was setting up the formation. Although his statement was irrational, it bought her some time. The evil people continued their attack. "I am the angel's envoy to the mortal realm. I won't tolerate any threat to the angel's safety, even if it's just from flies buzzing around him. Like you lot." They unleashed their techniques on Tran Trongen's group. "Kill them." Tran Trongen was calm and unafraid. Hong Hai was worried. "Trongen, you had to hold on." Trongen raised his hand to the sky. And energy gradually gathered in it, shattering the evil people's techniques. He said coldly, "Today, no one will leave here alive." With that, he was ready to drop the gigantic energy ball. To obliterate everyone present. To annihilate everyone present. The envoy was terrified. This power, no, impossible. Who are you? He thought back. He had investigated him before. He shouldn't have this kind of power. Hong Hai stared at Trongen, shocked. Tran Trongen seemed like a completely different person now. "You want a battle between immortals and demons? Come on. I'll kill all of you." The envoy screamed in terror. "Don't let that magic sphere fall. We'll all die. Use all your techniques. Kill him." They all charged at Tran Trongen. Tran Trongen remained calm and maintained the magic sphere. Seeing a group of people charging at them, Hong Hai was startled. Seeing Hong Hai about to be attacked, Trongen flicked his thumb, sending them all flying with just a flick. Another one charged at Trongen from behind. "Die, demon." Trongen's eyes darkened as he turned to face the sneak attacker. He struck him and said, "There's a fly buzzing." He was said crashing into a cliff. The force was so strong that the cliff shattered. The envoy trembled. "No, this is wrong. We shouldn't attack like this. We need a war of attrition. We can't use brute force. We have to attack in turns. We need tactics. We have to." Before he could finish, the sphere started falling. "Damn it. That magic sphere. It doesn't give us a chance." He had already blocked all our options. Tran Trongen was radiating killing intent. Who's next? They used all their techniques. One of them unleashed a swarm of insects. The insects began to converge and grow larger. A giant worm charged at Tran Trongen. Hong Hai screamed, "Watch out. It's the pseudo-insect divine technique of the Luck clan." Hong Hai was shocked. They even created this? The pseudo-insect swallowed Trongen. The evil people were triumphant. "So you're a demon, huh? Try this 10,000 insects devouring bones technique. See what it feels like to lose your cultivation. This technique can suppress even demon lords. Let alone you." Before he could finish, the pseudo-insect exploded. Trongen emerged from its belly. The pseudo-insect couldn't trap Trongen for even 2 seconds. The evil people were dumbfounded. Trongen brushed himself off and said, "That tickled." "Disgusting." He grinned and picked up the pseudo-insect. "This secret technique. I'll use it if I'm ever defeated." He tossed the pseudo-insect at them. Terrified, they scattered. Ding! The system chimed. "Congratulations, host, for killing a celestial emperor. Reward: 150 million domain points. Trongen was overjoyed. Yes. I'm almost there. Almost enough domain points to expand my domain. He walked toward the envoy. Terrified, the envoy backed away. He was so frightened that he knelt and banged. We surrender. We just want to live. Angels are too powerful. No one has ever killed an angel. Everything we did, we were forced. Please spare us. Trongen looked at the groveling group and scoffed. Oh? Innocent, you say? The envoy held out the Nine Heavens continent? This is the Nine Heavens continent that Divine Envoy Tran Duk discovered. When she was executed, I hid it. We can cooperate. Goddess Thuong Hai. You also want to fulfill your master's wish, don't you? Trongen glanced at Thuong Hai. The envoy was plotting against Trongen. We'll create a seal to trap him here. Seal him in the Nine Heavens. And offer that world to the god. He will see our loyalty. All our cultivation, our entire lives, will be wagered on this divine sacrifice formation. Tran Trongen was surrounded. His eyes turned cold. You don't understand what it means to be a dog, do you? A terrifying power emanated from him. What can this flimsy seal trap? He unleashed his power, shattering the seal and blasting away those casting it. They were sent flying, coughing up blood. The envoy couldn't believe his eyes. No, impossible. This formation. Even God Realm experts can't break it. How did it shatter with a single strike? Trongen picked up the Nine Heavens continent. This isn't the Nine Heavens. It's a guidance device to get there. He asked, his killing intent surging. The angel you mentioned? Does he know about the Nine Heavens? The envoy was terrified. Please spare me. Tran Duk. The angel killed her. He ordered everything. Looking at these filthy beings, Trongen said, are you any different from him? The world doesn't need you. Go to hell and register his name for him. I'll personally break his limbs, rip out his bones, and send him on his way. The magic sphere is about to fall. Run, there's no time. Please. I'll submit. Celestial God, please spare us. This energy, just a touch, arg. Han Hai had finished preparing. Thuong Hai called out to Trongen. He rushed over to them. Ready? We had to go. Are you ready? We need to leave now. Han Hai had been watching the fight. So the magic sphere could only hold 2 people now. Give me 5 minutes. 1 minute will do. Just now. Just now. You were so cool when you blasted away that old woman. We need a few more punches. Hearing that, Trongen's face darkened. He grabbed Thuong Hai and said, no time. Han Hai was stunned. What? Trongen carried Thuong Hai through the portal. Han Hai was furious. You're just leaving me behind like this? What am I supposed to do? The portal began to close. No, I can't get through. I'm doomed. Tears welled up in Han Hai's eyes. Damn you, dog of a man. In this critical moment, you only think of Thuong Hai. The sphere approached her. She trembled but continued to scold him. You didn't even look back at me. Han Hai felt wronged. Her tears fell as she muttered helplessly, forget it. We slept together anyway. It's worth it. Suddenly, Trongen turned around and grabbed Han Hai. Han Hai was taken aback. Why are you back? He threw her into the teleportation portal. Han Hai reached out to grab him. Wait, Trongen said, don't do anything rash. Wait for me. She only had time to utter, what are you doing, before the portal closed. Only Trongen remained. The sphere was about to fall. But he remained calm. On the other side, Han Hai and Thuong Hai had safely escaped. The sphere fell and exploded, unleashing its devastating power. Even from afar, the 2 girls felt its impact. They were terrified. They were drenched in sweat. This is his true power? He might actually be the one to change this planet. Han Hai looked at the explosion with worry. What do we do now? Thuong Hai replied, the war has just begun. The angel will not stop. The entire world will see us as enemies. We have no way back. We have to keep fighting. If we continue, we might get Trongen killed. Only by finding an opportunity to reach the Nine Heavens continent can we possibly salvage the situation. Back at the explosion site, Trongen seemed unscathed. They're chasing after them. He dusted himself off and sensed their aura. Their aura is this way. Teleportation formations are quite convenient. This distance will take some time though. Trongen charged toward Fuang Hai and Han Hai. Halfway there, something strange happened. Numerous vengeful spirits emerged from the ground. Trongen looked down, wary. The vengeful spirits wailed. It's not fair. We shouldn't have died. We shouldn't have died. Trongen was about to unleash a furious punch. You want to die? I'm in a hurry. The vengeful spirits suddenly cried out for help. Oh, mighty celestial demon, please save us. They knelt and explained. We are the people of the Hongkou Dai Luke. Because of your battle, we escaped from that abyssal purgatory. When we were alive, we obeyed the gods' commands and fought. Until our bodies turned to dust. Our souls were buried and trapped underground. But the god never came to our rescue. He continuously drained our souls. To maintain his control over the world. Our people are almost gone. Please help us. Looking at the vengeful spirits, Trongen thought to himself. Tuang Hai's master was right. Unlimited obedience will lead to complete exploitation. Until there's nothing left. Without a resistance. There would be no voice of defiance. Trongen replied calmly, I understand. I will kill the god. I have 2 friends over there. The vengeful spirits were astonished. He spoke of killing a god. So casually. As Trongen turned to leave, someone said. He stopped. The vengeful spirit said. The divine worship altar, where the god resides, is in the opposite direction. You're going the wrong way. Trongen was furious. Han Hai did this on purpose. At the divine worship altar, the angel sat. On a suspended throne. Floating in midair. A group of soldiers knelt and reported. We have found the strongest demon. The angel looked down at them. In silence. He started to lose his temper. What I wanted was a grand battle between immortals and demons. Where's the goddess? Are you all just here to fool me? His subordinate trembled and replied. The ones sent to capture the goddess were all annihilated. There is a powerful demon protecting her. The last message we received was that he wants to kill you. The angel burst into laughter. Kill me? A lowly being wants to kill me? You are just worms I keep on this planet. You're not even worthy of being my pets. Don't worry about him. Tranduk is his fate. Wise angel. We have set up the divine sacrifice formation in the abyss. That Tranduk discovered. It will seal the target. And bring it back to you. The angel stroked his chin. Just a measly realm? A barren land with insufficient spiritual energy? Not even enough to fill the gaps. Between my pet's teeth? What use could he possibly have? However, he raised his hand and summoned his pet. You have reminded me. It's rare to find a worm ignorant enough to cause trouble. Like Tranduk. Today, I will crush their will. His pet appeared. Grinning menacingly. Seal this entire world. Everyone in Hongkou Dai Luke is my plaything. They cannot run. They cannot hide. They cannot escape. Let them try to leave. I will crush them all. The Hongkou Dai Luke was sealed by the angel's summoned pet. He didn't want any prey to escape his net. This was the domain sealing formation. The Hongkou Dai Luke was completely sealed off. Tranduk, she has finally failed. This was the expected outcome. Although I had once hoped for a miracle. Tranduk, the most powerful and exceptional divine envoy in history. Who would have thought that destruction is still the fate of this planet? As friends, let's accompany her on her final journey. Tra Nin noticed that space was being sealed. What? What is this? This is the divine authority that the god is declaring on this planet. No one can interfere with what transpires here. Once activated, no one, human or celestial, can leave this continent. They will be forever trapped in this infernal realm. Trongen pondered, can't get out? Then how did old man Fuang get to the 9 heavens? Hold on. I remember hearing that. The sealing formation wasn't in place back then. He furrowed his brow. This must have happened after Thuong Hai's fate change. The future has also changed accordingly. He grabbed one of the vengeful spirits. Where is this divine worship altar? The vengeful spirit answered, trembling. At the highest peak in the western celestial realm. With that, Trang Nin vanished in a flash. He muttered to himself as he flew, deal with the god who created the seal. And I can resolve the celestial seal. If no one reaches the 9 heavens, the future will be completely altered. That Han Hai girl went in the opposite direction. She must be preparing to run away. It's too dangerous for her to be caught in this battle. The vengeful spirits exclaimed, he's gone. Never did we imagine that one day we would have to rely on the evil celestial demon to save us. What can we do? Do you still want our descendants to experience the same despair as us? Why are we waiting for this day? What? He said he would break the sky. If you want to do something, be bold and do it. As long as everyone can be saved, even if it's a demon. We are willing to bow our heads and call them God. Thuong Hai looked up at the sky and said, God has sealed the starfield. Can we still get to the 9 continents? Han Hai said to Thuong Hai with fear and anxiety. None of this matters. Let's find another place to hide first. That Trang and said he wanted to kill God. Han Hai gritted her teeth. Those sly foxes will definitely report it to God. Han Hai thought to herself. I originally wanted to take him with us to avoid the storm. Sleep with him. Han Hai grabbed Thuong Hai's hand. Stop talking about this. If you won't help us, let's at least avoid getting ourselves killed. In the heavens, a brilliant light descended. The angel watched calmly. Ha! In contrast to the angel's composure, his subordinates were drenched in cold sweat. They were terrified as the light shone upon the coffin. The coffin opened, revealing a demon. The subordinates stared. It's time. The demon lord in the coffin? Has he revived? He looks like a monster. Terrifying. The subordinates shouted, protect the angel. That terrifying power. He's at his peak. The demon lord knelt before the angel. Your servant, the demon lord, greets you, master. The angel smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Excellent. From this day forward, you are my servant. My warrior. The demon lord replied. I pledge my loyalty to you, master. I know what you desire. And I can help you achieve it. The angel was very pleased with his new servant. So you already have a plan? Then proceed. I will support you. The demon lord was furious. That man dared to disrespect you, master. Chen Chang'an. I will make him suffer the hatred and curses of all. I'll make him the target of everyone's wrath. I'll tear him into 1,000 pieces, devour his flesh, and drink his blood. With that, he set off to find Chen Chang'an. His departure sent shockwaves through the mortal realm. The people of Tuaimin Kingdom looked up at the sky in fear. What is that in the sky? The demon lord, he's unleashed countless demons. Fear gripped everyone. The unleashed demons unleashed a reign of terror upon the world. In the mortal realm, at the 100 Flowers sect, signs of approaching heavenly demons appeared. The cultivators prepared their formations. The heavenly demons charged at the 100 Flowers sect. The sect leader roared, defend to the death. Don't let a single heavenly demon past our gates. Today, we avenge our fallen comrades. Today, we avenge our fallen comrades. A heavenly demon charged, opening its jaws wide, lunging for its prey. It swallowed the 100 Flowers sect leader whole. The disciples watched in terror as their leader was devoured. Death spread throughout the world. This was a massacre. Chang Shi and Han Hai, hiding in the mortal realm, were stunned. The heavenly demons, they're not dead? Han Hai replied, I don't want to admit it, but my actions couldn't have triggered a war like this. Ji Hai was puzzled. Where are the immortals? The ones guarding the mortal realm? Why? Can the heavenly demons roam freely in the mortal realm? Why hasn't a single immortal appeared? Despair spread. People prayed to their gods for protection. Gods, please save us. But there was no response. Hatred festered in their hearts. The angel watched from above, a sinister smile on his face. Excellent, excellent. This is precisely what I wanted. If you want to create a hero, first, the number of victims cannot be small. It has to be exaggerated. Make them crave our salvation. Meanwhile, the gods hid, following the angel's orders. Stand down and await my command. The immortals of the upper realm also stood by and watched. They turned a blind eye, even to their own loved ones in the mortal realm. The heavenly demons rampaged, slaughtering everyone in their path. They showed no mercy, killing the young and old alike. An old man was tortured. His arms ripped off, his body pierced. A heavenly demon taunted him, scream. Praise the beauty of our demon lord. The other heavenly demons roared. Lord Chen, the demon lord. We are following your orders. We are wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. We will obey your every command. We will savor every moment of this. Lord Chen, the demon lord, are you seeing this? We can do even better. You are our king. We pledge our eternal loyalty to you. Lord Chen, the demon lord. The immortals were furious, and raged on Chun Chang'an's behalf. They're using their puppet to slaughter innocents, shifting the blame onto another heavenly demon, and taking his place. That, the demon lord ordered his followers to await further instructions. At the divine altar, the demon lord, along with the angel's subordinates, stood, awaiting orders. Can we go down now? The demon lord folded his arms. Those immortals are so short-sighted. Those insignificant mortals, what are they to fear? Let them sink into despair. Then we shall descend as their saviors. That will truly showcase our divinity. Besides, Chen Chang'an hasn't even shown up yet. And, this massacre is being carried out in his name. The killings cannot stop. Chaos reigned in the mortal realm. Most of the sects who resisted have been wiped out. Everyone, run, run. Han Hai said angrily. They claim to be acting on Chang'an's orders? That's nonsense. How cunning. The world is blind, and doesn't realize these are the demon lord's demons. They couldn't get the artifact. So they resorted to these dirty tactics. They want to instigate war. These are all pawns. I think their goal is to force Chang'an out, and then capture him. Han Hai was furious. Damn it. I won't let them tarnish my man's reputation. This body. I can't speak properly. It's so frustrating. She then casually reminded Chang 11 of her claim on Chen Chang'an. Say something, Sister Chang 11. Chang 11 finally spoke. Master is right. We must get everyone out of here. Han Hai looked at Chang Shi's hand, surprised. That's the 9 provinces mark. 11 Hai explained. When traveling through space, Chang'an specifically told him that this can save mortals. Chang'an, having come from the future, must have anticipated these events. Han Hai listened, her mind racing. She emphasized, specifically. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in the sky. Everyone looked up. Even the heavenly demons paused. The immortals finally appeared. As the angel had instructed. The mortals cried out, Immortals. They're here to save us. They're here on colorful clouds. I knew the immortals would come. Joy swept through the mortal realm. Please, kill all the heavenly demons. And kill that Chen, the so-called demon lord, the mastermind behind this. Please, Lord Saviors. The fairies at this moment shouted to kill all the rocks. They descended to the mortal realm one after another to fight the demons. The situation in the mortal realm at this time is extremely chaotic. The slaughter continues without ceasing. The first master scoffed sarcastically. In a moment I will transform. I will descend to the mortal realm and quell the chaos. I can't believe that our first master has come to this. If he was the one who initiated the slaughter, he will also be the hero who pacifies the chaos and saves the people. It sounds contradictory, but this feeling of controlling everything makes me very happy. And all of this is thanks to my master, the great angel. The angel told me not to forget that the goddess is no longer needed. But the divine artifact cannot be lost to the outside world. This subordinate obeys. I have arranged for people to confirm her whereabouts. I will personally carry out your judgment. She often lingers around Tran Trong Nen. I came back to life with my own hands. To make you experience the feeling of death. Suddenly, there was a tremor at the divine offering platform, leaving the people here extremely confused. The angel of the divine offering platform was shaken. No, the entire upper realm was shaken. They were astonished and amazed by this great tremor. A mysterious force appeared at the divine offering platform, causing the divine offering platform to shake. The angel's thoughts echoed in his head. Someone broke the seal of the upper realm. The subordinates gasped in amazement to see who would appear. The first master was ready to fight. At this time, Trong Nin appeared at the divine offering platform of the angel. The two faced each other. Trong Nin smirked. Whoa, there are quite a few people left to kill, including some familiar faces. The first master flew into a rage when he saw Trong Nin. You stupid face. I can't wait to tear you apart. After saying that, the first master charged towards Trong Nin to attack. The first master threw a punch at Trong Nin and shouted, Trong Nin. Trong Nin remained calm. This first master's blow was too terrible. His power also caused everything around to crumble. Trong Nin realized the first master's power was a combination of demonic and divine power. This is a bit tricky. The first master's power was too terrible. He said arrogantly, Are you scared? This power will make you see the difference between us. How big is it? The pain that I have suffered. I will make you pay back 100,000 times over. Trong Nin reached out and grabbed the first master's horn. He kicked the first master in the face, cracking it a little. The first master's face was dented from the kick. Trong Nin's face was full of murderous intent. He punched the first master. Trong Nin's strength was not to be trifled with. The punch hit the first master directly. Trong Nin grabbed the first master and squeezed. The first master's body was crushed by Trong Nin. In astonishment. Why? I have combined the power of the gods. But, Trong Nin at this moment said contemptuously. You just said. How big is the difference between us? Trong Nin hit him with even more force. The first master couldn't stand it and cried out. The first master was defeated and lay flat on the ground. Trong Nin stood looking at the large corpse in front of him. Without saying anything, murderous aura constantly emanating from his turning body. The angel subordinate, seeing the murderous aura on Trong Nin's body, trembled and said, He is the demon that day. Oh my god, this body of mine is not listening to control. But trembling, the angel looked at Trong Nin and clapped his hands in praise. Not bad. Not bad. Let's forget about you offending me. You have the right to become my servant. Submit. And I will spare your life. Trong Nin laughed and replied. Are you an angel? Do you provide food, accommodation, internet, and a girlfriend? The angel tensed up. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Trong Nin raised his finger and laughed excitedly. You and I are the same. But the difference is, taking you as my dog is disgusting. The angel listened to Trong Nin's words and became angry, his face full of veins. On the other side, the official battle between fairies and demons officially began. The demon laughed contemptuously and said, You make me laugh. You want me to release them? The demons shouted loudly. Great Shinma, we haven't had enough fun yet. Shinma replied coldly. Well, the spiritual roots of human female cultivators, for us, are all top-grade supplements. They help to increase cultivation. Why would we release them? Only the stupid minds of the fairies would think of that. The fairies were bewildered. A demon emperor. First master subordinates are all of this level? How? Another fairy spoke up. I repeat, let them go. Shinma discovered the weakness of the fairies and laughed loudly, provoking them. Oh, are you in a hurry? I know this look on your face. To use human language, it's hypocrisy. Shinma continued. Fairies. You could have shown up earlier to stop us before things got serious. But you didn't. You were watching. You waited for us to smash this world and then came in with your hypocritical righteousness. If you want to be heroes, you still have to beg us. Don't forget, this game is hosted by the angels. We're all just pawns. Do well in your duties. The fairies' faces were filled with anger at Shinma's words. But they couldn't do anything. The demons continued to provoke. You want to stop us? You ask the angels if they agree or not. If you have the ability, go kill them. Ha ha ha. Kill the angels? Such beings. How could anyone in the world affect them? With just a thought. They use all things as their dogs. What is the difference between living beings and ants? Giving supreme power to that bastard who specializes in evil deeds. giving him supreme power to bring disaster to all living beings. Is this the God we have always worshipped? What does he think of us? Are we dogs, ants? We have no dignity. Oh, God. If you have eyes, send someone to kill that God. It doesn't matter who it is. I can't stand this hell anymore. I really can't take it anymore. A nimble man with a sword cut off one of the demon's arms to save the female cultivator. The demons surrounded this heavenly king. Ha ha ha. Just relying on a king like you? The fairies became chaotic. Fong Tan, you idiot. If you get killed, I won't spare you. Cover him. Idiot, there's a demon emperor here. Ha? Whatever. The battle is getting more and more chaotic. And dramatically, a fairy rushed towards Qin Ma and said, "Your sins must be paid for in blood." Qin Ma responded excitedly to the fairy. "You hypocritical little brat. Can you do it? Come on, you'll regret it." He struck down that Qin Ma. The female cultivators were still scared, crying, and bowed their heads. "Thank you, sir." Tu Hai and Han Hai arrived. And seeing that fairy saving the people, they silently looked at him. However, that fairy, seeing the two of them, called out weakly, "Goddess, I can't believe I can still see you." Cough, cough. This fairy's face was full of wounds. And he asked about Tran Duc Than Su's plan. Can it still be carried out? Can you take us all on a trip? Tu Hai looked at the rubble here and thought to herself. Did they kill all these people? Tu Hai said solemnly. The signpost to the 9 continents is in my hands. But currently, the Hanko continent is under the seal of the heavenly god. I haven't found a way to break the seal yet. The fairies regretted. Is this last chance gone? If only we could have gotten in before the gods noticed and listened to Tran Duc Than Su's idea. Suddenly, the sky lit up. Everyone looked up in shock. Fuang Hai seemed to have sensed something. Divine offering platform? Could it be him? A terrifying streak of light descended from the sky. This was a sign of the gods' anger. The subordinates trembled in fear. The gods are really angry. The angel looked at Tran Trangan and said loudly, "Disrespecting the gods is a death penalty." The angel said, "This planet belongs to me. Everything belongs to me. As long as I have a thought, the realms of everyone here will be suppressed. In my territory. As long as I want, no one can stand before me. This is the innate talent of every god. We are born supreme. We don't need to cultivate. From the moment we are born, we are destined to be above lowly creatures like you. I want you to crawl at my feet and be my dog. Lick my feet and apologize for everything you just said." The angel subordinates' realms plummeted uncontrollably. The system sounded. Detected skill. Divine edict of domination. Spiritual realm suppression. Can suppress attributes and realms of all beings within this land. Because the host's body is not from the continent. It has blocked the effects on the host. Analyzing divine edict. Progress. 10%. 85%. 90%. Tran Trangan laughed when he heard this, ha ha ha. The angel looked at Tran Trangan in astonishment. Why? How is he not affected by the divine edict? Tran Trangan sneered, "Kneel before me." The angel, who was sitting on his chair, was suddenly thrown off his chair and knelt on the ground. He thought angrily, impossible. How can he use the divine edict on me? The power disappeared from his body. And it was so painful. Tran Trangan, his body full of murderous aura, said, "A heavenly god like you. Resembling a dog kneeling on the ground?" The angel now knelt on the ground, trembling. A stream of thoughts rushing through his mind. Damn it. I don't understand. Why doesn't the divine edict work? Tran Trangan raised his hand and punched the angel. Staying up in the sky for too long. You really think you're something special, huh? The angel's subordinates watched Tran Trangan in horror. Tran Trangan's punch knocked out all of the angel's teeth. The force was so strong that the divine offering platform was shattered. The barrier, because of the angel's weakened power, cracked in several places. From outside, seeing the barrier broken, The leader in the cloak was a little shocked. How is this possible? While I'm still alive, to actually witness the day the seal's barrier is shattered. Someone is challenging the heavenly god? Besides Tranduk, who else could it be? The god's power can no longer maintain the barrier? From the sky, the angel was knocked flying, falling from the sky to the mortal realm. At this time, seeing him battered and tattered, slowly falling to the mortal realm, everyone was surprised and looked up at the sky. Look over there. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. The angel's face was bruised and scratched, his eyes blinking as he fell to the ground, creating a huge tremor. Seeing the angel defeated, Fuang Hai turned her head abruptly and called out Tran Trangan's name. Everyone shouted, "Look, the barrier is really loosening." People looked up. And indeed, the barrier was gradually loosening. At this moment, the vengeful spirits came and said, "You have to do something. Hurry." Fuang Hai, not understanding what was going on, asked the strangers. The vengeful spirits hurriedly said, "That powerful great demon lord said to do what you should do. He'll deal with the heavenly god. He will handle it." At this time, the monster, seeing the angel defeated, went berserk. It slammed down towards the mortal realm. Tran Trangan at this time faced that giant monster alone. The system sounded. Deducted 10 million domain points, increasing the size of the divine realm avatar by 10,000 times. Tran Trangan sighed, "That worm is too big. This aura is no weaker than mine at the divine realm. System. Check its background. Received. Checking information. This is an outer realm star-devouring beast. A divine pet under the command of the Dragon Emperor, the Star Cloud God. Brutal and bloodthirsty. It likes to devour small planets to enhance its own law power and strengthen its dragon's indestructible body. Born with the innate talent to suppress fairies and demons. Its passive attribute has the strongest defensive skill, God's Decree, which can allow it to survive even a planetary explosion. And one more thing, host. You only have 1 hour left on the Hanko continent. One last hour. You have to rely on your avatar to resolve everything. You're in a tough spot, hee hee." Hearing this, Tran Trangan immediately rushed towards the monster to attack. It seemed that Tran Trangan's strength had increased greatly after the recent size increase. The battle between the monster and Trangan had officially begun. Trangan rushed towards the monster to attack it. But not only did it dodge, but it also counterattacked Trangan. Trangan, being hit by the monster, was a little surprised. He didn't expect the monster to not only dodge his attack, but also counterattack. The monster accelerated its attack on Trangan. He flew a long distance and crashed into a rock. The system analyzed, deducting 5 million domain points to heal the avatar's injuries. The wounds on Trangan's body gradually healed. Trangan's murderous aura became more and more ferocious. The monster spoke up. "Interesting little one. To what extent can you fight? You can't protect this planet." Trangan charged towards it, his murderous aura raging. "This worm can talk?" Being humiliated, the monster retorted. "I've eaten plenty of ants like you. Your ending will be no different." The battle between Trangan and the monster raged on. Who is that? How dare he challenge the outer realm divine pet? Isn't he afraid of death? Just a little demon. He seems to think that he has some strength in delusions of defeating the divine pet. He doesn't know his own limits. He wants to protect the Hanko continent from that monster's grasp? That's simply impossible. Hanko's destruction is a foregone conclusion. The suppression of their innate conditions is fatal. Damn it, their chaotic battle will affect my star system as well. Why don't we help? The gods will remember our kindness. What is he fighting for? Perhaps I understand. There's some truth in your words. I wouldn't say I agree with them, but I can't refute them either. That person used the immortal technique, Emperor's Binding, to bind Trangan. Trangan, being bound, turned to look at the person who bound him in the distance. On Fuang Hai's side. At this time, the portal to the 9 continents finally opened. Thuang Hai said with joy. It worked. Just as Master instructed, it worked. However, this is just the beginning. Master once said that the 9 continents are a distant planet. The 2 planets are so far apart that it's impossible to build a direct teleportation formation. But the ancient 9 heavenly star Luo formation can connect multiple star systems. To achieve our goal, everyone needs to go through this coordinate sphere. There are several more scattered on the planet, and some hidden within the starfield. For thousands of years, Master never revealed to anyone about his plan. I can't imagine what hardships Master endured, alone in the vast galaxy, searching for the future of the Hanko continent, building formations and pouring divine power into each one. Master left the last hope for hundreds of millions on this land. Are you done? Let's go immediately. The fairies were doubtful. Is it really safe? We've never been to another starfield. Han Hai scolded the cowards. You guys. The path has already been paved for you. And you don't even have the courage to embark on it? Han Hai looked at them with contempt. I look down on you cowards. Boo hoo hoo. You're not even as brave as a little girl like me. Seeing this, Huang Hai said. In that case, why don't you lead the way, junior sister? Han Hai's face darkened. But she eventually took the lead. Han Hai bravely jumped through. She screamed in fear. Ah. Ah. Ha. It feels great. The fairies watched Han Hai go nervously. Hearing Han Hai say it was safe, they said, let's go. The people should leave first. The people left one after another. Huang Hai silently prayed that everything would go smoothly. I hope nothing goes wrong. Huang Hai felt something was wrong. She went to the people who had refused to help her master earlier. Now that the dragon god is dead on the Hanko continent, it will definitely provoke the wrath of the gods. The coordinates left by Tran Duc Than Su are the only way to survive? Go, quickly. Huang Hai said angrily to those people. Do you deserve to take this path? You ungrateful beasts. My master trusted you so much. Those people tried to explain. Goddess. I advised Tran Duc that it was the heavenly god. Huang Hai glared at them furiously. So, you and that dog god are all in the same boat. Anyone who dares to enter the teleportation formation, I will cut off their path to survival. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky. What's that in the sky? Everyone was surprised and panicked. A strange light swirled into a large sphere. A strange light swirled into a large spherical shape. That sphere fell towards the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation exploded. Everyone fell backward in panic. What happened? Did the teleportation formation explode? Tu Hai was terrified. How could this happen? The angel appeared in the sky and destroyed the teleportation formation. The angel roared furiously. I will tear you all apart. Huang Hai was terrified. No, he has a resurrection spell. We have to use the divine artifact. The second stage. The angel kicked the 9 continents away. Are you expecting someone to come save that lowly worm from before? Huang Hai, under the influence of the divine edict, lost all her spiritual power and collapsed to her knees. The fairies in the distance worried for her, goddess. The villains siding with the angel shouted. We pay our respects to the heavenly god. This woman is cruel and disrespects you. We infiltrated to subdue her and hand her over to you. Everyone present was affected by the angel's divine edict and collapsed. It's over, the angel said angrily. That lowly worm. I don't know how he escaped my divine edict. He wasted one of my precious lives. Next, I'll torture him to death slowly. He's your miracle, right? Just you wait. I'll cut off his limbs, starting from the moment he loses to my beloved pet. And all you insects should die too. The angel's subordinate grabbed his sword and charged it with lightning. He then attacked Thuang Hai. Thuang Hai couldn't resist. Master. Junior sister. Tronin, I'm sorry. It seemed like Thuang Hai was in danger. But luckily, Tronin arrived in time. Thuang Hai thought to herself. That was the divine artifact activating suddenly. Why? At this moment, besides Tronin, whoever comes. He caught the attack with 2 fingers, protecting Thuong Hai. Damn it! Every 3 days, you let me out. And to avoid mistakes. You keep torturing me? We are the same person. Slow down and calculate the time. We can still kill this fat pig. The fat angel was bewildered. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to be in the sky? Tronin smiled triumphantly. Use your full power. Time to tuck your tail in. The system announced. Consuming 300 million domain points. Demon avatar. Restored to peak condition. Seeing that he seemed unharmed, the monster said angrily. Who the hell are you? How can someone like you exist in this small place? Tronin, having recovered his strength, threw a punch at the monster and said, I am just an ordinary person. Finally, he defeated the monster. Now I just need to deal with the things in the mortal realm. And it'll be over. The monster, beaten to a pulp, couldn't fight back. The monster, beaten to a pulp, couldn't fight back. The guardian outside in space was terrified and sweating profusely. The divine pet was defeated? Not long ago, under my emperor's binding. He had suffered multiple severe injuries from the divine pet. And almost died. He was restricted in his movements, hit by the Death Star. And endured countless fatal blows. Anyone else would have been torn to pieces long ago. But he was able to recover his destroyed body over and over again. His cultivation didn't decrease but kept increasing. I've never seen such strange methods. And now he can actually suppress the divine pet. The divine pet's racial advantage over the demon race seems non-existent on him. This level of strength. Not to mention in this tiny star system. You wouldn't find anyone like him even if you searched the entire starfield. Seeing the person in front of them defeat the monster. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to last a few minutes against that pet. Yet, Tron gradually beat it. Until it couldn't resist anymore. And fell. The terrified guardian decided to flee. Tranduk. Maybe he really can succeed. I should escape. Maybe I can save that girl's life. I'll die without regrets. Before he could leave, Tronin was already behind him, tapping him on the head. You think you can just leave? The guardian of the starfield seemed to have turned to stone. Did I give you permission to leave? The guardian of the outer starfield seemed to be petrified. Tronin asked him with murderous intent. Enjoying your little tricks, huh? You seem to be having fun, kid. Who the hell are you? The divine pet's guardian was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Not daring to move. He tried to explain. I was only doing my duty. If the divine pet is killed, the angel will definitely be furious. The entire starfield will be implicated. By then, it won't just be your Hanko continent. Even our place will be affected. Tronin looked at him coldly and replied. So, the lives of people in your starfield are lives. But the tens of millions of lives on the Hanko continent, about to be devoured by the divine pet, are not? The guardian continued to argue. I'm Tranduk's friend. I know very well what the Hanko continent means to you. But that's an angel. Tronin frowned slightly. And tried to reason with him. Oh? You're Tranduk's friend? The guardian of the divine pet held up his communication token. And replied, that's right. When Tranduk traveled the starry seas, we were fortunate enough to befriend her. Seeing that, this demon seemed to know Tranduk. He thought to use her name to escape death. Does Tranduk's name have any effect? It seems he knows Tranduk. If so, Tranduk has also helped us. But no one here dares to defy the angel. Tronin said, a friend has come from afar. Even if it's far away, I must kill them. I don't know if I can explain it clearly at this point. With that, he immediately killed him. He picked up the communication token and said, if you dare to do this again, I won't spare anyone. He crushed the communication token and turned to the divine pet. No one's bothering us now. It's your turn. Tronin faced the divine pet. You were pretty tough just now, weren't you? And now? On Thuong Hai's side, they still couldn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Why is there another Tronin here? Tronin and the fat angel continued to confront each other. The angel said, this feeling can't be wrong. I remember you, you rotten worm who cost me one of my lives. A thought crossed the fat angel's mind. Strange, he's not a demon. Why is his immortal aura so pure? His realm. Wait a minute. Is this guy an avatar? That's right. The aura of the worm fighting my pet. Must be at least at the divine realm. But this guy in front of me is just a measly domain lord. He laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, an avatar. Trying to fool me? You're still nothing. The fat angel charged forward confidently and said. Trying to deceive yourself with a trash avatar? You idiot. I'll crush you. Thuan Hai and the others were terrified and shouted. Tronin. Facing the fat angel's attack. Tronin blocked it with just one hand. The clash between the two created a huge explosion that shook the mortal realm. With just one hand, Tronin blocked the fat angel's attack. Tronin said scornfully. You can't even hit hard. And you call yourself an angel? The fat angel's face darkened. Your cultivation isn't at the domain lord realm? Tronin grabbed the fat angel's hand, squeezed it lightly, and said. What's wrong? Are you scared? The fat angel, his hand crushed, cried out in pain, ah. The fat angel realized, you are the main body. Tronin smirked and replied coldly. Isn't that obvious? My next move will finish you off. If you don't use your trump card, you won't have another chance. The fat angel raised his foot to stomp on Tronin. If I kill you now, you'll be dead for good. He stomped on the ground with a loud crash. The ground shook and shattered. The fat angel missed his stomp. Tronin was already behind him. He had prepared his finishing blow. To kill this angel. Without hesitation, he struck. This is a god? Pathetic. How boring. You can die now. Tronin's attack pierced the fat angel. His body screamed in agony. Veins bulged on his face, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground. Tronin suddenly approached the immortal king. Startled by the sudden approach, the immortal king was slightly afraid. Tronin was close by. He looked at Tronin and muttered. Angels are terrifying, supreme beings in our eyes. But in front of him, it's like they're being toyed with. Like children. Tronin smiled at the immortal king. Master, can I borrow your sword for a moment? The immortal king nodded and handed him his sword. Oh. The sword spoke. The immortal king was a little surprised when Tronin called him master. On the angel's side, the wounds on his body were gradually healing. This time, upon reviving, the angel was surrounded by murderous intent. Seeing the angel revive, the immortal king was terrified. The angel. Hero. Look. Tronin, holding the sword, calmly reassured him. I know. Resurrection. This time, it seemed the angel was even stronger than before. Veins bulged all over his body. And he now had 4 eyes. He looked more like a monster than a god. He roared, you think you can get away with this? The Dragon God clan will not spare you. Kneel down and beg for mercy if you know what's good for you. Tronin calmly replied, I heard resurrection comes with a steep price. One of those prices is the consumption of origin energy from consuming the Virgo's star soul. Each resurrection consumes more and more. Each resurrection drains you more and more. Tronin, wielding his sword, charged towards the angel. With lightning speed, he attacked so quickly that the angel couldn't react. The angel was struck directly, nearing death. He thought, why isn't my pet coming to save me? Why does a creature with a fairy demon body exist? He was about to die. But he was unwilling to accept it. One final blow. The fat angel's head and body were separated. Tronin, having beheaded him, said coldly. To those who died unjustly, your head shall be the first offering. The angel was easily defeated by Tronin. The immortal king looked towards Tronin and said. I've never seen anyone capable of killing an angel. Thuan Hai also looked towards the battle. Tronin, he actually did it. Tronin, sword in hand, looked at the severed head of the angel and smirked. An angel? Couldn't even withstand a single blow. Suddenly, the angel's head began to sprout cells that connected to his body. The angel's head and body searched for each other to reattach. Tronin exclaimed in surprise. He can revive again? Look at you, just like a snake. Can't be killed no matter how much you're hit. So ugly. The angel's body was gradually recovering. It was a horrifying sight. As soon as he recovered, he roared. I will crush you like the insect you are. His body now sprouted even more arms. He gathered a sphere of star energy. The star energy sphere has been formed. But before he could attack, Tronin's sword had already sliced him in half. Tronin turned around disdainfully. Oh, great God? Is this all you've got? He continued to belittle the angel's strength. So after your divine edict proved useless, all you have is resurrection? No other tricks? So that's it? Just this little bit of strength? What are you showing off for in front of me? The fat angel, struck by the pain, was speechless. Tronin, sword in hand, slowly walked towards the fat worm. Seeing Tronin approaching, the angel was terrified. Wait. Please spare me. We don't have to do this. There's no reason for us to fight to the death. What do you want? I'll give you anything. I'm the son of the dragon god. I promise you. Tronin ignored the angel's pathetic pleas. He gathered spiritual energy in his hand and moved closer to the fat angel. The angel pleaded in fear. That's right. That's right. You want to save those foolish mortals, right? I'll give them to you. I won't hurt them anymore. I'll love and protect them. Before exploding, the angel continued to plead. I can't die. I can't die. Something terrible will happen. Ah. The Dragon God clan will not spare you. The angel's body swelled up like a balloon. He was so constricted that he could barely breathe. Before dying, he thought back. Long Lu, I was just supposed to start a war. To cultivate a war hero. To participate in the Starfield tournament. When did things go wrong? Why did I have to encounter such a bizarre being? The angel's body exploded into pieces. The system announced. Congratulations, host number 2. You have killed a god-level being. Due to the special status of gods. Synchronizing the mechanism. For the reward will take some time. The version needs to be upgraded. To provide further details. Tronjin laughed heartily. Seems like I went a little overboard with that explosion. Looks like you won't be reviving anytime soon. The system continued. However, host number 2, I must tell you. I'm very loyal. I only belong to number 1. Because of that divine artifact's second stage. I unexpectedly gained another consciousness to control. Tronjin said to the system. Will you stop it? We are one and the same. Once this is over, this avatar will disappear. To think you are so heartless. Don't I look more handsome than your demon version? Ah, I was placed in the spirit artifact's time-space gap. You've never even seen me. While Tronjin was still arguing with the system. On the other side, the immortal kings cheered. We won. Those gods have all run away. Everything's over. Everyone is safe. Huang Hai was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down her face. Tronjin, with his hair down, bowed his head slightly. Lost in thought. You're making me a little embarrassed. Next. It'll be the spirit artifact or heavenly Tao appearing, right? The immortal king said excitedly to Huang Hai. We don't have to leave the Hanko continent this time, right? That's great. Hearing this from afar, Tronjin was confused. The immortal king rejoiced. It's still better to stay here after all. Tronjin thought to himself in panic. Old man Huang, you didn't come to the 9 continents. What am I going to do? Do you want to watch a live stream of what I'm saying? Tronjin looked on in a daze as they hugged each other. It's finally over. We can finally stay here. Tronjin objected. No, Huang Hai approached him and said. Why not? The 9 continents are very far away. Now, the Hanko continent is completely safe. But, Tronjin tried to explain. Resolving the crisis is only temporary. You have to think long term. He spoke with fear and anxiety. At the very least, we have to ensure the future doesn't change. Tronjin pointed at Huang Tan Duong. Especially you. If you don't go, then the entire world, the entire universe will be doomed. Phuong Hai turned to look at Phuong Tan Duong. Phuong Tan Duong was startled. Me? Tronjin replied, that's right. Actually, I'm a fairy from the future. I came back here to save the Hanko continent from this calamity. Now that everything has been successfully prevented, your next responsibility is to go to the 9 continents to protect the universe. Everyone was surprised. The future? Phuong Hai began to speak, but Tronjin immediately interrupted her. If you don't go to the 9 continents, it will disrupt everything. His expression turned serious. By then, even the Hanko continent will be affected. Even destroyed. Everyone was terrified. That's serious? Tronjin thought to himself. It's serious, but whether the Hanko continent will be destroyed, I don't know. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao appeared in the sky. Phuong Tan Duong said triumphantly. Looks like we have to go to the 9 continents. This matter is bigger than we thought. Let's go then. Who would have thought? That I, Phuong Tan Duong, would not only protect the Hanko continent, but also bear the responsibility of protecting the 9 continents? I'm so important. The heavenly Tao appeared and announced. The angel of the Hanko continent is dead. It seems it's time for me to choose a new master. Everyone looked up at the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao has appeared. Phuong Tan Duong and the others said excitedly. The new master of the Hanko continent must be Tronjin. That's right. From now on, the Hanko continent will have its new god to protect it. The heavenly Tao scanned everyone. This person's divine power is so strong. The heavenly Tao declared. The new master of the Hanko continent I recognize. It's you. Tronjin stood to the side, breathing a sigh of relief. Mission to claim the ancient continent successful. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao's power surged into Phuong Hai. Everyone stared at Phuong Hai in astonishment. How is this possible? It's not Tronjin, but Phuong Hai. The goddess of Tronjin, bewildered, exclaimed, what's going on? Did the heavenly Tao make a mistake? Overwhelmed by the immense power, Phuong Hai collapsed to the ground, groaning, I feel awful. Tronjin rushed to her side and asked, what's happening? Phuong Hai trembled as she said, I'm losing control of my body. The heavenly Tao declared, my decree has been issued. No defiance shall be tolerated. She is the new master of the ancient continent. In 10 days, present yourselves at the Divine Hall for registration and formally assume control of the ancient continent. Having failed his mission, Tronjin sighed in frustration. Damn it. Phuong Hai grabbed Tronjin's hand, pulling him back. Her expression had changed slightly. No longer the usual gentle look, but something eerie and unsettling. Young warrior, there's no need for that. The heavenly Tao has spoken. I am the new master of the ancient continent. Tronjin, pulled back, turned to look at Phuong Hai. He was taken aback by her transformed visage. Everyone looked at Phuong Hai, bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Phuong Hai seemed to have transformed into a different person altogether. 10,000,005, done. Long Lu is finally dead. Phuong Hai stroked Tronjin's face. This was a transcendent test. Initially, I didn't have much hope for you. To my surprise, you managed to surpass my expectations. Not bad, you performed well. Rest assured. Once I have successfully taken over this ancient continent, you will be handsomely rewarded. Tronjin frowned. Tui Lin, he pushed Phuong Hai away and exclaimed. So, in truth, there never was a divine artifact trial? This was all you're doing. Orchestrated to manipulate me into killing Long Lu for you. You took advantage, using Phuong Hai's body to gain recognition from the ancient continent's heavenly Tao and seize control of this planet. Am I right? Phuong Hai pushed back, fell to the ground. Oh my, you're a clever one, young warrior. I expected you to be more terrified. When did you figure it out? Tronjin looked at Phuong Hai and said. The story you fabricated earlier was too poorly contrived. There was no coherence, no connection. How could it possibly be immersive? The other angel within Phuong Hai laughed. Ha ha ha, you must have fallen for it initially. I relish your current enraged expression. The angel continued, indeed. From the outset, I have crafted a multitude of divine artifacts. Each one harbors a fragment of my consciousness, also known as a spirit. As you pointed out, these divine artifacts are dispersed throughout countless worlds. Upon encountering individuals with potential, they assume their spirit form to lure them to various continents, manipulating them to engage in conflicts with the angels on those continents. For various nefarious purposes, once they successfully eliminate the angels. I make my dramatic appearance and usurp control of the entire continent. Subsequently, all living beings on those conquered continents are transformed into sources of power for me, sacrificing their precious lives to fuel my cultivation. Phuong Tan Duong and the others were aghast. They exclaimed, "What? You mean? So after the angels are slain, the unprotected ancient continent is left vulnerable to being seized by other angels?" The angel smirked, "That's right. I must make my way to the Divine Hall to bring this entire affair to a close. You lot should make the most of your remaining time and bid farewell to this continent for the last time." With those words, the angel departed. Phuong Hai, her body possessed, collapsed. Trong Nin caught her. Phuong Hai regained consciousness. "Trong Nin, we must stop her from registering at all costs. Otherwise, our entire ancient continent is doomed." Trong Nin affirmed, "I understand." Trong Nin frowned. "This continent, I want it." The system announced. The ancient continent is projected to will be officially taken over by the Time God. After taking over, the whole continent was sacrificed by her. If the ancient continent is destroyed, the third mission of the benefactor also failed accordingly. Thian Dao gradually retreated to the sky and also became darker. That new angel said, "The god of this place is dead, huh?" I knew right away that Long Tan's son was a loser. Didn't expect to die so quickly. Another continent is about to be enveloped in death. I love the people looking up at the sky in fear here. This is some unknown sound. It's like transferring from 9 heaven, is it? Trong Nin's face darkened in anger. The system beeped a notification. The gods use spiritualism for the ancient continent. So there are so many gods. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ancient continent from above. A god appears in the temple of the ancient continent. God of space and time Thian Dao Tran is here. Instead, it took me a few minutes to get there. She thought to herself. Transmigrated back. I just discovered that my 10 million and 5 ago was quite young. She wondered where the electric spirit of the Long Tan Ti was. Suddenly the guardian soul of the ancient continent spoke up. People are the god of space and time Thian Dao Tran. Why did people appear here? She looked at the guardian soul and thought. Electric spirit. Every temple of the continent will exist. Guardian soul. The continent needs his recognition. She approached the guardian soul and explained. Of course it's because Long Tan Ti is dead. Died tragically, torn apart by an immortal. This news spread. It's going to embarrass the Long Tan Ti clan, right? The guardian soul roared. Impossible. An immortal. It is basically impossible for Long Lok to be injured. Not to say. Long Lok will be abused and slaughtered. The time god laughed. Tell me whether it's true or not. The guardian soul is bewildered. There is no pretense. This is all true Long Lok, but... The time god continued. This fairy doesn't know. Where did you learn such strange spells? Suppress Long Lok in every way. All moves are killer moves. Extremely cruel means. She secretly laughed at how Tran Trangan came. How can I tell you guys? The guardian soul is angry. This fairy must die. Descendants of the Dragon God clan. I will definitely hunt him down to the end of the star region, taking the lives of his people. She continued. It's a pity I couldn't get there in time to save him. To so be it. Use my power to restore the scene at that time. All this must have an explanation in short. The guardian soul bowed its head. May received your notice. I will be quick about this. Quickly report to the Supreme God and the clan. The Time God replied. This is a matter within my duty. It's a pity. This continent will soon be taken away by other gods. The guardian soul said that the Supreme God invited to see. It is because of the delay of the territory. The continent is of great help to the gods. So there are also quite a few enemies watching. For our territory. Alluvium does not flow to the outer fields. If you don't criticize, then this ancient continent will be handed over to you to manage first. She smiled and replied. Okay, I'll help you with this. I reluctantly accept this continent. Holding the continent in her hand, she chuckled to herself. It's done. The territory under the Dragon God. All have the support of fortune. Especially one sacrificed. Will make my cultivation grow. Quite a few tricks to borrow a knife to kill this person. The more you use it, the smoother your hands. Although I'm sorry for Chang'an. But better for long than to come directly to me. This process of claiming ownership is a bit troublesome. It takes a few minutes. But as long as the result is good, it doesn't matter. The wait of 10.000.005 is over. I just need to claim ownership smoothly. But this process of claiming ownership was unsuccessful. What happened? The guardian spirit suddenly said. An unprecedented phenomenon. Why can't I claim ownership? She lost her patience to think. I won the recognition of heaven's will first. It is to prevent other angels from taking it. Eligibility first. Use this time to travel through time. Don't go back to this period to get the continent. But she told the guardian spirit a second time to no avail. The guardian spirit said there are only two possibilities. One is that someone is controlling the will of the continent. Ignoring heaven's will to stop us. We don't have to worry about this. With a little time, we can break through. What worries me is the second possibility. When there is no recognition from the temple. It is out of our control. That is, this ancient continent has changed hands. The time god didn't listen to this. It's like a bolt from the blue. What do you mean? That is to say, someone in these few short minutes ignored. Ignoring the gods to seize the law. Taking the ancient continent one step ahead of me? No, it's impossible that no one came here before me. The guardian spirit said. Quickly. Look at the golden light that represents successful ownership. Just now it was just a false alarm. The owner of the continent, your name will appear. The time god smiled faintly. Looking up, expecting her name to appear. The name of owner of the ancient continent appeared on the board. Tran Trong Nin, she panicked. Why is it him? Why? She gritted her teeth in anger, her face flushed. I waited. 10.000.005, taking all the advantages of time, place, and people. Why is it him and not me? The guardian spirit asked her who this person was. She replied, Tran Trong Nin. In these few short minutes. What on earth did you do? 5 minutes ago, among Trong Nin's group, something was wrong. Long Lu clearly just died. So heaven's will of this place has recognized a new owner. Heaven's will of the ancient continent, what is this? Trong Nin pondered. He didn't see anyone but heard a faint sound. At such a long distance before. If you can put pressure on heaven's will, then your strength cannot be underestimated. That fat guy is far from being able to compare, not to mention. These people are beings of a higher dimension. Fong Tan Duong looked up at the sky. So many angels have come. What should we do? To be able to take this land back from them? The gods gathered above. Greetings, gods. This place has been taken over by the time god, Tien Vong Tran. What? She took it over? I am the flame heavenly sovereign. What will that time god do to the continent below? You don't know either? If you're willing to accept my ownership, I can protect this continent. Heavens will part the clouds, but I have just been claimed. Once the transfer is detected by the time god. That Hu Tien Vong Tran. She is very good at fighting. But what's the use of being good at fighting? She's just a wandering god with no backing. If you side with me, I will help you become a stronger continent. Even a powerful land. Heavens will heard about the powerful land. And was immediately attracted. Turning the land of Mani into a powerful land. Queen of the night. You're quite generous. She replied, it's just a small favor. It's not really an investment. On the contrary. In this situation where the gods lack territory, having one more will definitely help me. Heavens will pondered. Currently, the ancient continent is indeed the land of Mani. The lowest level existence in the entire starfield. If it can really become a powerful land, then the benefits it brings will be endless. Heavens will replied. But to be claimed again, you had to give up most of the fortune that the ancient continent has accumulated. At that time, this place will become extremely desolate. Even the lowest level land of Magi cannot compare. If you play tricks or the time god comes knocking. Ah, Tran Trong in his below. Listening to the negotiations of the gods. She said, the high and mighty gods also like to draw big cakes. He continued, according to I think you'd better consider cooperating with me. After I become the master of the ancient continent, heavens will naturally have to listen to me. The gods above scoffed, cooperate with you? Ha ha ha. A mere immortal. Delusion of discussing cooperation with the angels. This is really the funniest story I've ever heard. Heavens will look down on Trong Yin. Don't be delusional anymore. I am the heavenly will, from ancient times to the present, I have only recognized angels as masters. Trong Yin spoke up. I gave you a chance, don't regret it. Trong Yin thought anxiously. This heavenly will soon hand over the continent to someone else. We must quickly find a way to resolve this situation. I don't have much time left. Suddenly, Trong Yin's #1 host said, leave it to me. I know everything from your memories. Guess what I saw? The two hosts talked to each other. They can communicate telepathically. Host #1 said, I just found the 9 heavenly star Luo formation arranged by Tran. Duckden Su, although it was destroyed by that damned god before. But under the rubble, there are remnants of the entire formation. After seeing this formation, I immediately had an idea. Host #2 smiled, so that's how it is, you've already passed on the memory. It's an idea, NDT0, #1 host, no. 2 host replied, okay. Next, no, 2, you support me. At this time, host #1 used the 10,000 beings to say. It's been a long time since I've used the system's features. First, leave a mark on this path for Thuong Hai. To avoid the appearance of human irresistible factors, currently taking advantage of both. Restoring the connection of the teleportation array. Expanding the invincible domain to the ancient continent. It seems easy. But it takes one person to stay on the continent. Connecting to the 9 continents with me. This person must be proficient in teleportation powers. Space, Thuong and No2 said, Thuong Hai. Things will be resolved quickly. Don't forget to tell your junior sister. Thuong Hai was surprised, it's been resolved? Thuong Hai said, I can contact her. Thuong Nin, is there anything you want to say? She asked Thuong Nin, half believing, half doubting. He replied, tell her this. As soon as Thuong Hai opened the communication token, she heard Han Hai's voice screaming. Senior sister. I'm at the 9 continents teleportation array, why is it broken? I can't go back. What is this? Han Hai anxiously inquired about Thuong Nin. I heard Thuong Nin's voice. Are you by his side? Are you okay? Thuong Nin called out to Han Hai. Let's break up. I have someone else in my heart. You did a great job, we're not compatible, stay in 9 continents. Don't come back. Han Hai screamed after hearing that, what? What? While Thuong Hai listened. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Thuong Hai blushed in a thought. Flashed through her mind. Someone in his heart. The only woman beside him is me. Could he be? Mumbling like that. Could it be that he likes me too? What should I do? Junior sister. She's going to go crazy when she finds out. Han Hai held the communication token, trembling. She looked down in despair. Han Hai's tears fell like rain. She screamed, cursing the scum. As she was cursing. In the sky. Where Han Hai was. Master's teleportation formation appeared. She turned around and said. It's Master's 9 heavenly star Luo formation. Thank goodness. Someone is fixing it. I had to give it my all. To connect to this teleportation array. Han Hai was furious. Tran Trong Yin, don't you dare dump me. If anyone's dumping anyone, it's me dumping you. Host #1. On this side, he was trying his best to restore the formation. Go to Kyushu. 6 Tran and Jiang, 2 Taisin Lin creatures spread toward the lower realm. The teleportation formation is gradually recovering. Everyone turned their eyes to it. Look at that. Everyone was surprised. The teleportation formation destroyed by the gods is gradually being restored. What's going on? The angels in the sky grimaced. An unusual force is being generated on the planet. What about this teleportation formation? I'm afraid other gods are secretly intervening. Trying to forcefully seize the ancient continent? At this time, between the ancient continent and Kyushu, the continent has been connected. The gods above talked about forcefully seizing it. Ha ha ha, you're overthinking it. This is just a desperate attempt at survival by a bunch of ants. The other gods agreed. That's right, the angels said. The most stable way to take over the continent is to claim ownership. Other than that, if you want to forcefully invade, you will definitely be devoured by the laws of the star realm. A land like Mani is not worth the high price any angel would pay. The entire Tronin is restoring the path to Kyushu. Suddenly, someone uninvited appeared behind them. The angels rushed up here to investigate. Wouldn't going up there reveal the truth? An angel exclaimed. Why is it another little demon? Where did he get this kind of power from? It seems this little beast has quite a few secrets. We haven't even avenged the death of the divine messenger yet. He was killed by him. The angel attacked as he spoke. Although this soul fragment of mine is not even 1/10,000th of my true body. It's more than enough to destroy him. Tronin was attacked by that guy. But this attack was nothing to him. Is that all? The angel was furious. You wretch. You dare look at me with those despicable eyes? Your appearance is exactly the same as that immortal in the lower realm. Is it a clone? The angel continued boasting arrogantly. Long Lu, whom you killed, was the lowest ranking among all the angels. He just relied on his father's reputation to act recklessly. And we are angels who have lived through countless aeons. Reaching the peak, escaping the cycle of reincarnation in this world. And ultimately holding the heavenly Tao. You are just a little demon. In our eyes, you are as small as an ant. I wouldn't even need to use any effort to crush you. These angels were too arrogant. Emperor Thuong Duong-Tan used 1% of his power. Isn't that too degrading? The other angel replied, interesting, interesting. Crushing a worm. And using high-intensity divine magic. Only I would do that. The system chimed in. Host, all the divine beings who have attacked you have been saved to the data storage and will never be deleted. Your clone is in danger. Stay away from the gods' attacks. If I run away, the teleportation formation behind me will be lost. Thuong Nin turned and left. Thuong Hai saw this. And looked at him. It seemed like something was wrong with Thuong Nin. The system said, Host. Your demon clone has been destroyed by the gods. Consciousness merging. Memory synchronized, two becoming one. He replied, I know, the pain has already arrived. The system continued, that's done too. Thuong Nin laughed heartily and said, very good. First, cover the entire Kyushu continent for me. System understood. Deducting corresponding domain points, coverage successful. Thuong Nin made another request. Then combine all my remaining domain fragments. Before that, form a domain card. Designate the invincible domain as the target unit to expand the domain to the ancient continent. The system said helplessly, there's such a thing? Host, you. Thuong Nin challenged the system. What? Is there anything you can't do? The system retorted, Host, you. There's nothing I can't do yet. Expanding domain, successful. Thuong Nin had a cold expression. Final order. Exhaust all my domain points. Cover the ancient continent and seize this land for me. System obeys. The system announced, complete coverage of the ancient continent achieved. Host, please enjoy. Thuong Nin continued, wait. Until I wipe out these garbage gods. The angel sneered. Ha ha ha. He said he wants to wipe us out. What should we do? You insignificant ant. Suddenly, all the angels cried out, ah. It can't be stopped. My divine magic. Why is it ineffective? Wait, how? The symbol of continent ownership appeared on him. Thuong Nin's eyes turned cold at this moment. He glared at the angels with murderous intent. The burned angels screamed, how is this possible? Who are you? The people below watched the battle in fear. The system announced, Host has slain the soul fragment of flame heavenly venerate. Generous rewards are available for selection. Host has slain the soul fragment of death god. Generous rewards are available for selection. Upon hearing this, Thuong Nin looked into the distance and sighed in relief. Congratulations to the host for conquering the ancient continent. Mission complete. The three heavenly Daos stared at Thuong Nin. Can we take back what we just said? The heavenly Daos, now filled with fear, pleaded with Tran. Lord Tran Thuong Nin, please forgive this lowly one for being blind. From now on, you are the sole master of the ancient continent. Thuong Ninh looked at the Heavenly Tao and replied, "Oh, didn't you say you would never accept me as your master?" The Heavenly Tao replied in fear. "Those were just careless words from this lowly one. Please forgive me, master." The Heavenly Tao thought to itself. To be able to instantly obliterate the divine clones, he must be concealing his true power. He's probably at least at the god level. Moreover, he bypassed the laws to forcefully seize the continent. And he doesn't even fear me. He clearly isn't afraid of retaliation. This kind of existence, I must flatter him no matter what. Hearing this, Tran Ninh sat down, resting his chin on his hand, and said, "It's a pity. I still prefer your previous unyielding demeanor." More, the Heavenly Tao panicked. Master, the Heavenly Tao then turned to the immortals and said, "Please, say something nice for me. What I said before was actually to protect the ancient continent. It's completely in line with your goals." Everyone was taken aback by the Heavenly Tao's plea. Even the Heavenly Tao has to beg for mercy one day. Thuong Hai looked at Tran Ninh, her face flushed. What kind of existence is this man? To be able to create such a miracle again and again, he surprises everyone. Phong Tan Duong turned to Tran Ninh and spoke up for the Heavenly Tao. "Well, Tran Ninh, what the Heavenly Tao said isn't wrong." Tran Ninh stood in the distance, hands on his hips, and replied, "On the contrary, I feel like someone who takes the lead like this should be dealt with directly." Leaving no future troubles, the system suddenly chimed in. Calculation complete. Host's remaining domain points. 1054. After killing Long Lu, the host can choose from the following rewards. First, 10% progress in analyzing the angel clone. Second, the title, Dragon Slayer. The system reminded Tran Ninh, right. Currently, the Dragon God clan's resentment towards you has reached 20%. Once the resentment reaches 100%, the host will be hunted down by the Dragon God clan throughout the Divine Realm. There will be nowhere to run. Oh, choose one reward from two? Although the effects of this title are very useful, after entering the Divine Realm, you may not encounter every Dragon God clan. Once you encounter another clan, the title will disappear. The backlash isn't as good as the angel clone. Tran Ninh spoke up, "I choose the first reward. Besides, completing the mission will definitely yield more domain point rewards. Currently, Kyushu and the ancient continent are entirely under my control. There's no need to rush for domain points for now." The system continued, "Understood. 10% progress in analyzing the angel clone has been received. Remaining rewards have been refreshed. Please continue selecting, host." Tran Ninh said, "No need to choose further. Convert everything into progress for analyzing the angel clone. Let me quickly finish analyzing the angel." The system announced, "Conversion successful. Host's current progress in analyzing the angel clone is at 10.5%. Since this time is different from before. The system rewards the clone with 1 minute of invincible domain usage." Within the domain, hearing the system reward, Tran Ninh expressed his dissatisfaction. "What? 10.5%? Are you mistaken, system? Wasn't the reward for Long already 10%? Why does the death reward for the remaining angels only add up to 0.5? The system answered, "Because those were merely clones. If you can kill the true bodies of those gods, host, the rewards will naturally be more generous." He furrowed his brows in anger. "It seems I need to quickly lure out the angel clones. Or perhaps head straight into the angel's lair. And eliminate their true bodies." At that moment, thoughts of Thuong Hai surfaced in his mind. But it's alright. At least the matter is mostly resolved now. Thuong Hai won't die anymore. However, I still need to obtain the remaining power of the divine artifact. Tran Ninh stood silently, deep in thought. The god of time. Something isn't right. If this was a trap from the very beginning, then I can only seize the power of the divine artifact directly from you. The ancient continent belongs entirely to me now. That little thief will definitely return once she realizes it. Tran Ninh instructed the system, "Keep a close watch for me." The moment the god of time's aura disappears from within the invincible domain, notify me immediately. The god of time, consumed by rage, cursed. Tran Ninh, you deserve to die. I was initially going to spare you. But if you dare to scheme against me, then you don't even deserve to exist. She channeled her spiritual energy, preparing to depart. Observing her departure, the soul guardian thought. With heavenly calamity Tran's power, he could crush her with a mere flick of his wrist. A single move from him could even send shockwaves through the fabric of spacetime across the entire world, regardless of his methods. Bypassing the divine halt to seize control of the ancient continent. Once Heavenly Calamity Tran unleashed his full might, she would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. The soul watched as she disappeared. However, there were many unanswered questions surrounding Long Lu's demise. Perhaps she was behind it all, orchestrating some wicked scheme. It's crucial to inform the clan quickly and prevent her escape. Heavenly Calamity Tran stepped through the teleportation formation, venturing into the starry expanse to gaze upon the ancient continent she had lost. Upon her arrival, Heavenly Calamity Tran appeared surprised by the transformations that had befallen the ancient continent. Furrowing her brows, she observed the continent and mumbled. How did the ancient continent become so different? The spiritual energy here has skyrocketed. It's a world apart from the barren Mani wasteland it once was. This place, it can actually withstand 10% of my power now? How is this possible? What exactly transpired on this continent? The system, at that moment, detected the spiritual energy of the god of time infiltrating the continent. A smug smile spread across Heavenly Calamity Tran's face as she declared. Tran Trong Nen, I will make you tell me how this ancient continent became yours. I will make you kneel at my feet. Before she could finish her sentence, a hand shot towards her with lightning speed, grabbing her by the neck. Trong Nen choked Heavenly Calamity Tran. Her eyes narrowed coldly at him. Without a word, Trong Nen spun around and ruthlessly flung her down. Choked and then thrown. Heavenly Calamity Tran scrambled to her feet, trembling, thinking. What just happened? I couldn't even sense his attack. Before she could fully stand, Heavenly Calamity Tran sensed something amiss. Her brows furrowed, her pupils constricting. A god, easily suppressed. Trong Nen materialized behind her, stating, Little thief. She glared at him, her face darkening. Heavenly Calamity Tran, enraged, roared. Tran Trong Nen, you lowly scum, how dare you? She slammed a palm towards Trong Nen, shouting, Get lost. Her blow shattered the surrounding ground. Trong Nen allowed Heavenly Calamity Tran to unleash her attack. Instead of dodging, he taunted. Is that all you've got? Heavenly Calamity Tran's jaw dropped slightly, unable to believe her eyes. Trong Nen had actually neutralized her attack with such ease. Her face contorted, veins bulging, sweat pouring down. How is this possible? I'm a god. How can a mere immortal possess the power to suppress me? Trong Nen replied, It doesn't stop there. He seized her by the neck, pinning her to the ground. Your divine techniques are mine now. The system is analyzing. Targeting the God of Time's exclusive divine technique. Commencing analysis and replication. Heavenly Calamity Tran retorted angrily. Don't even dream of it. I wield the power of spacetime. Unless you're a god, attempting to seize it without the innate talent will only lead to backlash. Moreover, the system announced. Replication complete. 100% success. The power of spacetime. Usable range is limited to within the invincible domain. Before Heavenly Calamity Tran could finish her sentence, Trong Nen showed her her own divine technique being used by a mere immortal. What did you say? Trong Nen stood up and turned to leave. Heavenly Calamity Tran, still suppressed by the divine technique, trembled as she stammered, You. Trong Nen used Heavenly Calamity Tran's own divine technique. What a formidable technique. Now, the future of this ancient continent has been completely altered. Even the flow of time itself will undergo unimaginable changes. I imagine your mind is in complete disarray right now. All of this stems from your summoning me to this timeline. You are now of no use to me, dead or alive. I will decide your fate based on your performance. Let's see what you're made of. Heavenly Calamity Tran clutched her chest, suppressed. Her face flushed crimson, thinking, this isn't how things were supposed to be. The one I personally brought here is plotting against me? And he's a being transcending even gods. Observing her expression, Trong Nen teased. What's with that look on your face? It's as if we've already. Heavenly Calamity Tran's blush deepened. Don't you dare. Suddenly, Thuong Hai's voice called out to Trong Nen. Something's wrong. Trong Nen turned to look at Thuong Hai. Thuong Hai spoke in a panic. The ancient continent. The ancient continent is under attack. Countless angel clones have descended upon it. They claim this place possesses immense destiny. What are we going to do? The skies above the continent are in complete chaos. There are so many angel clones here. Heavenly Calamity Tran looked at Trong Nen and sneered. Trong Nen, what good is your fighting prowess now? Trong Nen thought, still clinging to your act. Insisting on playing the role of an angel. In front of everyone. Heavenly Calamity Tran continued. You and I have no backing, no forces to rely on. No matter how strong our individual power is. Can it withstand the combined assault of so many angels? Your precious ancient continent will inevitably be carved up by the gods. You can't protect it, Trong Nen. Trong Nen chuckled and replied. Listen carefully. It's them who should be truly afraid. Not me. Still refusing to yield even after all this? If I had more time, I'd tear that mouth of yours apart. With that, Trong Nen left. Heavenly Calamity Tran glared at his back. Fool. Thinking you can defy all the angels just because you want to fight? How delusional. You overestimate yourself. Trong Nen. Trong Nen ascended into the sky. Chuckling. It'll just take a flicker of brilliance to wipe out all those angels. 30 seconds earlier, the angel clones were discussing amongst themselves. Trong Nen, master of the continent? Never heard of him. The god of slaughter, a massive axe resting on his shoulder, had his arm around the tree goddess' waist. He warned. Don't underestimate him. To seize this continent. Right under the noses of those angel clones. He must be at least a demigod. The tree goddess scoffed. In a remote star realm like this, they're all just a bunch of weaklings. He's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Moreover, I suspect he might be using his true body to descend. Otherwise, there's no way he could bypass the divine hall and forcibly seize this place. The god of slaughter nodded in agreement. Makes sense. The 8 great divine clans of the divine realm have long forbidden angels from descending with their true bodies. This guy is most likely a wandering god. Without any background or support. A lowly wandering god. Daring to monopolize the great destiny of this place. So we don't have to worry about the future anymore. The god of death said that no title had come. It's not even an early stage god. He's also a wandering god. Which means he can kill at will. The god of death shouted. Everyone. Let's join hands and kill the god of this place. Seize the fortune. Kill. Everyone below looked up at the sky in fear. So many angels. And they're working together. At this moment, Trong and also quickly rushed up from below. The angels above were preparing to descend and kill. But then they saw a strange light rushing up. Trong, his body filled with immortal energy, rushed forward. Smiling and shouting. Welcome, everyone. Thuong Hai looked up from below, extremely worried. If he continues to fight like this, his body will definitely not be able to hold on. Tien Vong Tran, peering from the dust, said. He's arrogant and disrespectful. Such arrogance and conceit. He will definitely pay a heavy price for this. She approached Tran Trongen. Even if you have a realm beyond gods. But with this number of gods, sooner or later, you will be exhausted and die. Hearing this, Thuong Hai knelt down to the supreme god. Please, I beg you, save us. Please save Tran Trongen, save the ancient continent. Tien Vong Tran replied, wasted. I even granted you the power of a divine artifact. Don't you feel pathetic saying these words? On what basis? Do I have to offend so many angels to save him? One person will definitely die. Thuong Hai pleaded, we don't have to fight to the death. I live, I make more friends. It's also important for enemies to become fewer. Even if it's just once, we were friends. Being able to help him is also a good thing, I beg you. Tien Vong Tran listened, put her hand to her chin in thought, and said conversely. There's some logic in that. Tien Vong Tran's expression changed as she exclaimed, but I refuse. What good are friends? Will they help you in times of need? You're too kind. That's why you end up with such a tragic fate. Tien Vong Tran approached Thuong Hai and whispered. Moreover, this vast continent of yours was discovered by the gods long ago. Now, in order to absorb that great fortune, they will definitely destroy this place completely. The ancient continent is destined to be destroyed. You don't need to beg me anymore. Originally, if you had obediently let me take over this continent, you wouldn't have to suffer this misery at all. You could even go peacefully. Huang Hai knelt on the ground, helpless. Tian Vong Tran continued, and all of this is because of Tran Trong Nin. That damned Huang Hai lowered her head and said, Supreme God Trong Nin, he came here, went through big and small battles. He may say otherwise, but deep down, he must be very tired. He didn't ask why. He saved us from the fiery pits of hell. He didn't ask why. He rescued us from the fiery pits of hell. He shouldn't have to die a gruesome death. He is the hero of all of us. Huang Hai kowtowed to Tian Vong Tran. On behalf of everyone on the ancient continent, I beg you. Ridiculous. Tian Vong Tran approached Huang Hai, lifted her chin, and said, how about this? You go find Tran Trong Nin. Tell him to hand over all authority of this continent to me. I will conveniently help him overcome this tribulation. Trong Nin came to you, said he wanted to help I cross the tribulation. Trong Nin quickly had killed all the clones of the angels. He walked slowly towards the other two, his itch acting up again. Do you want to die? Tian Vong Tran turned to Trong Nin and said, haha, Tran Trong Nin, you can't hold on anymore, want to come beg me? Alright then, as long as you obediently kneel down and kowtow 3 times to this old lady, then I, in my great mercy, will lend you a hand. How about that? Trong Nin smirked, puzzled. Kneel before you? Trong Nin pointed to the sky and said, Tian Vong Tran, are you brain dead? Is that why you don't understand clearly? Or, why don't you take a good look and then continue talking? Tian Vong Tran looked up, muttering, look at what? Tian Vong Tran, now looking up at the sky, broke out in a cold sweat. The sky was now clear, the gods were gone. Trong Nin stretched out his hand smugly. Those angel clones had been defeated by him one by one. Huang Hai was still kneeling on the ground. She looked up, one surprise after another. Everyone was surprised. The gods descended alone, while Trong Nin was miraculous. Truly miraculous, we're safe now. Tian Vong Tran didn't understand what had just happened. What in the world just happened? She used her divine technique to rewind time and see the scene. Facing the angel clones, Trong Nin said, if you're capable, come at me yourselves. Tian Vong Tran thought, the observers were swept away. The gods' powers were all immense. Why did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Tian Vong Tran reviewed the previous battle. She was surprised that Trong Nin alone had killed all those gods. In the blink of an eye, Trong Nin, brimming with immortal energy, said, not enough people for me to kill. Tian Vong Tran exclaimed in shock, damn. How could Tran Trong Nin's power be so terrifying? The gods were caught off guard. Transfer a bit of our true power here. Let him have a taste of our might. They're all gone. In just a blink of an eye, the angels of these star regions have all been wiped out. Tian Vong Tran looked at Trong Nin, thinking, furthermore, they were all instantly killed by him. Trong Nin looked at her and said, I heard everything you just said. Tian Vong Tran bit her lip. What kind of monster have I summoned here? Tian Vong Tran quickly switched to flattery. Is there something? Just tell me, I can definitely help you. Trong Nin looked at Tian Vong Tran's flattering demeanor. Speechless, he said, I actually want to ask you. Is there any way to attract more angels here? Preferably the extremely powerful kind. Tian Vong Tran was taken aback. Hearing Trong Nin's words, Huang Hai was also surprised. You want even more angels to come here? Tian Vong Tran replied seriously, yes, yes. At the Dragon God clan, something happened. The 2 young masters of the Dragon God clan, something happened. The 2 young masters, Long Lu, died unexpectedly. The god of time and space originally wanted to intervene and take over the continent. But it was snatched away by someone named Tran Trong Nin. Dragon God clan, 2 young masters, Walong. He sat on his chair, calmly replying, oh? He raised his voice and said, I always thought that it was Tian Vong Tran and that I who conspired to kill my 2 younger brothers. To dare touch the people of our Dragon God clan, they will have to pay the price. The Soul Guardian asked, young masters, do you have a plan? Longhua stood up abruptly and said, I want to use the Dragon God technique, the 10 directions annihilation formation. The Soul Guardian exclaimed in fear. Once this Dragon God technique is used on that star region, all planets within the ancient continent will be completely destroyed, but there are many territories that are governed by early stage gods. If we do this, we will definitely incur their enmity. At that time, those gods will all come for revenge. Young masters, please reconsider. Longhua replied, my elder brother isn't here, I'm in charge. A bunch of ants. What's there to be afraid of, when you have enough strength? Ants are only fit to be crushed underfoot. On Trong Nin's side, Tien Vong Tran thought, this man is ruthless. He threatened me, if I don't lure in gods above early stage. He'll deal with me. If I were a clone right now, I wouldn't be afraid of him. But this body is connected to more than half of my divine power. So I can only temporarily obey his orders. Yushan, He arrives. Tien Vong Tran, you transmitted to me. Saying you want to give this ancient continent to me, is that true? Angel He Gatekeeper of the sixth heaven, mid-stage angel. A wandering god with no background, wanting to advance. He has to greet him and his clan. Tien Vong Tran replied to Angel He, it's true. Trong Nin stood by. Seeing an angel arrive, his face lit up with joy. In this era of time and space. It won't be long before I reward him with a few planets. Get him to help me. Only then can I ascend to mid-stage angel. Yushan He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you're quite resourceful. That grudge between us will end here today. The angel made his move. Trong Nin was also ready to strike him down. Tien Vong Tran's darkened as she thought, the space-time era. This time, it's completely messed up. Yushan He's clone was destroyed. Fuang Hai, the immortals, were all stunned by his power. Yushan He was enraged at being tricked. He slammed his hand down beside his chair and roared. Tien Vong Tran, you dare deceive me? You and I will be enemies to the death. The system announced. Congratulations, host, for killing an angel clone. Yushan He's domain points have been automatically converted. Exchanged for 1.3 angel clones. Trong Nin rubbed the back of his neck, smiling and said. Fighting 10 of these alone is more fun than those scattered gods. The system has finished its calculations. Your current total accumulated angel clone points is 12.1%. Trong Nin was frustrated. Those angels before were really cheapskates, idiots. Don't exchange everything for clones. Leave me some domain points for other things. Trong Nin was excited like a child. Hurry up, next. Tien Vong Tran held her face. I'm not going to be able to survive in the god realm after this. If this keeps up, I'm as good as dead. Again and again. Tien Vong Tran finished calling for the Qingling gods. Shuailan said, long time no see, Sister Vong Tran. Sister Shuaijia asked eagerly, I heard you have a big surprise you want to show us, what is it? Tien Vong Tran said to Trong Nin. My friends are few, they count as one person. Please, aim high and strike lightly. Trong Nin, standing behind Tien Vong Tran, flicked his finger. Instantly taking down the clones of the Qingling gods. The two sisters on the other side hugged each other and cried, she tricked us. She's so evil. Wah, the ship of friendship has capsized. Trong Nin grew more and more excited. Hurry up, call the next one. Tien Vong Tran covered her face. I won't be able to show my face in the god realm anymore. Trong Nin lamented, your connections are too weak. Summoning this few gods isn't enough for me to kill. So useless. Tien Vong Tran cried, do you think they're cabbages? Have some humanity. We are angels. Feng Qingyang, a million times more beautiful. To think that we, as dignified angels, would one day be slaughtered like pigs. It seems living long enough really does make anything possible. Trong Nin is stronger than we imagined. His strength can be said to be immeasurable. Feng Qingyang smiled proudly, embarrassed. Just thinking that I'll be his master from now on. I'll be so awesome in the Dragon God clan. The Dragon God clan members began to make their move. They were setting up a formation. The Soul Guardian reported, Second Young Master, there's news of a strange divine power arriving at the ancient continent. Only 2 wandering gods. One of them is Trong Nin, in his true form. Hua Long replied, so what if he's in his true form? My foolish brother's grudge must be avenged. Hua Long, with a ferocious expression, ordered, attack. A bright light flashed within the star region. The formation appeared. Tien Vong Tran smiled, this aura is the Dragon God technique, 10 Directions God Annihilation Formation. Everyone looked up at the formation. The divine formation shone directly upon them. Trong Nin said, oh, pretty powerful. Huang Hai covered her mouth and replied, even without encountering a high-level angel, one can still sense the power of this great formation. Tian Vong Tran explained, you see, that's one of the 3 great divine techniques of the Dragon God clan. Relying on this technique alone, they conquered countless star regions, sent countless angels running for their lives. All early-stage angels under this formation have practically no way to break it. Trong Nin asked, why? Huang Hai continued to explain. Because under the cover of this great formation, all things in the world lose their function. And all divine power of angels within this region will be unusable. Let alone fighting, even escaping is a luxury. We finally got rid of all the angels. But now someone even stronger has come. The immortals cried out, what should we do? How can we stop them from invading us? Huang Qingyang exclaimed, it's over. It's all over. Tian Vong Tran thought, as much as I want to see Tran Trong Nin's embarrassed and terrified expression, I still need to find the right opportunity to escape. You idiots, I'm out of here. Tian Vong Tran prepared to make her escape. But suddenly, she realized she had no divine power left. The formation wasn't even complete yet. What's going on? Is there another mysterious force sealing me? Trong Nin spoke up, Tian Vong Tran, you really are an incorrigible dog who can't stop eating shit. Don't think I don't know that you secretly sent our location to the Dragon God clan. Trong Nin grabbed Tian Vong Tran's hair and pulled her back. You pretended to cooperate with me. But in reality, you were stalling for time. Secretly leaking information about this place. Wasn't it all just to let the Dragon God clan's ultimate move? Eliminate me, and then you'd take the opportunity to escape? Tian Vong Tran, her hair being pulled, screamed, ah. Tran Trong Nin, let go. This isn't some high-level dimensional being that you can just. It was me who lured him here. You're the one who's scared now. You're right. After all, no wandering god would dare to directly confront them. Tian Vong Tran, I can't defeat you, so this Dragon God clan should be able to take care of you. Trong Nin looked at Tian Vong Tran with murderous intent and said, afraid of them? I'm itching to wipe them out. Trong Nin continued. To be honest, I was worried that you'd run out of ways to lure in stronger opponents for me. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Trong Nin declared with surging murderous aura. Then let them come. I'll beat them until they don't dare even look at this land. Tian Vong Tran was horrified. Unbelievable. The power of this barrier. I can't probe it at all. But even if the power of that great formation could be ignored, all formations are set. Wall Long commanded, annihilate it. As Wall Long's attack descended upon the ancient continent, Trong Nin raised his hand and commanded, consume it. Immediately after, Wall Long's attack was instantly neutralized by Trong Nin with ease. The system announced. External divine power absorbed. Automatically converted into corresponding domain points. Trong Nin, having absorbed all the divine power from the formation, said, I see. It seems the opponent didn't invest enough in that formation. The price was too small. Tian Vong Tran, breaking out in a cold sweat, looked at Trong Nin. How is this possible? The barrier he cast. It can actually absorb the divine power of the God Annihilation formation. The Great Formation. That suppresses all things. It can't affect him at all. Wall Long, arms crossed, observed and said, this ant has some strength, but that's all. Wall Long commanded, unleash full power. Let those ants see what true crushing power is. The subordinates obeyed. Yes, sir. This time, another attack, stronger, faster, larger, descended upon the ancient continent. Trong Nin looked up. Assessing the situation, it seems they're getting a bit hasty. The people behind him panicked. Here comes a bigger one. Trong Nin raised his hand and said, then taste this. He had already prepared another move to deal with that Wall Long. The two sides clashed violently. Suddenly, Wall Long's formation was reversed. This was something no one expected. Wall Long, seeing his formation being reversed, cursed, damn it. What's going on? Is this something an early stage god can do? We unleashed the Dragon God technique, brought down a devastating formation, but couldn't even scratch the opponent. He can even use the power of our formation to suppress us. Trong Nin pointed to the sky. System, watch carefully. How to counterattack without moving. And even use the domain to kill the opponent. Convert all absorbed power. Expand the barrier. Expand it 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Return it 10-fold. Wall Long's formation shattered. The 10 Directions God Annihilation formation was broken? It couldn't even harm a single hair on them. Wall Long's subordinates were sent flying, coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Wall Long's eyes widened. I never thought that in this wretched place a god of such level could exist. Feng Qingyao looked up at the sunny sky. Stuttering, Invincible. Trong Nin stood under the sun. The sunlight illuminating him, making him look radiant. The Soul Guardian turned to Wall Long and said, "Second young master, this." Wall Long turned his head and instructed, "We're leaving, now. Tell our people to erase all traces related to the Dragon God clan. In this dimension." Wall Long commanded, "Destroy all boundary territories. All the vast lands under our control. So they can't trace anything back to us. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." The Soul Guardian said, "But second young master, didn't you just say you wanted to show them what true crushing power is?" Wall Long, realizing his mistake, said angrily, "I didn't say that. I said it was just some early stage gods." Damn it. Who knew there was such a powerful god hidden there? At least high stage. Wall Long said nervously, "I'm only at mid-stage. If I really provoke a being like that, things will be very troublesome." Long Lu actually provoked a being of that level. What a fool. Long Lu, as he left, said, "This battle has severely depleted our Dragon God clan's energy. Our divine bones were shattered by that power surge. It will take tens of thousands of years for us to recover. After we leave, this star region will change hands. Tran Trong Nin, you are truly powerful. It seems we might meet again in the future God War." Trong Nin looked at the people behind him, who were rejoicing in their victory. He smiled, it settled. Time to head back. Sunlight poured down. The ancient continent was truly revived. Voices chanted, "Get ready. 1, 2. Trong Nin was surrounded by the joyful crowd. "Wait. What are you all doing?" The crowd lifted Trong Nin high into the air, cheering. "Trong Nin, thank you for saving us." With bright smiles, the people said, "Without you, we wouldn't know what to do. Let's hear it for our hero." Chang Nan is a little shy. 9 prefectures out of 10,000,005 after. Always the old man protects you like you said. And this time, I'm just taking on the responsibility of others. He chuckled, aesthetically pleasing to those trying to protect the world. I also protect his future. Tian Vong Tran looked at everyone cheering for Chang Nan and said, "I didn't expect him to really be able to beat her." Regretfully aesthetic. Tran Trong Nan has such heavenly means. Why don't I team up with him together to seek development? Have him support him from behind. After I stepped into the God Trong, GI will not be as cramped as before. Tian Vong Tran walked back to the crowd and said loudly, "Quickly let go of Truong Nen. You guys are so rude." The crowd was startled and made Chang Nan fall on his face. Chong Nin was so angry that he screamed, "Are you guys kidding me?" The whole mess apologized. "We didn't mean to." Tian Vong Tran ran to help him up. "Chong Nin is not injured, is he? These idiots really don't make people worry less. You wait, I will teach them a lesson." Chong Nen saw that Vong Tran was behaving unusually. Suspiciously asked, "What are you doing?" Tian Vong Tran said self-deprecatingly, "Am I that bad in your heart? And how dare I be rude in front of you? I have witnessed firsthand your strength and character." I want Chang Nan to narcissistically reply, "If you want to flatter, you have to queue up later. Aesthetics like that are really good. But what are you rushing for? Is an angel scary?" Tian Vong Tran angrily thought, "If I beat you, I will definitely kill you." Tian Vong Tran pulled Chong Nan's hand. "You follow me a bit. I have something important to tell you. This time off in high look." Theo called Chong Nin. Chong Nin heard the call, stopped and turned to look at her. Tian Vong Tran hurriedly said, "Don't mind her. She didn't participate in this. We can." Suddenly, Chang Nan reached out and took Huang Hai's hand. She blushed when she was pulled. The three looked at each other speechless. Tien Vong Tran spoke up. What are you doing with her? Chongnen replied, isn't it about love? Why can't you let others see? Tien Vong Tran angrily cursed. I don't want to be in front of the lower class. Humbled myself to bow before you. Chang Nan silently looked at Tien Vong Tran without saying a word. Thuong Hai was sweating profusely, thinking. Duan Kung Ban Keen calculates debts. I dare not say anything. I dare to guess. This act of the time god. Didn't you want to surrender to Chang Nan? Previously, she deceived the gods. Lost all her predestined relationship. Also unnecessarily poked at a lot of enemies. Even though she has thousands of tricks. If there is a conflict between the characters. She didn't even have time to resist. It can be completely destroyed. Besides this, there is also the Longden Ti clan. That would never be forgiven. Let her now, she has nowhere to go. In order to protect herself, she was forced to take another step forward. Rely on Chang Nan. Seeking further increase. Like these things don't seem to have anything to do with me. Tien Vong Tran shouted that I want to talk to you. Do you understand? She came to be redundant. Thuong Hai was embarrassed in the distance. Or should I go back first? Chang Nan said to Tien Vong Tran. So you listen carefully. Now Thuong Hai is my representative. Whether you cooperate or not, you have to listen to her. Tien Vong Tran opened her mouth and said what? Tien Vong Tran is angry. Thinking just now that woman begged me. Now on the contrary, this guy must be intentional. Tien Vong Tran turned to Thuong Hai and hugged her shoulder and said. Thuong Hai Nhi. You understand? Thuong Hai looked at her, not understanding. Tien Vong Tran silently prayed. I don't want to talk to you. You know how much courage it took me to confess to him. Don't understand. Chang Nan spoke up. I'm going to risk my life with Trang Nan. If you know what's good, get out of here. I understand. Is that what you mean, you want to go to war with me? Tien Vong Tran panicked and translated, what the hell? Then I don't want to antagonize you. Tran Nhi looked at Tien Vong Tran and asked Thuong Hai. Hi Nhi. Tien Vong Tran held Thuong Hai's hand and smiled. Shall we cooperate? Thuong Hai remembered before thinking compared to me. At that time, it seems that he only knew how to bow his head to solve the problem. Not equal. Tien Vong Tran still emotionally held Thuong Hai's hand. Thuong Hai awkwardly looked at Trang Nhi and asked for help. Trang Nhi signaled her agreement. Tien Vong Tran silently cursed the enemy. Do you consider me a tool to lecture this girl? You're good. I remember. The three of them turned around and gathered with the immortals again. Thuong Hai said that the teacher has not returned yet. Do you need to wait? He replied that I have been here for a long time and have friends. We're so impatient. Let's say goodbye here. Trang Nhi suddenly remembered something and said, one more thing I almost forgot. He waved his hand, the spacetime element appeared. The immortals were dumbfounded. This is the power of spacetime saw. Tien Vong Tran is angry. Trang Nhi, you are very good. The ability I cultivated all my life, you said to take it. What do you mean by calling the god of spacetime as I exist? What does it mean? Trang Nhi took off his shirt. To tell the truth, there is no guide for everyone. Let's use this vibration first. I carved the power of time and space into this. In terms of intensity, it will be more powerful than the artifact you used before. Trang Nhi gave Thuong Hai a reminder. She has removed the side effects. Of course, this side effect is only ineffective in the Great Six ancient times. Other planets will still have. Use with caution. Thuong Hai tremblingly took it in response. She said more. Trang Nhi looked at her and waited for her to finish. Thuong Hai hugged Trang Nhi and whispered. Trang Nhi, thank you. With tears welling up in her eyes, Trang Nhi said. See you in 10,005 years. Trang Nhi looked at her gently and nodded. At this point, Trang Nhi and immortal King Tien Vong had left. She said, why can't I meet my beloved? This world is so unfair. Trang Nhi ignored her. Tien Vong changed the subject. Trang Nhi just agreed. You can't go back on your word about this collaboration. Trang Nhi replied coldly. The past is the past. The me now never agreed to anything. What are you so happy about? Tianbong said furiously. Tran Nhi, you're pulling out the rug from under me. You did something, and now you're saying you won't pay? Because of you, I can no longer stay in the god realm. You had to take responsibility. Trang Nhi replied calmly. It also put a lot of pressure on me to help you. Protecting you means making enemies of many angels. They're so strong. How can I possibly fight them? Tianbong roared. You despicable, shameless bastard. Trang Nhi said with a wicked smile, unless he pinched Tianbong's cheek. If you call me dad, I might be happy and agree to help you. Tianbong cursed, seeing Trang Ni's ruthlessness. Tianbong turned and left. If we can't agree on a collaboration, then I'm leaving. It just means I'll have to suffer a bit more. If I endure the suffering, I'll become invincible. Trang Nhi said, all right. If you give up on your pursuit, I might change my mind. Using all means to seize continents. Just to enhance your cultivation. If I do that, will you? Tianbong turned around with a hopeful look in her eyes. But, seeing Tianbong's hesitation, he laughed shamelessly. Just kidding. He. This made Tianbong furious, gritting her teeth. She wished she could turn this guy into a eunuch. But the more she got angry, the more Trang Nhi teased her. Don't you want to know if I'm lying? Ah, he was playing her like a fiddle. Am I? Isn't he? He taunted her. Unable to bear it any longer, she pointed at him. Trang Nhi, you despicable wretch. I will never forget this. He looked at her with a teasing smile. That's it? You're leaving already? I was hoping to have a little more fun. The system, witnessing his shamelessness, was speechless. Host, that you've survived until now, is truly a miracle. But it was also curious, and couldn't understand Trang Ni's thoughts. Why did Host refuse to cooperate with the time god? According to my memory, she will become a very powerful god in the future. It's a good opportunity to take her as a little sister. Hearing this, Trang Nhi explained softly. Now is not the time to accept her. This woman's nature is both mischievous and cunning. Don't be fooled by her surrender. She's definitely plotting something behind the scenes. We don't know what it is. But she will definitely cause us trouble in the future. Dealing with her once is fine, but repeatedly? Wouldn't that tire me to death? This was the real reason. He didn't want to accept her. And let her leave. Tianbong, walking through the time tunnel. Cursed Trang Nhi. You piece of trash, Trang Nhi. They say it's better to remember kindness than to hold grudges. She and I will meet again. The system looked at him with disdain. Host, honestly. With a brain like yours. Is that appropriate? You shouldn't be so immoral, using innocent girls to reach the peak of your life. Trang Nhi was struck in the heart. Sulking. You, and you're gossiping too? Why don't you quickly help me create some high-quality missions? My domain points are running low. You freeloading system. You even want me to do this for you? So he set off again. System, before we go back, I need you to do something for me on the Hanko continent. The system immediately agreed. After everything was settled, Han Hai used the remnants of the Great Formation to open a teleportation portal back to the Hanko continent. She gritted her teeth. But when she got out, she only saw Thuan Hai. Moreover, she was wearing his robe, which shocked her. She looked around for him. Thuan Hai, looking at her, understood her feelings. They both loved the same man and understood each other. They were also sisters from the same sect. Their feelings were immeasurable. Thuan Hai ran over and hugged Han Hai. Just looking into Thuan Hai's eyes, Han Hai understood everything. She glanced at them and turned to run away. In the sky, his eyes flashed with astonishment. Because, at that moment, life energy was radiating from the bodies on the continent. People opened their eyes and sat up simultaneously, looking around with confused expressions. Weren't we dead? Witnessing this miracle, Fong Tan Duan was stunned, then overwhelmed with emotion. He ran to embrace his comrades, tears welling up in his eyes, while Thuan Hai was still staring blankly at Han Hai's retreating figure and the resurrection of everyone. Suddenly, she heard the sound of high heels approaching from behind. She immediately recognized the familiar presence. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she turned around. And tears started streaming down her face. All the emotions she had been suppressing. Her master had also revived. He called her, disciple. Master, she asked in her mind, are we? The scene shifted. To a place where a person named Tran Trong Nin had saved everyone's lives. But Thuan Hai didn't answer. And hurriedly rushed to hug her master. Then their long story continued until sunset. And still wasn't over. Everyone finally left. Everyone knew that Tran Trong Nin was from the future. So Thuan Hai made a promise. To her friends. In 10,000,005 years. They would travel together to the 9 continents to repay Trong Nin's life-saving debt. Everyone rejoiced and agreed to this. Han Hai, however, had feelings of anticipation. Time flew by like a dog running in a field. Soon, 10,000,005 years had passed. In the beautiful land of Thuong continent. In a place called Medicine Spirit Valley. A hidden paradise of immortal cultivators. Were many deadly traps. That needed to be solved one by one. Before one could reach this land. Many people were searching. For spirit herbs. One person, having found a special spirit herb. Laughed with delight, ha ha ha. I found the 9-leaf dragon heart. The others were envious. Damn it, that spirit herb is very effective in replenishing blood essence. That kid found it first. An elderly alchemist tried to comfort them. Don't worry, young ones. We still have a chance. To save Lady 9 continents. I don't think. One spirit herb is enough. Off to the side. A young woman received a jade communication message. Everyone, even if we find spirit herbs, we might not be able to deliver them in time. Everyone was puzzled. The news was only released 2 days ago. Why? The young woman continued to explain. The communication artifact sent the news to every alchemist on the continent. They're all rushing to Van Continent, where the continent lord lives. The scene shifted to Van Continent, where the streets were bustling. All the alchemists wanted to be the first to meet Continent Lord Tran. He saved us. He didn't even care about his wife being seriously injured. The peace we have today is thanks to Continent Lord Tran. He's in trouble now. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Don't push me. Hey. Hold on. I remember? Wait, I remember. You're the alchemist who treats erectile dysfunction in men. Aren't you in the wrong line? We don't even know what Lady 9 Continent's illness is. I'm just trying my luck. What if I happen to be the right person for the job? Nobody was willing to give up their spot in the long line. Inside, Lin Bao and I peeked out the door. The commoners, cultivators, and alchemists had blocked all the paths to the Continent Lord's mansion. They even called Zhang Tongso Lady 9 Continents? She couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Which bastard spread these nonsensical rumors? Hong Wei said softly. I've investigated thoroughly these past few days. It's Tongso's former sect, Heavenly Fragrance Sect. They want to use this incident to gain fame and expand their influence, becoming a major sect. Not only did they put up huge posters, but they're also spreading the news everywhere. Not only that, they're also using items related to Master for publicity. They've gained a lot of fame in the past 2 days. Oh. This pillow. This pillow. Continent Lord Tran slept on it before. We, at the Heavenly Fragrance Sect, are the only ones who have it. This year, in the sect recruitment rankings, we won't be ranked below 1,000 anymore. We can jump directly to second place. Bakingwin, however, was uncomfortable. But Master and Miss Tong so haven't even gotten married. How can they spread these rumors? And Lin Bao Nhi is fuming with anger. She's even angrier than that woman. What I'm worried about is, once her identity is officially confirmed, we'll have very few opportunities to, use Master. Hong Wei and Bak Wei were embarrassed. Use what? How could we dare? You too don't want to be sent to the cold palace by Master, do you? Lin Bao Nhi tried to persuade them. But it makes sense. We're using Tran Trang for free now. How can we tolerate someone else taking our place? So they shook their heads vigorously. Seeing their reactions, Lin Bao Nhi smirked. She had accomplices for her plan. Then we had to strike first. Let's go see Master. The two girls were easily persuaded. At this moment, Fairy Zhang Tongso was sitting in a space filled with peach blossoms. With captivating eyes, refined eyebrows, and an ethereal aura. Her eyes were closed, like a sleeping fairy. Tran Trang Nan and Zhang Hongyan were standing in Zhang Tongso's closed cultivation space. Head Zhang is performing a divine technique. On the side, he looked at the necklace and thought. She's using it to transform the objects around Tongso into divine artifacts, combined with her unique immortal technique, to replenish her essence and repair her soul. I hope nothing goes wrong. Suddenly, Head Zhang called out, "Senior." She bowed her head and presented the divine artifact with both hands. With the support of divine power and the soul restoration technique, the immortal technique has been successfully completed. But Tran Trang Nan looked at Zhang Tongso and asked, "Why hasn't she woken up yet?" The purple-haired girl explained, "Senior Tran, please rest assured. Once the soul transfer technique is successful, she will wake up within 2 days. Luckily, we didn't delay for too long." Tran Trang Nan retrieved Zhang Tongso's necklace. I've seen many souls, after being repaired, experience memory loss. What are your thoughts on this? But for some reason, the purple-haired girl was trembling. No, it won't happen. With the guidance of divine power and the divine artifact, Tongso's recovery is going very well. Senior, please rest assured, I won't let anything go wrong. The purple-haired girl had no other choice but to believe and wait. But, sensing something off about her, he asked, "What's wrong? You keep looking away. Is something the matter?" This startled her, and she bowed her head. "And no. Nothing. It's just, you remind me of someone I knew a long time ago." Hearing this, Tran Trang Nan understood. He thought, initially, I didn't exist in their memories. It's only after I time traveled to the future that they developed memories of me. My existence has become deeply ingrained in their obsession. Many things have indeed changed. Without explaining anything, he left, causing the purple-haired girl's dress to flutter in the wind. His voice lingered in her ears. "Take good care of Tongso." After he left, Jade Tian approached and asked the head, "Did you recognize the wrong person? He's from the 9 continents. Not from your time." But the purple-haired girl insisted, "I wouldn't be mistaken. It's him." She was reminiscing, remembering the terrifying scene that year. He single-handedly fought against gods from all directions, slaughtering them. The angels, just hearing his name, were so terrified that they didn't dare to fight. For millions of years, I've been blinded by profit, and forgotten that on the 9 continents, there's this great being. She looked up at the sky and calculated the date. That day seems to be approaching. The 10 million 5-year promise is tomorrow. She was filled with anticipation. I wonder how they've been all these years. Meanwhile, on the barbarian continent, a neighboring starfield of the 9 continents, a group of people in black were approaching. They met the barbarian continent's chieftain. Behind the chieftain was a group of warriors with primitive weapons, blue skin, and 6 long ears. The chieftain greeted them with a smile. The first inter-starfield tournament is about to begin. Many starfields are fiercely competing with each other. We are fortunate that our alliance with the prosperous Hangdu continent allows us to face our enemy together. He is a descendant of the wild star-devouring beast. Our clan is truly fortunate. Across from them, their guest removed their hood and said softly, "We are too." This person was a fairy from the Hangkou continent. It was Tran Duk, Huang Hai's master. After 10 million 5 years, her appearance hadn't changed at all. She said softly, "I have one condition for our cooperation." The blue-skinned chieftain agreed and invited Tran Duk to speak. "Please, Divine Envoy Tran, tell us about the alliance." It concerns the allocation of resources on the continent. As long as we can help, we won't refuse. I hear that you've been plundering barbarian lands throughout the cosmos lately, collecting and expanding your cultivation resources. And on your recent list is the 9 continents? Is that true? Tranduk looked intently at the blue-skinned beings. But hearing that name, the blue-skinned beings felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were startled. He said coldly, I've always wondered, why would a powerful and wealthy land like the Hankeo continent want to ally with us? So this was your purpose. You want to take the 9 continents from us? The warriors behind the chieftain stepped forward menacingly. But Tranduk didn't care. She just wanted to hear their answer. She looked at them. So, what's your answer? The blue-skinned chieftain was enraged, causing the flames around him to transform into eerie soul flames. We've had our eyes on this place for a long time. If we can annex this continent, we can advance and become a powerful continent. You're dreaming if you think you can have it. Hearing their refusal, the envoys from the Hankeo continent darkened their expressions with murderous intent. Then there's no need to discuss an alliance any further. Without giving the blue-skinned beings a chance to react, the envoys attacked, sending those warriors to meet their ancestors. Like fierce dragons and tigers, they attacked, leaving the blue-skinned warriors no chance to fight back. Witnessing this massacre, the chieftain trembled in fear and couldn't speak. Only the leader of the warriors, along with 2 others, charged at the attackers. He roared, How dare you attack us? My father will devour you. But in response, Tranduk, with a single palm strike, sent those brats to meet their maker. In an instant, the blue-skinned chieftain was terrified. He thought to himself, my clan is descended from a divine beast. We are born to be mighty warriors. We should be dominant. I can't believe we lost so easily to these kids. He realized the identities of these envoys. They are the 9-star guardians cultivated by the Hankeo continent. Each of them has reached the immortal venerable realm. He said slowly to Tranduk, so the rumors are true. Hankeo continent, you haven't done anything major for years. You only care about this 9 continents like it's some treasure. Tranduk's eyes turned icy. We warned you. Never covet the 9 continents. We won't do it again. The chieftain promised. But he was plotting in his mind. I'll surrender for now. Then find a way to steal it later. Once we become a powerful continent, we'll repay them 100-fold. For today's humiliation. However, Tranduk, who had experienced countless trials, descended to the underworld, met the king of hell, and was brought back to life. Was familiar with these tricks. What are you trying to pull? You think you still have a chance? She used her immortal technique to severely injure the chieftain, causing him to scream like a pig being slaughtered. Why? He collapsed to the ground, confused. I already surrendered. Why are they still so relentless? The people of the 9 continents are weak. All the surrounding starfields can bully them. They're not worthy of being allies, let alone slave planets. You've been protecting them for so many years, and even turned against many races. Why? He desperately wanted to know the reason. Tranduk's eyes lit up with happiness. Because there's someone who is very important to the Hankeo continent. For him, we'd turn against even the descendants of divine beasts. Even if we had to face those angels, we will never back down. Not just us, but also my disciples, grand disciples, and everyone on the Hankeo continent are willing to fight for him until their last breath. As Tranduk spoke, she activated the ancestral teleportation formation. They had settled things here. Now they had to go back and prepare for tomorrow. Oh, one more thing. Before leaving, she continued in a cold voice, glaring at the trembling blue-skinned chieftain. Tomorrow, my disciple will come to the Hankeo continent to meet that special person. Your faction? Better keep your thoughts, whether good or bad, to yourselves. If you still harbor any wrong ideas, think carefully about the consequences. With that, the envoy stepped into the teleportation formation and left, leaving the blue-skinned chieftain kneeling there alone. He thought in fear, that was Fairy Thuong Hai? That woman, she's a demon. For millions of years, she's conquered almost all the surrounding starfields. So, how terrifying must the person she respects be? Meanwhile, on the Van continent, a lantern festival was taking place. Tran Trong Nin asked in surprise. Lantern festival? Lin Bao Nhi was acting cute. Master, please go. The lantern festival only happens once a year. You haven't been with us for so long. This time, go out and have some fun with us. Hong Noi and Bok Wai cheered him on. Trong Nin was giving a shoulder massage to his master. Fong Koi Van. The old man felt so good, he was numb. After coming to the 9 continents, he changed his name from Fong Tan Duong to Fong Koi Van. Looking at his precious disciple, he couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, this is so good. It was worth waiting for you all these years. Trong Nin heard his disciple's suggestion and said, I've actually never participated in a lantern festival before. Currently, the system was still calculating bonus rewards. Tone So was now stable and would wake up in 2 days. So I guess I have some free time. Bao Nhi was delighted. She ran to hug him excitedly. So you're agreeing? Master, you're the best. So tomorrow, you'll spend the whole day with us. No going back on your word. And no running off to do other things. Tran Trong Nin was speechless. Alright. She pulled him along. Master, it's not easy to go out for once. Let's take you to change your clothes. Grandmaster, we'll go ahead. Fong Koi Van was left speechless and helpless. He said to himself, why is everything happening tomorrow? Chang'an, you have created a grave sin. Tomorrow is the 10,000,005th anniversary of the Great Six Antiquities. The beauties of the antiquities will have a grand battle of 300 matches. With beauties from the 9 provinces. Victory will belong to I. Chang'an returns to find a way to heal Zhang Tuanzio's soul. As for the people of Chang'an with the promise of 10,000,005, tomorrow will come. At this moment, Ling Bao Nhi takes Chang'an to the Lantern Festival. He is sitting alone, enjoying tea and watching the streets. It's been a long time since he's been out. On the street, there are all sorts of sounds of life from the old madam, who is inviting the young master to come and play. Tu Sun Lao has a lot of new beauties, come on. The boy selling newspapers. Everyone, come and see the new famous novel. Love contract number 5 inches. This made Tran Trang unhappy. This feeling of peace is wonderful. But time is short. He not only had to destroy the borders of the 9 provinces, but also prevent the invasion of the demons. Peaceful days like these were truly rare. He thought to himself, tomorrow is the Lantern Festival of the 9 provinces. People usually celebrate together. There will also be lantern decorations and colorful objects. But Bok Wei and Bao Nhi were only starting to prepare now. Wasn't it too late? He remembered an hour ago Bao Nhi told him, Master, wait here a moment. We'll be right back. It will be quick for someone who lives in 2 worlds like you. He understood completely that these young ladies only went out to buy clothes. But waiting for women to shop is like ancient people trying to find fire in the wilderness. It's truly unbearable. But he didn't know what they were doing either. While he was lost in thought, people recognized him. Master Tran, it's really you. Everyone, come quickly. I can't believe I get to meet my idol at such close range. This made the young man jump. Then everyone rushed towards him. I heard that Master Tran's wife is seriously ill. I brought traditional elixir. Please take it, while these girls want to. The rest of the sentence is inappropriate for translation. Please sign this for me. I admire you so much. Hearing this, Tran Tran and immediately waved his hand. My wife is fine. Thank you for your kindness. While he was struggling with this crowd, suddenly, a woman's hand grabbed his arm and pulled him away. It turned out to be Bok Hugh returning from shopping. She led him to fly up. I'm sorry, Senior, I'm late. Senior, please punish me. This made the crowd gasp in surprise. But he noticed the item she was holding What are you holding in your hand? The girl stammered, no, it's nothing special. Just some tools to aid in cultivation. Bakyu still practices diligently every day? Really? He should have praised her while she was blushing in embarrassment. But seeing her strange expression, he was quite surprised. So he used the function of his invincible domain and activated the see through all things mode and saw inside her bag. All of her belongings were tools for partying. He didn't know if this see-through mode of his could see through clothes or not. He didn't know. Being someone from Earth like Transmigrated, how could he not understand what these tools meant? Doesn't this mean she only went out to buy clothes? What in the world was she planning to do with these things? My God. At this moment, Bakyu's eyes were flushed, and her whole body emitted a flow of energy. She thought to herself shyly, Senior. And this glittering golden tower is Hanland Palace. It was built on the border between the two worlds. People were bustling in and out. Bakyu and Lin Bo Nhi also led Transmigrated to the front of this tower. He looked at the surroundings and was quite surprised. This trading city has quite a few auras of people from the outside world. Moreover, their backgrounds are not insignificant. At this moment, Lin Bo Nhi spoke up. Master, I have already made a reservation and booked the entire Hanland Palace. Today, you can leave everything to Bo Nhi. Then the group went inside the tower. Passing by the guards at the door, he was secretly astonished. Even the guards at the gate are immortals. The scene of this tall tower did not exist in the past timeline. He speculated that this might have arisen after the major event. In the past, who knows who the owner of this place is? Little Bo Nhi was very happy. She skipped along. Master, this is the first time that we've gone out like this. I'm so happy. You don't even know how wonderful this place is. How wonderful is it? She began to act as a guide for Transmigrated. It is said that this tall tower was built in the 9 provinces more than 1,000,000 years ago. Within it, it contains everything that attracts other realms. With just this tall tower, the 9 provinces have become famous throughout the universe. Many people seek out this place. In addition to the areas designated for trading, this tower also houses cultivation areas, divided from the 1st to the 5th floor. The 1st floor is provided with immortal energy for Earth realm cultivators. The 2nd floor is reserved for human realm cultivators. The 3rd floor is for Earth immortal realm cultivators. The 4th floor belongs to Heaven immortal realm cultivators. The 5th floor is reserved for Emperor realm cultivators. Not to mention that the fee for each floor is exorbitant. Despite this, countless people have cultivated here, ascending to become powerful cultivators. What makes everyone most curious is the identity of the mistress of the hall and tower. Who is she? Some say she's a powerful cultivator from the ancient era, while others believe she's someone from the darkness beyond the realms. All sorts of rumors have been circulating for millions of years in the 9 provinces. Bo Nhi believes that she's simply a powerful cultivator with her own story, which led her to this place, silently opening up another path. Cultivators from other planets. Everyone dreams of meeting her once. Unfortunately, no one has ever had that opportunity. This surprised Tran Trong in a bit. From the way you describe her, she must be incredibly powerful. He then proceeded to check the prices in the trading area. He was stunned to see a set of clothes priced at 9,000 gold coins. This left him speechless. This trash. How can it be so expensive? The owner is blatantly ripping people off. Hearing his muttering, nearby customers sneered. Look at him, pathetically poor. The type who can't afford to buy anything, yet claims the goods are bad to save face. The people of the 9 provinces are truly shameless. Another chimed in. Nowadays, anyone can set foot in the Halan Tower. Just look at him. Bo Nhi and Bukwei were fuming, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at the 2 men. Manager, excuse me, Bo Nhi called out to a female attendant. The attendant immediately recognized the familiar customer and greeted her, Miss Bo Nhi. At that moment, Bo Nhi pointed towards the group of foreigners. These bastards dared to insult my master. Their tone, I can't just swallow this. She pulled out her black card, symbolizing her power, and handed it to the attendant. She then declared, I'll buy all the clothes and cultivation resources. In this trading area, I refuse to see these fine items tainted by these pieces of trash. Hearing her insults, the two men were enraged. Their teeth gritted in fury. Following Bao Ni's declaration, the items other customers were inspecting vanished from their hands. It was the work of the Ha Lan Tower staff. Seeing their anger, Bao Nhi stuck her tongue out playfully. I've already bought everything, including the treasures our master wanted. The other customers were so angry they cursed. Damn it, the people of the 9 provinces are so despicable. You've ruined our chance to make a fortune. Enraged, the two young men charged towards Bao Nhi. Seeing this, Bao Nhi and Bak Wei remained unfazed. They released their powerful auras. They are heaven realm cultivators. Witnessing their strength, the two men froze in their tracks. Trembling like leaves, they turned tail and fled. Cowards. Can't even put up a fight. Bao Nhi scoffed, frustrated. The attendant, meanwhile, was bringing the purchased items to Bao Nhi. Miss, everything has been paid for. You bought everything, she said, carrying a mountain of goods. It must be an astronomical sum. Let's go try on some clothes. Bao Nhi exclaimed excitedly. The attendant was taken aback. How absurd. These young ladies were willing to spend a fortune on clothes. For a man with no cultivation whatsoever. Despite Tran Trongyun's reluctance, Bao Nhi didn't care. And dragged him into a fitting room. But then, the attendant suddenly noticed something that shocked her. Her eyes widened. Isn't that the man from the master's portrait? The man with 2 horns on his head. Her jaw dropped. We've been searching for him for millions of years. And we found him in such a miraculous way. However, his appearance was slightly different. There were no horns. For now, she'll report this to her superiors first. Therefore, she quickly took out a communication talisman. Esteemed managers. At the first floor trading hall, there's been a significant discovery. While she was relaying everything related to the man, a group of people entered the tower. It was the 2 young men, accompanied by their master. They angrily reported. Master, they're on the first floor. However, their master didn't dare to cause a scene. Within the Hall Land Tower, he coldly sneered. Just a bunch of insignificant half-heaven realm cultivators. Once they leave this Hall Land Tower, I'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. We'll take back our treasures. After the attendant finished her report, the managers rushed to report to their master. Master, they've appeared. The man from the portrait. Hearing this, the woman in the mirror softly spoke. Based on my calculations, the time has come. The managers immediately bowed their heads. Please, master, give us your orders. Listen carefully. From this moment forward, we will no longer accept any guests. Activate all the formations within the tower. I want to see everything happening inside. The subordinates immediately obeyed and carried out her orders. Simultaneously, the observation formations in the tower were infused with immortal energy, emitting a bright light. The woman, the master, gazed upon the images of Tran Trong Nan and Thuan Hai. She murmured softly. I've been searching for you for countless years. And just as that woman sets out to find you, you appear. The woman, with her ample bosom, thought to herself, it's time for me to return. She resided within an eerie black bone structure. Beams of light, cold as moonlight, penetrated through it. So the master. Behind the scenes. It was Thuan Hai, of the Heavenly Demon Clan. She had established the Ha Lan Tower in the 9 provinces to find Tran Trong Nan. For over 1,000,000 years. She wondered. When we meet again, what will our relationship be? The scene shifted, revealing the inside of the fitting room. Perhaps this is the sinister tactic employed by clothing stores. So, folks, when you're trying on clothes, remember to check for hidden cameras. Tran Trong Nan, dumbfounded, said, I can undress myself. Ignoring his protest, Bao Nhi rushed forward and pulled down his pants. Master, stay still. Bao Nhi is adjusting your size. She then pressed him against the wall and quickly stripped him. Helpless. He thought, oh, NHI is quite skilled at undressing people. But then, he suddenly realized something. Recalling previous instances of reverting to his true form. He felt drained of his life force. He had always suspected that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Moreover, whenever they gathered to engage in their mischief, there was always someone standing guard outside. Every noise, every single movement was monitored. Any suspicious activity would be met with immediate consequences. Terrified of being caught red-handed, they went to great lengths to avoid any possibility of being discovered, ensuring that their transgression was carried out flawlessly. Such a seamless and efficient operation required countless days and nights of relentless practice. Day and night, they honed their skills, perfecting their craft. Furious, he pointed at the two women. You two have some nerve. Your audacity is unbelievable. I haven't even settled the score for you taking advantage of my body. And now you. He was implying they wanted to assault him. Bok Wei quickly pulled Bo Nhi aside. Quickly, go appease Zenier, she whispered. Tell him to calm down. It's all my fault. My heart is not pure. So if he wants to punish us, let him punish me. It has nothing to do with Miss Bao Nhi. She then presented a treasure box she had been secretly holding to Tran Trong-en. Turning around, she presented her rear end to him. Bok Wei is willing to accept any punishment. Please, Zenier, don't hold back. Ever since that spanking with the rattan cane, the memory had never left her mind. That feeling, both painful and pleasurable, had become an obsession. This time, she wanted to experience it to the fullest. She had been craving for that unforgettable feeling. She had a whole box of toys, but could only use them alone. She never truly got to experience the pleasure. Now, she finally had her chance. She presented her rear end to Tran Trong-en. Bok Wei is willing to accept any punishment. Please, Zenier, don't show mercy. Tran Trong-en was speechless. These women were insane. Their audacity was unbelievable. But despite himself, his lust was sparked. He put on a righteous tone. I didn't want to do this. But you've shown me great disrespect. And you've taken advantage of my body. His tone was as if he was the one being punished. Raising his voice, he continued. Bok Wei gazed at him eagerly. The memory of that spanking on Mount Phaeton was still fresh in her mind. Ever since that day, she had been yearning for it, almost at her breaking point. Tran Trong-en started whipping her again. She moaned seductively. Do you understand where you went wrong? Bok Wei stammered, I know. I know my mistake. Witnessing the scene, Lin Nhi and Han Yi were terrified and filled with pity for Bok Wei. Bok Wei, we're sorry. They cried out. It's all our fault. You're suffering because of us. Master, please let us take her place. Tran Trong-en showed no sign of stopping. No, there's no need. Bok Wei insisted. They thought she was only saying that to protect them. Touched by her supposed sacrifice, they burst into tears, vowing to be the best of sisters for life. Appearances can be deceiving. It's important to carefully consider the situation before jumping to conclusions. Tran Trong-en put the rattan cane down. He rummaged through the toolbox, looking for something else. Bok Wei, you're moaning so seductively. But you don't even seem to understand what you did wrong. Do you? Showing no sign of stopping, he continued. No, there's no need. Bok Wei said, cutting him off. Lin Nhi and Han Yi assumed she was only saying that to protect them. And they cried even harder, moved by her apparent sacrifice. They vowed to be best friends for life. Sometimes, what we see doesn't align with reality. It's important to be cautious and carefully assess the situation. Tran Trong-en put down the rattan cane. He rummaged through his toolbox, looking for something else. Bok Wei, you're moaning so seductively. But you don't even seem to understand what you did wrong. Do you? He retrieved another item from the box. Bok Wei, you moan so seductively. But you don't even know what you did wrong. Do you? He asked, his voice menacing. After rummaging for a bit, he pulled out a rope. His expression was menacing. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll have to resort to more forceful methods. Sensing trouble, Lin Nhi screamed, pleading with their master. Master, please. Bak Wei is already in so much pain. Spare her. Meanwhile, in the Halan Tower, Huan Hai was watching through the observation formation and saw Tran Trong Nen tying up Bak Wei with a lustful expression on his face. Huan Hai was furious. You seem to be having a good time. Tran Trong Nen, she seethed. Back in the fitting room. Bak Wei whimpered, Senior, please. That hurts. This time, there was pain mixed with the pleasure. Tran Trong Nen chuckled. That's right. Today, I will leave a mark on that person's body. Outside. The image of the immortal sword can transmit even sound, making Cho Han He fume with rage. That wretched man from before. I will also leave a mark that cannot be erased from his body. Whatever. The images in her mirror continued to transmit. Tong Zan left. Only the sound of Tran Trong Nen's laughter remained, ha ha ha. This is the punishment. Inside Ha Lan Kok, Lady Nanyu, the manager of the 5th floor, was gathering everyone. The masters have longed to see that person again for so long. We cannot let things get ruined at a time like this. She then ordered the 4 floor managers. Everyone, return to your respective floors. Clean up thoroughly. Those who can persuade others to leave, do so. Try not to use force. Hearing that, everyone understood and left immediately. At this time, Lady Tu Gao, the manager of the 2nd floor, spoke. The masters have been searching for the man in this painting for so many years. What is this person's relationship with the masters? Hearing her question, Lady Tu Tan, the manager of the 1st floor, speculated. Someone the masters care about. This much. They're definitely not ordinary. Could it be the master's ex-boyfriend? Seeing this group bad-mouthing Han Hai, Nanyu was furious. The master's private matters. And you dare to gossip about them? Are you tired of living? The guests within these. None of them are good people. If you don't handle this well, and it affects Ha Lan Kak's reputation, do you have enough lives to compensate? Seeing that, the group was scared and promised. We won't dare to do it again. Hurry up, and get to work. Looking at the two from the 1st and 2nd floors, the rest felt a bit weary and hurriedly. Why do I feel like something's about to happen? These two were Fan Kai, the manager of the 3rd floor, and Tu Fong, the manager of the 4th floor. As the two were about to leave, Nanyu called out to them. Wait a moment, although those two weren't exactly respectful. There's something I'm still worried about. Ha Lan Kak, our organization tonight, has always held a special position. And has always remained neutral. Ha Lan Kak has existed in the 9 continents for millions of years. And has never participated in any conflicts. Even if the 9 continents were destroyed, our corridors could still exist within the void. Even the Great Immortal War and the 9 continents' fierce conflicts before Ha Lan Kak. We never interfered and have always maintained neutrality. It is precisely because of this consistent approach that Ha Lan Kak has stood tall for millions of years. Within the Star Realm, this is the first time since Ha Lan Kak's establishment that we've closed our doors to guests. Moreover, the reason is a mysterious man. Hearing this, the other two agreed. This was exactly what they were worried about. The 1st and 2nd floors are manageable. But the guests on the 3rd and 4th floors are all at the Earth Immortal Realm or above. If we don't handle this properly, they'll tear down our sign. Nanyu then requested. So after you two finish with your floors, then come find me to avoid trouble. Trouble. I will double-check his identity before Han Hai arrives. As for Nanyu, she wanted to test him first. So she returned to where Tran Trangan was. He had locked the girl in a room with Lin Nhi. And Hong Wai was outside. Only Bak Wei's voice could be heard from inside. Senior Bakengwin can't hold on much longer. Hearing this, Hong Wai felt that with this noise, there must be a fierce battle going on inside. Only Bo Nhi kept begging her master to spare Sister Bak Wei. Please. Suddenly, from the stairs nearby, a group of people walked by, grumbling, what the hell? Why is it suddenly closed? I was at a crucial moment in my cultivation. Hearing this, Hongwei looked over curiously. At this moment, in the first floor hall, a large crowd was gathered. And none of them looked happy. I was just a little bit away from comprehending the new technique. And they interrupted me. This is the first time in history that we've been kicked out. This is so unlucky. This made Hongwei surprised too. Why is it suddenly closed? Do we have to leave too? But Master's business here isn't finished yet. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Miss Hongwei, you seem deep in thought. She was startled and turned around. You. We've heard of Tran Trongyun's great name. And have long wanted to meet him. It turned out to be Nanyu, leading the two. Looking at this group, they radiated immense aura. They were all immortal emperors. Their pressure was terrifying. I can barely breathe. This is so uncomfortable. Hongwei, step aside. Suddenly, from inside, a voice boomed, the three of you. Nanyu, who was approaching, was shocked to hear this. At this time, Hongwei also felt the suffocating pressure caused by the three disappear. It was like a warm current soothing her body, dispelling all her fatigue. This feeling, it's like Master's doing. So she immediately stepped aside. Nanyu and the others were suspicious. It's not that they didn't trust their masters, but there were things they had to see with their own eyes to know if it was true or not. Was this man worthy of their masters? After millions of years of following them. They were absolutely loyal to them. After entering, Nanyu said softly. We apologize for the intrusion. We are very sorry, but Halan Kak is currently closed. The great immortal emperors on the other floors are also leaving. Nanyu reported the situation to test Tran Trangyen's attitude. But when she tried to sense his cultivation, she couldn't understand. He didn't have any cultivation. He was no different from an ordinary person. Someone like this. No matter how you look at it. He didn't seem like the god who had fought so magnificently in the ancient continent 10,000,005 years ago. Suddenly, from where Tran Trangyen was, an oppressive aura like a demon god erupted, accompanied by a cold voice. Are you the only ones who haven't left yet? Why are you still here? I'm currently busy and can't leave yet. But I can offer you something that you can't refuse. Nanyu and the others were crushed to the ground by the pressure, terrified. This oppressive feeling. It made even immortal emperors like them feel suffocated. They trembled and replied. How dare we chase you away? We would never. Our masters have been waiting for you for many years. I'll wait for her here. He then waved them away. It was like they had been granted amnesty. They clutched their chests and stumbled away, saying as they went. We won't disturb you any further, senior. Please, continue as you were. Hongwei, watching from outside, was astonished. Even immortal emperors feared Master's power. As for Tran Trangyen, he was a little apprehensive. Wait for her? I hope it's not Han Hai. I have no way of dealing with her. He was still a little embarrassed about throwing her to the 9 continents back then. Meanwhile, outside Halan Kag, it was a scene of chaos. Outside, the managers of the first and second floors were bowing their heads and apologizing to the guests, asking them to leave. This made the guests very unhappy. You're closing just like that? What about our cultivation being interrupted? That's right, we came from other star rounds. The travel expenses alone were considerable. How do you intend to compensate us? Hearing this, the manager replied. Please tell us. Your round-trip travel expenses. Halan Kag will compensate you accordingly? Among the crowd, the man who had a grudge with Tran Trangyen was also surprised. What's going on? Is Halan Kag closing? The young man beside him turned, his voice full of resentment. Martial uncle, what do we do? Everyone's been kicked out. Where do we go to find them now? This made the three of them furious. Everyone has been kicked out. Literally everyone. Except us. Hongwei, peering outside, was shocked and confused. Suddenly, a man outside looked inside and exclaimed. Halan Kag. He had noticed Hongwei peeking from inside. He pointed at her angrily. Someone's still inside. Why is she allowed to stay? While we're being kicked out? Hearing this, the first floor manager smiled and waved his hand. Please, don't make things difficult for us. But the man wouldn't let it go. He shouted, make things difficult? Am I wrong? Marshal uncle, I recognize her. She's with those people. They must still be inside. Hearing this, the silver-haired man's eyes lit up. He then shouted, you want us to leave? Fine. Then treat everyone fairly. Treat everyone equally. The young man chimed in, riling up the crowd. Yes, treat everyone equally. Great Dune Yacht Continent. We and our esteemed guests have been partners for hundreds of years. Surely, you don't want our relationship to reach a deadlock just because of a few people of unknown origin, do you? The silver-haired man continued to threaten, pushing the two managers' patience to the limit. The first floor manager's face darkened. Esteemed guest, I advise you to leave peacefully. I will only say this once. But the silver-haired man was oblivious. He continued to provoke them. Those brats stole my treasure. I want to take them back to the great Dune Yacht Continent for punishment. Just kick them out for me. And you won't have to worry about the rest. We can still be good partners. This was the last straw. The manager sent him flying with a slap. You want to die? She looked at him with disdain. Just an immortal king? And you dare to have such arrogant thoughts? The other guests were shocked. You dare to even think that? At this moment, a young man stepped forward and argued. You're quite impressive. You want to kick us out today? Without any explanation? But you close your doors to give special treatment to some? What's the meaning of this? We are all immortal venerables and above. Furthermore, we are all longtime customers of Holland Kak. If we really make a fuss, I'm afraid you won't have the upper hand. He said threateningly. Those people are from the 9 continents. Maybe the locals have some backing. But another man laughed mockingly, ha ha ha. Is there anyone here without a powerful backer? Our continents are no weaker than the 9 continents. If Holland Kak wasn't built in this godforsaken place, we wouldn't even bother coming here. Seeing the commotion, the first floor manager transmitted to the second. Sister, you were too impulsive earlier. This only made things more complicated. Now, we need to know who those people really are. With that, the crowd tried to force their way into Holland Kak. But as they got close, a single palm strike sent them flying. An angry voice boomed. Who dares cause trouble at the gates of Holland Kak? Face the consequences. It was Nan Yu, along with the 2 from the 3rd and 4th floors. Everyone inside the cultivation chambers had come out. Nan Yu stood tall, blocking the crowd. Listen carefully. The man inside is someone our masters have been searching for millions of years. Don't even mention a single continent like Dunyat. Even all your planets combined are nothing compared to that young master. This shocked the silver-haired man and his companions. What? That poor brat? No. That young master is someone the masters care about? Offending the 5 managers was one thing. But offending the masters themselves? We're doomed. We'll be selling salt on the streets. The second floor manager took out a scroll and burned it. Her voice firm. From now on, the cooperation agreement between Holland Kak and the Dunyat continent is void. Holland Kak will also ban everyone from the Dunyat continent, no matter if it's for trade or cultivation. Return to your Dunyat continent. If you still harbor any ill intentions toward that young master, the 5 managers of Holland Kak will personally crush you. The other guests were filled with regret and blamed the Dunyat continent group. Yes, treat everyone equally. We didn't know the young master's special status. It's all their fault. They were the ones who provoked him. The silver-haired man roared. Nonsense. Just now, you wanted to kick them out too. And you attacked Holland Kak. Don't try to shift the blame. Don't blame us. And so, The other guests turned on the Dunyet group, scolding them. Shut up. You're the ones who caused all this. And now you're trying to slander us? Saying we'll be selling salt? Offending the masters? We'll see about that. Outnumbered. The silver-haired group could only take the beating. After a while, the other guests bowed. We've taught these troublemakers a lesson. We've beaten them senseless. The rest is up to you 5 managers. They kowtowed. Please forgive us. The Dunyet group were no longer arrogant. They pleaded. We were wrong. We won't dare do it again. Inside, Hongwei witnessed it all. This whole thing was quite entertaining. She wanted to tell Tran Trong and all about it. But suddenly, above the 9 continents, the sky was torn open. But something is about to appear. Is it possible that someone from the ancient continent is coming to find Tran Trongen? We'll find out later. At the same time, at Zhang Ra's place, Zhang Tongso's secret healing place. At this time, the sky of the secret realm was suddenly torn apart, surprising the Zhang family head. She could feel the aura of a supermaster from outside the realm descending. Ninchao continent goes to Zhang family's secret realm, as if sensing the divine power inside Zhang Tongso's body. So this person rushed over. Zhang Hongyan, with surprised eyes, stared at the teleportation array in the sky. Who will come? Suddenly, at this time, the Zhang RA people called out to their patriarch. Patriarch, she's moving. Hearing that, she turned around in surprise. She looked towards Zhang Tongso, who was sitting, only to see that Zhang Tongso's arm at this time was making slight movements. This made everyone happy, because after a while of treatment, Gao Tongso's soul was probably about to wake up. Her eyes were still closed, but her skin seemed to be much rosier than before. At the same time, there was a teleportation array that instantly appeared in another location, in Ninchao. At this time, inside the Hamdan armor, Tran Trongen had finished punishing Bak Wei. She was still lying sprawled out, while wearing a new outfit that the girls had bought for her. He spoke softly, Bak Wei. Today is just a small punishment. But at the same time, it's also a strong warning to you. If you repeat this in the future, I will apply a punishment that is even more severe on you. Hearing that, Bak Wei whimpered slightly. Bak Wei understands. She thought to herself. This time, Master's punishment made the wall of cultivation show signs of loosening. It seems like it's about to break through. Therefore, she decided that next time she would definitely look for an opportunity to get Master to continue punishing her in order to level up. With her love of violence, the heavier the punishment, the sooner she would be satisfied. At this moment, seeing him open the door and walk out, the 5th floor managers of Halan CAK were surprised. But to a transmigrator like Tran Trongen, Bak Wei's strange hobby was nothing new. He wondered if Tu Yen so had this hobby too. But there was no rush for the time being. He turned to Nan Yu and said, Your outfit is beautiful. I will wear it more often. Witnessing his change, the female customers felt their ovaries explode. Linbo Nhi exclaimed. Master seems to have become a different person after putting on this new outfit. Hongwei blushed. Master is so handsome. Bak Wei, who had just been beaten to a pulp, fanned the flames. Bakengwin is so jealous. She wants to continue being taken care of by Master. Even the Halan CAK people were no exception. Their eyes burned with infatuation as they stared at Tran Trongen. No wonder our masters miss him so much. A super strong master, who's also so handsome. Which girl wouldn't fall for him? Seeing their infatuated expressions, Hongwei and Linbo Nhi were jealous. They looked like they wanted to smash their heads. How dare they compete with them? So, they ran over and hugged Tran Trongen to mark their territory. They thought to themselves, Don't even dream about it, Master. Senior Master is ours. But this made Tran Trongen a little scared. He didn't understand why these women now all looked like silly girls. Suddenly, at this time, Tran Trongen felt something approaching. He could feel the spatial divine power fluctuating violently. This proved that he wasn't the only one opening a teleportation array to Zhang Tongso's place. But he didn't know what this person's purpose was in coming to Ninchao. What was their purpose? Were they a friend or an enemy? On the other side, Nano didn't know his thoughts. She smiled happily and said, "It's thanks to Senior Tran that we can feel the atmosphere of the outside world. Inside this closed-off Hanlan Cak, we can clearly sense the aura outside. Calculating the time. Our masters should be back soon." But Tran Trong Nien didn't care. He immediately teleported away. "I'll be back later." This left everyone speechless. Everyone, especially Nano, felt choked up. They didn't know what to say or how to explain to their masters. Because they had reported that Tran Trong Nien was in Hanlan Cak. Now he had left, giving them a headache. At this moment, a teleportation array opened inside the Cak. A foot wearing a black high heel appeared. Nano immediately recognized this person and greeted her, "Master." Looking at the newcomer, Lin Bao Nhi and the others felt she was very beautiful, but also very confused. What was the relationship between this girl and their master? They were probably all jealous. The newcomer was Han Hai. She looked around for a while and asked, "Where is he?" She must not have seen Tran Trong Nien. She was truly obsessed with him. "Didn't you say he was waiting for me here?" Her voice was full of displeasure. Hearing this, Nano and the others were helpless. They didn't know how to explain. At this time, Lin Bao Nhi ran over to the master and asked, "May I ask who you are looking for, my master?" Hearing the word, master, Han Hai was quite surprised. She suddenly understood. So it's his disciple, she thought. I thought she was his lover. She smiled slightly. "You can call me Shermu," she said softly. "I'm your master's fiancé." This caused the little girl to freeze in shock. Everyone present, Hongwei, Bakui, Nanyu, the managers, everyone in Hanlan Cak was shocked. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. At this time, Han Hai also realized that she wasn't the only one who had come to Nin Chao continent to find Tran Trong Nan. Her senior sister had also come here. Both of them were looking for him. They were both obsessed with him. So she opened a teleportation array. "This time, you won't escape from me. If you don't believe me, try running away. I'll make you regret it." Inside Zhang family's secret realm, Zhang Nannian stared at the newcomer with wide eyes. "Why are you here?" Hearing this, the person who stepped out of the secret realm replied softly. "Zhang Nannian, little sister. Still the same as before. Nothing has changed. Do you miss us?" "Of course," she said. "I have postponed the invitation to the interstellar competition organized by the gods and rushed here. I have only one wish. And that is to not let my junior sister gain the upper hand. The reason why she hasn't dared to see him for so many years is because she thinks what she's doing is still not good enough. She still can't stand on her own 2 feet. She should be worried. She can't make an impression in front of him." At this time, Tran Trongan also found his way here. He didn't dare to show himself yet. He stood on a rock and looked down, his mouth agape in shock. Why is it her? She came here at this critical time. I hope nothing happens. Below, the girl who had just arrived continued to pour out her heart. But now it was a little different. She smiled slightly. It turns out she's the god. Female Thuong Hai of the ancient continent. She's still wearing the cloak given by Manhwa, only the protective seal is different. Now her temperament is noble. And much more mature. She said softly, now. I might take the initiative to pursue him. Ah, Nung Nian. She said, looking at Zhang Tun so nervously. Actually, for 10,000,005 years. I've always had feelings for Tran Trong. If she knew about Tunso, I don't know what she would do. She was very worried. After all, one was the master of the ancient continent. And the other was just a small character. A mere immortal from Nin Chao continent. Seeing the Zhang family head glancing at Tunso, Thuong Hai asked, what is she doing? Why do you keep looking at her? Who is she? Hearing this, the Zhang family head's voice trembled slightly. She's a genius in our family. Zhang Tunso. She suffered a soul injury a long time ago. And still hasn't woken up. At this time, Huang Hai also looked at Tunso more carefully. She's very beautiful, she sighed. The Zhang family head said proudly, yes. She's the most beautiful girl in the Zhang family. She has countless suitors. At the same time, Huang Hai also saw Tunso's injuries. There's a problem, Nung Nian. Your soul healing technique hasn't reached a proficient level yet. Even with divine power blessing. Your magic power is too weak to resonate with it. After she wakes up, she will definitely lose some of her previous memories. This scared the Zhang family head. What? This is bad. What if something happens to Tunso? Tran Trongnian will make her sell salt. At this time, Huang Hai took action. Circles entered Tunso's head. Fortunately, I traveled the interstellar realm for many years. And learned a secret technique that can awaken her. Remember, to heal the soul, you have to penetrate deep into the other person's soul ruler. And heal the shattered fragments of memory. Although, you may learn some of the other person's secrets. It doesn't matter. Saving lives is paramount. I've reminded you many times. To constantly strengthen your magical thinking power. In order to control the soul tree of the Zhang family. Although she will wake up. If she loses her memory. And forgets important people. It will be very painful. After a while, Huang Hai withdrew her divine power and smiled happily. I've finished repairing her soul. She'll wake up soon. This made the Zhang family head breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Huang Hai. She thought to herself. It's a good thing I have your help. Tunso finally has her soul stabilized. Otherwise, Tran Trong Nian would make me sell salt. After a while, Zhang Tunso started to wake up. She smiled slightly and let out a moan. Hearing her voice, the Zhang family head was overjoyed. Tunso, you're finally awake. Tunso opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. But she didn't care. She only thought of her Tran Trongnian. She was panicking. Changnian, he's still fighting. I had to go help him. Seeing this, the Zhang family head comforted her. The war is over. He's doing well. You should take care of yourself first. But suddenly Tunso remembered that Huang Hai was here. She turned to her and said, Goddess. Thank you for saving me. Not only I and the Zhang family are grateful. But Tran Trong Nian will also be grateful to you. Hearing this, Huang Hai was confused. Chang Nian? What does this had to do with him? Nung Nian panicked. Oh my god. I was too happy and let it slip. Zhang Yanjiao Tian, who had been eavesdropping, said. Tunso is Tran Trong Nian's wife. Of course. He will want to thank you for saving his wife. Huang Hai looked at her in surprise. The word, wife, made her feel a little lost. His wife? Immediately, Zhang Nungnian ran over and covered her mouth. Zhang Ngoctn, be careful what you say. But Ngoctn didn't understand. What did I do wrong? At this time, Tran Trong Nian stopped hiding. He flew down from above to where the girls were gathered. He looked at them with loving eyes. He didn't know who he was looking at. Perhaps it was Tunso, the one he had loved before. Seeing her beloved appear, Zhang Tunso pulled away from the Zhang family head and called out lovingly. Chang Nan, she ran towards him. He also slowly walked towards her. They embraced each other passionately, making Zhang Tunso's tears of happiness flow endlessly. I'm here, Chang Nan. He looked at his beloved with joy. When she woke up, he comforted her and held her in his arms. Seeing this, Huang Hai's eyes were blank. She was happy for the one she had loved for 10,000,005 years, who had finally reunited with him. But sad to see him hugging another girl. Suddenly, at this time, a teleportation array appeared right there, accompanied by a sour voice. I'll take care of him for you. It turned out that Han Hai had brought Lin Bo Nhi and the others here. She said softly. Some girls don't believe that I'm the first one to have a relationship with you. Do you understand? You had to confirm my status as your first wife. But when she saw Tran Trongen, hugging another girl. Her face was full of anger. At this time, the system announced. Random mission detected. Host has encountered a peach blossom event. Please invite 3 women to watch the Lantern Festival and turn it into a harmonious and friendly relationship with deep affection. Mission reward: 1 invincible card for 1 minute. This lecherous system wants me to have a harem. Tran Trongan thought. It wants me to take all 3 of them as my wives. I wonder who will be the empress, who will be the imperial concubine, and who will be the concubines. Hearing this, Tran Trongan cried out in frustration. Damn it! This system is doing this on purpose. At this time, the women shouted in unison. You bastard! To be continued. The Lantern Festival in Ninchao began, signaling the start of a new year. On this day, no matter what grudges or hatred they had, no matter what schemes or power struggles they were involved in, everything would be put aside. Everyone would release lanterns to pray for a good new year. The lanterns that flew higher represented wishes that would be more likely to come true. The CEO wished everyone a lucky and prosperous new year. At this time, in a tavern in the city, a storyteller was entertaining everyone with a story about a love triangle. It was about a man named Lee who already had a girlfriend back home. But he wasn't satisfied. He continued to flirt with other women, even having an affair with his girlfriend's best friend. When his girlfriend found out the truth, she couldn't accept it and stabbed him to death. But the bad luck wasn't over yet. The girl was a cold-blooded person. She killed her best friend as well. Many years later, the assassin who had killed Lee went to another place. It was a truly sad and regrettable story. The audience sighed. If you want to enjoy everyone's blessings without lifting a finger, then you first need an immortal body. Then, no one would be able to kill you. Or, have a sweet tongue and be good at coaxing young ladies. Then, you can always make all the women happy. At that moment, a young man spoke up. What if a man encounters a similar situation? Or perhaps even worse? How could he resolve such a predicament? The storyteller didn't quite understand. You mean if his beloved wife, his close friend, and his companion through thick and thin all ask him whom he loves and whom he chooses, how would he respond? How could he break this deadlock? While the storyteller was still lost in contemplation, the crowd began to debate among themselves. If all the women were gathered in one place, even if the man was as smooth-talking as they come, a fight would surely break out. Best case scenario, they would turn on each other. Worst case scenario, they would gang up on the man. I'm afraid the poor fellow would meet with disaster. Someone else chimed in. But what if the man was a genius? What if he could handle the situation harmoniously? Hearing that, the storyteller exclaimed. Even if he was a genius, he wouldn't be able to resolve such a predicament. If someone truly found themselves in such an awful situation, their fate would surely be a tragic one. This was precisely the scene that was unfolding for Tran Trongan. At that moment, he was sitting face to face with 3 women, while the system announced. Random mission detected. Host has encountered a peach blossom battle. Please invite these 3 women to the Lantern Festival. Develop it into a deeper and more harmonious love. Mission reward: 1 invincible card for 1 minute. This was truly a classic case of a man who could only pray for good fortune. When caught in such a predicament, Tran Tron unhesitantly and awkwardly raised a cup of tea to offer to the women. Who knows how difficult this peach blossom battle will be? He wondered. When he offered the tea, all 3 women reached out to take it at the same time. An intense murderous aura emanated from them. None of them would yield. Each believed the cup was meant for her. Their expressions were warlike. So, Tran Tron unquickly drank the tea himself, not giving it to any of the women. Reunion is a joyous occasion. Feel free to do whatever you like. I'll drink to that. This made the 3 women fume. Outside, Boenishai, Hongwei, and Bakwei were hiding and peeking inside. Bao Nhi thought that this might be the most difficult problem that her master had ever faced. She hoped that they wouldn't find out about her relationship with her master. Looking at their faces, she felt nervous. Bakwei immediately agreed. If we were found out, we would be severely punished. Hongwei was also feeling the tension inside. If we were discovered, we'd be punished without mercy. After all, those three women were much stronger than the three of them. The atmosphere inside was incredibly tense. Nanyu, the fifth floor manager, sighed. I have fought on many battlefields and have long since disregarded life and death. But now, witnessing this scene, it stirred an indescribable tension within me. A tension that has laid dormant for many years. At this point, Han Hai made the first move. She crushed the teacup in her hand and said coldly, "We've been sitting here for quite a while now, Chang'an. But you still haven't introduced us to each other. Why is it that before this, you never once mentioned any other woman to me?" Tran Trong Nin was left utterly speechless. The system immediately materialized, acting as his advisor. This is a trap, host. The moment you respond, it'll be the same as officially confirming this woman's status. But Tran Trong Nin was a sharp fellow. There was nothing he didn't understand. I didn't need you to point that out. Between the two of us, why would we need Chang'an to make introductions? I still remember the shameful things you did as a child. Do you need me to jog your memory a bit? That matter shouldn't. Suddenly, Thuong Hai spoke up, coming to Tran Trong Nin's rescue. This enraged Han Hai, infuriated by her senior sister's interference. Next, it was Thuong Hai's turn to take the stage. She boldly took his hand. Chang'an, I haven't been by your side for so many years. It's only natural that you would be captivated by the dazzling world outside. I understand. But now I'm back. And I will never leave your side again. Han Hai was spitting blood with rage. Thuong Hai, after millions of years apart, your ability to play the victim has truly reached new heights. What do you mean by, now you're back? It sounds as if Chang'an has already acknowledged you. Thuong Hai chuckled softly. Matters between Chang'an and me are of no concern to you, junior sister. There's no need for you to worry. Only Jiang Tongso was confused. She was the weakest of the three, and therefore a bit timid. But when it came to shyness, she was second to none. She asked in a sweet voice, like a kitten. Husband, is our relationship a sham? This made Tran Trong Nin choke. It's not what you think, he thought to himself. I've been too careless. This peach blossom battle is too difficult to handle. Just what in the world is going on here? Can someone please explain? Out of the three of us, you can only choose one. Han Hai pressed, and Thuong Hai agreed. I believe Chang'an will make the right choice. Only Jiang Tongso remained silent. But she joined the other two, her eyes fixed on him expectantly. Inside Tran Trong Nin's mind, a battle was raging with the system. He roared, they want to kill each other. Tell me, how can I make them reconcile? Tell me, the system laughed gleefully. Calm down, host. They just want to fight for your affection. Hee hee, so exciting, so interesting. Tran Trong Nin was speechless at this fellow. Suddenly, an idea came to him. I have a way. The system was curious. Host, have you found a solution? After carefully considering their questions, I've realized that they aren't concerned about each other's existence, but rather, my attitude. Therefore, the more I explain, the more complicated things will become. Tran Trong Nin explained softly to the system. At this time, Han Hai was clasping her hands together, preparing her move. She thought to herself. I originally intended to use this move to counter Thuong Hai's seduction, but it should have a similar effect now. So, she cast the Beauty's Heart secret technique. A secret art that charmed the hearts of others, causing them to fall in love with the caster, but within his invincible domain. Such techniques were useless. The system informed him. Host, you have sealed the spell cast by Han Hai. She'll never notice the difference. Seeing Tran Trong Nin sitting silently, and placing Thuong Hai's hand back on her lap, Han Hai assumed that her secret technique had taken effect so quickly. Thuong Hai looked at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. The system praised him. Host, you are truly courageous. Death is not far off. At that moment, Tran Trongan spoke softly. You're being too loud. You're giving me a headache. Don't you just want to know the truth? Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. The woman I care about the most. He paused for a moment. As the three women stared at him, filled with anticipation and anxiety. They desperately wanted to know who it was. Outside, Boenshai, Hongwei, and Bakwei, who were hiding and eavesdropping, were also filled with anticipation. Senior is finally going to tell us. Master, are you crazy? If he names one, won't the other two go berserk and start a fight? Bao Nhi was a bit worried. Bakwei was aware of her own lowly status. And feared she had no hope. At that moment, Tran Trongan continued. First of all, she and I have done a lot of adult things together. And we never got tired of it. So, should we continue talking about this? Hearing this made the three girls' eyes sharpen like knives. How could he do those things with someone else? When did this Chang Nan become so bold? So how can we be chosen? That woman is someone else? The three of them asked simultaneously. Chen Chang Nan replied, of course it could be someone else. Someone I met by chance on a special occasion. Someone I felt love at first sight with. Someone I felt a meeting of minds and hearts with. From the first glance, she knew her cultivation could not compare with mine, so she has always secretly tried her best, hoping that one day she can change everyone's prejudice and can confidently walk beside me. Hearing this, Chang 11 thought of everything in the past. She felt that was he talking about her? She had worked so hard, 10 million times over, just to be worthy of him. It turned out that he knew everything she did. And it was true that she had only ever done that with him. He was her first and only man. In other words, she was the one he cared about most. Chang 11 blushed, touched. It was time to keep talking. Because of the war, we could only be temporarily separated. I hate that I don't have enough strength. I have no other way to break the cause and effect. To immediately run to her and tell her that I miss her all the time. Hearing this, Han Hai was struck by lightning. She must have been waiting for me for a long time. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. And then, Han Hai felt that the person he was talking about was really her. And she looked like she was about to cry with emotion. After so many years of waiting, she really had wanted to give up. Moreover, she and him had been fighting fiercely in bed for days on end. As expected, the person he cared about most was her. While she was feeling emotional, Chen Chang'an continued to act. If only I, Chen Chang'an, were a little stronger, I would definitely keep you by my side. And not let us be separated anymore. The atmosphere is thick with love and affection. I can swear to the heavenly Tao. Chen Chang'an, I absolutely have no other lovers. He's really something. Even the heavenly Tao is your servant. And you're bringing it up to. Who dares to judge you? The system immediately rejoiced. Host, system, I admire you. This scene is definitely going to be explosive. Fireworks signal the new year. You think restoring morale is that simple? It seems. I need to find an opportunity to further train my spiritual law. For this newbie. After satisfying Lei, go ask third brother how to handle this intergalactic tournament token. How are we supposed to deal with this? Hearing this, he waved his hand dismissively. You handle it. He had no interest in this matter. He had 3 girls who needed him to dig wells every day. Seizing the opportunity, Lei took out the token and said obediently. Yes, sir. Although the rewards for the top 3 in this tournament are quite attractive. But our third brother, Chang'an, doesn't need them at all. Hearing this piqued his interest. He teleported closer and asked. How attractive can they be? This startled Lei. Oh. He then explained. This tournament has 3 rankings. First place is kept secret. No one has ever achieved first place. So no one knows what it is. Second place receives a direct visit to the divine realm. And third place. The continent can be upgraded by 1 level. The level of a continent limits the cultivation realms of cultivators on that continent. The cultivators in barren lands can only reach the immortal emperor realm. Those in fertile lands can reach the divine realm. perhaps even higher. Hearing this, Tran Trangan thought to himself. This is information I've never heard before. He ordered Lei, continue. So Lei continued. As the continent's level increases, the spiritual energy it provides for its inhabitants increases. The heavenly Tao also grows stronger. Which means I'll gradually mature. The more I mature, the stronger the continent's laws become. The continent will be more stable. And its fortune will grow. So the higher the continent's level, the stronger the heavenly Tao. And the stronger the heavenly Tao, the more prosperous the continent becomes, right? Tran Trangan pondered this. Lei beamed. That's right, third brother. Everything in this world moves and lives according to its own laws. After hundreds of millions of years of refinement and nourishment by the great Tao, rules become laws. Among countless laws, only one or two, randomly, gain a connection to the heavens and awaken. Spiritual energy gathers and gives birth to the heavenly Tao. Hearing his explanation, Tran Trangan was impressed. This guy was a walking encyclopedia. Lei continued. Excitedly, these heavenly Taos are not bound by the pre-existing heavenly Tao. They control the movement of the stars, and even the transformation of heaven and earth. So third brother, don't look at me like that. I've actually lived for hundreds of millions of years. You've lived for hundreds of millions of years. And you're still this weak? Just two divine envoys scared you shitless? Tran Trangan's voice was full of disdain. Heavenly Taos have levels too. My Dharma heart hasn't fully matured yet. It can still develop. But he was curious. What level are you at? Lei's expression became slightly embarrassed. Heavenly Taos are divided into rudimentary, spiritual, Dharma, and the law. In that order. A heavenly Tao that has just grasped the laws. A rudimentary heavenly Tao that masters the laws. A heavenly Tao that can modify the laws itself. And a heavenly Tao that embodies the laws. I'm still a child. I've only been comprehending the laws for a few 100 million years. You're a rudimentary heavenly Tao. I figured as much. Tran Trangan's expression was full of mockery. Lei, struck in the heart, was speechless. Tran Trangan glanced at him and thought, I understand. The third place reward in the intergalactic tournament is very important to the heavenly Tao. And the second place reward is a divine spark. My avatar hasn't increased its divine power for a long time. If I obtain the divine spark, I can reach the next level avatar. An angel avatar. Furthermore, I can take this opportunity to train Lei some more. My heavenly Tao can't just stay at the rudimentary level. It's rare to receive an invitation from the angels. I had to perform well in this tournament. Lei was still feeling smug. But he didn't know that he was about to undergo intense training. Training that would constantly put his life in danger. They had arrived at the outer realm of the angels. As they set foot, Dula informed him, this is the place, senior. He pointed to a gate ahead. This is the teleportation gate. Set up by the gods. Enter it. And it will take you directly to the tournament hall. The intergalactic tournament will officially begin in 2 hours. As is tradition. Such a grand formation. Tran Trangan was surprised. A teleportation formation usually attracts such a crowd? Is it always this grand? Hearing this, Dula recalled. It seems this is the first time it's been this grand. After the incident 10 million 5 years ago, the first intergalactic tournament was postponed for a long time. This time, the angels are taking it very seriously. So the rewards for the winners have been meticulously prepared. All rare and unparalleled treasures. This has attracted top experts from all corners of the universe to compete. There may be casualties and endless conflicts. Please be careful, senior. Hearing Dula's warning, he felt that reviving another avatar with invincible strength was the right decision. No telling what would happen here. But suddenly, Tran Trangan sensed that the energy of this formation was similar to the time-space divine power he had obtained from that girl. This surprised him. Could it be That the time-space goddess, Tian Fongtran, was also here? This was just a thought. Dula and his wife didn't know. They were saying, Senior, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Being near this demon for another second would make their minds snap. Tran Tronin glanced at them. Don't forget your promise to me. Back in the 9 continents. Mentioning this made them tremble. They looked like they were attending their own funeral. We will definitely keep our promise. They broke out in a cold sweat as they assured him. They remembered just half an hour ago, back in the 9 continents, when Tran Tronin had beaten them senseless. They were still on their knees. Tran Tronin asked softly. Your judge is in the intergalactic tournament, right? Right? After receiving confirmation, he leaned close to the wife and whispered. Auntie, do me a favor. Once this is done, then. It seemed like this favor was quite delicate, as the woman blushed. After hearing him out, she said, Senior, I can't do that. She thought to herself. What would my husband think if I did that? No way. Was he asking her to take indecent pictures? Seeing her refusal, Tran Tronin said nothing. He grabbed Dula's head, making him panic. No, you won't do it. Tran Tronin's gaze turned icy. Divine power from his fingertips pressed against Dula's temple. If she uttered another word of refusal, she would instantly become an angel widow. This terrified the couple. Auntie, you don't seem to understand your current situation. Do you think only you angels get to set the rules and order us around? Why should we be controlled by constellations? From the moment we're born? You wouldn't want your husband to be harmed, right? Tran Tronin threatened them. At this point, no matter how big her breasts were, she couldn't resist this demon. She bowed her head helplessly. We promise. She looked at her husband. She felt like she had married the wrong man. Dula, you've gotten me into so much trouble. You were so good at boasting. And now, we're like fish on a chopping block, being tortured. We can only take it one step at a time. One step at a time. She hoped that this wouldn't be discovered by the other angels. Only Dula was feeling wronged. He hadn't realized what kind of terrifying monster he had encountered. He watched as Tran Tronin entered the teleportation formation. They thought about his instructions. They were to be his informants in the upcoming tournament. Attract, lure, tempt other angels to come so he could devour them. As he stepped out of the formation, Tran Tronin's eyes widened at the scene before him. This was the eastern area of the realm, the tournament waiting hall, where the contestants gathered. Upon his arrival, he was the 188th person. Finally, everyone was here. He looked around, sizing everyone up, which annoyed a certain beast. What the hell are you looking at? I'm wearing underwear, you know. You're the last one here, kid. Looking at Tran Tronin's face, they were all surprised. Who is he? Never seen him before. They had traveled for millions of years to many realms, and had never heard of or seen anyone like him. They assumed he was just a small fry from some backwater province. Just some lucky guy who got a token. Small potatoes. Cannon fodder. They didn't care anymore. Suddenly, someone spoke. This intergalactic tournament isn't just full of trash. Look at those guys over there. Hearing his voice, everyone recognized him. It was Huin Min, the cold leader protected by the evil god. He had killed many heavenly chosen of his generation. The person he was pointing at was Lam Ky Van Dao, the saint who rose to prominence in the 7 distant continents, with a frail and weak physique. For hundreds of thousands of years, he led his tribe against countless intergalactic beasts, becoming the youngest continent lord, known as the Eastern Star. And the masked one was Manhwa, master of the Lathian continent, a heavenly chosen, with world-shattering power. He was arrogant and looked down on his peers. He learned the secret techniques of ancient gods, and within 10,000 years, broke through to the immortal emperor realm, suppressing the aquatic race in the outer realm. shaking the heavens. And that sexy lady was the master of the Bak Lin continent. Not Lan Fairy. She swept through 8 wild star realms and fought against foreign races. Everyone saw that. After she returned, she claimed the position of Netherworld Master. She banished all men from the continent, forcibly changing it and renaming it Te Luong Nu Quoc. However, the gods and surrounding continents never recognized her as the Queen of Te Luong Nu Quoc. But hearing about this Te Nun Nu Quoc continent, it's full of beautiful women, making the men's hearts race. They all wanted to go there and try their luck, to see if they could find a partner for dual cultivation. Suddenly, she sensed something. Her sharp eyes looked in a certain direction. From the heavens, a large stone tablet appeared in the center. This surprised everyone in the square. What was that? They didn't know. From the stone tablet, a powerful divine force emanated, along with an ancient aura and endless golden light. From within it, a being similar to a heavenly Tao emerged, but more tangible. It cheerfully announced, "Welcome, all contestants from the Eastern Realms, to the Intergalactic Tournament Waiting Hall, the most famous and anticipated event in the galaxy. I am the presiding judge of the Eastern region, Bauthan Lin Kin Tam." So it was the spirit of the stone tablet. Those who came here, some seeking breakthroughs, some seeking the generous rewards, and some simply seeking fame across all the realms. The Intergalactic Tournament can fulfill all your desires. As for how much you achieve, that depends on your own abilities. After his grand welcome speech, the spirit explained the rules. Now, I will verify your identities and assess your strength before the tournament officially begins. The rules this time are different from previous years. Each of you will strike the sacred mirror with all your might. This mirror will reveal your potential. It will show your strategic value. The higher the value, the greater your talent. Those with a value between 50 and 70 are formidable talents. Those with 70 to 80 are exceptional talents. Those with 80 to 90 are unparalleled talents, once in 1,000 years. And finally, those with a value between 90 and 100 are talents that appear once in tens of thousands of years. At this point, the spirit's voice boomed like a loudspeaker, a megaphone. Anyone who demonstrates exceptional talent in this assessment has the chance to be chosen by the angels and receive a blessing of divine power from the angels in the following rounds. This stunned the contestants. They had never heard of this in previous tournaments. If they received a divine blessing from an angel, they would have a huge advantage in the individual battles. Winning battles would be a piece of cake. But Tran Trongan thought, if the angels intervene, then the balance and fairness of the intergalactic tournament would be broken. The tournament hadn't even begun, and they were already playing favorites? Weren't the angels worried people would withdraw out of fear? Or was there something the angels were looking for in the later rounds? He couldn't figure it out for now. But one thing he was sure of. Those who came here were all heavenly chosen, proud and defiant. These people didn't know the meaning of fear. The young man, Lam Ky, was eager to be the first to test his strength. He spoke loudly. Once they intervene, this is no longer a simple test of strategic potential. I've never had the chance to fight against those of the same realm as me. But now it's different. Now we can rely on our own strength to determine our own fate. Whoever wins will gain resources. Only the strongest can survive. Even the angels are watching. This is a battle for resources. Let's see who can seize the most, the fastest, and the best. Lam Ky smiled confidently. He gathered his strongest divine power in his fist and struck the sacred mirror. The mirror emitted a brilliant golden light. Seeing this power, the contestants were shocked. What terrifying strength! He might not have reached a perfect score, but it wouldn't be lower than 95. They speculated. On the mirror. On the mirror. Lam Kai's score gradually appeared. Lam Kai's strategic potential value is 84 points. Achieving the evaluation. Unparalleled talent. The spirit announced this, causing a stir among the crowd. Judging by Lam Kai's expression, it seemed he wasn't satisfied with his own performance. After all, he was the youngest continent lord in the Eastern Realms. He should have scored at least 90 points. His face darkened. I used all my strength. I even intended to shatter the mirror. But I only got 84 points? He was unwilling to accept this. He said to the spirit, "Let me try again." I didn't use all my power. But the spirit refused. You only get one chance. If everyone was like you, this rule wouldn't exist. This would never end. The other contestants laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. He's getting anxious. It means this stone tablet reflects true strength. It can't be easily destroyed. That's obvious. Even leaving a mark is difficult. What are we waiting for? It's our turn. A wave of talents rushed forward to test their strength. 2 Gundai. Mid-level Immortal Emperor. Beast Fighting Continent. Strategic Potential. 81 Luke G. Peak Immortal Emperor. Din Fong Lin Hu Continent. Strategic Potential. Only 56. Gi Mai-Na. Mid-level Immortal Emperor. Ha Geosai Continent. Strategic Potential. 82. The current rankings are: first, Lam KY. Peak Immortal Emperor. 7 Distant Continents. Strategic Potential. 84, second. Gi Mai-Na. Mid-level Immortal Emperor. Ha Geosai Continent. Strategic Potential. 82, third. So Hong KY. Peak Immortal Emperor. Great Ben Phap Continent. Strategic Potential. 81, fourth. 2 Gundai. Mid-level Immortal Emperor. Beast Fighting Continent. Strategic Potential. 72, fifth. Luke Dick. Peak Immortal Emperor. Hulin Continent. Strategic Potential. 56, sixth. Tai Kong. Peak Immortal Emperor. Lam 2 Continent. Strategic Potential. 38, many had stepped forward to try. But no one had surpassed 90. They all looked at the three from Huiyan Min cult. The cult leader, Manhwa, and Naklan Fairy. Only these three could achieve it. But who among them would be the first? At this time, a woman approached Tran Trangan and asked softly, "Brother, haven't you tried yet?" He chuckled and waved his hand. "No rush. I'm observing the other contestants." He was telling the truth. But to her ears, it sounded arrogant. She turned to leave. "No rush? Ha ha ha. I think this guy is scared shitless by those monstrous talents. He doesn't dare try." To avoid losing face, she mocked. "If you delay any longer, you'll miss your chance to receive a blessing from the angels." She didn't care anymore. Looking at those heavenly chosen, she felt apprehensive. Oh my God. I have to fight against those monsters? Should I find someone powerful to cling to? I can't just stand here and end up selling salt like that idiot, she thought to herself, unaware that she had just missed a supreme expert. The spirit called out for the next person. A smartly dressed young man stepped forward. But he seemed lost and headed toward the exit, making the other contestants speechless. "You're going the wrong way. It's this way." He quickly thanked them and followed their directions. "Does this guy look familiar?" As he walked, he seemed embarrassed. Under everyone's gaze. "Everyone's staring at me." The other contestants lost their patience. "Who is this guy? He can't even tell directions. How pathetic. He's probably just a nobody like the guy who almost came late. Just here to make up the numbers. His strength must be laughably weak." Hearing their mockery, he felt a bit annoyed. "Shao Chain. I told you we shouldn't have come." But it was too late now. They were already here. He figured he'd just do the bare minimum. And then go home. He gently clenched his fist, gathering spiritual energy in his hand. Just the aura he emitted overwhelmed the nearby contestants. They were suffocating. Everyone was shocked. This power. No one who had stepped on the platform possessed it. Looking at the number that appeared on the stone tablet, the spirit announced loudly. Deep to Lam. Wuji Continent. Chi Refining Stage. Strategic Potential. 91 points. The contestants were astounded. Chi Refining Stage? How can someone at Chi Refining Stage surpass 90 points? Is this a mistake? At the same time, the strategic potential rankings change. Deep to Lam of the Wuji Continent jumped to first place, pushing Lam KY of the 7 distant continents to second. The whole square erupted in noise. I've heard that some geniuses are favored by the heavenly Tao. They receive its blessings, even if their cultivation is insufficient. Their potential is no less than that of powerhouses. But a barren land like the Wuji Continent, the angels don't even care about it. And yet, it produced such a monstrous talent? Reaching an ancient level of strategic value? With this kind of potential, his cultivation should be skyrocketing. Why is this kid still at such a low realm? What level of heavenly Tao have you cultivated to? Hearing this, the young man didn't know how to answer. He replied honestly. I've been cultivating for 100,000 years. But I'm still at Chi Refining Stage. I can't break through. I've tried everything. I've been stuck in my cave, cultivating non-stop, constantly trying to improve. I don't even know what level I've reached. A young man who'd been cultivating for 100,000 years. Who knew, maybe in the future, he'd discover salted fish and Coca-Cola alongside Tran Trongen. The contestants this time were more interesting than those from previous years. They might last a bit longer. The spirit smiled, looking at the youngsters below. At this time, Ngosi Nude stepped forward. She decided to try her luck. Seeing her approach, the spirit was surprised. Oh, isn't this the woman who wants to sever karma with time and build a feminist continent? She wants to prove herself. But she achieved a shameful score of only 56 strategic potential points. In the previous tournament, seeing her draw her sword, he became even more disdainful. That sword drawing technique again? Weren't her 7 defeats humiliating enough? But Ngosi Lan didn't care what others thought. She slashed at the spirit. Seeing the sacred mirror, the spirit panicked. It hadn't expected her single strike to crack the mirror. The mirror cracked. Not only that, the strategic potential score that appeared was a perfect score. The entire hall erupted. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. 100 points? The maximum strategic potential? After her attack, she turned and left. Her chest puffed out proudly. This. No one can surpass this score. This is blatant bullying, leaving no room for anyone else. Those who followed would feel immense pressure from her perfect score. The audience began to speculate. At this time, Ngosi Lan knew to declared. This time, I will win the intergalactic tournament. Her confidence was overwhelming. Far away, Tran Tron Nin and Lu were also discussing. Third brother, that girl, possesses the aura of Heavenly Dao Law. Tran Tron Nin was surprised. He asked, Heavenly Dao Law? Really? The other contestants, hearing her words, were shocked. She actually achieved a perfect score? She lives up to her title of Ngosi Lan Nude. Lu continued to explain. All those who successfully undergo tribulation receive a baptism from the Heavenly Dao Lightning Tribulation. If they can withstand it, they have a chance to comprehend Heavenly Dao laws. Within the tribulation, the Heavenly Dao laws within the Lightning Tribulation are ever-changing. Some comprehend the Lightning Dao. Others comprehend other laws. And some don't comprehend anything at all. It depends on their talent and destiny. No two are the same. Hearing this explanation, he found it quite interesting. He looked at Ngosi Lan Nude. and asked, "Can you tell what kind of heavenly Tao law she possesses?" Lu shook his head. "I can't tell. The law on her is too faint. It seems she hasn't comprehended much." Trong Nin smiled at Lu, a hint of danger in his eyes. "Why don't you hit me with your lightning tribulation again sometime? Let's see if I can comprehend any heavenly Tao laws." This terrified Lu. "Third brother. How could I possibly strike my own father?" In the square, the spirit shouted. "Next. The assessment isn't over yet. But under NGOC Lan Nu Da's brilliance, the contestants lost their courage. Nok Lan Nu D achieved a perfect score. Even if we try, we can't surpass her." Others agreed. "That's right. We came here to become the strongest. If we know we can't surpass her, what's the point of this assessment? It's meaningless." Seeing them about to give up, the spirit shouted, "You want to give up?" He was furious. "This is a rule set by the angels. If you refuse the assessment, you forfeit your right to participate in the intergalactic tournament. And don't blame me for not warning you. If you give up and return home, your continents will be downgraded by 1 level." This shocked the contestants. Forget about themselves. But if their continents weakened, wouldn't their cultivation suffer? The spirit smirked. "I forgot to mention the Eastern Starfield. And the Eastern region is a barbaric land? What's left for a barbaric land? Is there any lower level to drop to? Ha! It's just the poorest and lowest land. Look at it." Happily intimidating other contestants. "It's really annoying. What a nuisance. But they can't do anything about it. It's right." At this time, Chen Chang'an said softly, "If no one dares to try, then let me try." He slowly walked forward and introduced himself. "Lord of the 6 continents. 9 provinces. Chen Chang'an." The contestants were surprised to see him. Isn't this the last contestant? Who almost arrived late? They thought that even those monstrous geniuses didn't dare to make a move. But this person dared to show his face? He probably just wanted to make a casual attempt to pass this stage. After all, if he withdrew, his continent would also be downgraded. On one side, the blue-haired girl, who had spoken to Chen Chang'an earlier, looked at him and thought that no matter who went up to the stage now, they probably wouldn't be able to surpass 100 points. So even if they got a poor score, no one would notice them and laugh at them. But even so, the funny thing is, your fate has already been decided. Now, everyone has started forming alliances with each other. Yes. During the assessment, these people had already found and decided on their teams of 5. Those who didn't have a team and fought alone would definitely end up miserable. She looked at the strong contestants. She was lucky to have hugged Yi Zhaolin's thigh in time. Therefore, she believed that in the team battle, later, she would also be able to display her skills. Then she turned to look at Chen Chang'an. "As for you, the lord from the 6 continents, your 9 provinces are doomed." Seeing Chen Chang'an approach, Shi Ling didn't think much of it. "Interesting. Let's begin." It felt contempt in its heart. Anyway, this was probably just a formality. At this time, Chen Chang'an didn't say much more. He simply swung his hand and used his fist to punch the spirit measuring stone. It caused the stone to shatter into small pieces, splattering everywhere. This frightened Shi Ling. It couldn't believe the terrifying scene before its eyes. The contestants were the same. They looked at the spirit measuring stone in shock. The stone. They didn't dare to speak because they were too scared. Even the 10,000-year-old refinement prodigy was a little surprised. He thought to himself, "So the spirit measuring stone can be broken? I didn't even know that." If he had known, he would have increased his spiritual power. And he might have broken it too. However, he also didn't know how strong he really was. Looking at Chen Chang'an, he thought that this person was indeed very powerful. At this moment, in the middle of the square, There was no longer a spirit measuring stone. There was only an empty space with rubble, making everyone tremble. Qiling, speechless, followed Chen Chang'an's figure with its eyes. How? How is this possible? The sacred spirit measuring stone trembled as it looked at its own treasure. The contestants couldn't believe. Was the stone broken into pieces by him? Right? The spirit measuring stone represents the results that have been passed down for 1,000 generations. It absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and was created by angels after many years. No one should be able to break it. Even the Empress, when she scored a perfect 100, only caused a crack to appear on the spirit measuring stone. But this person was able to completely shatter it? Everyone is unaware that he is an I. He just said that he came from the continent of 9 provinces. But the immortal fate of the 9 provinces continent is very weak. So in this world, how can there be a strong person? Even stronger than the ancient Chang'e? Everyone remembered his name, Chen Chang'an. The masked man was still calculating secretly. He could actually shatter the spirit steel into pieces. It shows that the overall strength of this person would be no less than himself. Are all the nameless people in this era? Are they all that abnormal? Right? He was also very happy. Empress Yulan also remembered the name of the person who struck the spirit garden. Carved in her mind. 9 provinces continent, Chen Chang'an. One day, there will be a battle between us. She wouldn't be afraid either. At this time, the spirit chi flew over to examine it. Looking from beginning to end, Chen Chang'an wondered what was going on. He wasn't seriously injured by the backlash from being listed on the steel. Does the spirit steel have any hidden heavenly law? Great reincarnation. Even if the spirit steel is damaged and cracked, it can also recover automatically by sucking the life force of the attacker. Then it flew over to look at the broken spirit steel. Originally, Kai Zue's vitality would be sucked away by it. The steel would be restored until it returned to its original intact state. Because after the Empress checked, it was cracked. But now it seems that the spirit steel has turned into a pile of dry, crumbling stone. It collapsed to the ground, crying its eyes out. This loss was too much for it. This was the treasure of the spirit steel, given to it by the angels. Chen Chang'an walked up to it. What should we do now? Didn't they announce it already? This startled the spirit chi. Chen Chang'an continued to rub salt in its wound. Stop kneeling, get up, and announce it. Why don't you evaluate it? How many points did my strategic potential achieve? How many points did I get? The broken steel has no points. We can only rely on this spirit chi now. At the same time, somewhere else, known as the God Realm, the Temple of Immortality, many giant figures were sitting. This was the place where the angels were in the Temple of God. Suddenly, a golden stone emitted light, vibrating continuously. Then it shattered, turning into drops of golden immortal chi, blending into the air, falling down with a voice. It seems the steel in the eastern starfield has been destroyed. At this time, another voice sounded. The heavenly law of the spirit chi. That stone had long shown flaws, loopholes. It's not surprising that it could be broken by any eye at any time. By any eye at any time. However, he also said that he had sensed an unusual aura in the eastern starfield. He chuckled because this had also made him happy for a long time. He had never felt so excited before. Continuing from before. At this time, the spirit chi was crying its eyes out. But it had to continue its duty and said loudly, now that the spirit steel has been destroyed, we can only skip the strategy test and move on to our next step. On a mountainside, there were many bright spots of light numbered in order. Looking at this scene, the group of the contestants were very curious about what this meant. Could it be we had to find caves to stand in? But everyone's location is different. What does this mean? The spirit chi continued to explain to these guys. Behind this old man is the 188 level immortal mountain. The location corresponds to the original positions of the 6 lords. After everyone has completed their strategic assessment, you just need to find the position that corresponds to your strategic potential ranking and sit down. The position will be determined based on the strategic potential leaderboard. At this point, the contestants look dangerous. But now that the steel has been destroyed, there are still many who haven't determined their own ranking. Then they can directly choose a corresponding cave to sit in. Each cave has no limit on the number of people. And the opportunities for each rank are different. At this time, Chen Qianan remains silent. He stood with his arms crossed, observing everything, thinking to himself. In other words, some people with high strength, who haven't undergone the strategic assessment yet, could also choose to enter the lower-level caves. Pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. This so-called opportunity is probably just talk. To deceive low-level cultivators into risking their lives to fight. But I'm not sure if the higher the ranking, the greater the opportunity or the greater the danger. That's something this guy hasn't explained clearly. At this time, the guy named Long spoke up first and asked, I have a question. What's the point of choosing the first position? And what's the point of choosing the last one? This was something that many of the powerful lords present were concerned about. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of emerald green golden light descended from the sky, shining directly on this guy's position. And with that, lightning crackled around him, surprising everyone. They didn't understand what was happening. But seeing this scene, the spirit chi suddenly jumped in realization. Oh my! How could I have forgotten such an important thing? It's all your fault. For breaking the steel and disrupting my flow earlier. When immortals choose a cave, they first choose their support. That is, each beam of light represents a Lord God. And those chosen by the golden light will be blessed by the Lord God and gain a portion of divine power. Now an angel has chosen you. Hearing the spirit chi's words, at this moment, the contestants finally understood. It turns out that the angel chose that guy Lin Chi. What luck! At this time, in the sky, two beams of golden light, one purple and one blue, were also descending, signaling that more people would be chosen by the Lord Gods. Each Lord God had a different color of golden light. It turned out that these two beams of golden light fell upon the two masked guys with long monkey-like faces. Seeing this, the clan leaders looked over. Look! The famous and powerful lords have all been chosen. That's right. Even though they haven't undergone the strategic assessment yet. But the Lord Gods could still sense their power. The young man who had been cultivating for 100,000 years also had a beam of golden light descend upon him, surrounding him, making him extremely nervous. Wait a minute, Yi Xiao is mistaken. Having achieved 91 points in strategic potential, the spirit chat has also been chosen. The contestants were envious. He's still only at the chi refining stage. This is infuriating. Suddenly, at this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot down beside the muscular young man, startling him. He looked around and then hurriedly called out to everyone. Look at Empress Yulan. She, he stammered. She's been chosen by two gods at the same time. So, with her perfect score, two Lord Gods are vying for her. But she remained calm and didn't react at all. Silently sensing these golden lights, witnessing these achievements, the rest of the contestants who hadn't undergone the strategic assessment all looked towards Chen Qianan with unkind eyes. If we could just take the strategic potential test and get on the list, maybe we would also earn the favor of the gods. It's all because of that bastard. He went crazy and smashed the Holy Spirit steel. He ruined the gods' plans. Surely, the gods won't choose him. But what made them feel even more powerless was that at this moment, another powerful beam of golden light descended upon Chen Qianan. All the contestants were speechless. Seriously? Another god is willing to choose that bastard? How is that possible? But one of them, wanting to downplay his own misfortune, pointed at Empress Yulan. Empress Yulan only has one beam of golden light. Empress Yulan has two beams of golden light, which is still better than him. While they were still arguing amongst themselves, another surprise came. Look, this time there are 4 beams of golden light coming at the same time. When these beams of golden light descended, everyone present was stunned. Their jaws dropped in shock. A mix of admiration and fear. Because the 4 beams of golden light were swirling around Chen Qinan, which surprised him a bit. And the contestants were completely dumbfounded. 5 gods have chosen this bastard at the same time? He surpassed Empress Yulan? Seeing these golden lights colliding with each other, the crowd was even more astonished. It seems like the gods are fighting over him. They're about to start a fight over him. Seeing this, the spirit Qi flew over and laughed loudly. Congratulations! You're truly honored to be chosen by 5 gods at the same time. But you can only choose the blessing of one god. So it's best if you think carefully before rejecting the other 4 gods. Then it turned to Empress Yulan and reminded her. Then you will have to reject one god. But its heart was filled with malicious thoughts. It laughed wickedly to itself. The Lord gods would never tolerate rejection. Even if you receive the blessing of one Lord god, then vice versa. You will also be hated by the remaining 4 main gods. This is the principle of, if you can't eat it, you destroy it. There was once a fool who offended a main god before the official competition. And then in the official competition, that person received all kinds of care from that main god. After that, he was destroyed and turned into scum. It turned and looked at Tran Trang and with dangerous eyes, competing with the golden light. Especially you. This time it's great. Rejecting one by 4 main gods. So, be prepared to face the wrath of the 4 main gods. I want to see you. How can you survive leaving this interstellar competition? Smashing my spirit tablet. This is the consequence you have to bear. But contrary to its desire, or everyone's thoughts, Tran Trang waved his cold, indifferent face and declared, no need to choose. Reject all. This made the spirit and the contestants stunned. Don't believe your ears anymore. The spirit shouted in panic. What the hell are you talking about? He said reject all? This is an opportunity to receive a part of the divine power blessing from the main gods. How many people wish for but all their lives can't have it? And yet you refuse? This kid keeps chattering, making Tran Trang a little uncomfortable. I don't want to repeat it a second time. At this time, the golden lights gradually receded. No more fighting. And no longer surrounded Tran Trang's body. He also looked up. Following the direction the golden lights receded, looking at the colorful patterns from the sky, he guessed. 5 separate golden rays emanated from there? I feel malice. Inside those golden rays do not carry good intentions. Want to bless him with divine power. They're all evil people. Looking at the air spirit, it's also frustrated. It seems that the main gods have withdrawn their choices. It's too late for you to regret it. It's a shame that if he had chosen a main god, then the remaining 4 will be afraid of that god's face and wouldn't dare to openly oppose. But now, I can only say good luck to you. Offending the 5 main gods, so what's left to cry and grieve for? While he was still confused and sympathetic, then Ngoc Lan Nu De next to him also spoke up. I also refuse all. Making Tran Trang also surprised. Glanced at her. She whispered. I came here to prove myself. Outside help is just a burden. Instead of explaining her choice. This made the spirit speechless with these goods. All out of the ordinary like it. Where do you know that the girl in her heart is stormy? One of the 2 golden lights in it is relatively peaceful. Although it's not well intentioned. But the malice in it is also not obvious. This is a woman's 6th sense. Or some special ability that can make her feel the implications of the main god outside in the golden light. Except for a different main god, Kim Kwang. It's like a venomous snake, coldly lurking in the shadows, staring at her, as if it could be ready to bite you in the back any time. Too dangerous. A cold shiver down my spine. And her extreme hatred. So choose to refuse all. At this point, the spirit's face was darker than the bottom of the pot. It's so mad. You think you're strong enough to not be afraid of anything anymore? Do you know what the choice of the main gods has? What does it mean? I've lived for hundreds of millions of years. This is the first time I've witnessed. There are such stupid cultivators as you guys. But didn't let him beak. Song Deep Tu Lam next to raised her hand with a bewildered expression, hugging. I want to refuse that too. This made the spirit speechless. Khan, the blue-haired girl, who previously chose to stand in this guy's team of 5. Then shocked, her eyes popped out. Thinking that following his team would be pollinated with him. It's over now. Just offended the main god. Didn't get the team blessing divine power. This team will become weak. Deep Tu Lam thought to herself, choosing a dirty buff would be fun. But it's like being closely monitored 24/7. It's too inconvenient to work. It's too inconvenient to want to go to Lam 2 to exchange. I had to refuse. So, only the spirit is constantly cursing. Deep Tu Lam, are you crazy? The guy with a bluffing face and an old monkey face, being chosen by the main god, Kim Kwang, also spoke up. I also refuse. Relying on external forces to be at the top is not interesting. Yeah, I hate being inside. Myself has the power of others. This made the spirit not understand anything. What the hell? These 6th generation lords of the Eastern Realms. What nonsense are you talking about? Lam 7 also refused. If that's the case, then in this case, add one more slot for me. With them. Making the contestants surprised. Don't understand why. Even someone as power hungry as Lam KY also refused. KY Lin's face is now black as the bottom of a pot. It angrily cut. Cut you. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. Don't know what the sky is high and the earth is thick, in this case. I can only reluctantly reveal secret information to you. This should have been. Can only be announced when the official competition begins. That is the next contest. Will take place in a challenge RR format. Golden and those who are blessed by the main god will have a huge advantage. Right from the start. This is divine grace that the main gods have bestowed. Is your blessing. If you are careful, you should appreciate it. It made a wary face, looking towards Tran Trong Nin and the others. Don't learn from some blind frogs sitting at the bottom of the well, thinking there's something else, thinking that they cultivate, don't need the help of the gods. But in fact your thoughts are very shallow, even more stupid than pigs. I'm talking about you. Focus and listen. The spirit angrily pointed at Tran Trong Nin. Seeing his indifferent demeanor made this guy furious. Suddenly at this moment from the sky, a series of colorful golden lights appeared. Simultaneously. Look quickly, the divine light has reappeared. The eyes of the contestants looked up in amazement. Also extremely curious. Because the main god's selection is over. So why is there more divine light appearing? While the crowd was still confused. Then these divine lights are faster. Flew over the heads of the contestants. Seeing this scene, the spirit loudly explained. Remember that. If you choose to give up the divine power blessings of the main gods, means you will also not receive any help from the main gods in the next competition. So these remaining divine blessings, along with the spirit's words, divine light shot at some other contestants, making them surprised, will of course be passed on to others. Voice filled with joy. This person's refusal will be someone else's happiness. The expression of the leading contestant. Each person with a complex emotion. I don't know what I'm thinking. A young man laughed when he heard it. Like finding gold, ah. To be chosen by the main god instead. Some others looked on with admiration. That person only achieved 63 potential strategic points in the test. And yet to be chosen by the main god, how interesting. At this time, the spirit had a pompous expression. The main gods wouldn't want to waste a second. A minute for those who don't know what's good for them. That body will have the arrogance of a god. You guys. Do you want to refuse like those people just now? Hearing it asked, they immediately puffed out their chests and swore to refuse. Are you kidding me? This is the main god's divine power blessing. I will not be stupid. Like those blind people. As soon as the words fell, the divine light circulated around their bodies. This group also felt the aura circulating in their bodies, equivalent to powerful divine light pouring into their bodies, creating a powerful vortex of spiritual energy. Tornadoes shooting out. The ones who received the divine light. Everyone felt their bodies getting stronger and stronger. Oh my God, this divine power is amazing. I've never been exposed to the law of reincarnation before. But under the guidance of divine power, I have realized the original law of reincarnation. This means that, in terms of realm, are now equivalent to that Naklan Nudu. Some even dared to rely on this divine blessing. He also has faith to fight Tran Trang in. Those who were buffed, their strength increased. Means bigger guts. Witnessing this scene, the strongest young men before all had different expressions. Some smirked, some bowed their heads. I don't know what's going on in my mind. The outcome of this interstellar competition is still uncertain. These buffed guys are confident. Their voices unconsciously more arrogant. This made Tran Trang feel more amused. Less boring. When these gods actively interfered in the competition. But because of lack of experience, he didn't know the reason either. Looks like he needs to find a way to contact with the two gods, Dula and his wife. These guys are angels. Maybe they will know a little bit about the inside story. After completing the blessing of the main city, then happily said to everyone, all right. The god selection time is over. Now you choose. Choose the location of the cave you want to go to. After saying that, pointed to the glowing caves behind. The interstellar competition will begin in 10 minutes. Remember that. Ranking first in the potential strategy test doesn't mean you will always be ranked first. Also, it ranks first in the position selection. Also doesn't mean you can sit in that position forever. The so-called blessing in disguise is to see if you have the guts to dare to face the dangers ahead. Or not. Risk will always come with great results for those who dare to take risks. Lamb Kentucky immediately calculated in his mind. The first position is really too ostentatious. Very easy to be noticed. Standing on the top of the wave. Refusing the main god's blessing was an unexpected move for him. Want to learn from others. But better later. Still have to be more careful. After listening to the spirit explaining the rules, everyone from the square below, led by Ngocilan Nudu, flew up to find their cave. Lamb 7 shows cave number 7. Because he thinks his name is Lamb. At home, he was also ranked 7th on the altar. So the 7th position must be for him. At this time, Lamb 7 was still wondering. Suddenly he glanced to the side. Then saw Tran Trong Nen, who was wearing a mask, observing. This strange guy gave himself a divination, thinking that number 6 will be his lucky and prosperous number. In this contest, Lam Non was also speechless. There are also such lucky choices. What position should I choose below? Best is to choose a location as far away from the crowd as possible. He doesn't like being noticed. He looked towards Ngocilan Nudu standing proudly in front. Forget the top spot. That empress is strong and power-hungry. She definitely doesn't want to share the top spot with anyone. He's not afraid of her. But he has to do it. If he can't control his power, he will have to repent. Eat fast and recite Buddha. He turned to Tran Trong Nen. Brother Tran, have you decided on a position yet? Tran Trong Nen replied calmly. Ha 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 ha. From the beginning, I decided to go to cave number 1. Tran Trong Nen's expression was calm. This made the young man who had cultivated for 10,000 years admire him very much. Admire a lot. Brother Tran is so brave. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm. But before he could finish, Tran Trong Nen patted his shoulder and interrupted. I remember you. Deep Tu Lam. Very nice name, very meaningful. This made him a little embarrassed. His face wasn't as thick as Tran Trong Nin's. At this time, Tran Trong Nin leaned closer to Deep Tu Lam's face. Whispered with a dangerous smile, besides. Thank you for not breaking the tablet. He knew this guy was still hiding his true cultivation. After saying that, he turned and left. Don't forget to wave goodbye. So see you in the official competition. He was happy. While Deep Tu Lam looked devastated. Like he just got slapped in the face. He just kept silent. Watched Tran Trong Nin fly away to choose a cave. After Tran Trong Nin's figure disappeared. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I tried my best not to cause a commotion. I wanted to play the underdog. But someone still recognized me. Interesting, if it's him. He could withstand my full-powered attack. Couldn't he? After all, this guy has no idea how strong I am. So he decided. I'll just observe for now. I can't make a move too early. He chose the number 188, almost at the bottom. As he was about to enter, a voice from behind surprised him. This is truly a cave built by the angels. It's filled with spiritual energy. It's much larger than it looks from the outside. And we chose the same spot. You wanted to find a place with less attention, didn't you? The blue-haired woman asked Deep Tu Lam softly. But in her heart, it was the opposite. From the beginning, she had intentionally clung to this golden thigh. Mak Tun, if you form an alliance with me, you'll gain a huge advantage. Not seeing anything huge, except her two grapefruits. Deep Tu Lam was speechless. He turned and walked away. He just wanted to find a quiet place. To be alone. He didn't want to interact with too many people. So he wasn't happy that she chose the same cave. He wasn't happy. All the caves had been assigned. Everyone had found their spots. All eyes were now on the first spot. Tran Trang walked towards the entrance. And saw Ngoc Lan Nu standing there. He chuckled. Mississippi, you're blocking my way. Seeing him, she was displeased. Her eyes flashed, her chest puffed out, ready to fight. The first spot can't be occupied by two people at the same time. I chose this place first. You can go find another spot. She spoke as if giving an order. She wasn't afraid of him shattering the divine tablet. As the Empress of Tai Luang Nu Quoc, she feared no one. She was ready to fight for the number one spot. Tran Trang and Ngoc Lan Nu were arguing over cave number 1. Logically, this spot should belong to me. There are still second and third spots. Why don't you go there? He had shattered the tablet, so the number 1 spot should be his. But the Empress was stubborn. The last name displayed in the number 1 spot on the tablet is mine. Tran Trang was speechless. This is my second time participating in the intergalactic tournament. I must win this time and reach the pinnacle of my life. Her eyes blazed with determination. Any obstacle would be swept away. I will not yield. Go back to second place or somewhere else, she ordered. This gave Tran Trang a headache. Dealing with women always gave him indigestion. Damn it. And now he encountered a stubborn one. Only pollination could solve this problem. You want to fight me? His male pride wouldn't allow him to submit. He wouldn't be ridden. The Empress stepped closer. Her magnificent breasts pressing against him. If that's what you want. She said nothing more and drew her sword. But as she moved, Tran Trang's divine power pressed down on her, gripping her arm. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull her arm free. When upper body strength failed, she spread her legs and flexed her glutes. Her entire body surged with spiritual energy, trying to break free from Tran Trang's grasp. Tran Trang tightened his grip and challenge. If you can move, even just a little, or draw your sword, I'll give you the first spot. He spoke with a smug look, his eyes fixed on her. This infuriated her. She was about to unleash her ultimate technique. You dare underestimate me? She roared. As they were growling at each other, exchanging passionate glances, the spirit appeared out of nowhere. The tournament hasn't even started. And you're already fighting? They were both startled. They released each other. The spirit laughed awkwardly. You can fight anyone you want. But let me remind you. Those who choose the same cave are allies. In this battle. He was trying to be helpful. But Ngoc Lan Nuda said coldly. I don't need allies. I just want. The spirit interrupted. That's not up to you. It's the rule. It then ignored them. It seems you've all chosen your caves. Now listen carefully. Before entering the final competition area, the 4 major regions, East, West, South, and North, will undergo 3 rounds of elimination battles. The remaining contestants will face other strong contestants from the other regions in the final battle to determine the winner. In the first round, you'll be randomly teleported to different locations, such as lava volcanoes, poisonous swamps, deep seas, or the abyss. And in the center is a plain. Within these areas, you'll compete against other alliances to earn points. The first round lasts 5 days. Those who earn 200 points and reach the windless plain will pass. Having points but failing to reach the plain means failure. As for how to earn points, you'll find out soon enough. The time has come. I wish you all good luck. As the spirit finished speaking, circles of light appeared under each contestant, teleporting them randomly. Naklan Nuda held Tran Tronyan's hand. So before leaving, she threatened. You better pray that you don't end up in the same place as me. Hearing her threat, he glanced at her and smirked. What can you do to me? Are you planning to pollinate with me? This made her furious. They didn't argue further. The teleportation activated, taking them to their first competition location. The others were teleported as well. Only the spirit remained. He sighed in relief. It's finally begun. These contestants this year are all stubborn troublemakers. They gave him a headache. His little heart was racing. Suddenly, a powerful divine force appeared, startling the spirit. A scroll tore through space, flying towards him. This is an urgent order from the angels. Moreover, they broke through the laws of spacetime to deliver this message. He immediately opened it. Is this news from the future? What could possibly make the gods go to such lengths? Reversing time to deliver this message? Could it be something terrible happened in the future? He was curious. But as he finished reading, he was horrified. No, this can't be. Sweat poured down his face. But then he thought. The gods sent this message. By reversing and traversing time, this must be extremely important. The image showed the death of the invincible gods. Their bodies mangled, their arms bound. They had suffered before their demise. The message said, someone with strange cultivation and identity killed the main god, Chu Duong. He then escaped and concealed his aura, leaving no trace. They suspected there was a mastermind behind this. The gods ordered the spirit. Within this spacetime, find the one who killed the god and his backers. Search the other 3 realms. Contact me immediately once you find them. Don't act rashly. After giving the order, the scroll lost its protective divine power and vanished. The spirit was terrified. A god killer? Someone who killed a god? This seemed impossible. The god killer must have relied on sheer luck and a coincidence to kill him. He thought, someone like that appears once every few million years. Who could it be? As the spirit pondered this, Tran Trangan had been teleported to his first competition location. Looking around, he realized he had been randomly teleported to the abyssal dungeon. To pass the first round, he needed to earn 200 points and reach the windless plain. Within 5 days, he still didn't know how to earn points or how to escape this underground dungeon and find the windless plain. As he pondered this, a large shadow approached from behind. It charged at him, intending to attack. Of course, Tran Trangan wasn't worried at all. He sensed something approaching, but it was too weak to bother with. 2 sharp claws struck Tran Trangan's back. Upon impact, debris flew everywhere. But after the attack, the monster's eyes widened in shock. Because in front of it, Tran Trangan had casually blocked its attack. This scared it. Trang smirked. So it's a demonic beast. And it possesses divine law power. This world is truly powerful. Demonic beasts with law power appear everywhere. What a surprise. If you encountered others, they would be your prey. But unfortunately, you met me. He released a blast of divine power, vaporizing the beast. As the beast vanished, he dusted himself off. A number appeared in front of him. He was surprised. He reached out and touched the number 1. And on his hand, the number 4 appeared. He had 4 points. Now he had 5. He quickly understood. To earn points, he had to hunt demonic beasts. Each beast was worth 1 point. I just earned 1 point. The other 4 points must be from the Empress. They were allies. The battle had just begun. And she already earned 4 points. This showed her strong desire. For first place. Logically, killing a living being should award realm points. But the system didn't react. He had scanned the area. There were no other demonic beasts. Their numbers must be limited. And very few. But it didn't matter. He needed to go deeper into the dungeon. To investigate further. At this time, a bright light shot into the sky. It was the guy who'd been cultivating for 100,000 years. He had been teleported to the windless plane. He exclaimed, "This is the windless plane. The place where I can advance. I'm so lucky. Ha ha ha. I don't have to run around and hide anymore. No need to avoid others or find the exit." He looked at the points on his hand and was even happier. He jumped for joy, like a child receiving New Year's money. My starting points were 188. I only need 12 more points to advance. I remember that blue-haired girl formed an alliance with me. She can handle the rest. I practically won this round. Ha ha ha. At the same time. In another location. A dense jungle. A group of cultivators were setting up a formation. Surrounding 2 lizard-like monsters. And a gorilla. They shouted and surrounded them. Overjoyed. We actually found 2 quasi-immortal emperor monsters. Quasi-immortal emperor. Each one is worth 1 point. Don't let them escape. Quickly, finish them off. These monsters are limited in number. Don't let other contestants discover them. They quickly unleashed their attacks. Looking at the corpses. They cheered, ha ha ha. We succeeded. Just one of these monsters could easily crush us if we attacked alone. But with enough people, killing them both wasn't a problem. As they were examining the corpses, suddenly, a man ran towards them, shouting, "It's appeared." They turned to look at him, surprised. What appeared? Anxiously, they asked. Trantronon? They were afraid of him. He was too strong. But the man quickly waved his hands. No, no. He pointed to the sky. It's the latest rankings. A square light screen was floating in the air. Every secret realm had one. Looking at the list, they were overjoyed. Unexpectedly. The farther the cave, the higher the starting points. Who would have thought? First, Deep Tulam, 188 points, Windless Plain. Second, Mactan, 188 points, Netherworld Maze. Third, Tycone, 187 points, Deep Sea. Fourth, Duong 2, 186 points, Lava Mountain. Fifth, Namtan Lukvan, 185 points, Deep Sea. Sixth, Jiaimai 184 points, Poison Swamp. Seventh, 183 points, Poison Swamp. Looking at the top 7, they were even more delighted. They were all weak. Easy targets for robbery and murder. Scroll down. Let's see where Trantronon is. Of course, they were most interested in the guy who shattered the sacred mirror. But to their astonishment, he was ranked 188th. Trantronon, 4 points. Netherworld Abode. The dried-up, mummy-like guy laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Trantronon was teleported to the Netherworld Abode. The heavens are on our side. Seeing his reaction, a masked man asked, "Why is the cult leader so happy? Why are you so happy?" The dried-up guy explained. Many powerful newcomers appeared in this tournament. And that Trantronon is the strongest and most troublesome of them all. If he were around, we'd be tied down. Our movements would be restricted. We can only avoid him and cannot confront him directly. But now, Trantronon was unlucky enough to be teleported to that maze. So in this first round, we're lucky we won't encounter him. Ha ha ha. Luck is also part of success. He rejoiced in others' misfortune. Meanwhile, in the Lava Mountain's secret realm, a monster's head was severed. Its eyes were wide with terror. The one who killed it was not Lan Nuda. It took her quite a bit of effort to kill it. Looking at her points, she frowned. Only 10 points. I've killed all the monsters in this area. Just like last time. The monsters in each area are limited. This place is vast. If we actually reach the next secret realm, the monsters there will probably be wiped out. It seems impossible to get 200 points. That's why the spirit created this alliance system to share points. She looked at the monster's corpse and thought about something else. She thought about Tran Nan, who had teased her. Perfect. I can practically win this round by doing nothing. It's great to have such a strong ally. He's probably still empty-handed right now. Or maybe he's only earned 1 point. She looked at her sword. She was annoyed. His points haven't increased at all. What the hell is he doing? I'm earning all the points. Meanwhile, in the Netherworld maze, a trembling voice cried out, "Your Excellency! Spare me! Please spare me! It's me! It's me!" 2 monsters were surrounding a tailed figure, who was shouting, "What the hell? Don't alert the other monsters." Monsters? They were monsters. Monsters! Afraid of another monster? The winged figure stared at the blueskin figure ahead. "I've never seen you before. Where are you from? Where do you come from?" This made the tailed figure stammer. Well, this was Bacton, Deep to Lam's quasi-immortal emperor subordinate. He had been teleported here. He was trembling inside, wanting to cry. Mother! Why? Was I teleported to the most dangerous place? Why didn't you hold my hand? Why didn't you hold on tight? If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would be dead already. Before the tournament even ends. It turned out she had a special technique that allowed her to transform into an animal. A blue cat. That's why the monsters didn't recognize her as human. This Netherworld maze was a place where those who violated the angel's laws were exiled. It was filled with terrifying demons and monsters. Extremely terrifying. She clasped her paws together and trembled. "I was just passing by, Your Excellency. Please spare me. I'll leave immediately." She thought. This place is both a treasure trove and filled with quasi-immortal emperor monsters. My poor life. The horse-bodied monster turned to its companion. Ugh. I've never seen anything so ugly. Get lost. I received news from my clan. An incredibly terrifying aura appeared nearby. They ordered us to gather and leave immediately. McTan quickly teleported away, relieved. He. But something appeared ahead, making her eyes widen in fear. She stared. A dark figure with glowing red eyes was approaching, making her collapse helplessly. No way. After those 2 demons left, the King of Hell appears? Is my luck really this bad? It's true what they say. You can't escape fate. She used the same trick she used on the bull-headed and horse-faced demons. She knelt down and shouted, "Your Excellency! It's me! I'm on your side." But to her horror, a hand grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. It was Trantronon. He had somehow ended up here. Looking at her beast form, he said softly, "Second one." She recognized him. But she was being choked. She could only sputter, "Wait." She struggled to speak. Stop. Not enemy. Not enemy. Not enemy. Her words were jumbled. Tran Truongen didn't understand. He thought she was saying she wasn't like him. He said coldly, I know. I'm not like you. Not family. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was about to suffocate. She thought desperately, I'm doomed. I can't explain myself. Big brother. It's me. It's me. I'm calling you Big Brother. As she was about to suffocate, her transformation wore off. Tran Truongen realized, you're human? Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost choked you to death. She was gasping for air, her tongue hanging out. He quickly let her go. She took a deep breath. I told you. I emphasized it. You must have misheard. Tran Truongen was embarrassed. You had to speak clearly. She was speechless, Big Brother. You can still laugh? Where's Deep to you Lam? Isn't he on your team? She sighed, how can you blame me? How can you blame me for that? The cave's teleportation formation sends everyone to different secret realms. And, my golden thigh disappeared. Golden thigh? Tran Truongen was wary. Please stay away from me. But she was shameless. She flattered him, my dear brother Truongen. Please take me with you. I'm very obedient. I listen well. I won't cause any trouble. If you get bored, I can even entertain you. But he refused. I won't be fooled. Tell me. What do you know about this maze? She picked up a stone and channeled her energy. She said softly, watch closely, Big Brother. Then, she threw the stone into the darkness ahead. To Tran Truongen's confusion, a vortex formed, knocking over lanterns. Tran Truongen was shocked. His eyes widened. Around them, rainbow-colored laws intertwined. The space had changed, revealing corpses scattered throughout the area. It was like two spaces connected. The stone she threw flew back towards them, surprising Tran Truongen. That's the stone that appeared behind me. What? She began to explain. The complexity of this maze is just a facade. Actually, this place is an ancient secret realm formed by the two laws of reincarnation. In space. No one can break it. No one can break it. You can enter, but you can't exit. Even the strongest cultivator in history couldn't break it. If you try to force your way in, you'll end up like those contestants. Annihilated by the law's power. Turned into skeletons. That's what I heard from my ancestors. This place, hundreds of millions of years ago, was a battlefield where two angels fought. Their cosmic power shook the heavens and earth. After they left, he could see through the walls. He realized these walls were fake heavenly Tao. Law power. It was hungry, devouring everything. Eventually, this world began to rebuild itself. A heavenly Tao emerged. The angels' laws were still strong, making the heavenly Tao grow rapidly. This world gave birth to many laws. It even broke through to the spiritual level within the heavenly Tao realm. Grasping rudimentary laws. The law power that we cultivators comprehend and grasp all originates from the heavenly Tao of our world. Even if we cultivate for millions of years, we can only comprehend a fraction of it. We can't even touch the essence of the laws. Hearing this, Tran Truongen's expression darkened slightly. He realized the heavenly Tao of the continents was pathetic. She continued. Now we've encountered the angel's primordial law, which far surpasses the laws of our world. To escape, we need extremely powerful primordial law. That's the only way. That's the only way. But those are conflicting heavenly Tao laws. We can't even dream of comprehending them. This made Tran Truongen think. This tournament was getting more and more intense. If I stay trapped here, I'll be eliminated. I won't get the rewards, the divine spark or the Great Hall's advancement. But I'm not worried. Hee hee. Hee hee. I have a golden thigh like Deep Tu Lam as my ally. He must be working hard to earn enough points. I just need to hide for 5 days, and I'll automatically win. Then I can teleport back to my cave. She didn't know that she wasn't the only one planning to win without doing anything. Deep Tu Lam had the same thought. He was waiting for his teammate to carry him. Let his teammate carry him. After she finished speaking, Tran Trangan gained some new insights. I didn't know much about the Heavenly Tao before, but now I understand a little more. Above the human path, the Heavenly Tao reigns supreme. Above that are the Divine Masters. And most angels rely on Heavenly Tao laws to fight and support each other. They walked through a dark passage. She was surprised. That's strange. There were so many monsters here just now. Where did they all go? Not a single trace. This also caught Tran Trangan's attention. He looked around. There was nothing. She used her divine sense to scan the area. No, they all left this area. And was very frustrated. If this situation continues, I won't get 200 points. Then the chance of promotion is extremely low. The girl was secretly calculating. And whispered. Judging from the signs of detected, it seems like they're afraid of something. That's why they all hurriedly ran away. A monster can destroy. No matter where it is. It's a heaven-destroying existence. Let alone a horde of monsters. To be honest, I can't imagine. What could make them so scared? Perhaps they're afraid of something here. Or some city. Or someone. She looked at Tran Trangan. And was startled. Because at this time, Tran Trangan's body was emitting a strong golden light. Only to see a glowing mark on his forehead. He whispered into the maze. You're still trying to hide from me? Do you really think I'm helpless? This mark is the mark of the Heavenly Tao's master. He ordered the 9 Chao Heavenly Tao. It's time for you to come out. And do something big with me. Loi Khan immediately appeared with a domineering voice. Third Elder. Finally, you remember me? If there's anything you need, just tell me. Seeing that, Tran Trangan said. I will take full responsibility for all the consequences. Seeing the father and son scheming, the girl stood frozen in shock. Why is the origin of the law of heaven and earth like the Heavenly Tao acknowledging him as dad? I've never heard of this before. This is the end of episode 114. Here are some spoilers for the next episode. Not Lan Nu Da was surprised to see her points accumulate rapidly. Surprised. Can points be earned so easily? She also decided that after seeing him again, she must kill him and break the alliance. Meanwhile, a shadow was gradually approaching her from behind. When it got closer, she quickly recognized it and angrily said, Why? Why did you kill my friend? On the other side, the masked young man who refused the divine blessing was also terrified. No, impossible. I thought. Even though I am a real immortal emperor, I couldn't detect anything. It seems that what's happening here must be related to some great karma. He speculated. At this time, people in the test were looking at the ranking. And he was ranked last. 122nd out of 122 contestants. With only 4 points in the Yumin Ghost Tower area. The conditions to pass this first round are to get 200 points. Or to reach the infinity plane within 5 days. Meanwhile, in the land next to the Yumin Ghost Tower, the lava land, the masked man was there. He was very frustrated. Tran Trangan is so unlucky. Stuck in the Yumin Ghost Tower. This is him cursing you. Not us. Why? Did you steal my prey? I didn't even provoke you. The monsters in the area have almost been eliminated. No matter how hard I try, I can't get 200 points. In his hand was a giant soul sword. The person who stole his monsters was not Lan Nu Da, Tran Trangan's ally. She didn't say anything. Just charged forward with her sword. Her body was filled with resentment. An alliance? Cooperation? Ha ha ha, that's true for others. But for her, it's a joke. And it's too unfair to her. She charged straight towards the 2 monsters. With anger in her heart. Cursing Tran Trangan. She thought. That guy's luck is incredibly good. That's why he could ally with Lan Nu Da. While Tran Trangan just lay there and enjoyed himself. While she had to do all the work. With her angry sword. The two monsters had no way to escape, and were cut into 8 pieces. There wasn't even a single drop of blood on her body. Showing her strength, she coldly looked at the sword in her hand. She was frustrated with herself. After Tran Trongen didn't do anything, then she lost all hope in that damn teammate. Now she had to kill twice as many monsters to make up for that lazy guy, Tran Trongen. She looked at the points on her wrist. After a long journey of diligently slaying monsters, she finally accumulated a decent number of points. But almost all of these 32 points were earned by her alone. That guy only got 1 point. She didn't have a high starting point, like others, and no teammates to help. So she could only fight alone to save herself. Her eyes narrowed. After passing this first round, I will definitely kick that damn Tran Trongen out of the cave. Don't even think about selling me to a brothel, making me do hard labor while you enjoy yourself. But behind her, a huge and strange shadow suddenly appeared. When it got closer, she was startled to realize someone was approaching her. She glanced back and saw a strange-looking person. He was looking at her with demonic eyes. Why did you kill my comrade? She also realized this guy had the realm of a pseudo-god. She was shocked and wondered, when did he appear behind me? But this guy had green smoke coming out of his mouth like a demon king. Whispered, "Die," and raised its finger. This made her eyes widen, realizing it was about to attack her. So she used her sword to deflect the two horned creature's attack. The powerful energy beam shot straight up into the sky, creating widespread lightning and explosions. She was also knocked back a few steps. The first attack failed, and the strange creature's eyes became more focused. It raised its hand, and strange glowing circles appeared behind it. The beams of light were all directed at the Empress, making her panic. She immediately used her sword to form a protective circle to defend herself from the attack. The blocked light beams shot back out, scattering rocks and debris. Of course, the other contestants who were hit immediately ran away. "We're not teammates. Why are you abandoning me?" But the other guy didn't stop and said, "Die. You. Not me." Nak Lan Nude seems to have encountered a terrifying monster. At this time, the strange creature was also surprised by her strength. So it became impatient. It clenched its fist, and a ring of light appeared with a cold voice. "Die." Then from all directions, formations appeared, surrounding her. Nak Lan Nude quickly recognized the formation as the Chu Xian killing formation. This made her heart pound in fear. But there was no time for her. The formations immediately struck her location, creating an explosion like an atomic bomb, causing the rocks on the surrounding mountains to crumble and fall continuously. From the dust, the strange creature gradually appeared. But it was startled, because there was no body in sight. Completely empty. So it angrily gnashed its teeth. Its jagged, demonic teeth. Then roared, making even the sky tremble before its power. The surrounding rocks flew everywhere. In the distance, there was someone observing the battle between the strange creature and the Empress. The masked man was terrified. He didn't understand if it was human or demon. Nak Lan Nude was completely suppressed. That thing is too powerful. So much so that I can't even see through its cultivation level. With that damn thing, it's even harder to get points here if I confront it directly. Thinking that, he took out his divination compass. He believed there was no way to escape. Death was inevitable. The compass began to calculate. Suddenly, his eyes became very focused. As he performed his divination technique, he thought to himself, "But that Tran Trongen, the one who smashed my tablet, what if he confronts this thing?" But his divination compass suddenly shattered into pieces, making him unable to believe it. "No, I can't predict it. With my immortal emperor realm, I can't even divine the outcome of this battle. It seems that this matter is related to great karma in this competition. Besides avoiding Tran Trongen, I have to avoid this terrifying monster now. 2. I should change areas now. Meanwhile, in the lava area, the volcano was erupting violently. Lava flowed all over the ground. Not Lan Nu Da, covered in blood, used her blood technique to escape, and fell behind a small rock. Cough cough. I was too careless. I didn't expect a pseudo-god to appear. In the first round of the competition, the Guardians are supposed to appear at the end. Why did he appear now? It turned out she knew that creature's identity as the final boss. At this moment, in the sky, a giant eye suddenly appeared. It emitted a divine sense. Where are you? You tortured and killed my friends, making me lonely again? How dare you? Where are you? You could see her panic. The giant eye suddenly appeared behind her. Found you. Her eyes were bloodshot, probably seriously injured. Because the so-called pseudo-god is the beloved child of the heavenly Tao, above all cultivators, with thousands of laws in its body, implanted by the heavenly Tao itself. Or in other words, the heavenly Tao's suicide soldiers, protecting the heavenly Tao's laws, protecting the heavenly Tao's prisons. Meanwhile, in the distance, the demon god found the Empress. It looked over with glee. That's it for this episode. Episode 115 is a preview. Naklan Nu knew there was no escape this time. She could only fight the pseudo-god. Discovering her, the pseudo-god rushed towards her at lightning speed. After a battle, its sharp claws were placed on her forehead, about to finish her off. But suddenly, at this moment, an earthquake came from the maze that could shake the whole world. It was the law of power and the law of reincarnation, the most powerful law of space among the 3,000 great Taos. Continuing from the previous part, Naklan Nu Da was very frustrated with Trantrong only getting 1 point. So she had to try to farm points. But suddenly, a pseudo-god beat her up and made her run like a scared dog. At this time, the spirit was talking to the main character. Lord Angel. Lord Gods. That monster wasn't arranged by me. I don't know why it appeared suddenly in the first stage. Moreover, the potential of the 6 lords participating in this competition. They are all very good. How could I harm them like that? It would ruin the fun for the Lord Gods. At this time, a Lord God spoke up. In the language of gods. This girl was Mo de Lord God, the moon god. Hearing this, the spirit was startled. It was Nine Young God Emperor who did this. He thought to himself. Initially, the Lord Gods planned to find the God Killer at the final stage of the interstellar competition, and then gather the power of the Lord Gods to eliminate him. But Nine Young Lord God from the south insisted on doing things his own way, sending a pseudo-god, the gatekeeper of the final stage, into the first stage of the interstellar competition. Nine Young Lord God's goal was to find his killer in the future, as soon as possible, before he could kill the god. The Lord God wanted to see who could kill the god, and that person would be the god killer. But the contestants in the first stage were all still immature, especially those from the Eastern Star region, the weakest region in recent years. So they couldn't possibly defeat the pseudo-god. The spirit looked at the caves of the Eastern Star region and sighed. If we continue to do nothing, I'm afraid all 6 lords from the Eastern Star region will die. The spirit gave his judgment. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the pseudo-god was moving at lightning speed. Ahead, there were 2 contestants standing with their arms crossed, looking disdainful. Seeing the pseudo-god approaching. Ha ha ha. There's a fool coming towards us. Let's join forces and kill him. The girl immediately agreed. Okay, baby. We'll split the points. Anyway, these guys are weak. and ignorant. They don't recognize the pseudo-god. Just as they finished dividing the spoils, the pseudo-god was too fast and killed them instantly. They didn't even understand why they died. And screams echoed around them, along with pleas and shouts of people running away from the pseudo-god. At this time, the pseudo-god also flew in front of Naklan Nude, making her panic in the dust. The masked man was also terrified, looking at the pseudo-god. The Empress's eyes were now bloodshot. Her face was pale. The one who saw all this was the spirit. He was nervous. This is not a trivial matter at all. Do we need to help the Eastern Star region? He asked the Lord Gods. But the angels didn't think so. This is not unique to us. We shouldn't intervene unless necessary. After all, this is Nine Yang God Emperor's doing. They didn't want to mess with him. As for the six lords, they can only pray for themselves. In the eyes of the angels, these guys were just ants. The masked man was easily killed by the pseudo-god. At this time, the pseudo-god said coldly, "Answer me one question." It reached out towards Naklan Nude, stroking the masked man's head with one hand and pointing at her forehead with the other. "Who among you is the most troublesome?" But, despite his finger ready to kill her, she cursed him. "You stink." "That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking who among you is the strongest. You're all weak and can't entertain me." It continued to interrogate. Its finger poked at her forehead, causing her to bleed. Her arm trembled. She secretly calculated, circulating the laws in her body. "My wounds haven't healed yet. If I fight head-on, I'm afraid I won't be able to win. I can only use that trick." The moment she was discovered, she had extracted the law of space from within her inner sea and spread it throughout the area. As soon as he made a move, she could find an opening and escape. I have comprehended the Heavenly Tao's law of power for millions of years. But I never thought that there would be a day when I would use it to run away, like a scared dog. While she was still thinking, the pseudo-god suddenly spoke. "You insect. I know exactly what you're trying to do." Hearing that, she was shocked and her eyes widened. "Ha ha ha. Let me teach you how to use the Heavenly Tao's law." The pseudo-god sneered. "It is the beloved child of the Heavenly Tao of this world. Using laws against it is like a child playing with antiques." Then many iron chains of different colors, each color representing a type of law, bound her entire body. This frightened her. "This is bad. When did these laws get so close to me? And I didn't even notice." She couldn't use her power. Her cultivation and spiritual power were completely sealed. Space law, time law, reincarnation law, law of power. Not just 10 laws, but hundreds of laws were pressing down on her. Looking at the false god, she was terrified. A monster like this, she couldn't possibly defeat it. The false god grabbed her arm and said coldly, "Be a good piggy." Suddenly, in the distance, a pillar of energy shot into the sky. As Naklan Nude faced imminent death, she worried about Tran Trong Nen. "No matter what you're doing, stay hidden in the netherworld maze. Don't come out." The false god grabbed her other arm, causing her pain. It tore her arm apart, blood splattering everywhere. She was choked, her face contorted in pain. Her limbs twitched. Her mouth opened wide, gasping for air. She couldn't speak, only managing a single, "Ah." The false god said in a demonic voice, "If you won't talk, I'll find them one by one." He wanted to find the strongest. Suddenly, from the netherworld maze, a wave of energy erupted, spreading to other areas. A demonic technique was being used. Time reversal. No one knew who did it. All the scenes that had just unfolded rewound like a film in reverse. The film rewound, going back to the moment the false god flew away. Now, Naklan Nuda's hand was pressed against the ground. Her cultivation and spiritual power were completely sealed. Space law, time law, reincarnation law, law of power. Not just 10 laws, but hundreds of laws were pressing down on her. Looking at the false god, she was terrified. A monster like this, she couldn't possibly defeat. It. The false god grabbed her arm and said coldly, "Be a good piggy." Suddenly, in the distance, a pillar of energy shot into the sky. As Naklan Nude faced imminent death, she worried about Tran Trangen. No matter what you're doing, stay hidden in the netherworld maze. Don't come out. The false god grabbed her other arm, causing her pain. Pain. It tore her arm apart, blood splattering everywhere. She was choked, her face contorted in pain. Her limbs twitched. Her mouth opened wide, gasping for air. She couldn't speak, only managing a single, "Ah." The false god said in a demonic voice, "If you won't talk, I'll find them one by one." He wanted to find the strongest. Suddenly, from the netherworld maze, a wave of energy erupted, spreading to other areas. A demonic technique was being used. Time reversal. No one knew who did it. All the scenes that had just unfolded rewound like a film in reverse. The film rewound, going back to the moment the false god flew away. Now, Naklan Nuda's hand was pressed against the ground. This surprised her. In the blink of an eye, she was back to the place surrounded by red rocks. She glanced at her surroundings, filled with doubt. This scene is from when I escaped to the lava area. Then she looked down at her hand, still intact. The wounds inflicted by the pseudo-god were gone. She guessed. Could this be time reversal? Did someone reverse the space-time of this world? Despite being bound by the heavenly Tao's laws, the pseudo-god was also shocked. It didn't understand what had just happened. Naklan Nude immediately ran away without hesitation. In her entire cultivation life, she had never seen a god with such heaven-defying power. You can easily reverse time. No, she guessed, it can only be the god of time. Her best friend, who's in bed with Tran Trangen. 1,000,000 years ago, at this time. Suddenly, a voice transmission reached all the contestants. In the first stage, everyone immediately used all means to conceal their aura. For the next 5 days, avoid that pseudo-god. The Empress recognized. It is the spirit's voice. And thanked him, "Thank you so much. If you hadn't intervened, I would be a lifeless corpse now." She thought he was the one who reversed time. Hearing her, the spirit shook his head, looking at her in surprise. Then he softly explained, "No need to thank me. Reversing spacetime is something even angels can't do, let alone me." This made the Empress even more confused. Then who was it? The spirit's eyes flashed. The source of the power that reversed spacetime came from the Yumin Ghost Tower maze. After that, everyone quickly ran to the edge of the maze. After the pseudo-god appeared, all the contestants stopped venturing deeper into the secret realm to hunt monsters. They all concealed their aura. Some people even destroyed their own cultivation level, severing the connection with their main bodies. Truly decisive. The Empress looked towards the maze, deep in thought. What the hell is happening there? It caused such chaos and shook the world. It even reversed time and rewound this world by a minute? The pseudo-god was going crazy because it couldn't find anyone. It was enraged. Its feet stomped on the ground, turning an area into rubble. It flew around with strange smoke coming out of its mouth and its eyes searching for the cultivators inside a small rocky mountain nearby. A few people were hiding, communicating through voice transmission. "Don't make any noise, shut up. Do you think I dare? There's a pseudo-god outside. I wouldn't dare even if you paid me." "Oh, it's the masked man and the furry guy. Didn't you just die?" Hearing that, the masked man explained. "That was just a clone. Then the furry guy suggested, create another clone. This surprised her. In the blink of an eye, she was back to the place surrounded by red rocks. She glanced at her surroundings, filled with doubt. This scene is from when I escaped to the lava area. Then she looked down at her hand, still intact. The wounds inflicted by the pseudo-god were gone. She guessed. Could this be time reversal? Did someone reverse the spacetime of this world? Despite being bound by the heavenly Tao's laws, the pseudo-god was also shocked. It didn't understand what had just happened. Naklan knew to immediately ran away without hesitation. In her entire cultivation life, she had never seen a god with such heaven-defying power. You can easily reverse time. No, she guessed. It can only be the god of time. Her best friend. Who's in bed with Tran Trang Nin? 1,000,000 years ago. At this time. Suddenly, a voice transmission reached all the contestants. In the first stage, everyone immediately used all means to conceal their aura. For the next 5 days, avoid that pseudo-god. The Empress recognized. It is the spirit's voice. And thanked him, thank you so much. If you hadn't intervened, I would be a lifeless corpse now. She thought he was the one who reversed time. Hearing her, the spirit shook his head, looking at her in surprise. Then he softly explained, no need to thank me. Reversing spacetime is something even angels can't do, let alone me. This made the Empress even more confused. Then who was it? The spirit's eyes flashed. The source of the power that reversed spacetime came from the Yumin Ghost Tower maze. After that, everyone quickly ran to the edge of the maze. After the pseudo-god appeared, all the contestants stopped venturing deeper into the secret realm to hunt monsters. They all concealed their aura. Some people even destroyed their own cultivation level, severing the connection with their main bodies. Truly decisive. The Empress looked towards the maze, deep in thought. What the hell is happening there? It caused such chaos and shook the world. It even reversed time and rewound this world by a minute? The pseudo-god was going crazy because it couldn't find anyone. It was enraged. Its feet stomped on the ground, turning an area into rubble. It flew around with strange smoke coming out of its mouth and its eyes searching for the cultivators inside a small rocky mountain nearby. A few people were hiding, communicating through voice transmission. Don't make any noise, shut up. Do you think I dare? There's a pseudo-god outside, I wouldn't dare even if you paid me. Oh, it's the masked man and the furry guy. Didn't you just die? Hearing that, the masked man explained. That was just a clone. Then the furry guy suggested, create another clone to lure it away. I can't hold it anymore, is he talking about peeing? This made the masked man furious. You idiot, as soon as you release a little bit of aura, it will find us. And then, it will twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. The furry guy puffed out his cheeks in annoyance. But hiding like this is too cowardly. The masked man was speechless. Death or cowardice? Choose one, the furry guy also chickened out. We're pretty good. This is just a tactic. The masked man was annoyed because his bladder was full. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from afar, making the two startled. The pseudo-god also sensed the aura and looked in that direction. The two hiding guys realized it came from the Yumin Ghost Tower maze. On the other side, time was fluctuating more and more. The pseudo-god, like the two hiding guys, was overjoyed and flew towards it. Found it, seeing it leave. The two breathed a sigh of relief, it's gone. Especially the furry guy. Which meant he could finally relieve himself. But the two were still cautious and continued communicating through voice transmission. At such a dangerous time. Yet, someone dares to release such a powerful aura. If the pseudo-god finds him, he'll be dead for sure. The masked man felt like, we've encountered this aura before. The old-faced guy also came over. and whispered, "It's Tran Trong and Zora. The god couldn't find us, he'll be furious. It'll be dangerous if we run into him now. He'll vent all his anger on Tran Trongen. That guy is so unlucky. He's trapped in the maze, that's bad enough. And now the pseudo-god is coming for him. Ha ha ha, even if he had 10 lives. It wouldn't be enough. No matter how strong Tran Trongen is. They didn't believe he could stand against the terrifying pseudo-god. On the other side, the Empress was also deep in thought. Looking towards the maze, she whispered, "Pray for yourself." She didn't have the courage to face the pseudo-god. She only hoped that he was lucky enough to avoid it. Meanwhile, lightning bolts from deep inside the maze were shooting out straight into the sky. From the sky, lightning also appeared, striking back, intertwined with green light. This was a battle of laws. The essence of the heavenly Tao. Whoever's heavenly Tao retreated first would lose and be devoured. Inside the maze, the blue-haired girl, the ally of the 100,000-year cultivator, was watching the scene, standing frozen in fear. "I don't dare to fight the heavenly Tao. What are you trying to do? If you just want to escape the maze, why do you have to be so flashy?" On the other side, Tran Trongen was holding the heavenly Tao in his hand, raising it high. "Come here, this is a great place. So I'll upgrade my heavenly Tao." He thought to himself, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I can reverse spacetime with one hand and restore the heavenly Tao's vitality. Many times. Slowly absorb the power of the law and comprehend it. Then transform it into your own understanding. There were times when you were overloaded, almost collapsing. But you didn't give up. You trusted me so much. So, today I will help you break through to the Spirit Tao realm." Suddenly, the pseudo-god also found this place, landing a distance away from Tran Trongen. It looked at Tran Trongen with glee. "The game is over," it said contemptuously. "Tran Trongen, you little insect. The hide-and-seek game." The blue-haired girl next to me seemed to recognize this person's background, pointed at it and yelled 7tan, with an extremely terrified expression. Suddenly being yelled at in the ear made Tran Trongen uncomfortable and covered his ears. And asked the girl, "Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly shout like that?" The girl just mumbled something unintelligible. "Before you. Look at your panicked expression. Am I about to die? To encounter such a terrifying monster again. Did I go out on the wrong day this time? Or did I step out on the wrong foot?" At this time, the demon rushed forward with extreme speed. "I have decided to cut off all your arms and legs and feed them to the birds. Use it as my pastime." Suddenly a voice transmission came, urgently and hastily advised, "Tran Trongen, avoid it, that guy has subdued all 6 masters who participated in the training. Don't be stubborn, retreat." That demon also ran to Tran Trong inside. It immediately launched an attack to finish him off in a split second, but the sight before its eyes made it look dumbfounded, feeling surprised, because Tran Trongen only used 2 fingers to withstand its deadly attack. At the same time, this guy asked in a low voice, "Could this be a high-level monster?" At the same time, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, smiled contemptuously. "How dare you say that you will turn into a pigman?" Then from the palm of his hand, an extremely powerful beam of energy shot straight ahead, in the astonished eyes of the demon behind, still closing his eyes to cultivate. "You're really too bold," Tran Trongen said in a cold voice. The demon was now scared. Its eyes flashed with fear. This human, one of its arms, was also shattered by Tran Trongen's energy beam. It didn't understand. "My body has been tempered by the heavenly Tao and condensed into the most perfect physique in the world. Indestructible by ordinary heavenly Tao laws. Why could he do this?" Tran Trongen picked up an arm that had been cut off from the demon and held it out in front of the blue-haired girl. "This high-level monster belongs to me. Don't let anyone take it from me." This made the girl so scared that she peed her pants. She quickly teleported away from this demon. just relax. No one dares to take it from you. On the other side, the demon was feeling very angry. High-level monster. How dare this lowly human compare it to those ordinary monsters? In its entire life, it had never been so blatantly humiliated. So it roared and lunged at him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. In disdain, the demon's arm began to lengthen. It shouted angrily, "I'll teach you some manners, bastard! How dare you underestimate me? You haven't seen the coffin yet, haven't shed tears." At this time, it began to clasp its hands together. The blue-haired girl, seeing this scene, panicked. Shouted loudly, "Be careful! It's the sealing law, that move can isolate everything? Cultivation and energy." As soon as she finished speaking, thousands of colorful chains surrounded Tran Trong En's body. Anne's hands were tightly bound. This scene made Tran Trong En slightly startled. The demon was still smug, thinking to himself, "If your specialty is strength, I don't have to fight fire with fire. The heavenly Tao law is my forte. 100 heavenly Tao laws are not enough? Then let me use thousands upon thousands of laws to suppress you." The demon, having restrained Tran Trong En, prepared to strike. It leapt into the air, charging towards Tran Trong En, and roared, "Under this heavenly Tao, I am invincible." Contrary to the demon's expectations, believing Tran Trong En would be paralyzed by fear, Tran Trong En remained completely calm. He smirked contemptuously, and his voice was ice cold as he said, "For you, one finger is enough." From his fingertip, a blinding red light emerged, transforming into a terrifying beam of energy that shot towards the charging demon. The blinding light instantly engulfed and incinerated the demon, leaving it utterly terrified and bewildered. It couldn't comprehend how its heavenly Tao law had no effect on this human. What was happening? What kind of monster was this human? But there was no answer. Only the fading beam of light that pierced through the maze and shot up into the sky. With the demon's demise, only Tran Trong En remained, standing tall and gazing at the gaping hole in front of him, created by his own spell. On the back of his hand, the number 132 materialized, representing his current score for Cave Dwelling Team number 1. This was a cause for celebration. Tran Trong En's eyes lit up with delight. To think that high-level monster was worth so much. A full 100 points. Including the points accumulated by that girl. Our current score is 132 points. We're getting closer to the 200-point threshold for leveling up. It won't be long now. Outside Dung Nam's sun, the 6 masters looked up at the leaderboard in the sky. In astonishment. The rankings had changed. Tran Trong En and the girls' team, initially at 122 points, had skyrocketed to 10th place. This shocked the servants. That terrifying demon. Could it be that even it couldn't kill him? Meanwhile, inside the maze, Tran Trong En, blinded by the promise of more points, charged forward and grabbed the blue-haired girl, who was clinging to the wall in terror. "Where?" he demanded. "Are there more high-level monsters like that one? Tell me." His desire to hunt for points terrified the girl even further. "In your eyes," she stammered. "That monster might mean nothing. But to me, it's like facing a god. I'm just an ant before it. It's absolutely terrifying. Besides, each trial chamber only has one monster. Once it's dead, we've passed the level. It's dead. We've cleared the level." This news did not discourage Tran Trong En in the slightest. "Wait a minute," he said, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The blue-haired girl, noticing his devious expression, trembled. "What?" she squeaked. "What evil scheme are you concocting now?" Without a word, Tran Trong En issued a command to the system. The system, as always, instantly obeyed. This time, the area of effect shrank, encompassing only a single target. An eerie green glow enveloped the spot where Tran Trong En stood. He was casting time reversal again. The blue-haired girl's face was now slick with sweat. "Wait," she cried, "not that move again." What does this have to do with the god of time? Tien Vong Tran? How can you manipulate the laws of time so easily? It's impossible. The girl might have been weak, but her knowledge was vast. As Tran Trongan completed the spell, the demon reappeared, seemingly brought back to life. But it was trapped, imprisoned within a sphere of light, unable to escape Tran Trongan's control. Well, hello again, Tran Trongan greeted cheerfully. This demon was now his personal ATM. He chuckled, enjoying the demon's terror. The demon, realizing its predicament, was consumed by fear. The human before it was too terrifying, capable of feats beyond its understanding. It was drenched in a cold sweat. Tran Trongan laughed heartily. This maze is getting boring, he declared. Time to go for a walk outside. He turned to Loi Khan. My good boy, he said softly. Tran Trongan chuckled. Then he whispered to Loi Khan. My good boy, show me the results of your cultivation. Hearing his voice, Loi Khan slowly opened its eyes. A blinding light erupted, filling the chamber. The blue-haired girl, unable to see, cried out in alarm. What in the world are you doing? I don't understand what you're trying to do. Stop it, you're going to get us killed. At this rate, the heavenly Tao of this maze will swallow us whole. Within the heart of the light, a human-like figure began to take shape. It solidified, growing more distinct with each passing moment. The light intensified, and lightning crackled, engulfing the entire trial space. All 5 forbidden zones were enveloped in crackling lightning. The blue-haired girl was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the emerging figure. As the light subsided, Tran Trongan and the girl found themselves standing outside the maze. The girl, still shaken, looked at Tran Trongan. That was spatial teleportation. Only the heavenly Tao of this world can perform such a feat. It's impossible to force such a thing. The price would be immense. Tran Trongan laughed, a carefree sound. Ha ha ha, that wasn't the heavenly Tao of this world. It was my heavenly Tao. And it just got an upgrade. Now that it's taken form, it's no longer a man. It went to Thailand for a gender change. Now it's an adorable little loli. The blue-haired girl stared, speechless. It succeeded. It devoured all the laws of the previous heavenly Tao in this world, and leveled up to the spirit Tao realm. Now every heavenly Tao law in this world is under my control. Every single one. He was ecstatic. You mean, the girl stammered. Your heavenly Tao replaced the heavenly Tao of this world? And now controls all its laws? How? What are you talking about? The heavenly Tao. It can't be replaced so easily. Are you lying to me? Tran Trongan, oblivious to her thoughts, simply shrugged. Yep, that's exactly what happened, he confirmed. The girl was speechless. But how? She finally managed. How did you manage to do that? Well, Tran Trongan replied casually, you can't do it normally, of course. But with the divine powers of the gods, anything is possible. He kept his explanation vague, leaving the girl even more confused. At that moment, the 6 masters, having recovered, stumbled over. Tran Trongan, one exclaimed. You're alive, but wasn't that demon after you? Another master, whose face resembled a wrinkled monkey. Perhaps Sun Wukon's younger brother. Gasped, unbelievable. As the group stared at Tran Trongan with suspicion, Jade Orchid Empress arrived. She was bruised and battered, but still standing. Are you all right? She asked softly. Are you hurt? Tran Trongan, delighted to see her, didn't answer. You're here. Perfect timing, he said, snapping his fingers. A blue light shimmered into existence, and the captured demon materialized before Jade Orchid Empress, suspended in the air. She gasped, shocked. This monster is worth 100 points, Tran Trongan explained. I already killed it once. Killing it again won't give me any more points. He had deliberately prevented the demon from dying completely when he resurrected it. Go ahead, he encouraged Jade Orchid Empress. Give it a try. We might be able to get those 200 points in one go. Then we'll have cleared this level. The demon, however, was staring at Tran Trongan, its mind reeling. This had to be a dream. The invincible demon, reduced to a helpless lamb, chained like a dog, waiting to be slaughtered. How? Jade Orchid Empress whispered. How did you do this? This demon defeated us all. You shouldn't stand a chance against it. Logically. Did you know this would happen? Did you set a trap? Somehow weaken it? So you could capture it? How? How is this possible? Tran Trong Nan, again, seemed oblivious to her concerns. Relax, he said. It's just a high-level monster. Nothing to worry about. His casual dismissal of the powerful demon shocked the six masters. They were terrified. Tran Trong Nan reached into the sphere of light. Grabbing the demon by the neck, he slammed it to the ground. I've got it pinned down, he said to Jade Orchid Empress. Go ahead. Finish it. Her hesitation annoyed Tran Trong Nan. Come on, he urged. If you don't take it, someone else will. What are you waiting for? His bossy tone and the sight of the subdued demon shocked the onlookers. Something felt wrong. Like a storm brewing. The air grew thick with tension. Jade Orchid Empress' hand trembled as she gripped her sword. This was the invincible demon, the creature that had almost killed her. Sensing her hesitation, Tran Trong Nan encouraged her. Go on, he said. Just stab this little guy. He gestured towards the helpless demon. He's like tofu now. You can easily kill him. Jade Orchid Empress suddenly felt a pang of regret. I take back what I said before, she muttered. Huh? Tran Trong Nan looked confused. What did you say before? He stared at her, waiting for an answer. Finally, she steeled her resolve and raised her sword. Nothing, she said softly. You must have misheard me. She drew her sword. Tran Trong Nan frowned. You'll never find a husband if you keep talking like that, he teased. But she didn't care. Whatever, she said. I'm not interested in getting married anyway. She glanced at her score on her arm. Still 132 points. She looked at Tran Trong Nan and held out her arm. My score didn't go up, she said, confused. What's going on? Oh, Tran Trong Nan realized. So teammates can't kill the same monster. The organizers thought of everything. He sighed. There are no more monsters in this world. And no more demons to kill. How are we supposed to get those last 68 points? We're not going to make it to 200. This is a problem. He rubbed his chin, thinking hard. Then his eyes lit up with a mischievous glint. He glanced over his shoulder. At the other contestants. His dark gaze and menacing aura terrified them. That look. One whispered, he's thinking of killing us all. So he and Jade Orchid Empress can level up. We're doomed. He's strong enough to do it. We laughed at him for coming from the lowly 9 continents. But now. Is this the end? If Tran Trong Nan attacked, they were all dead. Suddenly, 2 heavenly chosen stepped forward. Brother Tran, one said, I have 8 points. You can have them. The other chimed in, I have 12 points. Take them. Just please don't hurt us. The other contestants gasped. You idiots. If you give away all your points to someone else, you'll be disqualified from future galactic tournaments. Without points. From now on, you'll never compete again. What does Tran Trong Nan's score have to do with us? Another retorted. With our current points, we'll receive handsome rewards from this galactic tournament. Enough to bring prosperity to our realms. You worked hard for those points. Don't throw them away. You struggled and fought to earn those points. And now you're just giving them away? Why? But the 2 heavenly chosen were adamant. Don't you get it? One said. You saw that look in his eyes. He's going to kill us. Aren't you scared? The blue-haired girl, who had accompanied Tran Trong Nan in the maze, interjected. She was furious. You ungrateful wretches. She thought. If it wasn't for Tran Trong Nan, you'd all be dead. You wouldn't even be here to argue about these rewards. Sharing a few points is the least you can do. It's only fair. She turned to Tran Trong Nan and shouted. Big brother. Kill them all. Tran Trong Nan listened to the arguments. His expression thoughtful. He didn't say a word. His thoughts hidden. Finally, he spoke, his voice calm and measured. If I wanted to kill you all, One finger would be enough. But I don't want to. I'm not like those other guys. I will take your points. No one can stop me. He paused. But I won't take them for free. I'll trade you something for them. Everyone stared at him, surprised. Tran Trong Nan stood up. Power surged from him, enveloping the entire maze. He was casting time reversal again. The contestants gasped. Their eyes widened as they felt the flow of time shift around them. Waves of energy washed over them. The more experienced contestants, having witnessed this before, were less surprised. But Jade Orchid Empress felt the full force of the temporal shift. The world spun, rewinding back to 5 minutes ago. Once again, she saw Tran Trong Nan holding the demon by the neck. He chuckled. Give me 5 points each, he offered. And I'll let you kill this 100-point demon. So, what do you say? This. Tran Trong Nan's offer stunned the contestants. They stared at him, speechless. What was that technique? One finally asked. What did you do to Jade Orchid Empress? Jade Orchid Empress, meanwhile, was staring at the demon. It was alive again. She recognized the technique. Time reversal. The same technique that had saved her life back at Mount Dafong. So that time reversal. The one that saved me. I understand now. It wasn't cast by the guardian deity. Or by the celestial angel. It wasn't them. It was you. She recalled the guardian deity's words. The source of the power for the time reversal technique was located within the maze. Within the maze. It all made sense now. Tran Trong Nan was the one who had cast it. Now I understand, she whispered. She gazed at Tran Trong Nan, her eyes filled with a newfound admiration. She was smitten. He took her hand. And she tightened her grip on her sword. A nervous flutter in her stomach. But we already tried that, she said. You want to try again? Tran Trong Nan, noticing her trembling hand, asked. Didn't we just try that? Why do you want to do it again? His question startled her. She turned away, flustered. And no, she stammered. A young man, with the face of an old sage, stepped forward. I'll take your deal, he said. He believed that killing the demon, even a weakened one, would benefit his cultivation, tempering his spirit and making him invincible. Others followed suit. Chanan, Tran Trong Nan smiled, pleased. One by one, points flowed into his hand, accumulating on the back of his hand. Finally, he hit 200. We did it, he exclaimed to Jade Orchid Empress. 200 points. She stared at him, dumbfounded. In all her millions of years, she had never witnessed anything like this. Meanwhile, the slaughter of the demon continued. Bound by the laws of the Tao, it could only watch as the contestants lined up, eager for their turn to strike. Hurry up, there's a long line behind you. The blue-haired girl, having finished her turn, was bragging to the others. I never thought I'd kill a demon with my own hands. Not in a million years. All thanks to Brother Tran. The others nodded in agreement. Jade Orchid Empress turned to Tran Trong Nan. Why? She asked. He glanced at her. Why what? Why did you do all this? Is that even a question? He asked, surprised. To level up, of course. But, she shook her head. I meant, why did you let them? Why did you? Before she could finish, a voice interrupted them. It's a pity you can't advance to the next round. All right, everyone. Raise your heads and look above the platform. Recognize the person coming. It's the guardian spirit. This artifact spirit stares intently at Chun Chang'an and speaks softly. From now on, is when you should really start worrying. Think carefully about how to keep your wretched life, Godslayer. They already know Chun Chang'an's true identity. Thanks to his time reversal technique, Chen Chang'an didn't deny it and admitted to this identity. 10 million years ago, he was indeed known as the God-slaying devil god. What do you mean? However, he was still concerned about the guardian spirit's words. The artifact spirit explained. All the great angels have ordered the cancellation of your participation rights. If you weren't somewhat related to the Time-Space God King, Tian Fengchen, we would have killed you long ago. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Enter this teleportation formation. It will take you to the Angel's Palace. The angels of the Eastern Star Realm will interrogate and pass judgment on your life and death." As he spoke, a blue door appeared in front of Chen Chang'an. "2. Face the 9 sun angels, who are rushing here to kill you. You can't run, nor can you hide. Furthermore, the angels of the Eastern Star Realm will not protect you, Godslayer. Furthermore, the angels of the Eastern Star Realm will not protect you, Godslayer. Godslayer." This caused the crowd below, the contestants, to have astonished looks in their eyes. At the news the guardian spirit brought, Chen Chang'an's eyes were cold, filled with anger. "You were the ones who set the rules. And yet you were the ones who arbitrarily changed them, controlling the future of others, and deciding their fate, without any explanation. 10 million years have passed since I became the nightmare of these gods. I thought they would have learned their lesson. But I never expected them to still be so stubborn, treating human life like dirt under their feet." The contestants, although they have a good impression of him now, in the face of angels, they wouldn't dare. What was bound to happen has happened. How could the angels possibly ignore someone with the potential to slay gods? Even Empress Yulan, watching from the side, was helpless. Although the false god had been slain by everyone, even with the time reversal technique and his powerful strength, he couldn't hide from the angels. What exactly is a godslayer? Throughout countless worlds, across countless eras and epochs, there were a few incredibly fortunate individuals who received divine blessings, breaking through the limitations of mortals and reaching the realm of angels. This kind of existence was the hope of all humanity. But at the same time, it also became a threat to the angels. Once a godslayer was discovered, the angels would immediately appear and gather to eliminate this person, uprooting them and destroying all forces associated with them. The blue-haired girl also felt a tightness in her chest. The 9 sun god emperor. That being could easily incinerate the entire star realm we live in. Big brother, don't choose to confront him." The 9 sun god emperor. That being could easily incinerate the entire star realm that we live in. Big brother, please choose the first path to save your life. Preserve your life first and find another way later. Besides, who knows? Maybe that time Space God King will suddenly appear and protect you. Chen Chang'an. Which path do you choose? The artifact spirit's voice urged. Chen Chang'an didn't answer, standing and pondering before the teleportation door. His gaze swept over the contestants, unsure what he was thinking. At the same time, at the windless plain, a figure was lying down, basking in the sun, playing with birds. Not fighting is the best. Not fighting is the best. It turned out to be that guy who'd been cultivating for 100,000 years. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. It turned out a massive surge of energy was heading straight for him as he was speaking. "Oh no, I'm going to die. Who the hell is this? Holy crap, who is that? It's all smoke and dust." He swallowed a mouthful of dirt. But when he saw the shadowy figure suspended below, engulfed in flames, he was also stunned. That's not right, the air is burning. This guy is the angel of the southern realm. The 9 sun god emperor. The one who would be killed by the godslayer in the future. That's why he was the most eager. The cultivator raised his head and said to the figure, "Hey brother, could you please ease up on the pressure a bit? Your pressure is crushing me." The oppressive aura made even the air thin. "It's not a big deal if you burn me. But as you can see, there are many small animals here. With your noble status as an angel." Hearing an ant talk to him, the 9 sun god emperor glanced at him coldly as if he were dirt. Just one glance created an overwhelming pressure that struck the cultivator's chest, making him squawk like a chicken, before blasting him backward, smashing through several mountains. It wasn't until the 3rd mountain that he finally stopped. But even then, he'd broken the mountain's peak. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, forming a bottomless pit within the mountain. At the bottom of the pit lay the cultivator. He was unharmed, striking a pose as he stood up. "I get it now, you are an angel. What kind of god are you? I'll give you a choice too. Bring it on. I'll kill as many gods as you throw at me."